Chapter 31, Entering Life Knowing with One Strike Sword 22. A powerful sword technique. It contained 22 strokes. The 22nd stroke was the most formidable move among them. Compared to the others, it had another name. Holy Spirit Sword Technique. When the stroke was launched, the universe saw huge changes. White snow danced in the air above the celestial mountains. Sword energy proliferated as wild winds roared, lifting Lin Jiufeng. He stood in the air, robes fluttering, and his black hair in a flurry. He was being surrounded by the sword energy. His hand held the demon-slaying sword. In the very next moment, the demon-slaying sword split the air and executed a move that was the amalgamation of Lin Jiufeng's martial will and the world's energies. Die! Lin Jiufeng stood in the air. His gaze was cold like a god fiend. The Holy Spirit sword technique of Sword 22 directly weighed down onto his enemy like it was about to enact divine punishment. Boom! The massive sword energy covered the skies as furious winds swept across hundreds of miles of land. The snow was pulled in from all directions as a huge vortex was swiftly formed. This Holy Spirit sword technique landed. It was as if a part of the universe had collapsed. Martial Sage Tumen had no escape. He could only receive this move. Roar! However, Martial Sage Tumen wouldn't possibly just accept his death. The phantoms of savage wild beasts behind him roared in unison. They were furious. I beseech the gods of the plains to descend and kill the enemy. Martial Sage Tumen cried. His countenance looked hideous. Hundreds of wild beasts were supporting him in their phantom forms, but he still felt apprehensive. Thus, he summoned the gods of the plains. Dawn! 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 The air shook as Martial Sage Tumen's true chi swiftly expanded his body. All the hair on his body stood on ends. The purple mane that he had fine hairs akin to sharp needles, but they now looked soft on Martial Sage Tumen's body. The mad wind stirred the purple mane, revealing Martial Sage Tumen's current appearance. He became a 5-meter tall ape. Leaping forcefully, true chi gathered around him as he struck towards the sky, wanting to break Lin Jiufeng's Holy Spirit sword technique. Rumble! Unfortunately, the Holy Spirit sword technique managed to land. This sword stroke was the most powerful move in Sword 22. It carried not only the world's energies but also Lin Jiufeng's fierce martial will. Boom! It simply and neatly penetrated Martial Sage Tumen's body. Then, inexhaustible sword energies fell like rain. They fell onto the celestial lake as if cleansing it. Martial Sage Tumen was already at the life-knowing step of the Martial Sage realm. But he was still defeated by Lin Jiufeng. In the boundless wind and snow, Lin Jiufeng spread his arms, his body moving with the wind. He did not care about Martial Sage Tumen's corpse. He did not care about the peak of the celestial mountains beneath the explosion of his sword energies that fell like rain onto it. He did not care about the hundreds of thousands of troops at the foot of the celestial mountains. Lin Jiufeng was immersed in his own world. When he killed Martial Sage Tumen with a stroke of his sword just now, he seemed to have opened the doors to a brand new world. He soon arrived at the second step of the Martial Sage realm. Life knowing. But in reality, Lin Jiufeng had already reached it long ago. He was merely missing a key to open its doors. Right now, he knew that he had found the key. Amidst the vast expanse of snow and the fierce winds, he slowly landed and stood by the celestial lake. He watched the swirling snowflakes, watched the biting fierce winds, and also the flustered army of hundreds of thousands. Everyone in the surrounding 100 miles had witnessed Lin Jiufeng's battle with Martial Sage Tumen. Everyone was flustered, unaware of what just happened. Why were they fighting? Who was fighting who? They were confused, they only knew that both parties were very powerful. They did not see how it started, but they saw the subsequent scene. A sword that seemed to be a pillar from the heavens rapidly fell from the sky. Then, they saw Martial Sage Tumen morphing into a giant ape. He leaped with all he had and faced the sword that seemed to have arrived to enact divine punishment upon its enemy. Afterwards, the sword penetrated his body. Then, the sword fell onto the peak of the celestial mountains. The army has witnessed all of these. Marshal Sage Tumun had been killed. Marshal Sage Tumun, who controlled the Xianbei people with his strength, was killed by a sword that came crashing from the heavens as if enacting divine punishment. This news instantly spread. The people of Xianbei cheered. In such a cold winter season, wasn't it better to stay close to your loved ones? At the least, they had no desire to gather together for war. But they were unable to oppose Marshal Sage Tumun. With Marshal Sage Tumun's death, these troops immediately split up. Each of them went on their own way. It was impossible for them to gather once more for war. Lin Jiufeng smiled when he saw all of these. He knew that this one stroke of his saved millions of lives. It turns out that this is the key to the life-knowing step. Lin Jiufeng looked at the demon-slaying sword in his hands in delight. The essence of life-knowing was to be aware of one's heart and fate. From there, they could do whatever they wanted to do so long as they continued to live responsibly. Lin Jiufeng finally understood the essence of the step that he had always found to be confusing. He held the demon-slaying sword in his hand and slashed toward the neighboring group of mountains. Then, he left. Riding the wind, he left without looking back. Rumble. A few seconds after he left, a huge mountain collapsed with a loud crash. The heap of pure white snow immediately stirred. An avalanche was soon formed from the collapse of the mountain. From the wound that forced its collapse, one could feel the overwhelmingly powerful sword energy that cut the mountain off in half. Lin Jiufeng entered life knowing with one strike. Imperial capital. Lin Jiufeng had flown back through the night. The journey to and fro only took him 2 days. After entering life knowing on the celestial mountains of the Northwest Plain, his entire being was reborn. Naturally, his speed increased along with his strength. It was currently snowing in the imperial capital. The snow was not as heavy as the snow in the Northwest Plains, but the ground was still filled with snowflakes. Lin Jiufeng stepped on them, crunching sounds rang out as he did. Amidst the snowy night, Lin Jiufeng, who had just returned from the Northwest Plains, opened the cold palace's gates. Returning to his courtyard, he laid down on the frost jade bed. There, he started to contemplate everything that he knew so far about the life-knowing step of the martial sage realm. On the courtyard walls, a little fellow seemed to have blended in with the white snow. It watched Lin Jiufeng with its dark gaze that seemed to melt into the night. Meow. The white cat called out gently. It wanted to make Lin Jiufeng move and look for more information. But Lin Jiufeng was ignoring it. He had just returned after running all the way to the Northwest Plains to kill someone. He was exhausted, but this little white cat didn't seem to know how to take pity on someone at all. The white cat stopped calling. It knew that Lin Jiufeng was intentionally ignoring it. It angrily brandished its claws. It wanted to scratch Lin Jiufeng. But after it compared its own abilities to Lin Jiufeng's, the white cat retracted its claws in the end as it curled into a ball while remaining on top of the courtyard walls. Its body was slowly getting covered by the white snow. Its eyes were on Lin Jiufeng. The white cat sure was a stubborn creature. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to guard an empty coffin in the underground palace for so many years. The next day, Lin Jiufeng woke up from his cultivation. His exhaustion had vanished and he stood up in satisfaction. Meow. Meows reverberated. The white cat was reminding Lin Jiufeng. White cat, you sure are persistent, huh? Lin Jiufeng raised his head and saw the little white cat curled into a ball and covered with snow on top of the wall. Meow. The white cat called out once more. Its eyes stared hard at Lin Jiufeng. Together with its delicate appearance, it looked somewhat pitiful. Never mind. Let's go, you win, Lin Jiufeng said in resignation. This little white cat sure was persistent. If Lin Jiufeng still refused to go and find more information for it, it would definitely keep staring at him as if he had abandoned it. Chapter 32. Had a neighbor. Lin Jiufeng left the cold palace with the little white cat and went to the royal library. All sorts of books that the Unrivalled God Dynasty had gathered over the years were hidden and stored here. The security was tight. If anybody wanted to enter, they had to be thoroughly examined. But Lin Jiufeng walked past them and strutted in. Nobody discovered him. Even though Lin Jiufeng walked in front of the guards, they didn't discover him. Accurately speaking, they could not discover him. Having entered life knowing, Lin Jiufeng had truly advanced in all aspects. If he didn't wish to be discovered, then the average person wouldn't be able to find him. The little white cat followed Lin Jiufeng. It became curious. These people all didn't notice him? However, Lin Jiufeng was too lazy to explain. He walked into the room where ancient books and records regarding the demonic sects were stored with the little white cat. I'll look for more information about that so-called demon lord. Lin Jiufeng started to read each book by following the catalogue. His reading speed was tremendously fast. He seemed to be only skimming through the pages of the book, yet he had read through them. As he browsed through the books one by one, Lin Jiufeng soon found an excerpt introducing the demon lord. The leader of the demonic sects, 1,500 years ago, had the title Demon Lord. But he also had another title. The Last Demon Lord. This title meant that after him, there would no longer be any human gods, considering that the spiritual energy of the world was gradually declining. The Demon Lord was one of the final human gods of that era. After they died, even martial sages disappeared. It was only in the recent decade or two did a martial sage emerged. This meant that the world's spiritual energy was slowly recovering. But it would still be incomparably difficult for a human god to appear. The current recovery rate of the world's spiritual energy was far too slow for that. Meow! The little white cat called out. It jumped onto Lin Jiufeng's shoulders and eagerly read the book. It was able to understand its contents. The book had indeed recorded the deeds of the last demon lord. When did the demon lord build that palace deep underground? Lin Jiufeng asked. The area deep underground was one with extreme negative energies. There must be some significant meaning for the demon lord to have buried the underground palace there. The little white cat used its claws to write on Lin Jiufeng's body, stroke by stroke. 1,000 years ago. The little white cat wrote. Does that mean that you've also lived for 1,000 years? Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. I ate a lot of pills. Some of them were pills that the demon lord treasured. With their help, I was able to live for so long. The white cat wrote. It turns out that you're already 1,000 years old. You're older than me. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but comment. The white cat's eyes narrowed. It stared at Lin Jiufeng as it lifted its claws. Although it was 1,000 years old, it remained in the underground palace the whole time. It lacked common sense. You personally witnessed the demon lord's death? Lin Jiufeng calmly changed the topic. The white cat nodded. For 1,000 years, you've never left? Lin Jiufeng continued to ask. No, I ate that life-prolonging pill at the start and was in a coma for a really long time. When I woke up, I found that there was somebody at the entrance of the underground palace, studying how to undo the seal. The white cat wrote on Lin Jiufeng's body. That should be about 700 to 800 years ago, the Chasing Corpse sect's golden era. You were in a coma for about 200 to 300 years, so the demon lord's body had probably disappeared during that time. Lin Jiufeng deduced. The little white cat stopped writing. It became a little depressed. Lin Jiufeng continued going through the books. All sorts of books recorded considerable information about the demon lord. But their records spanned 1,500 years ago, none of them had any recent information about the demon lord. Lin Jiufeng even saw that the demonic cultivation technique that Lin Tianyuan handed over to him was the cultivation technique of that demon lord back then. Lin Jiufeng finally understood why two emperors successively wanted to cultivate it. It was the cultivation technique of a human god after all. Anyone would be tempted. At the end of browsing through the books, the little white cat had already lost its hopes. It jumped off Lin Jiufeng's shoulders as it left with its back turned to him in sadness. It did not say any word of goodbyes to Lin Jiufeng. The small white figure disappeared from the library. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He put down the books and prepared to leave. Sign in at the library? Sign in. Lin Jiufeng nodded. Sign-in successful. Received well-illuminated Dao heart quality. Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. Well-illuminated Dao heart quality? What was this? Well-illuminated Dao heart quality. It will help you find the right direction. You will be able to take fewer detours when cultivating. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up. This quality is pretty overpowered. He left the royal library. Lin Jiufeng did not go look for the little white cat. After all, that white cat was quite formidable. There was no need to worry about its safety. If it were to leave the imperial capital to travel elsewhere, Lin Jiufeng would not force it to stay. He returned to the cold palace and continued with his routine. Signing in, cultivating, and gaining enlightenment. In this cold winter, Lin Jiufeng continued to live a life detached from worldly affairs. Time passed. 3 days had passed, yet the white cat still hadn't returned to the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng could only shake his head. Time went by slowly. On this day, Xuanhuang delivered wine and food once again. It was the 6th day since Lin Jiufeng returned from the Northwest Plains. Xuanhuang said from behind the wall. Your Royal Highness, did you know? Xianbei of the Northwest Plains had an upheaval. Lin Jiufeng calmly drank his wine as he asked, what upheaval? According to the news received by our imperial guards, the fragmented Xianbei was united by an expert. But in less than a month, that expert was killed at the Celestial Lake on the Celestial Mountains. The united Xianbei fragmented once more. The fragmentation forced them to a corner to the point that they even sent their own men to request rations from the imperial capital for the winter. They also indicated their willingness to acknowledge their allegiance to the throne. Xuanhuang shared while shaking his head. He seemed to have found the events a tad bit unbelievable. Lin Jiufeng commented softly. His Majesty must be really happy then. Yes, the entire court is delighted because we no longer have to go to war. I didn't manage to come here for a few times since I was too busy with preparing for an upcoming war. But now that Xianbei has fragmented once more, I am not so busy anymore, so I came here to bring food and wine for your Royal Highness, Xuanhuang said with a chuckle. That's good. Lin Jiufeng nodded in satisfaction. With war, many people will die. His efforts of traveling day and night in a rush to the Northwest Plains to deliver that one strike didn't go in vain with this outcome. Xuanhuang also shared some interesting court matters with Lin Jiufeng. Afterwards, the curtain to this food delivery ended. Lin Jiufeng returned to his courtyard. He laid on the frost jade bed and brought out the demonic cultivation technique that Lin Tianyuan gave him. Ancient demonic book. This demonic book was very evil. It killed 2 emperors from the Xuanhuang God Dynasty in succession. However, after Lin Jiufeng was equipped with the well-illuminated Dao heart, his cultivation speed had become even more outstanding. His mentality also became more stable. He was not afraid of this ancient demonic book at all. Flipping open the parchment, Lin Jiufeng slowly read the contents of this demonic cultivation technique. I see. Lin Jiufeng gained a sudden revelation after reading it. This demon cultivation technique matches my demonic great refinement, it just so happens that I can cultivate them together. Lin Jiufeng smiled. As for its drawback of devouring life? Lin Jiufeng thought. So long as I advanced fast enough, I won't be afraid of being devoured by it. Meow. Right as Lin Jiufeng was thoroughly engrossed in studying the demonic cultivation technique, a meow came from the cold palace. It was the little white cat, it had returned. It initially did not want to let out a cry. But for some reason, it felt that it had to inform Lin Jiufeng that it was back. So it meowed once, then went to hide in the underground palace. Lin Jiufeng was in the middle of cultivating the demonic cultivation technique. He could not divert his attention away from the book, but the corner of his lips raised at an angle. In this cold palace, he now had a neighbor. Chapter 33, A Glass of Water. Xuanhuang God Dynasty, the 5th year after Emperor Ming ascended the throne. In the season of heavy snow, Lin Jiufeng went to the Northwest Plains on his own and killed the mighty martial sage of the grassland with a single strike of his sword. He stopped a war from starting. Then, he got a neighbor in the cold palace. Time passed slowly. Lin Jiufeng thought that the sect master of the Chasing Corpse sect would come to the imperial capital to investigate the disappearance of Corpse Elder and Butcher. But to his surprise, no one from the Chasing Corpse sect appeared. As if the deaths of the Corpse Elder and Butcher were of no significance to them. Those two were cultivators at the martial sage realm. Were the Chasing Corpse sect so extravagant that they didn't even care about their deaths? Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. Their martial sages disappeared in the imperial capital, but they had no plans of coming to investigate? Of course, it was also possible that the Chasing Corpse sect was afraid of the mysterious powerhouse hidden in the imperial capital. That could be the reason why they didn't show up. And so, time passed slowly. Spring went and autumn came. 5 years passed in a blink of an eye. Lin Jiufeng spent the last 5 years signing in quietly in the cold palace. He also took his time in combining the cultivation technique inside the ancient demonic book with the demonic great refinement. After he broke through to the step of life knowing, his strength became more and more unfathomable. Lin Jiufeng started to study the cultivation techniques that he had gathered so far in a more in-depth manner. He had become stronger after all these years. This year was the 10th year after Lin Tianyuan succeeded to the throne. Lin Jiufeng was 45 years old this year. The world has become unstable. The death of 9 martial sages with a single strike in the imperial capital was an event that happened 10 years ago. 5 years ago, he went to the northwest plains and killed 2 martial sage. But no one saw him do it. The people's respect in the Yuhua God dynasty's might was gradually disappearing. The Yuhua God dynasty itself felt the impact of this. On the surface, the years were still quiet and peaceful. But behind the scenes, it was turbulent. The imperial capital, a lord's mansion. In contrast to Lin Jiufeng's cold palace, this mansion was decorated rather lavishly. The lions at the entrance shone beautifully beneath the sun, while the guards that protected the residence were full of spirits. The owner of this mansion was the direct son of the current Empress Dowager. He was also once regarded as the heir to the throne. Unfortunately, Emperor Yuan disliked him. The former commented that he was ambitious but talentless. Even when Emperor Yuan was gravely injured back then, he didn't agree to appoint him as the crown prince. Instead, Emperor Yuan chose Lin Tianyuan. When Lin Tianyuan ascended the throne, the original queen became the Empress Dowager and he begged Lin Tianyuan not to kill her son. Lin Tianyuan agreed and gave him the title of an idle lord. He had no real power, but he was supplied with the best food and lifestyle possible. He was free to do whatever he wanted except that he couldn't leave the imperial capital. Lin Tianyuan made it clear that he was planning to take care of this former prince in this manner until death. But this former prince, the current Lord Taiping, was unwilling to suffer such a fate. He was Emperor Yuan's eldest son and the rightful heir to the throne. But what belonged to him was robbed by a bastard child, Lin Tianyuan. In the end, he was even forced to live the life of a wastrel. Lord Taiping didn't want to continue this lifestyle. Thus, he contacted the Xuanhuang demon sect in private, wanting to use their strength to carry out a coup. The Xuanhuang demon sect agreed, but they were worried about provoking the mysterious expert in the imperial capital. As a result, they contacted several other demonic sects and convinced them to support Lord Taiping in his endeavor. They didn't dare to openly make trouble in the imperial capital, but they were still courageous enough to secretly support a prince in his rebellion. The members of the Xuanhuang demon sect and the other demonic sects managed to infiltrate the ranks of the forbidden troops of the imperial capital. From the inside, they started to corrupt the commanders of the forbidden troops by luring them with benefits, intimidation, and various other methods. In just a few years, the commanders of the 100,000-strong forbidden troops were successfully corrupted and they all supported Lord Taiping. They were attracted by the prospect depicted by Lord Taiping. Support the imperial power. Defeat the pseudo-emperor. Return the throne to its rightful owner and help save the Yuhua God dynasty from ruin. If they succeed, they would become the new emperor's loyal officials who helped him retake the throne. Their status would definitely be much higher than their current ones. After several years of preparation, everything was finally in place. The only thing that Lord Taiping was worried about was the hidden powerhouse in the imperial capital. He was afraid that he might interfere and stop him. This was why there were 4 martial sages in Taiping's mansion at this moment. All of them were sent by the various demonic sects that came here to support Lord Taiping. The 10 commanders of the forbidden troops were also present, and even a martial sage of the royal family that had been persuaded to join Lord Taiping's cause was inside the mansion. These people gathered together to discuss whether they should go through with the coup or not. The only thing we should worry about by now is that sword from 10 years ago. Lord Taiping gnashed his teeth. When Emperor Yuan died, Lord Taiping was confident that he would be the one to ascend to the throne. But what happened next was something that he would never forget in his entire life. A bastard child appeared out of nowhere and took away the throne that belonged to him. What's worse was that the bastard child even placed him in a discreet house arrest. This was a humiliation that he would never forget for the rest of his life. It's been 10 years and this powerhouse hasn't appeared even once. We're not even sure if this expert is still even in the imperial capital or not, a martial sage expert said. I think that it's time. It's not a problem even if that person is in the imperial capital. You are the eldest son of Emperor Yuan, the original successor of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. You are just going to take back what belongs to you in the first place. This isn't a rebellion, but a mission to defeat the pseudo-emperor. A commander of the forbidden troop urged Lord Taiping. You're right. Anger broke out in Lord Taiping's heart. He had persevered for 10 whole years by now. He didn't plan to endure any longer. Tonight. Mobilize the forbidden troop and surround the forbidden city. Let's kill the pseudo-emperor, Lord Taiping said with a hideous look on his face. Leave the old emperor to me, I will ensure that he won't be able to rescue this Emperor Ming. The newly promoted martial sage of the royal family was confident. He chose to handle the old emperor. One of Emperor Ming's supporters. He was also Lord Taiping's grandpa emperor. Launch a mutiny. Lord Taiping drew out his sword and roared. Dong dong dong. The imperial capital trembled as countless people watched in surprise. Tonight, 100,000 members of the forbidden troops rushed to surround the forbidden city. In an instant, they controlled the court officials as they approached Emperor Ming at lightning speeds. This was something no one had expected. It was too sudden, everyone was caught off guard. The 4 martial sages from the demonic sects directly suppressed the 3 martial sages accumulated by Emperor Ming over the past 10 years. They also suppressed Nameless. Emperor Ming's grandpa emperor was also stopped by that martial sage from the royal family. For the time being, Emperor Ming was in grave danger. Inside the central hall in the Forbidden City, Lord Taiping boisterously laughed as he looked triumphantly at Lin Tianyuan, who was being surrounded by the former's troops. Your 4 martial sages are being suppressed by my people at this moment. The old emperor has also been stopped by a martial sage from the royal family. The forbidden troops had long become my people, and many major families are supporting me. Once you are dead, countless top families and numerous powerful sects will come here to congratulate me on clearing out the rebels and restoring the royal throne to its rightful owner. Lord Taiping was just too happy. Having pushed Lin Tianyuan to a corner, he was finally about to take what belonged to him. In order to succeed, you even cooperated with the demonic sects? Lin Tianyuan's face was gloomy as he said amidst his gnashed teeth. Those who dream of glory will not bother with the trivialities. Cooperating with the demonic sect is better than the throne being occupied by a thief like you. 10 years. 10 whole years. Do you know how I spent the past 10 years? Lord Taiping roared with a ferocious expression on his face. I'm here to kill you. The throne is mine and no one can take it away from me. Lord Taiping raised his sword and he slowly walked over to Lin Tianyuan. Lin Tianyuan wanted to fight back, but he was suppressed by a great Grandmaster Realm Cultivator. Lord Taiping said proudly, all the people you see right now are my people. How are you going to fight against me? Lin Tianyuan gritted his teeth and looked at this scene in fury. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng picked up a teacup and made a cup of tea in the dark. The little white cat rode on the ground with its paw. Aren't you going to help him? A group of people playing house isn't worthy enough for me to come out. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. The so-called rebellion was nothing more than playing house in his eyes. He was too lazy to go over, and he was also too lazy to draw his sword. As a result, he just tossed the cup in his hand into the air. The water in the cup flew out quickly as it condensed into a long sword that hovered in the air. Boom! At the very next moment, this longsword pierced through Lord Taiping and the 4 martial sages from the demonic sect in the Forbidden City. The white cat blinked its eyes. It quickly wrote 2 words on the floor. You freak! Chapter 34, News of the Holy Maiden in the Forbidden City. The triumphant Lord Taiping, who was in control of the situation, fell flat onto the floor. There was a wound in the center of his eyebrows as blood slowly flowed out. Not only him, but the martial sages of the demonic sect suffered the same fate as him. Facing Lin Jiufeng's sword strike that was casually executed, they couldn't resist at all. They all died. Lin Tianyuan's martial sages immediately began their counterattack. They attacked and killed the commanders of the forbidden troops. The rebellion was controlled in an instant. Everyone looked at Lin Tianyuan in a daze. What happened? They didn't saw Lin Jiufeng's sword just now. The move Lin Jiufeng used was similar to a spring breeze in rain. Just like how the rain was formed by invisible water vapors, people wouldn't notice its formation. But Lin Tianyuan knew that only his uncle had the ability to execute these people so covertly. He looked at the forbidden troops. He was suddenly scared. If it wasn't for Lin Jiufeng, his reign would have been overthrown. I paid too much attention to external matters and reforms. I've relaxed my control over the imperial capital. This is a harsh lesson to me. Lin Tianyuan gnashed his teeth and swallowed the bitter pill. Drop your weapons. I won't hold you all accountable. I will only punish the leaders. Lin Tianyuan took a deep breath and declared solemnly. As soon as this statement of his came out, the soldiers successively put down their weapons. They didn't dare to resist. A crisis disappeared, just like this. Lin Tianyuan looked in the direction of the cold palace. Words weren't enough to describe his gratitude. After Lord Taiping's rebellion, the imperial capital immediately strengthened its management. The other lords have been scared off by the turn of events. They didn't dare to make any move for fear of being targeted. Some people described the current Emperor Ming as a frightened tiger. When he encountered any person or beast, he would choose to kill the other party to ensure his own safety. For a while, the security in the imperial capital greatly improved. Lin Tianyuan didn't do anything to the outsiders. He first cleaned up the royal family members from the inside out. Those who committed a lot of crimes, those who colluded with the demonic sects, and those who participated in the rebellion were all killed. This time, many royal family members were executed. Heads rolled here and there, causing many people to panic. With the executions, Lin Tianyuan's majesty as the emperor in the eyes of the masses became heavier. However, Lin Tianyuan didn't care what others thought of him. After cleaning up the pests in the royal family, he came to pay respect and express his gratitude to Lin Jiufeng. This was his second trip to the Cold Palace since he ascended the throne. On average, 1 trip to the Cold Palace every 5 years. Uncle. Thank you for saving my life, Lin Tianyuan said respectfully. It's just a small matter, Lin Jiufeng said calmly. This was really just a small matter to him. Uncle, with the in-depth reform of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, and the removal of the 9 vassal lords, the pressure on the treasury has been reduced by quite a lot. Next, I plan to do something about the sects, Lin Tianyuan said solemnly. Do something against the sects of the world? Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. No, I just want to eliminate the Buddhist temples in the Jiangnan area. Lin Tianyuan shook his head. In the land of mist and rain, Jiangnan, Buddhist temples prevailed. One could say that there was a temple in every 3 steps and a monastery in 5. The monks in these temples and monasteries do not do anything productive aside from accepting the people's offerings. The bodhisattva statues in the temples are shining from the gold that was used to create them, but the people outside the temples are hungry. Despite that, they still had to give their offerings and pray to the bodhisattvas for safety. This is too much, Lin Tianyuan said indignantly. Lin Jiufeng remained quiet as he listened. What's worse was that ordinary people who have committed crimes are using these temples to hide by pretending that they have put down their butcher knives to become monks and eventually a Buddha. Since they now belong to the Buddhist sects, the imperial court no longer has any right to arrest them, for the imperial court has no right to interfere in the affairs of the Buddhist sects. This is why it's common for the villains to become monks in the Jiangnan area. Once they have become monks, they would then proceed to commit more crimes under the protection of the Buddhist sections. Adultery, looting, all sorts of crimes weren't a problem for them to commit. But despite all of these, in the eyes of the people, all the monks from the Buddhist sects were all kind and compassionate. This point of view makes it hard for the imperial court to handle them. These temples and monasteries must be demolished. The evil monks must be arrested. Temples and monasteries can exist, but they can't be everywhere like they are right now. Lin Tianyuan relayed his thoughts to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng, who has been silently listening all this while, asked, "The Buddhist sects are still quite strong. How many martial sages do you have under your command?" 5. Lin Tianyuan said. "But I managed to recruit a few martial sages recently. They know my plan and are willing to help me." So in fact, the actual numbers are about a dozen or so martial sages. Lin Tianyuan added. Lin Jiufeng instantly understood. It was because of this group of martial sages that Lin Tianyuan gained the confidence to deal with the Buddhist sects. "Since you have already decided to do this, then go do it. The temples and monasteries all over the land should indeed be demolished," Lin Jiufeng said. Lin Tianyuan replied, embarrassed. "I hope that uncle can help me when necessary." "You already have a dozen martial sages under you," Lin Jiufeng said. This was a very formidable group. There are 3 Buddhist sects in the Jiangnan area: Dalan Temple, Xuanhuang Temple, and Shaolin Temple. The Dalan Temple respects the boundaries of their territories without daring to expand their area of influence. Its believers are also bountiful, and their monks are kind. I won't target the Dalan Temple this time. As for the Xuanhuang Temple and the Shaolin Temple, it feels like they are competing with each other. If one expands its influence further, the other also expands. There are 80,000 temples and monasteries in the Jiangnan area alone, all of which were built by the believers of these 2 sects that used their influence to bluff the believers into building these temples and monasteries for them. This time, these 2 sects are the ones I'm targeting. Lin Tianyuan explained in detail. But the Xuanhuang Temple and the Shaolin Temple are both Buddhist sects that have been passed down for thousands of years. Their backgrounds are also profound, with resources enough to nurture a lot of powerhouses in their sections. Besides, they are quite far away from the imperial capital. Plus, they also have a lot of cultivators in their ranks, so they aren't afraid of the imperial court. I'm worried that these 2 sects might have 1 or 2 powerhouses that I won't be able to handle. Lin Tianyuan explained his worries to Lin Jiufeng. Do what you want without fear. If such a person really appears, I will help you handle it. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while and agreed. Lin Tianyuan's reform was akin to continuing the unfulfilled wishes of Emperor Yuan. In the past, Emperor Yuan wanted to destroy the vassal lords first. Then, he was planning on destroying the monasteries and temples of the Buddhist sects in the secular world afterwards. Now that the problem of the vassal lords had been resolved and the other places of the Unrivalled God Dynasty were safe and sound, he wanted to target the Jiangnan area next. Lin Jiufeng naturally supported him. Thank you, uncle. Lin Tianyuan was overjoyed. Now, he was reassured of his success. Lin Jiufeng was what gave him the confidence. Having received Lin Jiufeng's guarantee, Lin Tianyuan's mood relaxed. He couldn't help but speak with a smile. Uncle, I recently received a piece of news. I reckon you might be interested in it. What news would I be interested in? Lin Jiufeng looked at him. Uncle, do you still remember why you were sent into the cold palace in the first place? Lin Tianyuan asked as he laughed. This question made Lin Jiufeng recall his memories. At that time, he had just transmigrated and was then directly sent into the cold palace. 25 years passed in a flash. When Lin Jiufeng remembered why he was locked up in the cold palace, the white cat appeared in the corner and curled up. It looked very inconspicuous, but its eyes were full of spirits. It eavesdropped. It wanted to know why Lin Jiufeng was locked up in the cold palace. "Why did you bring up this matter?" Lin Jiufeng asked, puzzled. "It has been 25 years since you released the Holy Maiden of the Great Yin Dynasty. Your actions back then incurred the wrath of the imperial court, and that was why you were exiled and locked up in the cold palace," Lin Tianyuan said. It's indeed because of this, then?" Lin Jiufeng calmly looked at Lin Tianyuan. "It's been 25 years, don't you want to know how that holy maiden is faring after all these years?" Lin Tianyuan asked. Lin Jiufeng was dumbfounded. He never thought about this so-called holy maiden even once in the past 25 years. He thought he would never hear anything about her ever again. Lin Jiufeng may have forgotten, but Lin Tianyuan's words just now sent him on a trip down the memory lane. He couldn't help but ask, "What news is it all about?" Lin Tianyuan boisterously laughed before he answered. "I knew that you wouldn't be indifferent in matters that concern this holy maiden." The little white cat listened. Then, it narrowed its eyes slowly as it wrote 2 words on the ground with its paw. "You pervert." Chapter 35, Waiting for the Rain. Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan indifferently. "Say what is needed to be said. Don't say anything that shouldn't be said." After Lin Tianyuan teased his uncle, he quickly realized what he had done and he immediately felt worried. "In a hurry," he said, "Teacher, this holy maiden of the Great Yin Dynasty has rarely left her place for the past 25 years since she returned. She's responsible for the sacrificial matters in her nation. A lot of people say that she can communicate with the gods. There are countless people who are said to be able to communicate with the gods, but which one of them has any real ability?" Lin Jiufeng acted nonchalantly. The image of this holy maiden had already disappeared from his mind. He totally couldn't remember what she looked like. After all, he hadn't thought of her even once in the past 25 years. How was it possible that he could still remember what she looked like? "Uncle, what you said is wrong. According to the information I have received, this holy maiden of the Great Yin Dynasty actually has real ability," Lin Tianyuan explained. "What ability?" Lin Jiufeng asked calmly. "This holy maiden has been blessed by the gods to enlighten others. A lot of people prayed sincerely, and after her enlightenment, they became powerhouses. A few martial sages have already appeared because of her. Some of these people became her dedicated guards, and they are now a force that cannot be underestimated throughout the Great Yin Dynasty," Lin Tianyuan explained. "Enlightening people into reaching the martial sage realm?" Lin Jiufeng's expression looked strange. "That's right. This is the information I've received from our spies. It's absolutely true." Lin Tianyuan nodded. "To be able to enlighten others into reaching the martial sage realm, she definitely has a higher cultivation base than that of the martial sage realm. As far as I can remember, when the Holy Maiden was caught 25 years ago, she wasn't even at the innate realm at all and was extremely weak. But to think that she would become such a terrifying powerhouse after 25 years? Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He found it hard to believe that this was true. If Lin Jiufeng was asked to mentor someone into becoming a martial sage, he could do it with a bit of effort. But this was only limited to the first step of the martial sage realm, profound insight. Lin Jiufeng was now at the second step of the martial sage realm, life knowing. And he was at the absolute pinnacle of this second step. He didn't even dare to waste a second in the past 5 years, yet how was it possible that the Holy Maiden of the Great Yin Dynasty could compare to him in cultivation speed? Lin Tianyuan saw that Lin Jiufeng didn't believe it. However, he didn't explain any further as he just said, "I just want to inform you of this, uncle. After all, she's a person who had some relations with you before. If you don't believe my words, then pardon me, for I shall go back and deal with state affairs." Lin Jiufeng watched him leave without saying anything. As for the Holy Maiden who was previously related to him? That time would be the last time that I'll be related to her for the rest of my life. Lin Jiufeng muttered in his heat. With his character of wanting to stay in the cold palace forever, it was unlikely he would meet this so-called holy maiden ever again. After Lin Tianyuan took his leave, the white cat walked over slowly. It asked Lin Jiufeng through writing. Tell me about this holy maiden. Go practice your penmanship that's worse than the trails of a crawling dog first. Lin Jiufeng didn't pay any attention to it. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng. It felt humiliated as it struck the ground angrily with its claws. What did he mean by worse than the trails of a crawling dog? Just look at how cute the words it has written were. Lin Tianyuan started to become busy in the preparations of dealing with the Buddhist sects, and so did the entire Unrivalled God Dynasty. But in the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng was in the middle of comprehending the third step of the martial sage realm, fish leap. He was about to make a breakthrough. I have to make a breakthrough to the third step as soon as possible. Then, I should start trying to comprehend the fourth step of the martial sage realm. My aim is to eventually make a breakthrough to the human god realm and hopefully achieve the peak of cultivation. This is what my goal should be. Lin Jiufeng thought silently. If there wasn't a need for him to go out, then he wouldn't leave the cold palace at all. He had an incredibly long lifespan by now anyway. As winter passed, the ice and snow of the 12th lunar month finally melted. Spring came, and the whole world underwent a few subtle changes. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng has been looking at the sky for the past few days. There would always be a frown on his face whenever he did so. He visited the underground palace and tapped its doors with his toes. After a while, the white cat came out and looked at Lin Jiufeng, astonished. Lin Jiufeng never came here to look for it before. Have you felt that there is something strange with the world in the past few days? Lin Jiufeng asked. The white cat thought for a while. Then, it wrote in confusion. I didn't feel anything at all. Lin Jiufeng glanced at the words. The handwriting was still as ugly as ever. Seeing that the white cat didn't notice anything wrong, Lin Jiufeng turned around and left as he continued to observe the sky. Meow. The white cat called out and quickly wrote a few words. What have you discovered? Lin Jiufeng stopped in his tracks. He looked at the words for a moment before saying, the spiritual energy in the world has been extremely unstable a few hours before daybreak. The spiritual energy that exists and we are able to absorb down here is still normal, but there is an abundance of spiritual energy high up in the sky as if there is a storm up above. Lin Jiufeng explained what he had observed to the white cat. Ordinary martial sages wouldn't possibly notice these changes. It was only Lin Jiufeng, who couldn't sleep at night and whose eyes were sharp enough, was able to see such a scene in the middle of the night. The white cat also looked at the sky in confusion. But it didn't notice anything. But it believed in Lin Jiufeng, so it followed him as he toured around the cold palace from morning till night. But nothing of significance was discovered. At night, the white cat laid on top of the courtyard walls while Lin Jiufeng stood all alone on his own. His body was agile and vigorous, and his face was still the same as it was 25 years ago. Lin Jiufeng was looking at the sky. Thousands of miles high up in the sky. There was a tempest of spiritual energy. The white cat wasn't able to see this. It observed carefully, but it found nothing. As Lin Jiufeng looked at the sky, he realized something in his heart as he said, the spring rain still hasn't come, right? The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. Why did he mention this all of a sudden? Lin Jiufeng wasn't a farmer. What did the spring rain have to do with him? Lin Jiufeng said, tonight, there will be a heavy rain that will affect the world. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng, bewildered. Why wasn't it able to understand what he was saying? Lin Jiufeng stopped talking and returned to his room. He opened the doors and the windows as he laid on the frost jade bed. Then, he waited at ease. In a Buddhist temple, 7 or 8 old monks stood around an extremely old and shriveled monk. This spiritual energy of the world is really about to make a recovery. There will be a heavy rain tonight, and this heavy rain shall signal the arrival of a new era. The shriveled monk softly mumbled. His breathing considerably weakened, but his eyes looked bright. There seemed to be countless pictures flitting across his eyes. Holy Buddha, what else did you see? A monk asked. Shaolin Temple is about to encounter a catastrophe. Don't, the monk said these with great difficulty. But before he could finish his words, he suddenly stopped breathing and passed away. The other monks looked at the breathless holy Buddha. Then, they looked at each other. Let's wait and see what will happen. The holy Buddha used his life to spy on the future and remind us that the Shaolin Temple must withstand this catastrophe, an upright monk said solemnly. Yes, the holy Buddha said don't be afraid before he died. Shaolin managed to remain standing for 1,000 years because of our unity, the head of the Daimo Hall said firmly. Afterwards, they made arrangements for the corpse of the holy Buddha as they waited for the heavy rain that was due to come tonight. Great Yan Dynasty. It was a small country located in a huge mountain range and that had many legends surrounding it. Unlike the Central Plains, there was an exotic atmosphere here. Temple of the Holy Maiden. This was the most important temple in the Great Yan Dynasty. The masses referred to the Holy Maiden as the daughter of the gods and countless people worshipped her as one. In the main hall of the Holy Maiden Temple, there was only one woman inside. She wore a red dress that easily swayed side to side, her beautiful face had a strong exotic feel to it, and her every move was captivating. However, she didn't do anything to produce such an effect. This natural captivating effect that she had made countless men fall for her. But in the 25 years since her return, no man had ever gotten close to her. Tonight, she looked at the sky and whispered, "This world is going to change. My opportunity is coming." She was also waiting for this rain. Chapter 36, Lie on bed at night, listen to the rain and break through. Everyone was waiting for the rain. In the imperial capital, there was Lin Jiufeng. In the Great Yan Dynasty, there was the Holy Maiden. In the Jiangnan area, there were the monks from Shaolin Temple. In other places, many people came to know about the arrival of this rain through various means. In the courtyard of the Cold Palace, Lin Jiufeng was calculating the time. In the wee hours, the rain should arrive on time. Since I transmigrated here, the spirit energy has been slowly recovering, but this recovery is subtle and very slow. After 25 years, the spirit energy has only increased a little. Lin Jiufeng thought silently. This was why all of those who managed to reach the martial sage realm became stuck in the first step of the martial sage realm, profound insight. Even Lin Jiufeng wasn't spared, he had been stuck for 5 years in the profound insight step. It was only when he took a trip to the Northwest Plains and executed that sword move did he manage to make a breakthrough to life knowing. Now, he was stuck in the life knowing step. It was obvious how slow the recovery of the world's spiritual energy was. The recovery was so slow that even the world itself started to become anxious. From the beginning of the previous winter until the spring of this year, the world itself was anxious all this time. Ordinary people couldn't see it because they didn't have the ability to sense it. Only a powerful martial sage noticed it. When the preparations were finally done, the world itself managed to gather a huge amount of spiritual energy that it would spill onto the world by tonight. Lin Jiufeng was waiting for this rain. The white cat was lying close to the window. It wasn't really aware of what was happening, but since Lin Jiufeng said it would rain tonight, it chose to accompany him and waited for the rain with him. Night descended, and the stars tonight were very bright. The moonlight was also extra resplendent and radiant. Like the moon on the 15th of the Chinese lunar month, 1. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in confusion. Would it rain? Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes. He adjusted his body and adjusted his state to the peak. When the rain arrived, he would be able to make a breakthrough to the next stage. Time slowly passed minute by minute. At midnight, the moon crossed the galaxy, and the timing was in the wee hours. Boom! At this moment, thunderclap reverberated throughout the entire world one after another, as if a god was raging and roaring at the world. The sound of thunder echoed between heaven and earth. Tick, tick, tick. Rain dropped down and landed on the eaves. The white cat looked at this in surprise. It actually rained. It couldn't help but stick its head out, wanting to take a look. Shoosh! But in the very next second, the rainstorm came and the raindrops fell onto its face. Caught off guard, its fur got wet. The white cat hurriedly retracted its head and shook its head to shake off the rainwater. But as it was shaking its head, it stiffened all of a sudden. Why was there such a dense and large amount of spiritual energy in the rainwater? This amount of spiritual energy was so large that it couldn't believe it. The white cat couldn't help but look at Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng was already in a cultivation state. As rainwater fell, it carried with it dense amounts of spiritual energy. Howling gales blew the spiritual energy all over the mortal realm. This world was being nourished. This was the gift of heaven and earth to the world. Lin Jiufeng had already started absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. His body entered a deep state of cultivation. Rumble. Outside were lightning and thunder, rain and wind. Inside the house, Lin Jiufeng was lying on the bed while listening to the rain and breaking through to the next step. The white cat learned from him. It knew that Lin Jiufeng was smarter, so it learned from Lin Jiufeng and started to cultivate too. It also wanted to become stronger. It wanted to defeat Lin Jiufeng and step on him with its paws. It wanted to show off its power and might. The white cat was already planning its revenge against Lin Jiufeng for constantly calling the words it wrote ugly. Tonight, countless cultivators were surprised to discover that the concentration of spiritual energy in the world was increasing by leaps and bounds. 50 times. 100 times. Even hundreds of times. Some people took in a breath of the spiritual energy and they immediately became bloated as they yelled in surprise. There were some old people that were on the verge of death. They were ambitious, but their bodies weren't capable enough for them to fulfill their ambitions anymore. Each of them had already come to terms regarding their deaths, and they were peaceful. But the spiritual energy brought by this rain moisturized their dried bodies. They were rejuvenated. They directly broke through their shackles. They directly broke through the restrictions on their cultivation base and gained a new lease in life. These old people were reduced to tears. Some old people even yelled, "I really want to live another 500 years. The old seniors that had constantly lived in seclusion for hundreds of years in their various sects and families crawled out of their coffins one after another. This is a totally different world now. This is a world of great competition. I want to try to leave a legend in this world again. It was passed down since ancient times that the world's energies would recover and the world will return to its previous glorious state 1,500 years ago. Now, I have successfully waited for its arrival. It's not in vain that I sealed myself for 500 years. I can look at this brand new world with my eyes. For the next 500 years, this world shall worship me as their master." Different old people said different things, but without exception, their cultivation bases were all very high. Tonight, their bodies were rejuvenated. Then, they directly broke through to the martial sage realm. And some even continued to climb higher. Great Yin Dynasty, Temple of the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden was also currently absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. She couldn't help but comment in satisfaction. It's indeed a new world now. This is only the beginning and the amount of spiritual energy is already so huge. From now on, this world will be very exciting. Although I came into this world quite a number of years earlier, I still managed to establish a foundation in this world. Then, she began to cultivate. As lighting flitted across the skies above her, her cultivation base broke through to the martial sage realm. But she didn't stop there as her breakthrough continued. Imperial capital. The powerhouses of the royal family were also frantically absorbing the spiritual energy in the air, including Lin Tianyuan, who suddenly discovered that he now had a hope of breaking through to the martial sage realm. How could he possibly let go of this opportunity and stop cultivating? Tonight, no one fought against each other. There were no quarrels, nor was there anyone that rested. Tonight, everybody cultivated in unison. And they achieved breakthroughs in their cultivation in unison. In the cold palace, the white cat's body shone in a fluorescent light. Deep within this light were traces of energies that it had absorbed back when it consumed those treasures in the underground palace. It was completely reborn. As for Lin Jiufeng, there wasn't any phenomenon on him. If becoming ordinary was a phenomenon, then indeed he has one phenomenon on him. alone on the frost jade bed, listening to the rain as he made a breakthrough in his cultivation base. This was Lin Jiufeng's current state. The energies that he had accumulated after cultivating for more than 20 years, coupled with the 2 demonic cultivation techniques that he was simultaneously cultivating, plus a few sword techniques, and countless other techniques he obtained from signing in. All of these combined caused him to crazily break through at this moment. As his techniques and his insights into them collided and merged with each other, Lin Jiufeng suddenly opened his eyes. He seemed to be able to see a fish happily swimming within the water droplets in the rain. In an instant, he reached the fish leap step of the martial sage realm. Next was the great sage step, which was also the final step of the martial sage realm. Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly. This wasn't a problem for him anymore. With the help of the demonic great refinement and the ancient demonic book, breaking through wasn't a problem to him anymore. Only a night passed, yet the world has changed dramatically. Countless cultivators made their own breakthroughs into their next realms. Even for the common people, the abundant spiritual energy in the world has healed their old illnesses and injuries. The seriously ill old people recovered their health. The dying were also redeemed. The children became more intelligent. All in all, a new era has officially arrived. So in order to cope with the arrival of the new era, the first thing Lin Tianyuan did was to come and look for Lin Jiufeng. He knew that in this new era, the absolute strength of every individual would be greatly strengthened, and although it couldn't be said that martial sages could now be found everywhere, they were no longer that rare. Therefore, should he still carry out his plan? Lin Tianyuan needed Lin Jiufeng's guidance. But Lin Jiufeng didn't come out to see him. Lin Jiufeng was still working hard in his cultivation at this moment, so he didn't have the time to see anyone. Everything will proceed as per normal, but you need to work harder in cultivating talents. Lin Jiufeng only gave Lin Tianyuan these words, but the door to the cold palace remained closed. 1. Annotation text missing. Chapter 37, The Buddhist sect's attitude. The world changed drastically overnight. Countless old powerhouses were reborn and countless young talents broke through the next stages in their cultivation realms. But all of this had nothing much to do with Lin Jiufeng. In the cold palace, he continued his routine of signing in as usual. Do you want to sign in before the newly born land of extremely negative energy? A line of words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Lin Jiufeng was astonished. A newly born land of extreme negative energy? What do these words mean? The original land of extremely negative energy was directly under the cold palace, where the demon lord from 1,500 years ago and the chasing corpse sect from 700 or 800 years ago had left their traces. Lin Jiufeng had already signed in at this location before. But the gain wasn't that significant. Because thousands of years have passed in this land of extremely negative energy. In addition, the demon lord built a palace in the same land while the chasing corpse sect buried the corpse of their ancestor. As a result, the negative energy of this land was at its final dredges by the time Lin Jiufeng came to sign in. The so-called land of extremely negative energy wasn't that useful anymore. If not, then the trapped soul of Imperial Consort Jia in the land of extremely negative energy wouldn't be so weak that she couldn't even kill Lin Jiufeng, who had only recently started cultivating back then. It should be this rain that caused this huge change in the land of extremely negative energy. It made the true land of extremely negative energy appear. Lin Jiufeng thought about it carefully and deduced. In the future, there would definitely be many terrifying places that would appear in this world. Therefore, he needed strength. Lin Jiufeng resolutely said, "Sign in." Sign in successful. Receive the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. In the very next moment, an insight to the great Tao and a fist intent appeared in his mind. It also included the true meaning of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lin Jiufeng was shocked. Making the 6 paths of reincarnation appear with one punch, this technique is indeed terrifying. This world was still somewhat of a high-level martial type of world yesterday. Lin Jiufeng's strongest ability only enabled him to use his sword energy to kill enemies hundreds of miles away from where he was. But after the heavy rain, he immediately received the 6 paths of reincarnation fist after his usual routine of signing in today. forcibly manifesting the 6 paths of reincarnation with a punch to devour and destroy the enemy. This world has completely turned into a fantasy type of a world. The pinnacle of the martial path has increased in this brand new world. There are more realms for me to break through now, Lin Jiufeng said in surprise. No one knew how many great grandmasters entered the martial sage realm, and how many martial sages entered the life-knowing step of the martial sage realm after yesterday's reign. Even the white cat lying on the window ledge was emanating a formidable aura. It also managed to greatly progress in its cultivation. But the white cat's aura suddenly became violent all of a sudden. A wisp of black energy emerged from its body as it started to meow in pain. It made a mistake while cultivating? Lin Jiufeng frowned. The white cat was too hasty in its cultivation. It didn't manage to properly control the huge amount of spiritual energy it had accumulated in its body. Lin Jiufeng decisively reached out and grabbed the white cat into his hand as he infused his true qi into its body. Under Lin Jiufeng's control, the white cat eventually recovered as it became calm. Then, it slowly opened its eyes. It immediately noticed that it was lying in Lin Jiufeng's palm. Its abdomen was facing Lin Jiufeng. Meow. The little white cat hurriedly jumped away from Lin Jiufeng. It looked at him angrily before writing a few words with its paw. Why were you hugging me? You made a mistake while cultivating, Lin Jiufeng said honestly. The white cat's anger lessened upon hearing his words. Lin Jiufeng was just helping it after all. Left without a choice, it could only write weakly on the floor. You are not allowed to hold me. You've made a breakthrough into a new realm, yet you still can't speak. You really are quite stupid. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He had no intention of hugging the white cat at all. Although it felt quite good holding it. I broke through, but I still can't see through you. The little white cat wrote. Because I also broke through into a new realm. A realm beyond your reach. Lin Jiufeng's mouth curled up as he said with a smile. The people around the world enthusiastically discussed the rain that fell last night. But a few days later, the rain was still falling. Non-stop. In the end, the rain lasted for a month. Within this month, young talents rose up everywhere. Besides that, there were also powerful cultivators from hundreds of years ago that started to appear in the world. Their presence completely disrupted the originally peaceful world. Young geniuses and old experts appeared at the same period and competed against each other. Countless powerhouses were brought together in this new world. It was simply unimaginable. The power of each individual continued to rise. The imperial court's deterrent power was greatly reduced as various violations of the law and people who committed taboos emerged endlessly. Lin Tianyuan finally made up his mind to target the Buddhist sects. An imperial decree was made. It ordered the demolition of the 80,000 monasteries and temples belonging to the Xuanhuang and Shaolin Temple. Of course, the buildings that their sects originally had were spared from this demolition order. However, millions of monks were ordered to renounce their faith and enter the secular world. Among them, the most sinful ones must be sent to the authorities to undergo a fair trial and receive the punishment they deserved after all this time. This imperial decree directly shocked the world. A new era was coming. This was an era where cultivators would undoubtedly flourish. Both Shaolin Temple and Xuanhuang Temple have a 1,000-year heritage under their belts. With their deep foundations, they had talents in both the older and younger generations of monks. It was only 400 years ago when the Unrivalled God Dynasty was established. It only had a few martial sages underneath its banner, yet the imperial court actually dared to take action against these powerful forces? The whole world instantly became lively. Everyone wanted to see how the Shaolin and Xuanhuang Temple would respond. Jiannan. On a majestic mountain range, there were statues of Buddha everywhere. The highest mountain was the Shaolin Golden Peak. Every day when the sun rose, golden light would shine on this peak, making it look like the kingdom of Buddha. This was the base camp of Shaolin Temple, Shaoshi Mountain. It was written in Lin Tianyuan's imperial decree that except for the temples on this mountain, every large and small temple outside of this mountain were to be demolished. After the Shaolin Temple received the imperial decree, they immediately held a meeting. In the demo hall, hundreds of monks sat in rows. Boom! The head of demo hall slapped the table angrily as he said, "Our Buddhist sect had always been independent for thousands of years. No dynasty had ever interfered with us, and we also never undermined the imperial court. We even disseminated Buddhist classics so that the common people can live and work in peace. But now, what is the Xuanhuang God Dynasty trying to do with us? Yes, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty is too much. It has only been 400 years since the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was established, yet it's already so daring? Shutting our temples is tantamount to destroying the foundation of the Shaolin Temple. We must definitely oppose this order to the end." I finally understand what catastrophe the Holy Buddha was talking about before he died. It turns out that it's from the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The crowd of monks started their discussion. The abbot of Shaolin Temple raised his hand and said calmly, "There's no need to be angry. This is a new era. The seniors of our Shaolin have already made their breakthroughs. The martial sage realm is no longer that difficult to reach anymore. Some of them has even reached the second step of the martial sage realm, and there's also a senior who's attempting to break through to the third step, fish leap. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty is a secular dynasty. They are only relying on the powerful martial sage hidden in their imperial capital. But he's just one person. How can he drastically change the world alone? There is no need for our Shaolin Temple to respond personally. Let's just find some powerhouses that hate the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and we'll gather them together. I reckon that they will be enough to crush the Xuanhuang God Dynasty to death." The abbot of Shaolin Temple carried a faint smile, but there was disdain in his smile. This is the age of the cultivators, it isn't the age of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty anymore. Since they are not behaving, then let's just change the dynasty. As soon as these words came out, the monks of Shaolin Temple became excited. The Shaolin Temple that had been passed down for thousands of years must be this domineering at the least. How could they let themselves be bullied by a dynasty that has only been in existence for 400 years? There wasn't any reaction from Shaolin Temple at all. They acted as if they had never heard of this imperial decree. None of the temples under Shaolin Temple's command were demolished. Ignore. Shaolin Temple directly ignored the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and the Emperor Lin Tianyuan. However, Xuanhuang Temple was even more direct. After seeing the imperial decree, it immediately announced that it would build another 100 temples in the Jiangnan area. It hoped that its believers would actively donate money to help the Buddha build a golden body. In return, they would be blessed by Buddha for their donation. These two sects didn't give the Xuanhuang God Dynasty any face at all. But some people became curious as to why the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was treating the three Buddhist sects completely different from each other despite the fact that their origins were the same. As an example, why didn't the Xuanhuang God Dynasty target Dalan Temple too? Chapter 38. I drew human gods in the Jiangnan region. There were 3 Buddhist mountains, each located in a different place. They did not interfere with each other and did not have much dealings with each other either. Shaolin Temple's Mount Song, Xuanhuang Temple's Mount Hang, and Dalan Temple's Daqing Mountain. This was a majestic green mountain that was also the gate to the Dalan Temple itself. Unlike the magnificent Shaolin Temple, which was filled with Buddha statues with its color scheme focused on gold and vibe glorious as it exhibited a secular yellow and white atmosphere. This mountain which Dalan Temple was on looked simple on the outside. But the essence laid within. One could not see any buildings on the mountain, nor could they see any Buddhist landmarks. The only way to see the brilliance of the Dalan Temple was inside the great mountain. Countless stone caves were chiseled out and divided within the mountain. Each of them had a number of carvings inside. Generations of monks of the Dalan Temple chiseled and carved with their own axes, forming exquisite carvings and moving Buddhist portraits telling ancient stories within this great mountain. Everyone who came and saw these lifelike carvings and paintings would almost certainly be shocked. The monks of Dalan Temple do not compete with the outside world. They guarded their own territory and practiced Buddhism. This was also the reason why Lin Tianyuan did not include them as his targets. Dalan Temple has also heard of the conflict between the Shaolin Temple, the Xuanhuang Temple, and the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The monks of the Dalan Temple were also talking about it. But because the Xuanhuang God Dynasty did target them, they just watched from the side. The abbot of the Dalan temple sighed tersely. The world of great competition has just arrived, and the Buddhist sects have already encountered this catastrophe. It really makes one worry. The Shaolin Temple ignored the imperial decree from the Yuhua God Dynasty. The Xuanhuang Temple, on the other hand, even provoked the Yuhua God Dynasty by building hundreds of temples. Their attitude was clear. For them, the Yuhua God Dynasty was nothing. Everyone's eyes fell on the Yuhua God Dynasty, waiting to see how Emperor Ming Lin Tianyuan would react. Even people from within the Yuhua God Dynasty, along with a few aristocratic families, as well as some wildly ambitious people, observed quietly. Emperor Ming actually had the guts to issue such an imperial decree. He made his decree known to the world and offended these Buddhist sections. How would this matter come to an end? Forbidden City, Great Council Hall. Emperor Ming Lin Tianyuan wore a grim look on his face. He was enraged. He heard of the Shaolin Temple's methods from his subjects and he snorted coldly. They have no regard for the law. But when he heard what the Xuanhuang Temple had done, he was even more infuriated. They are challenging me, challenging the Yuhua God Dynasty. Your Majesty. The Buddhist sects are powerful, and the people in the Jiangnan area believe in them piously. The cabinet chief persuaded. Your Majesty, take it slowly. We can't go head-to-head with them for now. The court officials advised Lin Tianyuan. But Lin Tianyuan was confident. He was given the nod by Lin Jiufeng after all. There's no need to say more. Continue the preparations. The extermination of the Buddhist sects is imperative. Lin Tianyuan said firmly. Your Majesty, how should we proceed? The cabinet chief inquired. I have my ways. Lin Tianyuan said confidently. After dismissing the court officials, Lin Tianyuan could not sit still anymore. He left the palace immediately and went to look for Lin Jiufeng alone. If there were issues that he couldn't solve, ask uncle. He had developed such a habit. In front of the cold palace, Lin Tianyuan knocked on the door and entered. Lin Jiufeng saw Lin Tianyuan. He asked calmly, why are you here again? Lin Tianyuan's visits have been too frequent lately. Uncle. The Shaolin and Xuanhuang Temple have no regard for the law. Lin Tianyuan briefly explained everything. Don't you have more than a dozen martial sages under you? Lin Jiufeng asked. After the rain, the spiritual energy of the world is now extremely abundant. The martial sages that I have under me have become worthless overnight. I originally thought that a dozen martial sages would be enough, but now it's completely insufficient, Lin Tianyuan said bitterly. Plans always fall behind changes. Lin Jiufeng frowned before asking, will your father's reforms be done after we've exterminated those 80,000 or so temples? That's pretty much it. The next step would be to stabilize the situation and improve the people's lives. Lin Tianyuan nodded. Bring me paper and a brush. Lin Jiufeng waved his hand. Lin Tianyuan immediately ran out to take paper and a brush. The white cat walked out from the shadows as it wrote in crooked letters on the floor. Why are you always helping him? Lin Jiufeng looked at it and lamented. I'm not helping him. I'm helping my brother with his final wishes. Emperor Yuan fought for all of his life for the sake of reforms. Lin Tianyuan inherited Emperor Yuan's will and was also introducing the same reforms. But the situation was very complicated now. After the rain, the world had changed. Although Lin Tianyuan was the emperor, there were not a lot of people whom he could trust. If Lin Jiufeng didn't help him, the reforms would be impossible to accomplish. Helping Lin Tianyuan was to fulfill his brother's legacy. But this will be the last time I'll help him. After eliminating those 80,000 temples, the Jiangnan region will become peaceful at once and the reforms will finally be completed. Lin Jiufeng murmured. In the future, Lin Tianyuan would be on his own. Lin Jiufeng would finally be able to continue his routine of silently signing in while pursuing the peak of martial arts. The white cat understood. It wrote and asked, are you going to Jiangnan, then? Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He softly replied, The current Buddhist sects are not worthy for me to travel to Jiangnan personally. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng, shocked. It wanted to inquire further, but Lin Tianyuan had already returned. Hence, the little white cat could only scratch a few times on the ground haphazardly to cross out the words that it had written. Lin Jiufeng had seen the words it wrote, but he didn't care that much about it. But the white cat was too proud to let others see its crooked words. "Uncle, I brought with me the 4 treasures of the study." Lin Tianyuan placed the items on the stone table respectfully. Lin Jiufeng lifted a brush and began painting. He painted the image of a grass, trees, and a sword. It was a very simple composition of green grass, river, trees, distant mountains, slanting sun, village. Lin Jiufeng painted a second picture. A young man was practicing his moves with a horse stance, throwing out punches. After painting 2 pictures, Lin Jiufeng put down the brush. Lin Tianyuan blinked as he looked at Lin Jiufeng and asked, "Uncle, what does this mean?" 2 simple paintings. He was here to ask for help, not to ask for paintings. Lin Jiufeng replied, "Let 2 martial sages each bring a painting in your imperial decree to the Shaolin and Xuanhuang temple. If they don't obey the imperial decree, open the paintings." Lin Tianyuan was confused. That was it? That was enough to get the agreement of these 2 delinquent sects? Lin Jiufeng did not explain any further. He folded both paintings and put them aside. "Remember, don't open them in advance. Lives will be lost." Lin Jiufeng smiled slightly and let Lin Tianyuan leave. Lin Tianyuan took the 2 paintings in a daze before he returned to the Forbidden City. The white cat came out and wrote curiously. 2 paintings, are you trying to deceive him? 2 paintings are enough. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 sects are in different places, 1 painting would be enough already, Lin Jiufeng said softly. "What did you draw on the paper?" The white cat was very curious. Lin Jiufeng thought seriously for a moment before he answered. "I drew human gods." The white cat stared at Lin Jiufeng in horror. Lin Jiufeng smiled faintly at it, his temperament became warm like a spring breeze. Chapter 39, A Visit to Jiangnan. Lin Tianyuan took the 2 paintings and returned to the Forbidden City. There were 2 paintings in the council hall. The 2 paintings were folded up. Although Lin Tianyuan did not believe that the 2 paintings could solve the problem he was facing about the Buddhist sects, he did not dare to open them. He still listened to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Tianyuan thought for a while before he ordered, "Called Xuanhuang and Beihai here." The eunuch immediately left to look for them. Xuanhuang and Beihai were a pair of brothers. They were unaffiliated cultivators, however, they were very talented. Soon after the world's spiritual energy recovered, they broke through to the martial sage realm. With the rebellion of Lord Taiping, Lin Tianyuan felt a great sense of crisis and began to recruit these unaffiliated cultivators. The 2 of them came, and they had been working for Lin Tianyuan since. Lin Tianyuan prepared a lot of resources for them, and they each took what they needed. After a while, 2 old men walked in. Each cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I hope 2 of you can go to Jiangnan." Lin Tianyuan said. Xuanhuang and Beihai looked at each other, they were reluctant to obey this order. "Your Majesty, it's not that we are unwilling, but it's that the Shaolin and Xuanhuang temple are very powerful. Although we brothers are martial sage cultivators, we are only at the life-knowing step. We're not enough to go against these 2 great powers that have existed for thousands of years," Xuanhuang said bitterly. He didn't want to go to Jiangnan. Was there anyone who didn't know what happened between the Buddhist sects and Emperor Ming of the Unrivalled God Dynasty? Asking them to go to the Jiangnan area at this time would be tantamount to sending them to their deaths, wouldn't it? They were living comfortable lives under Lin Tianyuan and were also willing to perform some dangerous tasks for him. But there was a difference between danger and certain death. Lin Tianyuan knew what the 2 men were thinking. Thus, he said, "I'm not sending you there to deal with the 2 powerful factions, but for you to read the imperial decree. After the 2 powerful factions received it and agreed to it, there should be no need to fight." Xuanhuang and Beihai weren't convinced. If the Buddhist sects accepted the imperial decree, they would not have to fight. But what if they did not agree? Beihai was a plump old man. He was straightforward and he couldn't help ask, what if they don't agree? Lin Tianyuan picked up the 2 paintings Lin Jiufeng gave to him and said, 1 painting for each of you. If they don't agree, unfold the paintings. Sangshan and Beihai stared at the painting in Lin Tianyuan's hand with suspicious looks on their faces. What was this? These 2 paintings were enough to take care of the 2 powerful factions whose teachings had been passed down for thousands of years? Similar to Lin Tianyuan, they couldn't believe it. Therefore, they still refused to agree. These 2 paintings were painted by that senior in the imperial capital. Seeing that they refused to agree, Lin Tianyuan had to tell them the truth. Sangshan and Beihai looked at Lin Tianyuan in surprise. Is it that senior from 10 years ago? Sangshan asked in excitement. 10 years ago, while the world was still in the midst of its recovery, both Sangshan and Beihai weren't martial sage realm cultivators back then. But they heard about that terrifying senior in the imperial capital who killed 9 martial sages with a single stroke of the sword. More than 10 years have passed since then. Both of them were already martial sage realm cultivators at the step of life knowing. Just how powerful was that senior by now? Sangshan said excitedly, that senior really said that? Yes. I asked him how to comb the issue in Jiangnan. He told me that this is all I have to do and that is why I have asked you to go. Lin Tianyuan told them the truth. If he did not tell the truth, no one would be foolish enough to go. If he sent people who were less powerful than these 2, it would be useless. They might not even be able to enter the gates of both Shaolin and Xiankong Temple. Sangshan and Beihai looked at each other before they nodded in tacit understanding. Your Majesty, we will accept this task, Sangshan said solemnly. Lin Tianyuan was overjoyed as he said in a hurry. Don't worry, I will tell the world about this matter, so everyone will know that you are going to Jiangnan with the imperial decree. There should be no problems. Sangshan and Beihai nodded in agreement. By informing the world, there would be an extra guarantee for their safety. Also, don't open these 2 paintings before the opportune moment. Lives will be lost, so you must remember. Lin Tianyuan reminded them. This was also Lin Jiufeng's reminder to him. The expressions on the faces of the 2 immediately turned serious. Your Majesty, rest assured. We promise to complete this task, the 2 said at the same time. I will write the imperial decree for you now. Each of you will go to one of the Buddhist sections. Lin Tianyuan began to write the imperial decree. He thought about it for a while and with a flick of his sleeve, he wrote a strict reprimand letter as his thoughts burst forth like a fountain. Take it to Jiangnan. I will inform the world immediately. Lin Tianyuan handed the imperial decree to them. Sangshan and Beihai bowed their heads and retreated. With the imperial decree and Lin Jiufeng's paintings in hand, they headed to Jiangnan. After they left the Forbidden City, the Unrivalled God Dynasty began to publicize this matter. Emperor Ming Lin Tianyuan wrote 2 imperial decrees. They were to be carried and read by the 2 martial sages at the Shaolin and Xiankong Temple in Jiangnan. The whole world was waiting for Lin Tianyuan's counterattack, waiting for the Unrivalled God Dynasty's counterattack. As soon as the news was released, it spread all over the land like wildfire. It spread to Jiangnan faster than Sangshan and Beihai's traveling speed. They were martial sages and they moved extremely fast. But before they could even reach Jiangnan, the news had already spread all over Jiangnan. Both Shaolin Temple and Xiankong Temple received the news. The Shaolin Temple remained silent as if it had not heard anything. They did not express any opinions. They had built their own temples and under their command, none of them would be demolished. In contrast to the Shaolin Temple, the people from the Xiankong Temple welcomed the news. Come to my Xiankong Temple, lose 3,000 troubles, and forget the troubles of the world. We will save these 2 messengers. This was a blatant threat. Xiankong Temple was as arrogant as ever. They were monks, but they were arrogant and domineering. They had always been like this. When Sangshan and Beihai arrived in Jiangnan, it was already 2 days later. In just 2 days, rumors in Jiangnan were rife. Countless descendants of powerful factions, sects, and even the descendants of aristocratic families, as well as outstanding unaffiliated cultivators, had gathered at both the Shaolin and Xuanhuang temple. They wanted to know how these two Buddhist sects would deal with Emperor Ming's messengers and how they would deal with the imperial decrees that were bound to arrive. The crowd was bustling and lively. Everyone was looking forward to the arrival of Xuanhuang and Beihai. The two men were shocked. The situation seemed to have escalated, Xuanhuang said. He looked uneasy. What are you afraid of? We have the paintings given by that senior. I believe they will work. Beihai trusted Lin Jiufeng. It was no small feat for Lin Jiufeng to have gained his trust without ever having met him before. I also believe in him. Since we're already here, there's no reason to retreat. Xuanhuang took a deep breath and asked, Where are you going? Beihai stretched out his hand and said firmly, I'm going to Shaolin Temple. Then, I will go to Xuanhuang Temple. Let's part ways here. Xuanhuang cupped his fists in farewell. Take care. Beihai said solemnly. We have the senior's paintings. It will be fine. Xuanhuang smiled and said confidently. They headed to different places and both arrived at the foot of the mountains where the temples were located at the same time. Countless people witnessed their arrival. All eyes were on them. The doors of Shaolin Temple and Xuanhuang Temple were also open, allowing the two to enter. Xuanhuang and Beihai held the imperial decree in their hands and with Lin Jiufeng's painting in their pockets, they stepped firmly on the steps. Imperial Capital, Cold Palace. Lin Jiufeng laid on the frost jade bed. He closed his eyes and calmed his mind, feeling serene. Have you broken through to the human god realm? The white cat asked curiously. This was not the first time that the white cat had asked this question to Lin Jiufeng in the past few days. But Lin Jiufeng never answered it directly. However, the white cat persevered. You'll know in about 2 days, Lin Jiufeng said. Chapter 40, a painting of a young man practicing his moves. Jiangnan, Mount Song. This mountain was very famous in the Jiangnan region. It was a sacred Buddhist place. Thousands of years ago, Mount Song was the only Buddhist sect in the Jiangnan area. Following a divergence in ideals, Dalan Temple emerged. Then, after the civil unrest and non-stop disputes, Xuanhuang Temple emerged. The Buddhist sects were divided into 3, each of them saying that they were more orthodox than the other. Dalan Temple took away Buddha's writings, Xuanhuang Temple took away Buddha's monk staff, and Mount Song kept with them the Buddha's relics. The 3 factions all refused to compromise. Their situation had dragged on to this day. All 3 factions had developed their own schools very well. It was a pipe dream for one of them to try and integrate the other. In the past, Mount Song had always been surrounded by devotees who came in an endless stream to pray and offer incense. But today, Mount Song did not receive any devotees. Only cultivators from major factions were allowed in. A sea of people was waiting to see how Emperor Ming would disgrace himself after the Shaolin Temple rejected the imperial decree delivered by his emissary. When Beihai stepped onto the stairs of Shaolin Temple, countless eyes were on him. He felt uneasy and was very anxious. Even though he was a martial sage, he was not confident facing such a situation. But after touching the painting in his arms, he suddenly gained confidence. With Senior's painting, he had nothing to fear. He walked confidently up to the Shaolin Temple's Mahavira Hall with his head held high. Here, standing right in the center, was a group of monks. There were people surrounding them, watching expectantly. They all stared at Beihai. The sense of oppression was overwhelming. Beihai became akin to a sheep amidst a pack of wolves as he stood there while being watched by countless terrifying pairs of eyes. Beihai shook his head and put his feelings behind him. He did not look at the others and only stared at the abbot of Shaolin Temple. A middle-aged monk whose cultivation was very powerful and was rather conceited looked at Beihai. There was contempt in his eyes, but he spoke with a serious expression. Benefactor, why have you come to Shaolin Temple? He obviously knew. Beihai knew that it was impossible to make them accept the imperial decree. He took out the imperial decree and said, Abbot, do you want to look at it yourself or do you want me to read it out? The abbot of Shaolin Temple reached out and the imperial decree flew into his hand. Then, he opened it. The abbot's expression changed immediately. His face froze. The words written in this imperial decree were filled with passion and authority. First, it reprimanded the Buddhist sects for the mistakes they had made, deceiving the people, harboring prisoners, violating the profound meanings of Buddha, and accusing them of being a group of fake monks. Finally, Lin Tianyuan ordered Shaolin Temple to demolish the temples under its command within 3 months, keeping only the original Shaolin Temple. In addition, he was to dismiss millions of monks and hand over the convicts among them to the court for trial. Otherwise, there would be consequences. Lin Tianyuan was very happy when he wrote it. Now as the abbot looked at the imperial decree, his expression went grim and cold. He was furious. The Buddhist sects wish no enmity with the imperial court. But we will not be put in the hands of the imperial court either. After reading the decree, the abbot said coldly, "Today, Emperor Ming of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty wrote these words to humiliate my Shaolin Temple. This is a great insult to Buddha. You can't leave. Shaolin Temple will also pay a visit to that Emperor Ming." The abbot was really angry. He pointed with his finger and spoke aggressively. He wanted to capture Beihai and preach to him the teachings of Buddhism to make the Xuanhuang God Dynasty suffer a big loss once he was converted to their ranks. The people around watched. They were not surprised with this outcome at all. After all, the Shaolin Temple was not that easy to mess with. You want to keep me here? I'm afraid you won't be able to do that. Beihai shook his head. 18 arhats are here, who dares to be presumptuous in my Shaolin? 18 loud shouts converged into one voice. The 18 arhats with each of them in the martial sage realm jumped forward. They surrounded Beihai. Shaolin has the 18 arhats. They are enough to suppress you. The abbot of Shaolin Temple said with a cold face. I don't think so. Beihai was still not afraid. How can you, a mere martial sage, fight against 18 of them alone? The abbot snickered. The onlookers from the major factions and the people from Shaolin Temple shook their heads simultaneously. They thought Emperor Ming had made a bad move, letting a martial sage come to Shaolin Temple on his own. Did Emperor Ming send him here to die? They looked at the 18 martial sages as they lamented and praised Shaolin Temple's profound heritage. But Beihai said, when I left the imperial capital, I brought along a painting that senior painted. Everyone looked at each other. At this moment, what was Beihai talking about? The painting is with me. Beihai held out the folded painting. Everyone could not help but look over. Ordinary. It was just a piece of folded up writing paper. What could it do to save Beihai? The abbot said mockingly, have you gone crazy from being too afraid? Are you spouting rubbish here? The abbot said disdainfully. Beihai shook his head. He said in a serious tone, I've been living in the imperial capital. More than 10 years ago, I saw a sword with my own eyes. More than 10 years later, the senior painted this picture. I believe in him, hence I just want to tell you about it. That mysterious expert in the imperial capital may be powerful, but that was more than 10 years ago. After the rain, martial sages are everywhere. What can he do by himself? The abbot looked at Beihai indifferently, as if he was looking at a mentally disabled person who had lost his mind. That person drew a picture and gave it to Beihai as a last resort. Then, Beihai trusted it and he came to Shaolin Temple enthusiastically. Now, he's even trying to open this painting to make Shaolin Temple submit. This was a huge joke. Shaolin Temple found it preposterous. The people from the major factions did not believe in it either. What kind of power could a piece of paper have? Beihai was surrounded by everyone. Seeing that everyone did not believe his words, he took a deep breath and opened up the painting directly. Everyone looked on with sarcasm thick on their faces as they laughed mockingly. They were obviously treating Beihai in disdain. However, after Beihai opened the painting, boom! The entire Mount Son suddenly trembled. 6 huge black holes suddenly materialized in the air as it rotated rapidly. They were like 6 abysses, and an immensely violent force descended upon them. Dawn! 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 A terrifying sense of oppression descended upon them. Everyone's knees turned weak and they all knelt down at once. Whether it was the abbot, or the 18 arhats, or the people from the major factions, or the Shaolin Temple elders. They all knelt down. The only one standing was Beihai. Beihai's mouth opened wide. He couldn't close his mouth at all. His expression was lifeless for a while, then he suddenly became excited. He was so excited that he was trembling, words could not describe his feelings at this moment. What is that? This is the painting that Senior gave me. There's a kid practicing his moves on the painting. He is practicing this terrifying move? The painting came to life. Beihai looked over in excitement. The painting that he opened was a painting of a young man practicing his moves. At this moment, the young man had come to life. He was practicing his moves. The move he was practicing was the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. And this young man contained a wisp of Lin Jiufeng's spiritual consciousness. So at this moment, with one move, the 6 paths of reincarnation appeared and suppressed the entire Shaolin Temple. The Shaolin Temple abbot trembled as he said, "What's going on here?" He knelt down. He couldn't stand up. The terrifying pressure held him down. If not for his strong killing intent, the abbot thought that he would have been dead already. Everyone looked at the sky, shocked. 6 large, dark holes spun rapidly in the sky. It forced them to kneel down in front of Beihai. In Shaolin Temple, an elderly martial sage raised his head in shock as he said in horror, This is, a human god." Chapter 41, A Human God in the Mortal Realm. Shashur Mountain, on the square in front of the Mahavira Hall. Everyone present was kneeling on the ground. Among them were monks, Taoists, ladies, old people, and children. These people came from the factions that had gathered here to watch the show. They wanted to see how the conflict between Shaolin Temple and the Xuanhuang God Dynasty would be resolved. But who would have expected such an outcome? Thousands of people were forced to kneel down, unable to move. The more they struggled, the more uncomfortable they felt. That extremely intense fist aura was akin to a raging flame. It made them feel as if they were burning. It truly was uncomfortable. This was a shocking scene. Beihai took out a mirror painting and he instantly suppressed Shaolin Temple. Even those people who came to Shaolin Temple to watch the show were suppressed too. They felt terrible. If they knew that something like this was about to happen, then they wouldn't have come here to watch the show. This truly was an unfortunate catastrophe. The monks of Shaolin Temple were still struggling. All of them were angry. They felt humiliated. However, when the old monk spoke, everyone fell silent. The abbot of Shaolin Temple turned his head in disbelief. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at the old monk and cried out, "What did you just say?" The old monk said with difficulty, "I said this might is from a human god." Impossible. The abbot denied vehemently. He shook his head frantically. Although he was still kneeling, his face was full of panic. Since the death of the last human god 1,500 years ago, there has never been a new human god. This might is indeed very powerful, but it's definitely impossible that it's from a human god. The abbot found an excuse for himself. He refused to believe that this boundless might belonged to that of a human god. If it was true, then Shaolin Temple would be utterly defeated and unable to resist. The countless temples and monasteries that Shaolin Temple had accumulated for hundreds of years, their large number of believers and treasures, all of these things would be taken away. Therefore, this might must never be from a human god. But there was nothing that he could. The old monk's words shocked everyone present, including Beihai. He was surprised and delighted. He was trembling as he held the painting in his hand. Excitement. He only had this one feeling welling up his chest at this moment. A human god. That mysterious senior was actually a human god. Unbelievable. No wonder Emperor Ming was so confident to let Sangshan and me come here all by ourselves. Beihai was so excited that he started to admire Emperor Ming, Lin Tianyuan. Compared to Beihai's excitement, the others were afraid. They trembled amidst their shock and disbelief. As these emotions surfaced in everyone's hearts, their feelings soon became complicated. No god is supposed to exist in this mortal realm. Someone cried out involuntarily. His expression was both envious and terrified. They felt proud of breaking through the martial sage realm with the help of that rain. They thought back then that they had already reached the peak of cultivation. After all, they had become martial sages. It didn't matter if someone was at the second, third, or at the fourth step of the martial sage realm. They were still martial sages in the end. Those who were only a level 1 martial sage were also martial sages. If those martial sages whose cultivations were at the highest step of the martial sage could be considered to be at the peak of cultivation, then, those who were at the earlier steps of the same martial sage realm should also be considered a member of those at the apex. But now, only a mere painting was unfolded, yet they were immediately crushed by a boundless pressure coming from the terrifying fist technique contained within the painting. Even martial sages had no other choice but to kneel before this aura. The martial sage realm was no longer the peak of cultivation in this mortal realm. It was because a human god had appeared. The old monk coughed and stammered. The paper used for this painting is nothing out of the ordinary, and so is the ink. The painting was also casually made. So this painting shouldn't even amount to anything. But this painting was drawn by a human god. It contains his aura and a wisp of his spiritual consciousness. We are unable to resist it. The scriptures told us that human gods are terrifying existences that can exist and live as a personification of their spiritual wills. Thus, they would not die even if their bodies are destroyed, the old monk said in despair. His words caused the abbot of Shaolin Temple to also close his eyes in despair. Everyone else finally believed him at this moment. A new human god has appeared in this mortal realm. And this human god achieved this on his own in this mortal realm. No wonder the emperor of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty dared to attack the Buddhist sects. Shaolin Temple and Xuanhuang Temple are in big trouble this time. That's right, this is a terrifying catastrophe. But it's their fortune that this human god doesn't seem to be planning to start a massacre. Otherwise, there would definitely be rivers of blood flowing in front of the Shaolin Temple's Mahavira Hall now. Let's kneel properly. We won't be on the losing end by kneeling to a human god. That's right. I originally thought that after the rain, the imperial court would no longer be a threat. But now, it seems like we will still be governed by the imperial court as usual. We will have to see how the abbot handles this disaster. The abbot of Shaolin Temple could hear the discussion of the spectators. He was in a daze. An old monk who was on his last breath seemed to appear in front of him. Holy Buddha! Before he died, he said that there was a great calamity coming its way to Shaolin Temple. He also told them, Don't. The abbot of Shaolin Temple laughed bitterly. They thought it meant, don't be afraid. But in reality, it was, don't resist. Holy Buddha, I finally understand. The abbot of Shaolin Temple sighed and looked up at Beihai. Then, he slowly raised the imperial decree in his hand and loudly announced, Shaolin Temple will obey the imperial decree. The crowd in the area fell silent. The abbot had relented. And the truth was, he was afraid. He didn't dare to go against the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, nor did he dare to try and endure the wrath of a human god. The monks of Shaolin Temple also knew what would happen if they resisted. The outcome of their stubborn resistance would definitely be very miserable. Fortunately, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty had left this mountain for them to live. Beihai looked at the abbot who was still holding up the imperial decree in a respectful bow. Seeing this, Beihai closed the painting and kept it with satisfaction. The oppressive might immediately vanished. Countless people gasped for breath as they crawled up shakily when the oppressive might vanished. The previous scene felt surreal, almost like a dream to everyone. But when they touched their backs and felt the cold sweat that drenched their clothes, they couldn't help but look at each other as they saw the bitter smiles and looks of shock in each other's eyes. A human god was too terrifying. This was just a painting drawn by that human god. It didn't carry any intent to kill nor to attack, yet it managed to suppress them until they became akin to meat on a butcher's chopping block. What would happen if they saw a human god in the flesh? They might just die on the spot. Beihai put away the folded painting and then said to the abbot of Shaolin Temple, "Within 3 months, demolish all the monasteries other than those on this mountain. Every monk that have committed heinous crimes must renounce asceticism. Buddhism is not a safe haven for evil. Those monks must be escorted to the authorities. No delays are permitted." The abbot of Shaolin Temple could no longer be arrogant this time. He bowed slightly and said with a trembling voice, I understand." His heart ached when he was done. However, a large portion of those monasteries belongs to the Xuanhuang Temple. "We have no right to dismantle them," the abbot sighed and explained. "Don't worry. The current Xuanhuang Temple's feelings must be exactly the same as you lot." Beihai couldn't help but laugh upon remembering that Sanshan was holding another similar painting to his. The abbot and the others shuddered at the thought of that terrifying scene. They didn't want to experience that feeling ever again. Xuanhuang Temple. The originally lively Xuanhuang Temple. The arrogant and overbearing Xuanhuang Temple. The haughty Xuanhuang Temple. At this moment, every monk from Xuanhuang Temple was kneeling on the ground. They trembled as they gasped for air. Sanshan had opened the painting he was tasked to carry and a scene of a garden appeared around him. Green grass, rivers, trees, distant mountains, slanted hills, villages. These vivid images appeared before everyone's eyes. It was serene and profound. Only the green grass was emitting a terrifying sword aura as it swayed. A sword beam suppressed the headmaster of the Xuanhuang Temple. "Do you accept the decree?" Sanshan took out the imperial decree and looked at Xuanhuang Temple's headmaster in anticipation. The headmaster of Xuanhuang Temple wore a defeated look on his face. Then, he knelt on the ground and said bitterly, "I accept the decree." How could he have imagined that there was a human god in this mortal realm? Chapter 42, The Gods in the Eyes of Mortals. The Xuanhuang Temple and Shaolin Temple. These two holy lands of Buddhism had relented under the pressure of a human god. They had no intentions of resisting. Meanwhile, everyone in Jiangnan was still filled with anticipation. Those who didn't go to the two Buddhist sects to watch the show were waiting for the results. They wanted to see how the Buddhist sects would humiliate the Unrivalled God Dynasty's envoys. They also wanted to see if the two Buddhist sects would tear apart Emperor Ming's imperial decree into pieces. But when the news came, those who heard it were immediately stupefied. Their bodies trembled as if they had gone senile. A human god. That was a human god. Such an existence actually appeared just like that. In an instant, the world was thrown into a commotion. It was as if a huge mountain had crashed into a calm lake. As if mountains were collapsing and tsunamis were raging. It was like burning oil was poured on everyone. The entire world descended into an uproar upon hearing this news. A human god had appeared in the Unrivalled God Dynasty. This was the first human god in 1,500 years. There was no doubt that there was no second human god in this world yet. In the past 1,500 years, a human god had never once appeared. The legends of this realm had already been forgotten. Many people treated this realm as a myth and a legend. They were unwilling to believe that it even existed. With the passing of so many years, the people were now less inclined to believe in the existence of human gods in the past. But after that reign, the first human god made his presence known with the help of two paintings that suppressed the two Buddhist sections. Such news finally convinced everyone that human gods had once existed. Moreover, they finally believed that there was a human god realm. Those at the third step of the martial sage realm couldn't help but exclaim when they heard this news. Why let such a legend appear in the same period as me? They only managed to reach the third step of the martial sage realm after that reign. Even if there were others who were at the fourth step, there could only be a handful of them. As for the human god realm, they didn't even dare to think about it. Everything that happened so far felt so surreal. Great Yin Dynasty, Temple of the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden clad in red stood tall, Her eyes were bright as she looked at the letter in her hand. She couldn't help but be surprised. I never thought that there would be such a genius in this world. He became a human god just after the rain. Even isn't that fast. This is indeed a new world that is full of life. The cultivation base of the Holy Maiden also increased at breakneck speeds. She was now on the 4th step of the martial sage realm, the Great Sage Step. However, she was still far from reaching the human god realm. Unfortunately for you, my experience is abundant. It won't be a problem for me to catch up and surpass you. You've just ascended to the human god realm. Having just recently broken through, your cultivation speed will undoubtedly slow down, the Holy Maiden said with confidence. She truly believed that it wouldn't take that long for her to arrive at the human god realm. When I make my breakthrough, every flower will bloom and their fragrance will pervade the world. The Holy Maiden vowed. Xuanhuang God Dynasty, Imperial Capital. Lin Tianyuan was stunned and overjoyed when he received the news from Jiangnan. His uncle was actually a human god. This was simply terrifying. His trump card was even more powerful now. Lin Tianyuan immediately left the Forbidden City and rushed to the remote cold palace to visit and congratulate his uncle. Nephew congratulates uncle on becoming a human god in this mortal realm. But this time, he was rejected. The door to the cold palace didn't open. Furthermore, Lin Jiufeng also told him, "From today onwards, your father's reforms are now in place. The temples and monasteries have been demolished and the residents of the empire are now living in peace. Everything is moving towards the completion of your father's dream. From now on, you will have to depend on yourself." Lin Tianyuan stared blankly. His excitement instantly vanished. He knelt outside the cold palace. He couldn't help but cry out. "Is uncle going to abandon me? You have already matured. You can't always depend on me whenever you encounter problems anymore. You don't have to come here in the future. I can protect you for a while, but I can't protect you forever. You are the emperor of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, not me." Lin Jiufeng's cold voice sounded in his ears. Lin Tianyuan knew that there was no way he could change his uncle's mind. Come to think of it, he had troubled his uncle quite a few times in the past few years. Whenever he encountered danger, the first thing he thought of was his uncle. With Lin Jiufeng around, he felt extremely confident. As a result, he was becoming more and more dependent on Lin Jiufeng. Without Lin Jiufeng's support, he started to panic as his breathing quickened. But he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Jiufeng had taken care of him on the account that he was of Emperor Yuan's bloodline. "Uncle, please take care of yourself. I will not disturb you anymore." Lin Tianyuan kowtowed and left. His greatest trump card was no longer useful. He had to go back and properly manage the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Fortunately, although he was unable to get his uncle's help, he was still able to use Lin Jiufeng's name to deter and frighten other people. In addition, he was the only one who knew about this matter. In the cold palace, the white cat looked at Lin Tianyuan's back and wrote on the courtyard walls. "Are you not going to help him anymore?" Lin Jiufeng nodded his head. "Unless there's a great danger, I won't help." "You could have told him about this." The white cat wrote crookedly. "If I told him about it, he will definitely become confident and think that he could act without any worries since I am backing him. That's not good at all." Lin Jiufeng shook his head. This was why Lin Jiufeng didn't give Lin Tianyuan any hope that he would help the latter. This way, Lin Tianyuan would have to work hard for the sake of the empire's stability. "You broke through to the human god realm?" The white cat asked the crucial question. Its eyes were bright and sparkling as it looked at Lin Jiufeng in excitement. A human god. This was the same realm as its master, the Demon Lord. "That's right," Lin Jiufeng admitted. "When did you break through?" The white cat asked curiously. "On that rainy night," Lin Jiufeng said after some thought. That rain was a blessing to everyone in the world. Those asleep that night was still nourished by the rain. But cultivators obtained the greatest benefits. Lin Jiufeng was the one who benefited the most. He passed the threshold of fish leap and great sage to ascend to the human god realm. But this was also because Lin Jiufeng had accumulated a lot of experience. The 2 great demonic techniques, various sword techniques, and the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. These were Lin Jiufeng's trump cards for breaking through to the human god realm. What has been different since you become a human god? The White Cat wrote. Lin Jiufeng thought for a moment before he explained. The human god realm is different from all the other realms due to the addition of the power of the divine soul. With this, one can look at the world differently than others. Furthermore, human god realm cultivators can also use the force. The name of human god was just for ordinary people. The term human god was coined by the ordinary people back then. An ordinary person could at most live for 100 years or so, while a human god could live for at least 800 years. In fact, there was even a record of the longest living human god. That human god managed to live for 1,800 years after using all sorts of methods to extend his lifespan. There was also the divine soul. With his eyes closed, he could roam the world and pry into the great Tao of heaven and earth. There was also the divine soul. With his eyes closed, he could freely roam the world and pry into the great Tao of heaven and earth. He could also finally utilize the force. With a flick of his wrist, mountains would collapse and rivers would flow backwards. To mortals, what was such an existence if not a god? Chapter 43, Innate Soul Refining Technique. After breaking through to the human god realm, Lin Jiufeng realized that a human god was just someone standing at a different summit than the others. The lowest lifespan of a human god was 800 years. Lin Jiufeng had enough time up his sleeves. Now that the Buddhist sects of the Jiangnan province had submitted and obeyed the imperial decree, the next 3 months would be the assimilation of those who believe in Buddhism and the annexation of their territories and assets. The gilded Buddha statues, the occupied lands, the high-quality fields, and the millions of laborers would greatly strengthen the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Lin Tianyuan would certainly be occupied handling all of these. After the 2 paintings appeared in Jiangnan province, the world became quiet. At first, with the appearance of the rain that strengthened every cultivator's strength, martial sages became abundant throughout the land. Thus, the Unrivalled God Dynasty's threat in the eyes of its enemies had diminished. If nothing had happened, its enemies would inevitably reappear and cause chaos in the entire Unrivalled God Dynasty. Furthermore, the Unrivalled God Dynasty certainly didn't have the ability to deal with a catastrophe of this scale. But all of a sudden, a human god appeared and suppressed the Buddhist sects along with the entire world. The human god's appearance alleviated the great danger that the Unrivalled God Dynasty was facing and also gave them a lot of time and respite. This was the last thing that Lin Jiufeng did for Lin Tianyuan. He gave Lin Tianyuan enough time to accumulate and consolidate the strength of the empire for it to maintain its dignity in this brand new world. Of course, Lin Jiufeng was also ultimately preventing the destruction of the recently established reforms. Therefore, Lin Tianyuan was very busy. Lin Jiufeng was also occupied. He was busy with his cultivation after having made his breakthrough. After entering the human god realm, his cultivation was no longer simply qi cultivation, qi absorption, qi accumulation, and opening up new meridians. If he wanted to advance in his current realm, he had to cultivate his divine soul, observe the world's forces, and comprehend the principles of the world itself. With these conditions, the difficulty of his cultivation had understandably increased. Fortunately, Lin Jiufeng could cultivate in silence. Thus, there was no need for him to worry. After all, no one was here to disturb him. While the world was still in a heated discussion over the appearance of a human god, Lin Jiufeng had already begun the next steps in his cultivation. Lin Jiufeng could perfectly inherit both aspects of progressing steadily and improving quickly. He was capable of both stable progression and speedy advancement. But he planned on consolidating his cultivation for a while and accumulating enough experience so that he could advance by leaps and bounds at once. Lin Jiufeng couldn't hear the rumors from the outside world. Hence, he signed in quietly in the cold palace. His only companion was the white cat. On this day, Lin Jiufeng asked the white cat, "You followed the demon lord last time, so how much do you know about the human god realm?" The white cat used its small white paws to write. I heard from the demon lord that there are many obstacles in the human god realm. It seems to be called something like serene, immortal treasury, ultimate man, or something like that. The white cat's writing was all over the place. Its memory seemed to be blurry as it kept erasing some words and changing them into something else. Lin Jiufeng shook his head, speechless. In the end, he chose to leave the cold palace for the royal library. Here, he could check relevant documents concerning the human god realm. The white cat also came along. It was also very curious. What obstacles were there in the human god realm? Upon arriving, Lin Jiufeng swaggered into the heavily guarded library. No one discovered him. A few years ago, on his last visit to the royal library, no one noticed Lin Jiufeng's visit. It was even more impossible for someone to notice him by now. The library was huge and there were records from different periods and epochs. Lin Jiufeng had previously investigated the demonic sects. This time, he looked for the records related to Taoist schools. In terms of research on the divine soul, Taoist schools were superior. As a result, Lin Jiufeng naturally wanted to use their literature as his reference. A line of words appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng when he stepped into the area where records related to Taoist schools were being kept and preserved. Do you want to sign in before the Taoist library? Sign in. Lin Jiufeng agreed. Sign in successful. Receive the innate soul refining technique. Waves of memories entered Lin Jiufeng's sea of consciousness. He was used to it by now, so he could maintain his calm. A peculiar book appeared. The obscurity of the words contained within would probably cause the minds of ordinary people to spin in confusion. But the waves of memories that Lin Jiufeng had just received gave him enough knowledge. He had no problems in understanding the material he was holding. This is a cultivation technique that cultivates the soul. It suits me perfectly. Lin Jiufeng nodded in satisfaction. Meow. The white cat appeared beside Lin Jiufeng. It called out softly. It couldn't understand why Lin Jiufeng was in a daze. Lin Jiufeng woke up from his trance, but he didn't say anything. He smiled gently at the white cat before proceeding inside the area for literature related to Taoist schools. The place was packed with Taoism-related books. After 400 years, every Taoist book out there might not be in the Unrivalled God Dynasty's royal library, however, most of them could be found here. The remaining 10 to 20% of precious Taoist books and scriptures were kept hidden by the Taoist sections. The Unrivalled God Dynasty couldn't possibly obtain them. However, this was enough for Lin Jiufeng to see. He set aside the innate soul refining technique and focused on reading the Taoist books. The books recorded many things about the human god realm. There were also things that the white cat had said, such as serene, immortal treasury, ultimate man, and so on. Lin Jiufeng finally understood. The term human god was a general name, just like martial sage. The martial sage realm was divided into profound insight, life-knowing, fish leap, and great sage. The human god realm was divided into serene, immortal treasury, ultimate, and nirvana. Lin Jiufeng was now at the serene stage. It was no longer a step, but a stage. Serene was an adjective. It was like a secret chamber, pitch black like ink, extremely quiet. A human god had given birth to the divine soul that remained locked in this secret chamber, unable to break free. The divine soul existed all alone in this dark place. To make a breakthrough into the next stage of the human god realm, one must allow their divine soul to escape from this secret chamber so that it could see the world. The white cat was also reading the records. It suddenly started to have hopes for its own future. Perhaps if it cultivated seriously, would it also be able to make its own breakthrough? If it worked harder and managed to surpass Lin Jiufeng, how satisfying would it be? At the thought of this, the white cat's eyes curved into a smile. It looked very cute. Lin Jiufeng turned around and looked at the expression on the white cat's face. His face was completely devoid of emotions. When the white cat opened its eyes and saw Lin Jiufeng's expressionless face, it immediately restrained itself and hurriedly wrote. Continue reading. Shaking his head, Lin Jiufeng replied, I don't know what you're so happy about every day. Could it be that a silly cat also has its silly fortune? Lin Jiufeng muttered in confusion. The white cat was angered. Even its claws came out as it raised its paw and gestured at Lin Jiufeng's face. However, it was still worried that its claws wouldn't be able to cut through Lin Jiufeng's skin. In addition, it would be even more embarrassing if it ended up getting injured even though it was the one who attacked. As a result, it retracted its claws. After reading every Taoist book in this area of the Royal Library, Lin Jiufeng learned a lot about the human god realm. We cultivators still have a long way to go. Lin Jiufeng sighed with emotion before turning around and leaving the Royal Library. After returning to the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng laid on the frost jade bed and pondered silently. Although the frost jade bed was of no help to him anymore, Lin Jiufeng still preferred to lie on it. Because it was cool and comfortable. It was for pure comfort and enjoyment. Even the white cat was enamored with it after it had accidentally discovered its magical effect. Now, when it had nothing to do, it would come up to rest on it too. Curling up into a ball, it became a tiny little fellow that didn't occupy a lot of space. Facing the same direction as Lin Jiufeng, it even slept together with him. This time, it also curled up on the bed and looked at Lin Jiufeng. Then, it closed its eyes and worked hard in its cultivation so that it could suppress Lin Jiufeng under its claws as soon as possible. Let's try using this innate soul refining technique. Soon enough, Lin Jiufeng also closed his eyes. Chapter 44, Breaking Through from Watching the Rain. Innate Soul Refining Technique. This was a technique to cultivate the divine soul, strengthening it to the extent that it could transform into a human form before eventually becoming an avatar of its owner. Lin Jiufeng's divine soul currently an enormous consciousness that had yet to take form. But this technique would help him consolidate his divine soul for it to form. After using the innate soul refining technique, Lin Jiufeng's consciousness started to shrink as it slowly turned into a ball. Lin Jiufeng's divine soul in human form was gestating inside this ball. Once it was sufficiently mature, the divine soul would then be able to come out of the ball in its human form. By that time, Lin Jiufeng would be able to break through to the next stage. When cultivating this technique, the most important prerequisite was silence. Extreme silence. And the cold palace truly satisfied this condition. The birth of a human god caused peace in the world and increased the power and prestige of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Especially when the abbot of Shaolin Temple and the Xuanhuang Temple knelt down to receive the imperial decree. This brought Lin Tianyuan immense might and everyone couldn't help but tremble at the thought of that imperial decree. Although this was because he had borrowed Lin Jiufeng's power, as long as Lin Tianyuan handled the situation well, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty would surely prosper. 3 years slowly passed. In the past 3 years, Lin Jiufeng had never left the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng even instructed Dachuan not to any send food and drinks for these few years. He wanted to enter seclusion. Dachuan could only agree. Therefore, in these 3 years, the doors of the cold palace were tightly shut. The cold palace remained peaceful, but a storm was brewing outside. There were even more martial sages right now than great grandmasters back then. The influence of that rain gradually spread throughout the world. As time passed, the spirit energy in the world increased and every cultivator's breakthrough had become relatively easier to accomplish. Lin Tianyuan made use of Lin Jiufeng's influence to recruit a bunch of martial sages. At the same time, he was also grooming martial sages himself. The results weren't bad. He found a bunch of young talents and used the resources of the empire to nurture them. Even without Lin Jiufeng's backing, Lin Tianyuan had fully displayed his capabilities as he increased the might of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. There were now hundreds of martial sages in the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Even if these martial sages had different thoughts and plans in their heads, this force was still the most powerful force in the world at this moment. Not to mention the fact that there was a human god above them. Although Lin Jiufeng said that he wouldn't help anymore, no one knew anything about the conversation between the two back then. Over the past 3 years, Lin Tianyuan had become more and more domineering. In addition, he had also gotten rid of Lin Jiufeng's influence on him. The current Lin Tianyuan was the ruler of the world, both in mentality and reality. On top of the foundation that Emperor Yuan had set for him, he had walked onto an emperor path of his own. He was the ruler of the world. His words were absolute. No one could refute him. It was also in this year that Lin Tianyuan started to choose his concubines. After working hard for more than 10 years, he finally completed the reform of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. The world was flourishing and the people were living in peace. He felt that he had completed his father's final wish. Therefore, he wanted to choose a concubine. When awake, he was the ruler of the world. When drunk, he would rest on the lap of a beauty. He had already completed the former. Now he wanted to accomplish the latter. Momentarily, all the beauties in the world entered the imperial capital. Hundreds of flowers fought to display their beauty, like the stars glowing in the dark. Also this year, a woman called Main Yang was chosen to enter the imperial harem. 3 years had passed and Lin Jiufeng had always been nurturing his divine soul this whole time. The divine soul inside the ball of consciousness already had a human form. It was extremely powerful. But his divine soul still needed a catalyst, an opportunity so that it could finally leave the ball and go outside Lin Jiufeng's body to move as freely as the birds in the skies. Lin Jiufeng wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently for that opportunity. He witnessed all the major events that happened in the imperial capital throughout the years. Even without Dachuan's report, Lin Jiufeng could still see everything with his divine soul. It was just that he was too lazy to look and take on what was happening outside into his mind. Only the commotion caused by Lin Tianyuan choosing his concubines truly made a mark on his brain. In regards to this, Lin Jiufeng only frowned. He somewhat felt that this wasn't appropriate. It has only been a few years since the reforms were completed and put into practice. The common populace still hadn't even adjusted to these changes yet. But Lin Tianyuan was already starting to choose his concubines in order to indulge himself. Wasn't he already married? His wife had also become the empress. But Lin Jiufeng didn't reprimand him. Over the 10+ years since he ascended to the throne, Lin Tianyuan had been rather hard at work. He learned from Emperor Yuan's example and worked hard to complete the reforms. In the middle of it, he relied on Lin Jiufeng to eliminate every obstacle on his way. For the latter stages, he settled the remaining problems by himself. Now, he wanted to choose a concubine to relax after working so hard after all these years. What excuse did Lin Jiufeng have to stop him? Not everyone is like Yuan Emperor. Lin Jiufeng lamented under the moonlight. That younger brother of his had really been working hard over the 10+ years of his reign. He truly had never enjoyed himself even for a moment. Lin Tianyuan couldn't do the same. But what reason did Lin Jiufeng have to reprimand him? Therefore, Lin Jiufeng stopped paying attention to the outside world as he continued to focus on accumulating his strength. The moon looked gloomy tonight. It was dim. One could vaguely see the formation of dark clouds up above the skies. The white cat walked over with light footsteps. Looking at the sky, it wrote, "A heavy rain seems to be pouring over tonight." After 3 years, it had become much stronger. Just that it still couldn't speak. Lin Jiufeng didn't try to probe its body to find out as to why the white cat was unable to speak. It was because the last time he did so, the white cat became furious. The exasperated white catback then chased after him, incessantly trying to scratch him. For 3 whole months, the white cat ignored him. Lin Jiufeng stopped probing into the white cat's body since then. "Yes, there will be rain and also lightning tonight." Lin Jiufeng nodded. Shuash. As soon as he finished speaking, the rain started falling. It landed on the ground and created a splash, drenching Lin Jiufeng and the white cat. A human and a cat looked at each other. In unison, the two of them retreated to the eaves of the courtyard. The two of them didn't speak as they enjoyed the rain that was becoming heavier and heavier as it washed and cleansed the world. A handsome young man and a white kitten observed the rain under the eaves. No unnecessary words were exchanged. Boom! Suddenly, thunder rumbled. Then, a bolt of lightning struck down. Crack! Lightning lit up the dark night. It also illuminated Lin Jiufeng. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The ball in his mind seemed to have been struck by lightning too. The human-shaped divine soul broke through the ball and appeared behind Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng and the white cat stood side by side. The moon was completely covered by dark clouds. Only when lightning struck down occasionally could one see some light. The shadow of the white cat and Lin Jiufeng lengthened. However, another Lin Jiufeng was illuminated behind Lin Jiufeng when the lightning flashed. His divine soul had left his body. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng watched the rain and broke through. He broke through the serene stage, entering the next stage. Immortal Treasury. Great Yin Dynasty, Temple of the Holy Maiden. It was raining heavily outside, and the moonlight was obscured by the dark clouds. There was also lightning and thunder. The Holy Maiden who had endured for decades was silently watching the rain. Her aura slowly rose. A golden light flashed through her eyes. The sight of this was terrifying, however, no one witnessed such a scene. I've been in this world for decades. My body was injured and I have always been in the process of recovery since then. Only now have I fully recovered from my injuries. Today, I shall watch the rain and breakthrough. Advance to the human god realm. The Holy Maiden aura was aggressive and her eyes flickered with golden flames. She raised her slender neck and her beautiful face was filled with pride. Her aura wasn't concealed at all. Crack! A bolt of lightning cut through the darkness. Heavy rain poured down. The Holy Maiden's aura was undisguised as it soared into the clouds and broke through to the next realm. Human god realm. She flashed a faint smile. Finally, she was now a human god. But in the very next moment, the Holy Maiden's expression changed. Her divine soul trembled. She spat out a mouthful of blood. My divine soul is actually incomplete, the Holy Maiden exclaimed in astonishment. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. How could her divine soul be incomplete? She had been living in seclusion all these years. She did not owe anyone anything, right? Chapter 45, The Enjoying Emperor Ming. On this rainy night, beneath the lightning and thunder, the Holy Maiden looked lost. Why was her divine soul incomplete? I have to think about this properly. The Holy Maiden began to think about her entire life so far in this world. She had to make up for this flaw to advance fearlessly. The Yuhua God Dynasty, Imperial Capital, Cold Palace. Lin Jiufeng had broken through to the next stage by watching the rain. His divine soul finally had a human form as he officially entered the Immortal Treasury stage of the human god realm. The goal of the Immortal Treasury stage is to open the treasures of the human body and unlock its ultimate secrets layer by layer to further widen the difference in strength between the stages and the realms. Lin Jiufeng recalled the secret manual he had seen in the royal library. He needed to slowly unlock the secrets contained within his body for its infinite treasures. The Immortal Treasury stage was an unfamiliar realm to Lin Jiufeng. Thus, the stage of trying to get used to his increase in power began. He didn't pay much attention to the outside world. On the other hand, Dachuan's food delivery resumed. The time period for food delivery changed from once every 7 days to once a month. Lin Jiufeng didn't need to consume food and drinks so frequently after all. To be honest, food had already become some form of a stimulant in life for him. It allowed him to satisfy his appetite once a month. Recently, the white cat realized that Lin Jiufeng had made yet another breakthrough. It was extremely discouraged as Lin Jiufeng's breakthrough speed was just too fast. It couldn't catch up to him no matter how hard it tried. It became very dejected. However, Lin Jiufeng could recently feel the strange eyes of the white cat as it looked at him from a distance. The weird and peculiar gaze made Lin Jiufeng feel uneasy towards it. As a result, he didn't go and purposely provoke it into action. Time passed by in the Yuhua God Dynasty. Lin Tianyuan's management of the empire has been remarkable. There was now an abundance of martial sages in the Yuhua God Dynasty. In short, there were powerful martial sages in both the army and in the imperial court. These martial sages followed Lin Tianyuan's command. As a result, he became even more arrogant. His policy had to be implemented. Even if the cabinet ministers said it was wrong, he insisted on it. Lin Tianyuan believed that he wouldn't make any mistakes, that his policy was good for the citizens. If the citizens objected or didn't like his policies, it must be because the officials below didn't carry out his orders thoroughly. On top of that, after that time when he chose some concubines, countless beauties entered the palace. Every day, he would be with one or several of them at once. Lin Tianyuan had become incredibly busy. During this time, his favorite concubine was a woman called Main Yang. He was now resting in Main Yang's palace every night. He wouldn't go to the empress nor to the side of the other concubines. The Yuhua God Dynasty was quietly going through a few changes. Of course, Lin Jiufeng didn't know about the situation as he was cultivating quietly in the cold palace, silently breaking through. Few if not, no people would choose to come to the cold palace. There was only him and the white cat behind its sturdy doors. Occasionally, they would bicker, while sometimes, they would cultivate separately and away from each other. While the other was cultivating, none of them would disturb the other. Time continued to pass like this until Dachuan came to deliver food once again. Once a month, Dachuan would always arrive punctually, never slacking off. Dachuan's food delivery only happened once a month, he always arrived on time. He also had never once slacked. He was now a commander of the Imperial Guards. He held a lofty position, for he was in charge of guarding the Forbidden City, arresting traitors against the crown, and a personal lackey of the emperor. But he was still extremely respectful toward Lin Jiufeng. As usual, he told Lin Jiufeng about what had recently happened in the imperial capital. 3 years ago, Lin Jiufeng didn't let him deliver food. It was only until recently did he start to deliver food to him once again. On this day, Dachuan came as usual for his monthly food delivery service and also as a bringer of news. "Your Royal Highness, how have you been these 3 years?" Dachuan asked cordially. Behind the doors of the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, "I'm fine, what about you?" "I'm not bad either. My cultivation level has increased and my second child has also been born. My official position has also been raised to one of the commanders of the Imperial Guards. I can be considered to be a lofty general now." "It's all thanks to your Royal Highness," Dachuan said gratefully. "This is your own effort, you don't have to thank me." Lin Jiufeng shook his head. He chatted with Dachuan over casual things. Dachuan was extremely excited when he talked about his recent changes as he told Lin Jiufeng about his gains in the past 3 years. Taking concubines and having children, getting promoted and gaining wealth, breaking through in cultivation. He had encountered all these things. They were all good things. Over the years, these happened one after another. Dachuan didn't have a strong cultivation base and had yet to achieve the martial sage realm. He was only able to become a commander of the Imperial Guards because of Lin Tianyuan's grooming. After all, he was the only person who had interacted with Lin Jiufeng. This was a way of showing respect to Lin Jiufeng by proxy. Hence, Dachuan became the commander-in-chief of the Imperial Guards. Although there were also other people in this position, Dachuan was still very happy. He didn't have much ambition. His cultivation base was that of a great grandmaster, and on a daily basis he was in charge of the logistics within the Imperial Guards. Albeit, this was also his own choice despite his lofty position. "Your Royal Highness, do you know? In the capital, news of abolishing the current empress has been spreading like wildfire," Dichun said softly. "Abolishing the current empress?" Lin Jiufeng raised her brows and stopped drinking. He couldn't help but ask in surprise. "Yes. His Majesty is going to abolish the dignified and virtuous empress and turn a concubine into the empress," Dichun explained. "Why?" Lin Jiufeng asked with a frown. Lin Tianyuan met the current empress when they were young. They eventually decided to marry and had been supporting each other for almost 20 years since then. Their marriage bore fruit to a daughter and son. The two of them were the current eldest princess and the crown prince of the Yuhua God Dynasty. "I heard that he despises the empress for being immoral and being jealous of others," Dichun said in a low voice. He was also indignant about this issue. Although he worshipped Lin Tianyuan for managing the Yuhua God Dynasty well all these years, he was still very unhappy about his handling of this matter. Was abolishing the empress for the sake of a concubine something a wise ruler would do? Has he gone crazy? Lin Jiufeng was confused. How did the obedient Lin Tianyuan become like this? Your Royal Highness. The entire imperial court has been in a heated argument over this matter. His Majesty hasn't issued a decree for the time being. It's just that he no longer goes to the Empress's palace anymore and is focused on pampering a single concubine. De Chun sighed as he explained. He was sighing for the Empress. The Empress was a very virtuous woman. She had been in charge of the imperial harem for more than 10+ years and she had managed it well. But now, she was actually being despised by Emperor Ming. Who's the concubine that he's favoring? Lin Jiufeng asked with a frown. It's Consort Ming, her name is Mei Yang. She's extremely beautiful and has bewitched His Majesty. Several concubines in the harem have been given the white silk, one, because they were jealous of Consort Ming, De Chun said in a low voice. What foolish actions! Lin Jiufeng snorted coldly. Did Emperor Ming make any mistake in the national affairs? Lin Jiufeng asked. No, De Chun shook her head. That's still fine then. Let him argue with the civil and military officials about the imperial harem. I believe the civil and military officials won't let him abolish the Empress, said Lin Jiufeng. Your Highness is right. The cabinet ministers are unanimously opposed to this matter. Right now, the court is strongly against this. If there's any other progress, I'll report it to you again, De Chun nodded and said. Lin Jiufeng finished a pot of wine and let Dachuan take it away. He shook his head in the cold palace and said regretfully, perhaps Emperor Yuan was the aberrant. Emperor Yuan worked non-stop for 10+ years and he had never truly enjoyed the benefits of being in power. All he felt was the pressure of obtaining more power for the betterment of the world. He worked diligently until death, unwilling to seek his own enjoyment. However, Lin Tianyuan evidently couldn't do the same. It has been almost 2 decades since he succeeded to the throne. He had done well in the first 10+ years, implementing various reforms and even eliminating the Buddhist sects. But when these were done and completed, Lin Tianyuan felt that it was time for him to reap the fruits of his labor. Looking at the calm and peaceful world, he suddenly lost the motivation to move forward. He stopped in his tracks and focused on enjoying himself. Wine, beauties, and power slowly corroded his heart. He held great power and became arrogant because of it. He couldn't take in advice from those loyal to him anymore. In history, monarchs like Lin Tianyuan are the norm. There has only been one Emperor Yuan in history. Lin Jiufeng sighed. This was why he said that Emperor Yuan was an aberrant. 1. Granted the death penalty. The white silk is for them to hang themselves. Chapter 46, Forced Retirement. Emperor Ming's change disappointed Lin Jiufeng. But thinking about it carefully, there had been signs of this change long ago. But no matter what, choosing a concubine or wanting to abolish the Empress were Lin Tianyuan's own family matters. Lin Jiufeng did not need to participate in this as there were court officials to stop Lin Tianyuan from abolishing the Empress. At least in state affairs, he didn't make any mistakes. The Unrivalled God Dynasty was still improving by the day. Lin Jiufeng stayed in the cold palace peacefully as he proceeded to ignore Lin Tianyuan's actions. He had clearly said before that Lin Tianyuan would walk his own path in the future. If he walked wrongly, that was the misfortune of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. At the crucial moment, Lin Jiufeng would save them. But the Unrivalled God Dynasty was still doing well. These problems were only the result of Lin Tianyuan's lust. Lin Jiufeng couldn't be bothered with him. The more important matter for him right now was still improving his cultivation base. In the cold palace, he slowly grasped the meaning of the immortal treasury stage in the human god realm. In the forbidden city, Mei Yang, who had recently caused controversy, was trying her best to please Lin Tianyuan. She was beautiful and full of youthful charm. She looked very pure and her smile was adorable. She didn't look seductive. The path that she took was a different one. A man's first love. Although there was a Mei one in her name and she was also addressed as Mei Yang, she had a face that no man could reject. The first girl a man would fall in love with when he was young was someone like her. It was also because of this appearance that she was able to establish herself in the palace. She was favored by the emperor and her status continued to rise. Now, she was already a threat to the empress. Your Majesty. The court and public are currently in an uproar. They describe me as a vixen who seduced you, Your Majesty. If you insist on abolishing the empress, then I really won't be able to survive in such an environment. Mei Nyang poured wine for Lin Tianyuan as she lamented. She took the initiative to speak up for the empress, expressing that she didn't want the empress to be abolished. But these words didn't sound right. When I married the empress back then, it was because she was designated by father to me. I have never liked her. All these years, she gave birth to 2 children for me. I am also grateful to her for that, and therefore I granted her the title of Empress, Lin Tianyuan said with an unhappy expression. But instead of managing the imperial harem properly and holding up the rear for me, she actually became jealous and poisoned you, my beloved concubine. How can this vicious woman become the mother of the God dynasty? Lin Tianyuan said angrily. Not long ago, a eunuch by the empress's side secretly poisoned consort Ming, which was Mei Nyang. If Lin Tianyuan didn't visit her to spend that night with her together, he would have been too late to save her from death as she fell unconscious after drinking the poisoned beverage. If Mei Nyang truly died, then Lin Tianyuan's rage would have been uncontrollable. As the emperor, he inherited the wishes of his predecessors to reform the world and change it for the better. With one order from him, countless people would lose their lives. But the woman he loved the most almost died because of jealousy. This made Lin Tianyuan furious. Your Majesty, I am already lucky to be alive. What happened in the past is insignificant. Besides, the Empress also said that someone had framed her to get rid of us both. The aim is to harm both of us so that no one will emerge victorious between us. Your Majesty, please don't be angry. I still believe in the Empress's character, Mei Nyang said weakly. She was just a teenage girl who didn't have much cultivation base. She was so fragile and weak. Thus, she was very capable of arousing a man's desire to protect her. Her character? Lin Tianyuan laughed in disdain. He pointed with his finger and said, I've been married to her for 20 years. I thought that she was a woman who knew the big picture and knew when to advance and when to retreat. But who would have thought that she would do such a thing? I don't even dare to say that I believe in her character. There's no need for you to explain for her. Your Majesty, don't be angry. I won't say any more. Mei Nyang hurriedly used her soft and boneless-like hand to stroke Lin Tianyuan's heart as she said with concern. My beloved concubine, don't worry. I will definitely give you the best. I was even able to complete such a huge reform throughout the dynasty. I just want to promote the concubine that I like to become the empress, yet I am being called a foolish ruler by those people. This is simply preposterous. Lin Tianyuan said with a cold expression. He was very angry. Not only was he angry at the empress, but he was also angry at the group of court officials and the group of rotten scholars in the imperial court. All they knew was to tell him to follow some etiquette and honor, that he shouldn't abolish the empress. Abolishing the empress is my wish, no one can stop me. Men. Go to the empress's palace and tell her that from today onwards, she will be stripped of her title as the empress and will be demoted to being an imperial concubine. She shall pray to Buddha every day and reflect on herself to not be jealous of others all day, Lin Tianyuan said coldly. He showed no mercy to the empress at all. Your Majesty, Mei Nyang looked at Lin Tianyuan in surprise. She blinked her large eyes and a blush appeared on her youthful face. She looked especially charming. This consort Ming's casual actions all carried a sense of seduction. But looking at her face, it was innocent and radiant. All those that saw her face would feel that she was a very kind person. My beloved concubine, wait a few months more, I will make you the empress. Let's stay together forever. I was too busy for the past 20 years. But now that the God dynasty is stable and powerful, I can finally enjoy my life. Lin Tianyuan looked lovingly at Mei Nyang. I will accompany your Majesty forever. Mei Nyang was moved to tears as she threw herself into Lin Tianyuan's arms. The abolishing of the empress became a reality. The empress that was praised by the court as virtuous was abolished and was demoted to an imperial concubine. She was ordered to reflect on her actions. That night, every court official gathered in the great council hall to persuade His Majesty to retract his order. The empress must not be abolished. Her disappearance would cause chaos within the imperial harem. If the imperial harem was in chaos, the God dynasty would also be affected. All sorts of theories about this decision emerged endlessly among the officials. Lin Tianyuan's face turned cold as he listened, his patience was slowly running out. Your Majesty, the root of the problem is that witch, Meng Yang. Ever since she entered the palace, the imperial harem became racked with internal strife. This woman is a walking disaster. She is here to harm the Yuhua God dynasty. Your Majesty, please punish this woman to death. The cabinet chief, who was also Emperor Yuan's teacher and had been serving 3 generations of emperors, knelt down at this moment and shouted loudly. Lin Tianyuan looked coldly at the cabinet chief. Is old sir teaching me how to do things? Lin Tianyuan gritted his teeth and said angrily. Your Majesty, please consider. This is for the sake of the country and for the peace of the imperial harem. The cabinet chief bitterly persuaded. Lin Tianyuan would listen to his advice in the past. Because at that time, Lin Tianyuan was still a humble emperor. He wanted to achieve results. But the current Lin Tianyuan already felt that he had contributed greatly, even more than the founding emperor of the Yuhua God dynasty. He couldn't take such advice from him anymore. Especially when he had already heard about it for more than 10 years and was already tired of it. Old sir is already old. You don't have to kneel here anymore. I will allow you to return to your hometown and live the rest of your life in comfort, Lin Tianyuan said coldly. The court officials were dumbfounded upon hearing this. For the sake of a concubine, Lin Tianyuan forcefully retired the cabinet chief who had sacrificed his entire life for the God dynasty? The body of the cabinet chief also trembled. Sorrow gushed out of his heart. He couldn't help but speak up. Your Majesty, it's not a problem for me to return to my hometown, but I ask your Majesty to consider the stability of the state and the imperial harem. Bestow death upon Meng Yang. Your Majesty, please consider the stability of the state and the imperial harem. Bestow death upon Meng Yang. Your Majesty, please consider the stability of the state and the imperial harem. Bestow death upon Meng Yang. Your Majesty, please consider the stability of the state and the imperial harem. Bestow death upon Meng Yang. The court officials all knelt down and shouted loudly outside the great council hall. All of you are rebelling. Am I the emperor, or are you all the emperors? Lin Tianyuan was enraged. All of you, return to your hometowns. The reforms have been completed. The God dynasty will remember your contributions, but you lot have obviously never adapted to the new era. In his fury, Lin Tianyuan disbanded all the court officials left behind by his father, Emperor Yuan. He dealt upon them their forceful retirement. 1 means seductive. Chapter 47, The Love. Lin Tianyuan said just as the reforms of the Yuhua God dynasty proved to be successful as its people spent their days in peace and contentment, chaos suddenly broke out within the confines of the imperial court. Emperor Ming, Lin Tianyuan abolished the empress and doted on concubine Meng Yang. He wanted to make her the empress and caused an earthquake in the imperial court and the public in the process. More than 10 court officials that followed Emperor Yuan from the beginning of the reforms until now. The court officials of 2 generations in the Yuhua God dynasty. Some were even old officials from 3 generations back. Their prestige ran deep and they had a significant influence on the Yuhua God dynasty. But now, they were dealt upon them their forceful retirements and were asked to return to their hometowns and leave the cabinet. Lin Tianyuan's actions shocked the world. The court officials and the commoners were all discussing what Emperor Ming was trying to achieve by doing this. For the sake of a beautiful woman, did he not want the imperial court anymore? Without these court officials, who would manage the world for him? Without these cabinet ministers, who would help him continue to reap the fruits of the reforms for him? Emperor Ming wasn't that old yet. He ascended to the throne at 15 years old. After more than 10 years, he was only about 30 years old. He could be considered to be at the prime of his life. How could he be so muddled? After a few days, Emperor Ming also knew what the people of the world were saying about him. But he was very confident. He had hundreds of martial sages under his command. He could even threaten others using Lin Jiufeng's influence. Even without his court officials, the Unrivalled God Dynasty wouldn't suffer much loss. A group of corrupt scholars. Not only did they refute my views on court affairs, but they even dared to make me kill my beloved concubine. This is simply preposterous. Emperor Ming was enraged. If these corrupt scholars hadn't asked him to kill his beloved concubine, he wouldn't have given such an order. Sitting upright in the great council hall, darkness and coldness enveloped him. Emperor Ming's expression was cold as he tried his best to endure his anger. He also didn't want to get rid of the court officials all at once. That would leave him with a bad reputation of killing those who had been useful to him. But those people had crossed his bottom line. It was unbearable for Lin Tianyuan. I was called a bastard child before I was 5 years old. I had no father and was beaten out of the house by grandpa. My mother was also severely humiliated. Then, father found us and brought us to the imperial capital. But at that time, he was already the crown prince and he couldn't let me enter the royal family's genealogy. I was still a bastard child in the end. Then, father handed me to uncle. Uncle is mysterious and unfathomable. He taught me cultivation and literature, allowing me to become accomplished. But with uncle, I didn't receive any love at all. There was hatred in Emperor Ming's eyes. When he was young, he wanted his mother's love. But his mother was very strict with him. She wanted him to work hard and become talented. She never once spoiled him. Not a word of praise, not even a warm embrace. Within his memory of his mother, what he could remember were harsh reprimands, cold greetings, and a constant set of goals for him to achieve. When he was young, he didn't get to enjoy his father's love either. At that time, Emperor Yuan was too busy. He didn't even get to see Emperor Yuan even once a year. Lin Tianyuan yearned for care and love to warm him up. Lastly, there's Lin Jiufeng. His attitude towards him was to let him grow freely. Lin Jiufeng's request for him was to ask him to work hard and only talk to the former if he had any questions. The lack of love in his youth made Lin Tianyuan's character incomplete. His wife was chosen by Emperor Yuan. Lin Tianyuan didn't love her at all, but he didn't dare to disobey his father. Because that was the first time his father showed him concern and helped him solve his lifelong problem. He couldn't afford to refuse. He had a son and a daughter with the empress, but they were always respectful to each other. It was even difficult for them to befriend each other, let alone love. After ascending to the throne, he had been working hard on reforms for the past 10 years, not daring to slack off for even a moment. He had already forgotten how to be doted on. He also forgot how to love others. Until now, when the world was finally stable and the reforms were successful. With his skyrocketing reputation, Lin Tianyuan became arrogant. He believed that he had already solved his father's final wish, so he now had to think for himself. Thus, he began to choose his concubines. One of them was Mei Yang. The first time he saw Lady Mei, Lin Tianyuan's heart was instantly moved. The feeling of seeing 10,000 years with a single glance. His heart pounded. Then, after interacting with Mei Yang, Lin Tianyuan confirmed that she was the person he wanted to choose. He wanted to spend the rest of his life with her. For this reason, he abolished the empress and dismissed the cabinet ministers, firmly implementing his own ideas. This is love. The 30-year-old Lin Tianyuan believed in his current feelings. He found love. He felt meticulous care from Mei Yang. He wanted to give Mei Yang the most precious thing in the world for women. The throne of the empress. In the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng and the white cat looked towards the palace. They heard Lin Tianyuan's whispers all the way from the great council hall. The human and cat had different expressions on their faces. The white cat looked forward to love. But Lin Jiufeng's expression was extremely ugly. How could he not know about the storm that had happened in the imperial capital in the past few days? There was a lot of commotion. Everyone was talking about it. This was the first time Emperor Ming had a disagreement with the court officials. But the most shocking of them all was his forced retirement of those loyal officials. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but pay attention to it. The reforms had just started. It was a good start. But if this momentum wasn't maintained, then this early success would become akin to a mirage, quick to appear and vanish. But the current Lin Tianyuan no longer wanted to go deeper into the reforms. He wanted love. For the sake of love, he drove away all the court officials. This decision of his made Lin Jiufeng furious. Love your head. Lin Jiufeng gritted his teeth. He looked at the current Lin Tianyuan, feeling the urge to beat him up. The white cat turned its head to look at Lin Jiufeng, whose face had turned ugly. It rose and asked, "Are you very angry?" With a cold face, Lin Jiufeng nodded and said, "This woman called Consort Ming is very capable. She managed to charm that fool, Lin Tianyuan, to such an extent. She definitely isn't an ordinary woman." Lin Jiufeng originally didn't plan to get involved in this. But now, he had to take a look. It was impossible to hope for Lin Tianyuan to reflect on his own actions. He was currently immersed in the sea of love. He was so happy that he couldn't listen to any bad words. He was unable to wake up by himself. The key person is still that Mei Yang. Lin Jiufeng's eyes turned slightly cold. If this woman's background was normal and no one was backing her to do such a thing, then it would be for the best. But if Lin Jiufeng was to find out that someone was plotting behind the scenes, they would be met with his thunderous fury. The situation concerning the reforms has just recently stabilized. If you dare to play tricks behind the scenes, I will turn you, and the people behind you, into ashes. Lin Jiufeng's expression was cold. Are you going to the Forbidden City? The white cat wrote. I'm already going there, Lin Jiufeng said softly. His divine soul that had just broken free from the dark chamber of his consciousness was already on its way to the Forbidden City. To find out if there was anyone plotting behind this matter. If there was no one, then that simply meant that Lin Tianyuan was a fool. Lin Jiufeng wouldn't let him destroy the results of the reforms. The white cat looked at the Forbidden City in curiosity. Its claws moved. Do you think there's a mastermind behind the Forbidden City? Lin Jiufeng stood with his hands behind his back. His expression was cold and he didn't speak. He would only find out after investigating it. As for the love that Lin Tianyuan talked about love at first sight, heart-pounding, and so on, Lin Jiufeng didn't believe it. Love at first sight was just lust. As for the so-called love through long-term interaction was simply weighing the pros and cons. Chapter 48, Love is Dead Tonight. The moon was round and bright, illuminating the land in the Forbidden City. In the imperial harem, the former empress's palace was magnificent and spacious. It belonged to Mei Yang now. After dispersing the maids and eunuchs, she sat alone in the empress's palace. She wore a placid look on her face as she calmly looked at the mirror. Reflected in the mirror was a beautiful face. It was the face of a man's first love. It was the face that captured Lin Tianyuan and made him fall in love at first sight. It was also the face that made his heart pound like mad. This was probably the face that countless women desired. But in the very next moment, she reached out and peeled off this face. She tore off this so-called face of a man's first love like she was ripping off a piece of unwanted skin. Hiding behind this face was a mountain spirit with a face full of white hair. It looked weird and ugly. Huff, I've had enough of this human-faced mask. I have to wear it every day, it suffocates my pores. It's very uncomfortable to wear. Mei Yang complained in a low voice. After she tore off that face, she proceeded to take off her fair skin as if she was removing her clothes. A mountain spirit, a dark and thin mountain spirit, was revealed underneath. His Majesty had already told me that he won't be coming over today. I can finally relax for a bit. She breathed freely, enjoying the freedom that was hard to come by. What she didn't know was that there was actually someone else standing in the same room. Lin Jiufeng's divine soul. This mountain spirit couldn't possibly notice him. As expected, Lin Tianyuan was set up by someone. Lin Jiufeng's eyes were cold. He didn't act rashly. Instead, he left the Empress's place and went to the Great Council Hall. At this moment, Lin Tianyuan was still lamenting in the Great Council Hall that his love had arrived too late. It only came when he was already 30 years old. He wanted to start a relationship early and have a childhood love, but it was already too late. In the empty Great Council Hall, Lin Tianyuan was still convincing himself to stay true to his feelings. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but frown upon hearing them. Boom! Lin Jiufeng pushed open the door of the Great Council Hall. Lin Tianyuan was startled. Uncle! Lin Tianyuan looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. He hurriedly greeted him respectfully. Follow me. Lin Jiufeng didn't give him a pleasant look. He turned around and left. Lin Tianyuan was dumbfounded. He didn't know where they were going, but he didn't dare not to go. He could only follow Lin Jiufeng from behind. Gradually, he realized that something was amiss. They were going to the Empress's palace. There was only a single person living in the Empress's palace at this moment. His beloved concubine, Main Yang. Uncle! Main Yang is innocent. If you are angry, beat me up. Don't hurt her, Lin Tianyuan said in a hurry. I won't hurt her, but I wonder if someone will show mercy later. Lin Jiufeng's footsteps didn't stop as he sneered. Uncle, it's fine as long as you don't make a move. I can stop anyone else. Lin Tianyuan heaved a sigh of relief and relaxed. As the emperor, the only person he was afraid of was Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng continued to move forward with Lin Tianyuan. Along the way, they encountered many maids, guards, and eunuchs. But these people didn't seem to have seen them for some reason. Even though the two clearly passed by in front of them, they acted as if they were never there. Just like that, they arrived in front of the Empress Palace. The palace was closed and there were guards everywhere. The lights inside were dim, only revealing a faint shadow. Lin Tianyuan watched with a smile. This graceful figure was his beloved concubine. But these doors and windows are tightly shut, it's bad for ventilation, Lin Tianyuan muttered. If she didn't close the doors and windows completely, how could she relax enough to reveal herself? Lin Jiufeng said coldly as he directly passed through the door with Lin Tianyuan. The tightly shut door didn't serve as an obstruction to the divine soul of the human god. He brought Lin Tianyuan in and Lin Tianyuan instantly sought for his beloved concubine. But there was only a mountain spirit in the form of a human in here. It had white fur all over its body, sharp nails, and wrinkled skin. It was a demonic beast. A type of mountain spirit, or what the locals call a mountain ghost. Lin Tianyuan's body trembled. His expression turned green and ugly. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. He glanced at Lin Jiufeng and shook his head frantically. Uncle! It can't be. At this moment, Lin Tianyuan trembled as he spoke. With this, his love died. He wasn't stupid, he was just blinded by love. He yearned for others to love him, and he yearned to love others the same way. In addition, he became conceited and blinded by his power as the emperor. But at this moment, his mind had become crystal clear as he guessed the answers to his questions. Lin Jiufeng didn't speak. He raised his head and gestured for Lin Tianyuan to continue watching. This Main Yang didn't dare to expose herself for too long. She only revealed herself for less than 3 minutes before she started putting her disguise back on. An extremely terrifying mountain spirit put on the skin of a young girl in front of Lin Jiufeng and Lin Tianyuan. Then, she picked up the so-called face of a man's first loves and concealed her true face with it. The Main Yang who attracted Lin Tianyuan so much has appeared. She even winked at the mirror. Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan indifferently. At this moment, Lin Tianyuan's face turned red and his body started to tremble. Extreme anger and shame coated his heart. His first love. His love. He made a lot of sacrifices for this woman. He thought that he would be blessed, but he didn't expect everything to be like this. Lin Tianyuan was so angry that he couldn't speak. Under Lin Jiufeng's expressionless gaze, he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Slut, I'm going to kill you." All of a sudden, Lin Tianyuan drew his emperor's sword and let out a loud roar. He directly charged forward. Lin Jiufeng released his concealment technique. Mei Yang was dumbfounded. She looked at Lin Tianyuan, whose eyes had turned red from anger. Her heart skipped a beat. She instantly knew that she was in trouble. "Your Majesty, why are you here?" Mei Yang forced a smile and avoided the sword. Her body and mind were nimble, revealing the fact that she had a cultivation base. "I'll kill you." Lin Tianyuan was about to go crazy. To him, this was a great humiliation. He was deceived by a mountain spirit. He couldn't wait to cut this slut into pieces and turn her into minced meat. Lin Jiufeng watched calmly as Lin Tianyuan's love turned into hatred. How much he loved her just now was how much he hated her right now. Lin Tianyuan's love died completely. "Don't kill her. You must capture her and interrogate her carefully. There must be someone behind her, find out who that person is." Lin Jiufeng looked at the crazed Lin Tianyuan as he coldly gave an order. Lin Tianyuan, who was still chasing after Mei Yang, immediately stopped. Then, he roared in fury. "Nameless, catch this B***TCH. Arrest her maids and eunuchs too. Interrogate them strictly. I want this mastermind behind all of these to die." Nameless immediately appeared. He was only at the martial sage realm, yet his appearance caused Mei Yang's face to turn pale with fright. Turning around, she hurriedly tried to escape. But she was only good with charming skills, not with fighting. How could she be a match for a martial sage? With a single move, she was captured. Lin Tianyuan's hand that was holding the sword trembled slightly. He wished to do nothing but separate her head from her shoulders right this instant. The so-called first love's face whom he had fallen in love with had now turned into something grotesque in his heart. "Uncle, thank you. Otherwise, I would have been forced to eternal damnation." Lin Tianyuan tried his best to control his emotions as he expressed his gratitude to Lin Tianyuan. "Settling all the mistakes that you have made during this period of time is the greatest display of gratitude that you can do for me. Since you're that stupid, then don't talk about feelings anymore. You cannot win against them." Lin Jiufeng scolded without holding back. After his scolding, he turned around and disappeared, leaving with him a few words of advice. "Investigate this matter thoroughly. How can the emperor of the Unrivalled God Dynasty be played around like this by them? We can't let them off without making them pay the price in blood." Lin Tianyuan's gaze turned vicious as he said, "Yes." Chapter 49, Livestock Making, Skin Painting. It was late at night, but the Forbidden City was wide awake. Lin Tianyuan was shell-shocked. However, this blow knocked him down a peg or two from his arrogance. Following Lin Jiufeng's reprimand, Lin Tianyuan began to reflect on his actions during this period of time. He was scared. Thinking about it, his back broke out in cold sweat. It was instantly drenched. "Fortunately, I have uncle. Otherwise, my Unrivalled God Dynasty would have truly been in trouble," Lin Tianyuan said with lingering fear. His pride, arrogance, and his ego were nowhere to be found in him at this moment. It was already incredibly late in the night. A eunuch saw Lin Tianyuan standing in the palace for a long time. He said softly, "Your Majesty, it's already late. Please rest now." "No need. I want to leave the palace and visit my court officials one by one." Lin Tianyuan shook his head. After his reflection, he began to think of ways to reverse what he had done. Fortunately, the court officials that he had deposed were still in the imperial capital. They still haven't left. After all, their families were huge and they had a lot of people under their care. It just wasn't possible for them to leave so quickly. Lin Tianyuan visited them overnight and talked to them one by one, persuading them to come back. He had made a mistake and was willing to correct it. He would appease these court officials tonight and interrogate that slut tomorrow. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng's divine soul returned and merged with his body. The White Cat wrote and asked, "What happened in the Forbidden City?" Lin Jiufeng replied softly, "A mountain spirit used a strange cultivation technique and changed its body shape and appearance. It entered the harem and caused trouble, creating unrest. I went out there to expose her." The White Cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. It moved its claws and wrote, "A mountain spirit?" "Yes." Lin Jiufeng carefully introduced concubine Ming's original appearance. The White Cat listened before it silently wrote a few words. "Mountain ghost race." Lin Jiufeng raised his brows and said, "You also think that she's from the mountain ghost race, right?" After seeing concubine Ming's true form, Lin Jiufeng suspected that she was from the mountain ghost race that he had read about in those ancient books. There were historical records that in the world back then that had an abundance of spiritual energy apart from humans who could cultivate. There were many wild beasts that gained intelligence to the point of being able to cultivate. Like the White Cat, they eventually became demons. Among them, there were different types of beasts and races. The mountain ghost race was one of them. Mountain spirits and the mountain ghosts that ordinary people often allegedly encountered were creatures that gained intelligence and slowly cultivated to the point that they became strong enough to become a member of the mountain ghost race. But the history books also mentioned that 1,500 years ago, the mountain ghost race was exterminated and hunted to extinction. He didn't expect that they would reappear 1,500 years later and even target Lin Tianyuan. Mei Yang's skin drawing skills were superb. If it weren't for Lin Jiufeng, none of the hundreds of martial sages in the imperial court would have noticed something amiss. They really thought that she was just that innocent teenage girl. "I didn't expect them to be so ambitious." The White Cat wrote in surprise. "Even if they are ambitious, they still need to have the ability to match their ambitions. Else, it is only a pipe dream." Lin Jiufeng's expression turned slightly cold. The mastermind must definitely be found. But he shall leave this matter to Lin Tianyuan. After all, Lin Tianyuan probably wanted to know more about the identity of the person behind Mei Yang than anyone else. The next day, Dachuan's monthly food delivery came. The White Cat followed Lin Jiufeng and started to eat and drink. Dachuan brought good wine, good food, and the fruits that the White Cat liked to eat. "Your Royal Highness, there was an earth-shattering turn of events in the imperial capital last night. Let me tell you about it." Dachuan began the small talk like usual. Lin Jiufeng drank some wine and asked, "What turn of events?" "I told you last month that Emperor Ming was going to abolish the Empress and appoint the imperial concubine Ming as his Empress. He really abolished her 2 days ago," Dachuan said. "But just last night, or more accurately, in the latter half of the night, an imperial decree was sent out of the city, announcing that the Empress had been reinstated. That concubine Ming, who was doted on by Emperor Ming, was instead sent to prison and is currently being strictly monitored. Her crime is bringing disaster to the harem." As Dachuan spoke, his confusion grew. This reversal was just too shocking and too sudden. Everyone thought that Emperor Ming had made up his mind to abolish the Empress, but who would have thought that the tables would turn around so fast? The Empress returned to her original position. Nothing happened to her in the end. But the favored concubine Ming was sent to prison. Lin Jiufeng chuckled. "It's better for you not to inquire about the harem. Your Royal Highness is right. I don't really inquire about the harem. But last night, Emperor Ming left the Forbidden City overnight and went to the residences of every court official. He personally persuaded them to stay. Earlier in the morning, I discovered that they really stayed behind. The court officials were reinstated and they all went to the imperial court early this morning." Dachuan felt that he couldn't understand the situation in the imperial capital anymore. 2 days ago, there was a lot of commotion. There was even discord between the emperor and the court officials. The outsiders were starting to look at them as a bunch of clowns. But today, they were suddenly united in harmony? "Your Royal Highness, I don't understand the changes in the imperial capital anymore." Dachuan sighed. Lin Jiufeng laughed and said, "I don't understand it either, that's why I stopped bothering about it. Your Royal Highness is right. If I don't understand it, then I should just ignore it. It's better to just do my own thing." Other matters have nothing to do with me. Dachuan waited happily for Lin Jiufeng to finish his meal. Afterwards, he packed the dishes and took them away. Lin Jiufeng and the white cat were both satisfied with their food. Then, they started cultivating on their own. In the evening, Lin Tianyuan came. Since Lin Jiufeng refused to see Lin Tianyuan the last time, this was his first time here in a few years. This time, Lin Jiufeng let him in. After a single night, Lin Tianyuan aged more than 10 years. He was both mentally and physically exhausted. The moment he saw Lin Jiufeng, he immediately knelt down. Pang! 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 Before saying anything, he kowtowed 3 times first. Uncle, thank you for saving my life, Lin Tianyuan said sadly. I'm only doing this for the sake of your father. If there's a next time, even if you'll die, I won't save you, Lin Jiufeng said coldly. His attitude towards Lin Tianyuan became cold. Uncle, I know my mistake. From today onwards, I will put my heart and soul into governing the dynasty. I will not think about anything else. Lin Tianyuan was telling him the truth. He was truly disheartened by what had happened. He now had no interest in women at all. What brings you here? Lin Jiufeng asked. I've discovered the identity of the mastermind behind that mountain spirit, Lin Tianyuan said solemnly. Who is it? Lin Jiufeng was quite curious. The mastermind mentioned by the mountain spirit is a powerful cultivator named Lord Mountain Ghost. He was also the one who gave her the human skin mask. He was also the one who planned all of this, Lin Tianyuan said in a deep voice. Lord Mountain Ghost. Where is he? That mountain spirit's status is too low. She doesn't know where Lord Mountain Ghost is. Lin Tianyuan shook his head, his expression looked ugly. What exactly is the method that he used to put on someone else's skin yet none of you were able to discover it? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. It's called livestock making technique. It's a very evil technique that strips the skin off a young lady's body perfectly. After being refined by another secret technique, the skin becomes a vessel for the cultivator. Then, it uses the mountain spirit as a catalyst for the livestock making technique. Once the skin is put on, it will become a beautiful woman's body. With the addition of the art of skin painting technique, it would be a piece of cake to deceive other people with someone else's skin. When Lin Tianyuan was done saying all of these, his heart was in extreme pain. He really regretted it. Chapter 50, Mountain Ghost's Evil Act. Looking at the regretful Lin Tianyuan, Lin Jiufeng thought of a sentence. People only regret their decision when they are sober. Lin Tianyuan was obviously sober by now. He had reverted back to his obedient self. Mentioning the livestock making technique and skin painting technique, he couldn't help but feel disgusted. His resentment towards the mountain ghost race soared to the peak. The mountain ghost race must die. Especially that mastermind, Lord Mountain Ghost. Since you already have the relevant information with you, then you'll be in charge of finding this Lord Mountain Ghost. Investigate everything thoroughly and kill those that deserve to die. This matter that almost forced the Unrivalled God Dynasty into chaos cannot be allowed to happen a second time, Lin Jiufeng coldly said. He had previously said that he wouldn't help Lin Tianyuan. He would let Lin Tianyuan walk his own path. This time, Lin Tianyuan made a mistake. And Lin Jiufeng helped him correct that mistake. But this didn't mean that Lin Jiufeng would help him take revenge. There was an abundance of martial sages in the Unrivalled God Dynasty and the territory under his control was vast. Lin Tianyuan had also considerably calmed down by now. In that case, wouldn't it be easy for him to hunt down the members of the Mountain Ghost race? I understand. I will handle this matter appropriately. I won't dare to trouble Uncle again. Lin Tianyuan nodded sensibly. Uncle, I shall take my leave. Lin Tianyuan got up and left. He knew that Lin Jiufeng didn't want to be disturbed. After sharing the inside story of this matter, he left. Next, he was going to massacre the mountain ghost race. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan's departing figure and nodded in satisfaction. He has indeed matured a lot. The blow that he had suffered this time was huge. To Lin Tianyuan, it instantly dispelled his childishness, his fantasies, and his ego. He had truly matured after suffering under such a heavy hand. He was determined to take his own revenge. Meow. The white cat called out and nodded. It also felt that Lin Tianyuan had truly matured. It's just that the price of maturity is often very heavy. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but shake his head and sigh at Lin Tianyuan's predicament. Lin Jiufeng's attitude towards Lin Tianyuan was cold because he expected better from him. However, Lin Jiufeng was Emperor Yuan's son and his nephew after all. Lin Jiufeng's heart ached for Lin Tianyuan too after he encountered such a shocking truth. With Emperor Ming's sudden epiphany about his mistakes, he managed to correct the churning chaos in time. Fortunately, the disturbance that he caused within the imperial capital never shook the foundations of the Yuhua God Dynasty. The Yuhua God Dynasty was still the same as before, the same massive dynasty. But when this massive machine operated, the energy that erupted from it was terrifying. It was a calamity for the mountain ghost race. The mountain ghosts that had just been born and were wandering in the forest were captured and interrogated strictly. In just a few days, they lost many of their own kind. This made Lord Mountain Ghost, who was planning on plotting against the Yuhua God Dynasty, unable to stand still. He knew that concubine Ming must have been exposed and she had confessed everything. The Yuhua God Dynasty's actions of going all out to exterminate the mountain ghost race was something that he had never expected. In a room within the imperial capital, an old man was reading a secret letter. Contained within the letter were the events that happened in the Forbidden City within the past few days. It was much more detailed than the rumors, causing Lord Mountain Ghost to frown. I thought that this move would be able to deal with the Emperor of the Yuhua God Dynasty without anyone knowing about the truth. Afterwards, I would then be able to control the Emperor and force him to provide welfare for my mountain ghost race. It's a pity that all my efforts ended up in smokes. I'm already at the step of abolishing the Empress. Just how did the plan fail? Could it be that the human god of the Yuhua God Dynasty interfered? But the skin bag that I gave to Meng Yang for the livestock making technique was made by our ancestor. Even a human god couldn't possibly see through it so easily. Meng Yang is one of the best among my mountain ghost race. She won't give herself away. I just didn't expect that she would fail when it was about time to reap the benefits. The old man was remorseful. His face looked gloomy and terrifying amidst the flickering light of the lamp. He had never imagined even in her wildest dreams that Meng Yang herself would be the one to reveal herself by removing her disguise to take a breather. Coincidentally, all of these were done under Lin Jiufeng's watchful eyes too. All of my efforts down the drain. But if Lord Mountain Ghost knew about what truly unfolded that night, he would definitely vomit a mouthful of blood in anger. He moved away from the illumination of the light. In the darkness, his wrinkles were deep. He wore rough hemp clothes and a look was enough to tell that he was a poor commoner living at the bottom of society. He was part of a very poor family with nothing but an old man remaining in the family. This old man became the target of Lord Mountain Ghost for his livestock making technique. From then on, the family had a new dog. Beneath the old man's skin was Lord Mountain Ghost, while the original old man lived inside that tied-up dog. As for the meat beneath the skin of that dog, Lord Mountain Ghost had already consumed it. Just like that, he managed to successfully stay in the imperial capital. Then, he remote-controlled Meng Yang and manipulated everything from behind the scenes. But now that the Yuhua God Dynasty had discovered this matter, he prepared to pack up and leave. But now that the Yuhua God Dynasty was now cognizant of this matter, he prepared to pack up and leave with his deductions in mind. The plan's failure was caused by the human god of the Yuhua God Dynasty. He is just too powerful and he saw through Lady May's disguise. Now that the mountain ghost race is in trouble, it will be too difficult for me to save them. I have to ask the ancestor to stop the Yuhua God Dynasty from killing them all. Lord Mountain Ghost remained strangely calm under all of these. He seemed to know what he should do, and what he shouldn't do. The plan had failed. The Yuhua God Dynasty was now on their guard. He must leave now. Lord Mountain Ghost took off his outer clothes in front of the tied-up dog. Beneath the clothes was the skin of a very old man. The dog whimpered. It cried, but it couldn't make a sound. On closer look, its tongue had been sliced off. After removing his skin, Lord Mountain Ghost revealed his true appearance. His true visage was a mountain spirit that looked like a wild monkey. His body was thin and shriveled. This was also the reason why he chose to target the elderly. After all, there was no need for him to change into anything because their physique suited him. His cultivation was not that bad at the martial sage realm. His entire body was black. His arms were long and his claws were also black. His eyes were blood red. It made him look like a malicious ghost. I've occupied your house for quite some time now, and I am returning it to you. I'll also leave your very own skin bag here. Put it back on if you have the ability to do so, Lord Mountain Ghost said to the dog. He laughed evilly. I forgot to tell you. All these years, the owners of the skin bags that I have chosen after executing the livestock making technique were all killed. But you are the first one to survive. Even I do not have the heart to kill someone who is already so old. Just take it that I am accumulating good karma. You must thank me for this. The dog whimpered and looked angrily at Lord Mountain Ghost. You were originally going to die. But now that I've stitched you together with this dog, you have more than a decade and extra years to live. Thank me for it. Lord Mountain Ghost chuckled before he turned around and left in a hurry. He wanted to find the ancestor of the Mountain Ghost race and make the Unrivalled God Dynasty give up on their pursuit against the Mountain Ghost race. His body clad entirely in black, he left the imperial capital using the night as his veil. The next day, the dog forcefully broke free from the ropes and ran to the streets. It shed bloody tears nonstop as it wrote with its claws. The old man didn't recognize many words, but he stubbornly wrote them out. Some of them were written wrongly, and some couldn't be understood at all. He was so anxious that bloody tears kept falling down his cheeks. One after another, people helped him complete this bloody letter. And this blood letter spread throughout the imperial capital. Countless people found out what Lord Mountain Ghost had done. Shock. Anger. The anger of the masses was instantly ignited. The crowd's emotions surged. They pulled the Mountain Ghost race, a race that had disappeared for 1,500 years and was assumed to be extinct, into the limelight. 15 minutes later, a bloody letter appeared on Lin Tianyuan's table. When Lin Tianyuan saw it, he flew into a rage and ordered a strict investigation. It was only then that he discovered that Lord Mountain Ghost had been hiding in the imperial capital all this time and he had escaped last night. But before he left, he even harmed an innocent old man. Chapter 51, Midnight Nightmare. The bloody letter revealed the terrifying livestock making technique to the world. Everyone went into an uproar. In the Forbidden City, Lin Tianyuan issued an imperial decree. Only 5 words were written. Exterminate the Mountain Ghost race. His order received the cheers and support of the people. With this, the matter finally came to an end. Lin Tianyuan directly got the Imperial Guards and the Forbidden Troops to search for every member of the Mountain Ghost race. As long as any of them were found, they would be arrested and brought to the imperial capital for imprisonment. Lin Tianyuan wanted to use the life and death of the captured members of the Mountain Ghost race to attract Lord Mountain Ghost and lure him over to the capital. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng and the White Cat heard the lively discussion of the people outside. Under normal circumstances, Lin Jiufeng couldn't really hear any noise from the outside while he was in the cold palace. He also didn't take the initiative to listen to the outside world. But even Lin Jiufeng was disturbed by the people's fury. Using his divine soul, he expanded his spiritual perception and listened to the noises coming from the outside world. Through the crowd's voices, Lin Jiufeng found out what was going on. He also learned about the contents of the bloody letter. The White Cat did the same as him and it also found out what was going on outside. After the man and cat understood the situation, they fell silent. The livestock making technique truly was evil. But Lord Mountain Ghost was a greater evil. To think that he would even set his sights on a lonely old man. Furthermore, he didn't even kill the old man. Instead, he wanted the old man to continue living as a dog. He clearly wanted to humiliate the old man. After understanding the contents of the bloody letter, Lin Jiufeng's expression turned cold. He said, "I should have made a move and killed this Lord Mountain Ghost." He thought that Lin Tianyuan could handle this matter, but who knew that Lord Mountain Ghost was this cunning and evil? If he had known that this would be the case, Lin Jiufeng would have attacked directly. No matter how powerful or cunning that Lord Mountain Ghost was, he wouldn't have been able to escape from the imperial capital. Seeing that Lin Jiufeng was blaming himself, the white cat meowed and comforted him. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. Lord Mountain Ghost had already escaped from the imperial capital. Even if he was a human god, it would still be difficult for him to find the ladder. Was this matter going to be forgotten just like that? It has been 7 days since Lord Mountain Ghost escaped. The matter regarding the bloody letter and the old man eventually died down. Although the old man still died in the end. He chose to end his own life. Everyone gradually forgot about this matter. However, the imperial court's army had set out to capture mountain ghosts everywhere. Whenever they discovered one, they would capture it. As a result, the common people still felt a sense of security with their actions. But to the mountain ghost race, this was a catastrophe. It has been 1,500 years since their last appearance, yet they immediately offended the number one superpower in the world. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The number of martial sages beneath the Xuanhuang God Dynasty's banner could be considered to be close to 1,000 already. In the face of such an overwhelmingly powerful force, the resistance of the mountain ghost race was akin to that of a rock against an egg. Noticing these events, Lord Mountain Ghost became anxious. He hurriedly set out to find the sleeping ancestor of their race so that the mountain ghost race in its entirety could be saved. Let's see if your Xuanhuang God Dynasty can withstand the power of our ancestor from 1,500 years ago. Lord Mountain Ghost said with resentment. At night, Lin Tianyuan went to the Empress's palace to sleep. Although he had no love for the queen, after having interacted with her for so long, he knew how much he had hurt the Empress by being so foolish. Hence, he started to come over to her palace every day to accompany this first wife of his. Late at night, Lin Tianyuan was finally done dealing with the state affairs as he slept with the Empress. Usually, Lin Tianyuan never slept outright whenever he was done with the state affairs. Instead, he would quietly cultivate for a few hours to strengthen his cultivation base. But tonight, he truly fell asleep. This was the first time that Lin Tianyuan truly slept since his need for sleep disappeared due to his cultivation base. Tonight, he not only fell asleep, but he also had a dream. It was a nightmare. In his dream, Lin Tianyuan felt that he was being pursued by an evil dragon. Its speed was so fast that it was about to catch up to him and swallow him whole. He ran and fought back, but it was useless. He was sent flying by its tail. He crashed heavily onto the ground as he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. But just as he was unable to resist, the dragon let out a deafening sound. Emperor of the mortal world, release those captured members of the mountain ghost race, or I will devour your soul. With that said, the dragon bit down and swallowed Lin Tianyuan. No! In the Empress's palace, Lin Tianyuan jumped up in shock. He was drenched in sweat. His face was pale and his figure wobbled weakly. It was obvious that something had consumed some of his life energy. Your Majesty. What's wrong? The Empress asked worriedly. Lin Tianyuan looked around and slowly recalled. I had a nightmare. The Empress advised. Your Majesty, you are too occupied with a lot of things every day. You must be tired. I will get someone to make some supplements for the nourishment of your body. Dreams are all the opposite of reality. Since it's a nightmare, it means that your Majesty is about to encounter something good. Something good? Lin Tianyuan murmured. He didn't think so. The evil dragon in his dream had mentioned the mountain ghost race. Could it be that he had been too obsessed with them recently and thus, he dreamed about them? After expressing his gratitude but dismissing the queen's good intentions, Lin Tianyuan suppressed the doubts in his heart. He rested and recovered a little, then he dealt with the state affairs. At night, he stayed alone in the great council hall. He wasn't going to sleep, he planned to deal with the state affairs through the night. But in the latter half of the night, the lights flickered slightly. Lin Tianyuan's expression became absent-minded. He saw someone walking into the great council hall. A person shrouded in shadows was holding a blood-red longsword, dripping blood. As he walked in, the sound of footsteps echoed. What was even more terrifying was that behind this person, a sea of blood was surging. As he walked, it surged over, wanting to drown the entire great council hall. Emperor of the mortal world, it seems that you have forgotten what I warned you about yesterday. The man who was shrouded in shadows spoke in a cold voice. Lin Tianyuan's eyes widened as he watched in disbelief. Today is the last warning. There won't be a third chance. If you still don't release the captured mountain ghosts, I will come and take your worthless life tomorrow. The black shadow warned Lin Tianyuan before he slashed down with the blood-red longsword. The blood-red longsword swept up a sea of blood. Lin Tianyuan couldn't withstand the strike. He couldn't move at all. Boom! This sword directly split Lin Tianyuan into two. The pain was very real, jolting him awake from fright. The Great Council Hall was still the same Great Council Hall as usual, but Lin Tianyuan felt as if he had lost half of his life. It's the people of the mountain ghost race causing trouble. They want to kill me, but I won't give in. Lin Tianyuan gnashed his teeth. He slowly tried to heal the injuries on his body. This kind of attack was incredible. The attack he had just suffered through truly was incredible. Once he recovered a little, he left the Great Council Hall. He headed straight for the Cold Palace. Arriving in front of the Cold Palace, Lin Tianyuan knelt on the ground and shouted, "Uncle, save me!" Lin Jiufeng waved his sleeve and the doors of the Cold Palace opened. He was very surprised to see Lin Tianyuan, who seemed to have lost half of his life. "What happened to you?" Lin Jiufeng asked. "Uncle, it's the mountain ghost race. They are the ones causing trouble and threatening me to release the captured mountain ghosts," Lin Tianyuan said weakly. He explained the situation to Lin Jiufeng. In the previous 2 nights, he lost more than half of his life energy. He was on the verge of collapse. If that nightmare happened again, then he would definitely die. The mountain ghost race. Lin Jiufeng's eyes flashed sharply. It's the ability to send one's divine soul into a dream. The white cat wrote with its claws. It knew about this strange attack. Entering a dream with his divine soul? I will slay his divine soul tonight. Lin Jiufeng snorted coldly. Chapter 52, Please Go and Die. Tonight, Lin Tianyuan came to the Empress's palace to rest. After being continuously killed in his dreams, he was very weak. Lin Tianyuan knew that he could not die anymore. If he died in his dream the 3rd time, then he would also die in the outside world. Your Majesty, it's better to ask the imperial physicians to come over here and take a look, the Empress said worriedly when she saw Lin Tianyuan in such a weakened state. Lin Tianyuan shook his head calmly. His face was pale and his body was weak, but his thoughts were still vivid. He replied, "There's no need to worry. Only you can stay with me here tonight. Let the others go out. Remember. No matter what happens, don't disturb me and don't make a fuss." Although the Empress didn't know what was going on, she was never a nosy person. I understand. The Empress helped Lin Tianyuan lie on the bed and she also helped him sleep. Then, she dismissed the maids and the servants. She looked at Lin Tianyuan quietly. The night gradually deepened. The lights suddenly danced and flickered. Lin Tianyuan, who had been asleep for less than an hour, started to sweat. His entire body started to tremble unconsciously. The Empress's expression changed. She was nervous. Staring at the beaded sweat on Lin Tianyuan's forehead, she wanted to reach out and wipe Lin Tianyuan's sweat. But in the very next moment, a resplendent light burst out. A figure walked into the room from the outside and said, "Don't touch him, he's in a very dangerous condition as we speak." The Empress looked at the newcomer in surprise. Under the cover of the brilliant light, she couldn't see Lin Jiufeng's appearance at all. Human god. But she still managed to guess his identity. He was the human god living in seclusion within the confines of the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. I will guard the surroundings. I will not disturb Senior's treatment of His Majesty, the Empress said respectfully as she moved back a little, not wanting to disturb Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng was satisfied with her attitude. She knew when to advance and when to retreat. She knew what was good for her, and her every move was open-handed. Do you want to sign in at the Empress's palace? Suddenly, a line of words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Lin Jiufeng didn't expect the sign-in prompt to appear at such a moment. Sign in. But since he was already here, how could he refuse? He hadn't signed in at the Empress Palace yet. He had already visited the palace when he came here to expose concubine Ming. But for some reason, the sign-in prompt didn't appear that day. This time, it appeared rather quickly. Sign in successful. Received 9 slashes of the demon soul. This was an offensive technique that could only be used through one's divine soul. It had 9 moves that could instantly dissipate an enemy's divine soul. Good. Just as I needed. This will make it easier for me to annihilate the other party's divine soul. Lin Jiufeng was overjoyed. He closed his eyes and instantly received the corresponding knowledge and wisdom necessary to execute the technique. It didn't take him long to learn the 9 slashes of the demon's soul. He opened his eyes and looked at Lin Tianyuan. He was already being plagued by nightmares. A black mist lingered between his brows. Boom! Lin Jiufeng placed his palm on Lin Tianyuan's forehead and a vast amount of divine soul energy slowly seeped into Lin Tianyuan. At this moment, the world inside Lin Tianyuan's divine soul was undergoing a huge change. He was captured and imprisoned inside a dark palace. There was a huge black fog surrounding him, and there was an extremely terrifying existence in the black fog. A seemingly infinite black fog had surrounded him. There also seemed to be a terrifying existence hidden from within the fog itself. Plap! A whip struck Lin Tianyuan's body. Lord Mountain Ghost, who looked like a water monkey, also appeared. He was looking at Lin Tianyuan with a hideous look on his face. Emperor of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, aren't you very powerful? It's been a long time since we made ourselves known to the outside world. There aren't many of us yet, and you actually dared send an order to capture us all? Lord Mountain Ghost looked at Lin Tianyuan in fury. You actually dared to appear here? Lin Tianyuan's face was pale. Yet, he wasn't flustered at all despite being whipped. Instead, he sneered. This is the divine soul world of my mountain spirit race's ancestor. We used a secret technique to bring your divine soul here. In this world, unless one has a deep understanding of the divine soul, they cannot find this place, Lord Mountain Spirit said proudly. He wasn't afraid at all. In the imperial capital, you are the emperor of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, you have a lot of power. But here, I am the king. Even if the gods are here, even if that human god from your Xuanhuang God Dynasty is here, he must kneel before me. Lord Mountain Ghost shouted arrogantly. Is that so? But he wasn't smug for long before a cold voice sounded. Then, a resplendent sword light split the black fog and directly shone on the dark palace. Lin Jiufeng, who was shrouded in a golden radiance, appeared. He stared at Lord Mountain Ghost with a cold gaze. Pointing his finger like a sword, he said, "Can you repeat what you just said? You are a human god? Why are you here? This is the divine soul world of my mountain ghost race's ancestor. How can you be here " Lord Mountain Ghost looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise and doubt. His arrogance seemed to have been smothered by Lin Jiufeng's appearance. I'm here to kill you, Lin Jiufeng said bluntly. Lin Jiufeng originally wanted to save Lin Tianyuan and catch the mastermind, but who would have thought that he would accidentally encounter Lord Mountain Ghost whom he wanted to kill? Since this was the case, Lin Jiufeng wasn't going to be courteous. Ha ha ha. My ears aren't ringing, are they? In the divine soul world of my ancestor, you said that you wanted to kill me? You want to kill me here? Do you think that my ancestor doesn't exist? Lord Mountain Ghost was full of confidence. He wasn't afraid of Lin Jiufeng. Behind him, the thick black fog rolled. There was a terrifying existence inside of it. How can a coward who just hides in the dark and doesn't even dare to show himself protect you? Lin Jiufeng said in disdain. He raised his hand and executed the 9 slashes of the demon soul that he had just received earlier from signing in. The first stance of the 9 slashes of the demon soul, heavily sword soul break. Using his finger as a sword, he connected both the sky and the earth. In the divine soul world, Lin Jiufeng could also summon the wind and rain. His divine soul was overwhelmingly powerful. In the very next moment, his sword slashed out. "Ancestor, save me!" Lord Mountain Ghost shouted rather calmly. He didn't believe that even a human god like Lin Jiufeng could kill him in the divine soul world of his ancestor. The surging black fog also moved. It condensed into a shield and directly blocked in front of Lord Mountain Ghost. Dawn! The shield was as black as ink, and the patterns on its surface looked very real. It seemed to be very powerful. Lord Mountain Ghost's smile of confidence widened. But Lin Jiufeng was similarly confident. He only said softly, "You're already dead." As his words fell, the 9 slashes of the demon soul directly split the shield into pieces with a bang. A stroke of the sword was all it took for him to annihilate Lord Mountain Ghost's divine soul. It looked very easy. The black shield seemed sturdy, but under the 9 slashes of the demon soul that was filled with Lin Jiufeng's sword intent, the shield was akin to that of a piece of paper. Lord Mountain Ghost looked at Lin Jiufeng in a daze. His divine soul has been forcefully dissipated. It scattered into a black fog that disappeared. Before he could completely die, he stared fixedly at Lin Jiufeng. He wanted to know why. Why was this strike so powerful? But Lin Jiufeng didn't even look at him. Killing him like this was almost like letting him off easy. He had finally gotten his revenge for that old man. Lin Jiufeng looked at the surging black fog around him. The black fog seemed furious. It was enraged as the massive pressure it carried, similar to a storm, came crashing down. Lin Jiufeng stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at it calmly and said, "There's no need to be angry. Come and take my strike too." Only by receiving this strike without dying would the existence within the fog have the right to be angry. Otherwise, even if he was thousands of miles away, Lin Jiufeng would still be able to find his true body. With these words, the black fog actually began to dissipate on its own to escape. It realized that Lin Jiufeng wasn't someone to be trifled with. Clang! The same longsword that penetrated the imperial capital's palace long ago appeared behind Lin Jiufeng's back. He performed another stance from the 9 slashes of the demon soul. "Annihilation. Please go and die," Lin Jiufeng said seriously. With a swing of his sword, the entire divine soul world was instantly torn. Chapter 53, A Trump Card for the Empress. Lin Jiufeng slashed out with his sword, forcing the black fog to retreat continuously. It realized that Lin Jiufeng wasn't someone to be trifled with. In fact, it already knew that this was the case when Lord Mountain Ghost was killed just now. Someone who could break into his divine soul world, destroy the shield that he had set up with one strike, and who could kill people here with seemingly no effort at all. The black fog knew that it couldn't do anything to Lin Jiufeng. Hence, it chose to retreat. Unlike the arrogant Lord Mountain Ghost, the black fog retreated slowly but surely. However, Lin Jiufeng's sword had already slashed out once more. Boom! In the very next moment, when the black fog was about to dissipate, Lin Jiufeng struck its body with his sword. The black fog trembled. It let out a muffled groan. Unfortunately, it managed to escape in the end. It left the divine soul world with a body full of injuries. Lin Jiufeng didn't stop it. After all, this place was created by it. No one could stop it from leaving. The sword energy that I left in your body will ultimately lead me to you. Lin Jiufeng's eyes twinkled with a slight gleam. The ancestor of the mountain ghost race was different from what Lin Jiufeng had expected. It was obviously at the human god realm. However, it wasn't as powerful as the average human god. From the beginning till the end, it hid in the black fog without coming out. Its true body never appeared. Even when it was time for them to interrogate Lin Tianyuan, he used Lord Mountain Ghost as the proxy to do it. Considering all of these, Lin Jiufeng guessed that this so-called ancestor was definitely an old monster that had lived for many centuries. With its departure, the Black Palace also disappeared. Lin Jiufeng and Lin Tianyuan's divine souls returned to the Empress's palace. In the Empress's palace, Lin Jiufeng took his hand off Lin Tianyuan's forehead. He sat at the side and pondered on his own silently. The Empress watched quietly from a distance. She still couldn't see Lin Jiufeng's appearance. Although the brilliance that covered his body was already nowhere to be seen, Lin Jiufeng's appearance itself seemed to be like a mirage in the ocean. Just looking at him alone was confusing to the eyes. Lin Tianyuan finally woke up. The weakened Lin Tianyuan had been tortured in his dreams. As a result, his body became so fragile that he couldn't even get up. The Empress hurriedly went to support Lin Tianyuan up. Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan and slowly said, "There's no need to be anxious to get up. Your body has lost a lot of its energy this time. You suffered a lot in your dreams. The other party wants you to release the members of the Mountain Ghost race," and he was serious in his threat. "Uncle, I'm still so useless. To think that I cannot even resist the urge to sleep," Lin Tianyuan said bitterly. "It's okay. Concubine Ming should have taken your blood and hair and gave it to the Mountain Ghost race. The secret technique they used is very difficult to guard against. Tonight, you've suffered a great loss, but if you rest your body well in the future and make up for the loss, living for another 40 years won't be a problem," Lin Jiufeng said softly. The disaster this time had severed Lin Tianyuan's path of cultivation. It also broke his thoughts of breaking through to the martial sage realm. However, in the future, as long as he took care of his body properly, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live for another 40 years. By that time, he would also be an old man in his 70s. It could be considered that he had lived a fulfilling life by then. Lin Tianyuan smiled bitterly and said, "So this is actually related to Concubine Ming? But I only have myself to blame for this, I can't blame anyone else. I even have to trouble Uncle to help clean my mess up. I'm useless." Lin Jiufeng looked at him calmly and said, "You've been by my side since you were 5 until you ascended to the throne when you were 15. I watched you grow up. You've been very obedient all these years. Although you were occasionally rebellious, you're still the best successor for your father. He didn't choose the wrong person, and I didn't choose the wrong person too." Lin Tianyuan smiled and said softly, "To be able to gain Uncle's praise, then all my efforts over the years haven't been in vain. I'm going back now. You don't have to worry about the Mountain Ghost race's old ancestor anymore. He destroyed your cultivation base and your body, I will make him pay the price for this." Lin Jiufeng's eyes turned slightly cold. "Thank you, Uncle." Lin Tianyuan insisted on trying to stand up to send Lin Jiufeng off, but he couldn't stand up at all. In the end, the Empress sent Lin Jiufeng out of the palace on behalf of Lin Tianyuan. Lin Jiufeng soared into the sky and disappeared. The Empress returned to the hall in a daze. She looked at Lin Tianyuan and asked uncertainly, "That person just now is your uncle?" Lin Tianyuan nodded and patted the edge of his bed, signaling the Empress to sit down. She sat down obediently. "My Empress, I have let you down all these years." Lin Tianyuan sighed. "Your Majesty, what are you saying? I married your Majesty when I was 16 years old. I'm only in my 30s this year, and I'm already the mother of the God Dynasty. I control the imperial harem and have bestowed glory upon my family for the next 10 generations. You didn't let me down on anything." The Empress grabbed Lin Tianyuan's large hand and said gently. Lin Tianyuan looked at the smiling queen and he held her hand tightly with a bitter smile on his face. No words were necessary, they both understood. Thinking about it carefully, Lin Tianyuan knew how much of a bastard he used to be. Fortunately, God gave him another 40 years to live. "My Empress. That person just now was the Yuhua God Dynasty's guardian and also my uncle," Lin Tianyuan said softly. He told the Empress his most important secret. In the entire Yuhua God Dynasty, No, in the entire world, only two people knew Lin Jiufeng's identity. One was Emperor Ming, Lin Tianyuan. The other was Dachuan. Dachuan was a simple and honest person. He knew that Lin Jiufeng was very powerful, and he vaguely guessed that Lin Jiufeng was the human god that everyone referred to as the expert living in seclusion within the imperial capital. But he definitely didn't know as much as Lin Tianyuan. Lin Tianyuan was the one who knew Lin Jiufeng's entire background. After all, they had lived together for 10 years. This was his greatest trump card. In the past, he didn't dare to tell anyone. But today, he took the initiative to tell the Empress about it. His heart had completely accepted the Empress's presence. Uncle? The Empress looked at Lin Tianyuan in surprise. Your biological uncle? Lin Tianyuan nodded and revealed a faint smile. He was very proud. If we weren't biologically related, who would help me like this? How could he bother to scold me whenever I make a mistake and help me correct my ways? I've been married to your Majesty for more than 10 years, and I've seen all of your Majesty's relatives before. The Empress thought carefully, but she was still confused. Think about it carefully, Lin Tianyuan said with a smile. The Empress thought carefully. A frown appeared on her beautiful face. Your Majesty, I've thought about all the relatives of the royal family throughout these years, but I still don't know his identity. Just tell me, the Queen said coquettishly. I wonder if you remember about my grandpa Emperor choosing the crown prince? Lin Tianyuan asked. I know. Father Emperor suppressed a group of princes back then and was chosen as the crown prince. The Empress nodded. Then, do you know that there was another crown prince before my father? Lin Tianyuan asked. I don't know. I was just born at that time. I was only a child. The Empress shook her head. Lin Tianyuan couldn't help but sigh. Time truly was heartless. It had completely wiped out all traces of the former dethroned prince, Lin Jiufeng. If even the Empress didn't know, then who else among the common people still knew about him? Before my father became the crown prince was my uncle, my biological uncle. He was born to the same mother as my father. It was only because he made a huge mistake back then that he was stripped off his title as the crown prince and banished to the cold palace. It was then that my father became the crown prince and ascended to the throne. Lin Tianyuan explained slowly. Light flashed through the Empress's eyes when she heard his words. She was truly surprised. My Empress. You must remember this. In the future, if I am no longer around and you encountered something very difficult that will bring danger to the Unrivalled God Dynasty, go to the entrance of the cold palace and beg Uncle to help. This is the trump card that I have prepared for you and my son, Lin Tianyuan said solemnly. I will remember. The Empress nodded solemnly. Chapter 54, A year passed. Lin Tianyuan was worried that his body would continuously deteriorate with each passing day. Although Lin Jiufeng had said that he could live for 40 years with the help of treasures and supplements. But what if something unfortunate happened to him? He had to think about his descendants and the Empress. Hence, he told the Empress everything about Lin Jiufeng's identity. Of course, she told her that she was the only one who could possibly know about all of these. Seeing how Lin Tianyuan emphasized secrecy regarding this matter, the Empress agreed. After leaving the palace, Lin Jiufeng didn't immediately return to the cold palace. He sensed that his sword energy wasn't actually that far from the imperial capital. It's actually so close to the imperial capital. No wonder Lin Tianyuan caught so many mountain ghosts in the past few days. It turns out that their base camp is located nearby, Lin Jiufeng muttered. He hurried over with his sword energy serving as his guide. After breaking through to the human god realm, his speed became incredibly fast. The ancestor of the mountain ghost race had created a base on a mountain just outside the imperial capital. There were a lot of shrubs and vines on the mountain, making it difficult for ordinary people to traverse the vicinity. But Lin Jiufeng directly flew over and landed in front of a tall mountain. Looking up at the skies, it was already dawn. The next morning had arrived. Lin Jiufeng looked at the mountain. What greeted his eyes was the sight of rugged mountains stacked side to side. This seems to be an array formation, Lin Jiufeng mumbled. He finally understood why, even though most of the mountain ghosts were so close to the imperial capital, no one hadn't discovered their base camp yet. It turned out that they had used an array formation to ward against the prying eyes of outsiders. Looking at the array formation, Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but frown. He didn't know much about array formations. Lin Jiufeng only knew one thing. If one was strong enough, everything else wasn't a problem. Could this array formation withstand a strike from him? So, what if it could? What about 2 strikes? 3 strikes? Lin Jiufeng's understanding of array formations was so superficial that it would make people laugh if he told others about it. But he had no other choice. That ancestor of the mountain ghost race is hiding here. There's definitely something wrong with him. He was struck by my sword and he can't even get rid of the sword energy. He's abnormally weak, Lin Jiufeng muttered. Do you want to sign in at the mountain ghost race's base camp? Just as Lin Jiufeng was about to use his power to destroy the array formation, a line of words appeared before his eyes. Lin Jiufeng was surprised. It's already the morning of the next day, so I can sign in again. Of course, I'll sign in. Sign in successful. Received Encyclopedia of Array Formations. As expected, signing in front of an array formation meant that he would probably receive something related to array formations. Rumble. An entire book on array formations appeared. It was thick and it obviously contained a lot of corresponding knowledge. All of it was injected into Lin Jiufeng's mind, causing him to close his eyes for a while. This vast knowledge allowed Lin Jiufeng to understand the secrets of array formations. In Lin Jiufeng's eyes, the array formation set up by the mountain ghost race wasn't that difficult to traverse through. He followed the correct path and walked deep into the mountain without letting the array formation notice his intrusion. There were many tombs here. Each tomb had a mountain ghost living in it. Some of the graves were empty, which meant that the mountain ghosts inside had gone out. But some were covered up tightly, which meant that something was inside. Counting carefully, there were thousands of graves. These were all members of the mountain ghost race. Among them, more than 1,000 mountain ghosts were caught by Lin Tianyuan. It was no wonder that Lord Mountain Ghost and his old ancestor had become so anxious to deal with him. The population of the mountain ghost race isn't that huge. It's already considered decent to have someone as powerful as the Lord Mountain Ghost and even an old ancestor among their ranks. It's just a pity that they are too ambitious. Lin Jiufeng watched silently. Lord Mountain Ghost was the leader of this generation of mountain ghosts. He was a martial sage. But a man who could never be satisfied was akin to a snake trying to swallow an elephant. He underestimated the Xuanhuang God Dynasty too much and also overestimated the capabilities of his old ancestor. Lin Jiufeng quickly discovered that ancestor's coffin. It wasn't inside the largest tomb. It was just a coffin suspended on a cliff. Lin Jiufeng could sense that his sword energy was inside. With a flick of his finger, a streak of sword energy burst forth and the coffin directly exploded. Boom! There was nothing inside of it. But a faint black smoke slowly dissipated into the air. Really? You died just from this sword energy? Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. The faint dissipating black smoke was the ancestor of the mountain ghost race. A human god realm ancestor from 1,500 years ago. Looking at his surroundings, Lin Jiufeng was rather bored. You've persevered for 1,500 years, but you didn't think about nurturing more talents in your race in preparation for the new era, yet you were actually so brazen to think of controlling a god dynasty. Indeed. It makes sense that your race was almost wiped out back then. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but complain. With Lord Mountain Ghost as the leader along with an old ancestor with no foresight, how could the mountain ghost race remain in existence? Lin Jiufeng personally witnessed the divine soul of the ancestor of the mountain ghost race dissipate into the air. From the beginning till the end, no words were exchanged. The shield that the old ancestor had condensed back then truly wasn't that strong after all. Considering how this old ancestor was already akin to that of an arrow at the end of its flight, it was understandable. But Lord Mountain Ghost had no idea about this. He thought that since they were both in the human god realm, his ancestor would definitely be able to suppress Lin Jiufeng due to their difference in battle experience. Lin Jiufeng was rather bored. His biggest gain from this trip was the sign-in for the Encyclopedia of Array Formations. He directly left this place and returned to the Cold Palace to properly study this Encyclopedia of Array Formations. The disturbance caused by the Mountain Ghost race came to an end. The clans from the old era caused a huge commotion in the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and didn't even try to adapt to the new era. They acted according to their old ideals and as a result, they were annihilated. After Lin Jiufeng made his move this time, he didn't have to go out anymore. The Cold Palace was as quiet as ever. No one came to disturb him and the White Cat. Whenever Lin Tianyuan encountered a problem, his first thought was to solve it by himself. He preferred to not disturb Lin Jiufeng's peace if the problem was something he could handle. Another year passed. This year, Lin Jiufeng was 50 years old. The 50-year-old Lin Jiufeng had the appearance of a 20-year-old, calmness of a 50-year-old, intelligence of an 800-year-old ancestor, and the aura of a 3,000-year-old sage. He was currently digging up the treasures of the human body, which was the goal of the immortal treasury stage of the human god realm. Other than this, Lin Jiufeng had also revised the entire Encyclopedia of Array Formations in the year that had passed. He finally knew all the basic array formations in the world like they were the back of his hand. The Encyclopedia of Array Formations also had another name, the Encyclopedia of Basic Array Formations. He lived a serene life throughout the previous year. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty also remained relatively calm. Every cultivator in the world was quietly accumulating their strength, all of them wanted to reach the human god realm. But someone among them remained unhappy. Great Yin Dynasty, Temple of the Holy Maiden. Throughout the previous year, the Holy Maiden had been preoccupied with her own matters. Her features looked as picturesque as ever. Her black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall as she stood tall. Throughout the previous year, I sealed a few regions with my human god realm cultivation base. I finally have some free time to myself since I'm already done with all of these. The Holy Maiden let out a long breath. She still had a problem that she had to deal with. It was her incomplete divine soul. The reason why my divine soul isn't complete is that when I was captured by the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, the Crown Prince secretly helped and released me. He's the Crown Prince of an opposing dynasty, but he still released me, the Holy Maiden of their enemy. He must have encountered a lot of difficulties in the aftermath of what he had done. This is why my divine soul is incomplete. I harmed a Crown Prince, which is equivalent to me owing him my life. I can only hope that you're still alive. I can repay you this gratitude. I can give you whatever you want. But if you're already dead, it will be impossible for my divine soul to become complete in this lifetime. The Holy Maiden was helpless. Chapter 55, Miss Hong. The Holy Maiden wanted to make her soul complete once more. First, she needed to know if Lin Jiufeng was still alive. 30 years have passed since Lin Jiufeng saved her back then. The young Lin Jiufeng back then should be an old man in his 50s by now. His cultivation was destroyed and he was banished to the Cold Palace. Decades have passed since then, could he still be alive? The Holy Maiden was distressed. I shall send someone to the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty to investigate. I hope that you are still alive. I can make it up to you. The throne, countless beauties, or even the ability to walk on the path of cultivation once more. I can give them to you. The Holy Maiden picked up a piece of paper. After folding it a few times, an immortal crane appeared. Go to that famous Taoist mountain and find 2 Taoist priests. Ask them to go to the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty to investigate that matter concerning the dethroned crown prince 30 years ago. The Holy Maiden waved her hand, and the paper crane flew up. It flapped its wings and flew away. The Holy Maiden watched quietly. She suddenly thought of something and frowned slightly. In today's world, the first native person to break through to the human god realm is in the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. What if those two Taoist priests fail because of that human god? She picked up another piece of paper and folded it into yet again another paper crane. When she was done, the immortal crane flew to the Buddhist sects in the Jiangnan area. 2 groups of people should be enough, right? The holy maiden muttered. But thinking about it carefully. What if both groups got into conflict with that human god? Let's get a triple insurance policy. The holy maiden folded another crane that flew toward the northern desert region. The holy maiden was being cautious here with so many backups up her sleeve. This should be enough. I shall quietly wait for their results. I hope that they will bring me good news. The holy maiden closed her eyes in satisfaction and started to repair her divine soul. The world of Taoism consisted of many sects. But there were only a few publicly recognized top Taoist sects. Each sect occupied a famous mountain or river. They focused on cultivating the Tao, sitting in meditation, and watching the clouds rise and fall. They quietly observed the changes in the world. Among them, Mount Longhu of the Taoist sects was considered to be a holy land of Taoism. The foundation of Mount Longhu ran deep. Following that rain, many martial sages appeared continuously in here like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. 2 of the bamboo shoots quickly grew into towering trees. 2 human gods appeared on Mount Longhu, one of the sacred lands of Taoism. If news of their ascension got out, it would definitely shock the world. However, these 2 human gods were currently holding a paper crane and listening seriously to what the paper crane was saying. It's Miss Hong's voice, a young Taoist priest said excitedly. I thought that after we parted ways in the underground abyss, I wouldn't be able to see the fairy like Miss Hong anymore. I didn't expect that she would actually take the initiative to contact us, the young Taoist priest said excitedly. The middle-aged Taoist priest by the side also nodded. The 2 of us were only able to break through to the human god realm thanks to Miss Hong's pointers. Although she looks like an aloof person, that is only on the surface. The real Miss Hong is very kind. The 2 Taoist priests were already old, but ever since they broke through to the human god realm and regained their youth, their mentalities also changed along with their appearance. With their age and experiences, not a lot in this world could excite them anymore. But Miss Hong was an exception. Senior brother Lu Yun, do you still remember that scene when we saw Miss Hong a year ago? The young Taoist priest recalled. Of course, I remember. There was an earthquake that split the earth that day and it revealed the entrance to an underground abyss. Countless demons and monsters were inside of it. Fortunately, that place was near Mount Longhu. We were at the 4th stage of the martial sage realm and we were the ones to suppress that crack. The middle-aged Taoist priest named Lu Yun lamented. I still remember that senior brother and I were full of confidence before we went in. But we couldn't last for more than half a day in that place before we were completely defeated. Then, at a crucial moment, Miss Hong descended from the sky. She was so beautiful to the point that I still find it hard to describe her beauty. She immediately got rid of the trouble and suppressed that crack on her own. She also helped treat our injuries. In addition, she even gave us pointers which helped us tremendously when we made our breakthrough to the human god realm. The young Taoist priest brimmed with excitement. With a trace of longing, he recalled the past. They were only able to make a breakthrough because of Miss Hong. Junior brother Haiyu, we owe Miss Hong our lives and the favor of guiding us. This time, Miss Hong wants us to go to the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty to investigate the situation of the dethroned crown prince 30 years ago. We must go, Lu Yun said. Of course we have to go. Even if the first human god is in the imperial capital, we still have to go there and investigate. Junior brother Haiyu nodded. We aren't going to make any trouble. We are just investigating the situation of that dethroned crown prince back then. It should be fine. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty probably doesn't want to offend 2 human gods like us anyway, Lu Yun said. We have to go now, we can't let Miss Hong wait for our results for too long. Haiyu couldn't wait any longer. He immediately left the mountain and headed in the direction of the imperial capital. Lu Yun shook his head and laughed. He also got up and went down the mountain. The Buddhist sects of Jiangnan once had a temple every 3 steps and a monastery every 5 steps. But after the 2 paintings suppressed the 2 Buddhist sects back then, they were demolished. The 3 sacred lands of the Buddhist sects were still around, but the number of believers in the Buddhist sects had sharply declined. They were no longer as glorious as they were back then. Both Shaolin Temple and Xuanhuang Temple had become part of the background that depicted the might of that human god from the Unrivalled God Dynasty into the world. They were furious, but they knew that they temporarily couldn't do anything about it. As for the Dalan Temple that was spared from the catastrophe and didn't suffer any losses back then, it remained unscathed as it maintained its low-key appearance. In the Buddhist cave of Dalan Temple, there were many exquisite paintings. An old monk was sitting upright in front of a painting. In front of him was a flower. He held it with one hand and a smile appeared on his face. The smile of Buddha as he was plucking flowers. The old monk quickly turned young, transforming from an old man into a young man. "I have no way of repaying your kindness, Miss Hong." The young monk sighed. 3 months ago, under the guidance of Miss Hong, he successfully broke through to the human god realm. A paper crane was flying in circles around him. The monk took the paper crane in his hand and put it up to his ear. He then heard Miss Hong's voice. After a while, the monk who had listened to it several times raised his head and looked in the direction of the imperial capital of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. "I shall go visit the most prosperous place in the world today." The young and handsome monk smiled. In the northern desert region, the earth was dry and the sun was scorching. A dark-skinned man held a paper crane in his hand as he carefully placed it up to his ear to listen. With his height of more than 2 meters, he held the little paper crane in his hands and listened attentively. His action looked just like a little woman. It looked out of place and awkward. But he was very happy. "Miss Hong actually took the initiative to send me a message. This is a huge matter, I have to do my best for Miss Hong. Unrivalled God Dynasty, the imperial capital, the dethroned crown prince. No matter what, I'm going. The only thing that I need to worry about in the imperial capital is that first human god. But I'm not going to make any trouble. I'm just going to look for information. This human god probably isn't so domineering," Iron Han mumbled. Then, he took big strides and ran faster than the wind. Lin Jiufeng, who was deep in the imperial capital's cold palace, had no idea that 4 human gods were coming to the imperial capital to investigate his situation. He was quietly signing in, cultivating, improving himself, and refining the immortal treasury in his body. "Why am I still unable to make a breakthrough from the immortal treasury stage?" Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. He couldn't help but ask the white cat. Chapter 56, a person forgotten by the imperial capital. Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base was still at the immortal treasury stage of the human god realm. He was trying his best to unlock the treasures hidden within his body. But no matter how diligent he was, he felt as if his body was akin to that of a bottomless abyss. No matter what he did, something seemed amiss. As a result, he couldn't help but ask the white cat as to why he couldn't make a breakthrough into the next stage of the human god realm. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng speechlessly. It moved its claws and wrote a few words. After so many years, its words were still as ugly as ever, but Lin Jiufeng had gotten used to it already. To be honest, he was starting to think that its penmanship was somewhat adorable. "You're already a human god expert, why are you still asking me this?" Lin Jiufeng was suddenly enlightened. "Ah! To think that I forgot that your cultivation base is still not at the human god realm. My bad, it's my mistake. I won't ask you anymore." The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng. It was ashamed and furious at the same time. It felt that Lin Jiufeng was intentionally humiliating it. His words didn't sound malicious, but their underlying meaning was shameful for the white cat. It wasn't slacking. It worked very hard. In fact, the white cat was already at the peak of the martial sage realm. Unfortunately, it encountered a bottleneck while it was a single step away from the human god realm. The bottleneck that it had encountered was the reason why it was ridiculed by Lin Jiufeng. Meow. The white cat reached out its claws, wanting to scratch Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng turned around and left it behind directly. I'm going to try and comprehend the essence of the immortal treasury stage. Guard the door well. Lin Jiufeng's serious, yet seemingly casual manner of speaking further infuriated the white cat. It gestured with its claws while staring at Lin Jiufeng's back. Its sharp nails had already emerged from its meaty claws. It was angry. Lin Jiufeng's life this year consisted of his usual continuous signing in. Sometimes, he would purposely provoke and tease the white cat, adding a bit of fun to his peaceful life. Of course, the most important thing for him was to thoroughly comprehend the essence of the immortal treasury stage. There were many treasures within the immortal treasury stage. Physical body immortal treasury, divine soul immortal treasury, true chi immortal treasury, Taoist charm immortal treasury. These were the four great immortal secrets that Lin Jiufeng comprehended within the immortal treasury stage of the human god realm. He had already unlocked the physical body immortal treasury. As a reward for his comprehension, his body's foundation was further solidified and strengthened. He could now kill someone of the same cultivation realm as him with only a single punch. Just this single immortal treasury alone increased his strength exponentially. For the divine soul immortal treasury, Lin Jiufeng cultivated the innate soul refining technique and refined his divine soul into an avatar of himself. The true chi immortal treasury had revealed a secret door within one's true chi. From beyond the door was a world filled with ancient true chi runes. With his comprehension of the true chi immortal treasury, Lin Jiufeng's every move now reflected those resplendent ancient true chi runes. The Taoist charm immortal treasury allowed Lin Jiufeng to look at the very essence of the world itself. He could now reach out and feel the pulse of the great Tao. His heartbeat was now synchronized with the breathing of the earth itself as he walked on the ground. The four great immortal treasures increased Lin Jiufeng's strength by 100-fold. He really felt that he could destroy this world if he wanted to. This feeling came along with his increase in strength. But despite all of these, he still couldn't make a breakthrough away from the immortal treasury stage. What exactly is wrong? Lin Jiufeng wondered. I've read through the few books that describe the immortal treasury stage of the human god realm. However, what they have described seems to be vastly different than mine. In those books, the immortal treasury stage seems to be a simple stage to surpass. Lin Jiufeng frowned. Opening the four great immortal treasures allowed his strength to continuously rise. Under such circumstances, he naturally wanted to break through the immortal treasury stage to enter the next small stage of the human god realm. I want to reach the peak of the human god realm as soon as possible. I want to see what's beyond it, Lin Jiufeng said with a look of longing on his face. With his cultivation base, he might not be invincible in the mortal world, but he was still a top expert. Lin Jiufeng had no interest in power and authority. Lin Jiufeng wasn't interested in reputation either. Lin Jiufeng didn't bother with seeking beautiful women too. He was only interested in one thing, the peak of the martial path. I have a hunch that the human god realm is definitely not the highest cultivation realm. It's just that any information concerning the realms beyond it seemed to have been erased. No one knows about it. Apart from a few mentions in those ancient books, there is nothing else. His motivation for reaching the peak of the human god realm was not that complicated. He simply wanted to find out what was beyond it. After I successfully conquered this great mountain known as the human god realm, the world in the future would definitely become even more vast and wonderful, Lin Jiufeng said with desire flickering within his eyes. Lin Jiufeng's desire and ambition were laid bare. His priority was to continue accumulating his strength, so he could surpass the human god realm as soon as possible. Imperial capital. Early in the morning, a young monk arrived. At noon, two Taoist priests arrived. In the evening, a man with a towering physique arrived. The three of them arrived at the imperial capital on the same day. They didn't do anything out of line, but each of them did something in common. They all went to look for an information broker. The young monk found an old man in the imperial capital. The old man was only 20 years old back then. He was a person who witnessed that piece of history. But for some reason, the old man and the others that the young monk visited all shook their heads in confusion. They all said that they didn't know anything about a so-called dethroned crown prince from decades ago. Of course, after asking so many people, there was bound to be someone that knew about the dethroned crown prince. But as for what exactly happened? After 30 years, he had long forgotten about it. Someone even said, the current emperor's lineage is doing so well, why should we still bother about that dethroned crown prince? Since he has been deposed, he must have done something bad. Why do we have to remember him? The monk was speechless. Unable to answer, he could only look for more people to ask from. But the people in the imperial capital really didn't truly remember the dethroned crown prince. The two Taoist priests, the towering man from the northern desert region, all found the same results as the young monk. The people of the imperial capital had completely forgotten about the dethroned crown prince, Lin Jiufeng. After a busy afternoon, the three groups ate in 3 different restaurants in the evening. If one looked at their locations from above, one could see that they had coincidentally formed a perfect triangle that surrounded the imperial capital. But despite being this close to each other, they didn't discover each other's presence at all. They were afraid of causing a misunderstanding between them and that human god realm expert within the imperial capital. Therefore, they chose to restrain their terrifying cultivation base. The monk ate vegetarian food, the Taoist priests drank tea, while that towering man ate meat in large chunks and drank wine in large cups. They were all depressed. The variety of food that they were eating vastly differed from each other, but their feelings were the same, they felt helpless. The imperial capital is so huge, yet no one even remembers about that dethroned crown prince? Isn't that crown prince too low-key? The monk complained. Most people in this imperial capital don't know of any dethroned crown prince. They only know about Emperor Ming and Emperor Yuan. Perhaps we need to dig deeper into this piece of history. The two Taoist priests discussed. I don't know anything about the imperial capital, but since I want to investigate what happened decades ago, I can ask the servants in the palace. Some of the servants who were in charge of some duties in the past have already returned to their hometowns to retire. They must know something about it. Although this towering man had a boorish appearance, he was meticulous. He immediately thought of a solution to his conundrum. The young monk also thought of a solution. I can go to the royal family's clan residence and look through their dossiers. Even if that prince was stripped of his position, he should still be recorded within the dossiers of the royal family's clan residence. With that, I'll know if he's dead or alive. The two Taoist priests went to look for a former prince who was now a lord with his own land and riches. This former prince fought with Lin Jiufeng for the title of crown prince back then and failed. Then, failed again his struggle with Emperor Yuan for the title of crown prince. After 2 setbacks, he was disheartened and decided to let go of everything. He became an idle lord and spent his day walking with the birds and having fun. He was now living a carefree life. The two Taoist priests came to visit him at night and revealed their identities. This caused the idle lord to turn pale with fright as he hurriedly welcomed them. He was just an idle lord. How could he offend someone from the sacred grounds of Taoism, Mount Longhu? Taoist priests. May I know why you are looking for me? The idle lord asked cautiously. He hoped that it wasn't because they wanted to rebel and they needed his help. He didn't want to rebel at all. He was now used to his lifestyle of being an idle and wealthy lord. We're here to find out more about that dethroned crown prince from back then, Taoist Lu Yun replied. The idle lord heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, his worst fear didn't come true. But he was stunned hearing Taoist Lu Yun's words. You want to ask me about my third brother, Lin Jiufeng? Chapter 57, Forcing the cherry blossoms to bloom all over the tree. Back then, this idle lord was young, high-spirited, and confident. He had always coveted that throne. Hence, he regarded Lin Jiufeng as his enemy. He had never called Lin Jiufeng third brother before. He was the eldest out of all the princes, and he was also the direct son of the emperor. Logically speaking, he should have inherited the throne. But the young Lin Jiufeng was a genius. The former suppressed him and took the title of the crown prince from him. Later on, Lin Jiufeng made a mistake and released the opposing dynasty's holy maiden. As a result, he took advantage of the opportunity to add insult to injury. He rallied the ministers to remove Lin Jiufeng from the position of crown prince. He thought that the now empty position of Crown Prince was already in his bag, but when Emperor Yuan returned, the latter also suppressed him. It was as if history was repeating itself. Emperor Yuan took the position away from him. The two blows had thoroughly demoralized him. In the end, he became an idle lord and abandoned his ambitions. All these years, he didn't mention Lin Jiufeng even once, nor did he think of him that much. 30 years had passed, and he was already in his 50s. He was already more than 50 years old, and the past had long been buried in the deep recesses of his mind. But right now, he was baffled. Why were these two Taoist priests looking for Lin Jiufeng? Lu Yun and Haiyu looked at the idle lord who was lost in his memories. They reached out and shook him awake. "I'm sorry. It's just that I haven't heard of his name in a long time." Back then, Lin Jiufeng was banished to the Cold Palace. "Until now, he has never been released," the idle lord said. Lu Yun asked, "Then, is he still alive?" "He should still be alive. If he's dead, the clan residents should inform us of his death, which means that he's still alive in the Cold Palace. It's just that the conditions in the Cold Palace are tough. His cultivation base was destroyed back then. I wonder what kind of torture he had experienced over the past few decades inside that place." The idle lord sighed. The grudges he felt in the early years had already disappeared. There wasn't much brotherhood between them, but he pitied Lin Jiufeng's predicament. "After he made that mistake, I knew it would be difficult for him to turn the tides in his life. He's only bitterly waiting for his death in that Cold Palace, I bet." "Why are the two esteemed Taoist priests looking for him?" the idle lord asked curiously. "Is his situation in that Cold Palace really that tragic?" Junior brother Haiyu asked in surprise. Those admitted into the Cold Palace so far had never lived a long life. They all lost their minds. Think about it, he has been staying there for about 30 years now, and that is equivalent to being continuously tortured for 30 years. Isn't that tragic? The idle lord shook his head and explained. That's pretty tragic. Junior brother Haiyu couldn't help but imagine. Lin Jiufeng's situation was horrible. Where is that Cold Palace located? Lu Yun asked. The idle lord replied, in a remote area in the west district of the imperial capital, there are a number of palaces with no one living in them. That's precisely the Cold Palace. No one is allowed to enter its premises without an imperial decree. Lu Yun and junior brother Haiyu immediately got up to leave. Just pretend that we were never here. Lu Yun left behind a pill that he had refined through alchemy on Mount Longhu as his expression of gratitude to the idle lord. Then, they disappeared into the night. The towering man from the northern desert region found an old eunuch who served in the palace back then. Because of his advanced age, he was allowed to retire and return to his hometown. From this old eunuch, he learned where the dethroned crown prince was imprisoned. Before he left, the old eunuch told him, even if the dethroned crown prince from back then isn't dead yet, he should have already gone mad. It's okay if you want to find him, but don't make any trouble. The mistake he has made back then has yet to be forgiven. The towering man frowned. He couldn't help but whisper to himself, why did Miss Hong want to find this old and crazy dethroned crown prince? He couldn't figure it out. But since Miss Hong had given her orders, he had to complete the task. Taking advantage of the night, he went to the Cold Palace. Clan residence, dossier room. The young monk flipped through the records of the past and saw the records regarding Lin Jiufeng. There was a brief summary of his existence. Every comment written about him on the records was negative. The dossier directly gave Lin Jiufeng the title of a lecherous prince. The young monk closed the dossier and looked in the direction of the Cold Palace. He said, Ba. I hope you are okay. This way, I will be able to repay Miss Hong's favor. He also went to the Cold Palace. Tonight, the Cold Palace was as quiet as ever. Almost every building within the Cold Palace had no lights. Even the occasional light was also because of the moon. But tonight, the moon was covered by dark clouds. Hence, the Cold Palace was very dark. There was only one place with light. It was Lin Jiufeng's courtyard. The courtyard was filled with bone swords. The set of bone swords that he received from signing in back then were still here. They remained inserted here for 30 years. Lin Jiufeng had never used all of them before. But Lin Jiufeng was in no hurry. It would come in handy sooner or later. Inside a pavilion, Lin Jiufeng laid on the frost jade bed. His hands were placed on his chest as he closed his eyes and circulated the surging spiritual energy that entered his body. His true qi was currently producing ancient runes in his body. They entered his dantian and his dantian itself was starting to experience a few changes. Lin Jiufeng combined the ancient true qi runes with his own cultivation technique to create something new. Dantian talismans. Each talisman contained a cultivation technique's essence. Together with the ancient true qi runes, the power it could harness was terrifying. Lin Jiufeng was quietly accumulating his strength, preparing to amaze everyone outside. A white cat was curled up on one side of the frost jade bed. It cultivated comfortably on its own. The flickering candlelight illuminated their shadows and plastered them on the wall. The white cat's shadow was lying on Lin Jiufeng's chest. It looked adorable. Tonight should have been the same as usual. An ordinary night. But Lin Jiufeng suddenly opened his eyes and frowned. He sat up. Meow. The white cat was awakened by Lin Jiufeng's movement. It opened its eyes and looked at him in confusion. Lin Jiufeng said softly, "Someone's here." Meow. The white cat also stood up and looked outside curiously. No one should be here in this cold palace. Even if someone did come, was there a need for them to be afraid? It's 4 human gods. Lin Jiufeng scanned with his divine soul and he instantly saw through their cultivation realms. Meow. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in shock. A breeze appeared beneath its feet and it was about to slip into the underground palace. Why are you running? There are only 4 of them. Lin Jiufeng snapped. The white cat wrote decisively. You are just one human god, there are 4 of them. They must have found out who you are. Now, they are here to get rid of you so that they could destroy the Unrivalled God Dynasty. A scheme suddenly popped up in the white cat's mind. Lin Jiufeng watched as the white cat's claws moved like a shadow. In a few seconds, it wrote a lot of words. Looking at the content of these words, Lin Jiufeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it's a competition of numbers, then there should be no one who can defeat the emperor with his forces. Lin Jiufeng chuckled. He raised a hand and flicked his finger. The white cat watched without blinking. It wanted to see if Lin Jiufeng, who boasted all day long about how powerful he was, would be able to win against the 4 human gods. With a flick of his finger, a stream of true qi burst forth. It directly poured over the space outside. Boom! The true qi he had released was very thin, but after leaving Lin Jiufeng's courtyard, it was like pouring a basin of cold water into a pot of hot oil. It instantly surged with power. Carrying the essence of the true qi immortal treasury that Lin Jiufeng had unlocked, it directly ignited the spiritual energy in the air within the cold palace. In Lin Jiufeng's eyes, the spiritual energy in the air became akin to resplendent lights as it directly covered everything around him. The cherry trees in the cold palace directly bloomed after being infused with this volatile spiritual energy. The fragrance of its flowers was refreshing. But for the monk, the Taoist priests, and the towering man, it was as if the sky itself had collapsed onto them. Just as they entered the cold palace, they saw a lone courtyard with lights. Like moths attracted to a flame, they walked over in its direction. With a common goal in mind, it was inevitable that they would discover each other's presence. But since they had no idea that there were other groups venturing into the cold palace, all 3 of them were momentarily stunned. At this moment, a streak of ancient true qi flew out from the lone courtyard with lights. Boom! It disturbed the spiritual energy in the air upon its arrival. Then, it directly ignited the night sky as the cherry trees around them bloomed. The pressure was akin to that of a boundless ocean. It caused the cherry blossoms to bloom all over the cherry trees, while at the same time, it forced the 4 human gods to kneel, preventing them from moving. Chapter 58, Who was Miss Hong? The young monk knelt on the ground, drenched in sweat. Beads of sweat constantly dripped down from his forehead. He looked around in shock. The spiritual energy in the air had been ignited by something. It affected the cherry tree and forced it to blossom instantly. Resplendent and beautiful cherry blossoms fluttered in the air. Then, the world shook as a stream of true qi transformed into a terrifying ancient rune that came crashing down. The four human gods couldn't resist at all. They directly knelt in front of the courtyard. They didn't even manage to enter the lone courtyard. What? What is this? The young monk was filled with indescribable shock. The two Taoist priests looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. The sensation was akin to that of a horror that engraved itself onto one's bones and onto one's heart. Both of them instantly saw through each other's thoughts. True Qi Immortal Treasury. Lu Yun gnashed his teeth as he endured the boundless pressure. But despite all of that, his voice sounded hoarse as it was forced out from his throat. As a Taoist, he naturally recognized the origins of that ancient rune. Only human gods that had broken through to the second stage, the Immortal Treasury stage, could possibly form this ancient rune. There's actually someone here who has unlocked their true Qi Immortal Treasury. How incredible! He can now make a breakthrough into the next stage. Lu Yun gulped in fear. He realized that he had offended an extremely terrifying expert by invading the cold palace. The true Qi Immortal Treasury? When unlocked, a cultivator's true Qi will now depict the resplendent ancient runes beyond the door of his true Qi. That's terrifying. The expert who suppressed us is someone that is at the Immortal Treasury stage at the least. Junior brother Haiyu added. Similar to Lu Yun, he was trembling in fear. When the young monk heard his words, his expression changed. That human god of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty is actually living in seclusion in the cold palace? The young monk realized in horror. A bitter smile spread on his lips. He truly had knocked against a metal plate this time. The veins on the towering man's body bulged. He struggled with all his might, but it was to no avail. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free from the suppression of the ancient true Qi runes. Senior, please spare my life. The towering man knew that he couldn't do anything about the situation. He directly laid on the ground and didn't resist anymore, then he shouted. He begged for mercy. The young monk and the Taoist priests did the same. They knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Being suppressed by ancient true Qi runes might be painful, but it was nothing compared to their lives. Thus, they started begging. Asking for mercy might save their lives. In the courtyard, on the frost jade bed, Lin Jiufeng didn't care about the four human gods outside. Within the lone courtyard, Lin Jiufeng didn't care about the four human gods outside. They were being suppressed by a single wisp of his true Qi. Obviously, these four were newly minted human god realm cultivators. If this happened 10 years ago, Lin Jiufeng would have been worried. But now, a flick of his finger was enough to suppress them all. He looked at the white cat. Now, do you understand that I'm not just bragging about what I usually tell you? Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. The white cat was speechless. It was both envious and furious. Envious of Lin Jiufeng's formidable strength. Furious at Lin Jiufeng for bullying it again. But the problem was that it couldn't refute him at all. Let's go. Let's go out and find out why these human gods are here. Lin Jiufeng reached out and brought the white cat into his arms. Then, he started stroking it gently. He was stroking the white cat. The white cat was a proud cat. It usually wouldn't let Lin Jiufeng hold it so casually like this. But its guess was wrong this time. Unable to refute Lin Jiufeng's words, it had no other choice but to allow Lin Jiufeng to do whatever he wanted to. Lin Jiufeng, who was carrying the white cat, walked out of the lone courtyard's door. Lin Jiufeng was dressed in a long white suit with patterns carved on its surface which accentuated his slender figure. He walked out of the courtyard. Outside the courtyard, 4 people were lying on the ground. A young monk. A man with a towering physique. And 2 Taoist priests. They were all at the human god realm. All four of them had just recently reached the human god realm. Lin Jiufeng walked out with steady footsteps. Seeing them kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, he waved his hand casually. The ancient True Qi runes suppressing them slowly dissipated. The boundless pressure disappeared. The few of them heaved a sigh of relief and gasped for breath. They hurriedly lifted their heads and looked at Lin Jiufeng. "Senior, you look great." Lu Yun praised when he saw Lin Jiufeng looking like an immortal that had descended onto the mortal realm. "Senior, we didn't mean to offend you. We really didn't know that you were living in seclusion here. Please pardon us if we have offended you in any way." The young monk ignored his own sweat and hurriedly explained. The towering man's body was more than 2 meters tall. His dark exterior made him look very domineering. But at this moment, he was like a child who had done something bad. He stood obediently at the side and looked at Lin Jiufeng, aggrieved. "Senior, I was wrong." Lin Jiufeng looked at them and said calmly, "If apologizing is useful, what use is our true qi?" The faces of the four stiffened. They became nervous, thinking that Lin Jiufeng was going to attack them. But Lin Jiufeng didn't make a move. He only sized up the four of them and asked, "You guys are in the same group?" "No. Definitely not. I'm a loner." The four of them shook their heads in unison and decisively distanced themselves from each other. They didn't want to be seen as working together. Lin Jiufeng looked at them. The young monk was alone, the towering man was alone, and the two Taoist priests were together. Despite having intruded into the cold palace at the same time, they were on guard against each other. It was an interesting sight for Lin Jiufeng. He couldn't help but laugh. "If you guys aren't in the same group, then why did you all came here on the same day and time? It's a coincidence," the monk said, embarrassed. "Fate." The two Taoist priests smiled awkwardly. "I don't know why they are here, but I have my own motives," the Iron Tower-like man said. "Oh, then tell me, what is your motive?" Lin Jiufeng stroked the white cat as he curiously asked. He still didn't know what exactly could make these human gods come at the same time on the same day to this cold palace. The young monk and the Taoist priest also looked curiously at the towering man. They also wanted to know. "I'm here to find someone," the towering man said. "Find someone?" Lin Jiufeng raised his brows and looked at him in surprise. "There's no other person in this cold palace, yet you are here to look for someone?" Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. "I'm here to look for the dethroned crown prince," the towering man was honest. "I heard that the dethroned crown prince was imprisoned here 30 years ago. I came here to investigate his whereabouts." "Find the dethroned crown prince," Lin Jiufeng's eyes darkened. He wanted to ask more, but at this moment, the young monk said, "Well, I'm also here to look for someone." Lin Jiufeng looked at him and frowned. "You're also looking for the dethroned crown prince?" The young monk nodded. Lin Jiufeng immediately looked at the two Taoist priests and asked, "Are you two also here to look for the dethroned crown prince?" Lu Yun and the Haiyu brothers hurriedly nodded. Lin Jiufeng smiled. His smile seemed to be that of joy. The dethroned crown prince was imprisoned 30 years ago, and no outsider has ever come to look for him. You guys came together tonight and said that you weren't in the same group, but all of you were looking for him. The four of them awkwardly looked at each other. In such a situation, it didn't seem to make sense to say that they weren't on the same side. Why look for the dethroned crown prince? Lin Jiufeng asked solemnly. Someone was looking for him. That person even got 4 human gods to come here just to look for him. He had to take this matter seriously. I'm under someone else's command. I'm following orders. Someone wanted me to do it. 3 different answers, but they meant the same. Someone had ordered them to come here. Lin Jiufeng's face turned slightly cold. He stared at them and asked, "Who told you lot to come here?" The 4 of them answered in unison. Miss Hong. Lin Jiufeng frowned. Who was this Miss Hong? Chapter 59, The Acquainting Process. Who was this Miss Hong? Lin Jiufeng didn't know this so-called Miss Hong. In his memory, ever since he transmigrated into this world, he had never interacted with any woman. The only female he interacted with was a white cat. Where did this Miss Hong come from? The white cat was also very curious. It raised its head and looked around in Lin Jiufeng's arms. Its curiosity skyrocketed. The single Lin Jiufeng was actually in a relationship? Lin Jiufeng looked solemnly at the four people in front of him. He wanted to know the answer to this question of his. Miss Hong is just Miss Hong, the young monk said. Miss Hong is a celestial maiden who stands aloof in this world. She's very powerful. When the towering man described Miss Hong, his tanned face actually turned red. Miss Hong is an extraordinary woman, Taoist Lu Yun said. Miss Hong is my greatest hero. Junior brother Haiyu added. The four of them praised this Miss Hong non-stop. In addition, there was clear genuine admiration and even longing in their eyes. Countless question marks instantly appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind. Just how charming was this Miss Hong? So you guys only know that her name is Miss Hong? Lin Jiufeng asked. The four nodded. You don't know her background? Lin Jiufeng continued to ask. The four of them nodded again. You guys don't know her identity either? Lin Jiufeng was speechless. The four continued to nod. This time, Lin Jiufeng stopped asking. He was becoming exhausted. You don't know anything about her at all, but this so-called Miss Hong was able to command you to come here and investigate the dethroned crown prince? Lin Jiufeng was speechless. I owe Miss Hong a favor. Under her guidance, I broke through to the human god realm, the young monk said. It's the same for us too. With Miss Hong's guidance, we were able to reach the human god realm. Taoist Lu Yun added. Me too, the towering man mumbled. Lin Jiufeng's exhaustion vanished in an instant. He looked at the four human gods. To be able to guide someone into breaking through to the human god realm, that person must be very powerful. Furthermore, if it's just a casual pointer and they manage to make a breakthrough into the human god realm. I am unable to do that myself. Lin Jiufeng pondered in his heart. It would be easy for him to kill a human god. But guiding others into making a breakthrough for the human god realm was a different story. Lin Jiufeng couldn't do it. This Miss Hong must be very powerful. At the very least, she must be incredibly familiar with the intricacies of the human god realm. Describe to me your encounter with Miss Hong in detail. We'll start with you. Lin Jiufeng looked at the young monk and permitted him to speak. A year ago, the demon's den behind the Buddha mountain of the Dalan temple split open. A group of demons was about to wreak havoc and endanger the world, but Miss Hong suddenly appeared and used her powerful strength to suppress the demon's den. She left a seal on the den and gave me pointers for 2 hours. I broke through to the human god realm due to her guidance, and I have never seen Miss Hong since then, the young monk said. A demon's den? Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. It's an ancient ruin buried deep in Mount Dacheng. The Dalan temple chose to establish a monastery on Mount Dacheng to suppress this demon's den and prevent the demons inside from coming out to harm the world. This is our duty, the young monk said sincerely. Lin Jiufeng looked at the young monk and asked, What's your Dharma name? Xing Yun, the young monk said. Monk Xing Yun, since that is a demon's den of your Dalan temple, how did Miss Hong know about it? Lin Jiufeng asked. I don't know. I also asked Miss Hong about this, but she only smiled and didn't explain. Monk Xing Yun shook his head. What about you two? Lin Jiufeng looked at the two Taoist brothers. 11 months ago, an earthquake occurred deep underground in the Longhu mountain range. The ground split open and an entrance to an underground abyss appeared. Countless demons were about to escape from that underground abyss. At that time, we wanted to suppress them, but we weren't strong enough. At the crucial moment, Miss Hong descended from the sky and helped us eliminate the demons. She also sealed the entrance to the abyss. Taoist Lu Yun explained. Lin Jiufeng frowned. Dalan Temple had a demon's den, and Mount Longhu had an underground abyss. Both of these places had these oddities. Could it be that Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but look at the towering man. What's about you? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. The young monk and the Taoist priests also looked over, intrigued. They also wanted to know if this towering man met Miss Hong in a similar situation as them. I wasn't in a demon's den nor an underground abyss. But I found a mummy within the boundless desert of the northern desert region. Unfortunately, that mummy suddenly woke up and it wanted to kill me to siphon my energy. That was when Miss Hong appeared. She suppressed the mummy and saved my life. Then, she also gave me pointers to aid me in my breakthrough into the human god realm. This is why I owe her a debt of gratitude. She asked me to pay the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty a visit to investigate the situation and whereabouts of the dethroned crown prince. This is the reason why I am here. The towering man explained. A demon's den, an underground abyss, and a mummy. Lin Jiufeng looked at the four people and frowned in thought. Since that rain fell, Lin Jiufeng knew that the world was going to change. He wasn't that surprised hearing about their experiences. But the problem was that in their stories, Miss Hong was present. Moreover, the Dulan Temple was in the Jiangnan area, Mount Longhu was in the Qinling area, and the towering man was from the northern desert region. From the south to the north, from the Jiangnan area to the vast northern desert, the entire trip would take thousands of miles. But this Miss Hong could actually appear on time in these locations despite their distance from each other? What exactly was her background? Senior, we've told you the truth. We came to the Cold Palace this time because we really just wanted to find out more about the dethroned crown prince. We have to make a report to Miss Hong to repay the debt of gratitude that we owe her, Monk Qingyun said sincerely. Senior, the young monk is right. We have no intention of offending the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, nor do we have any intention of offending you. We just want to know the current situation of that dethroned crown prince. Taoist Lu Yun added. Senior, please tell us about the situation of the dethroned crown prince of the Cold Palace so that we can immediately leave and report to Miss Hong. The towering man pleaded. Lin Jiufeng looked at them. He reached out to caress the white cat. These four people didn't know that the immortal-like Lin Jiufeng in front of them was that dethroned crown prince. Lin Jiufeng believed their words. There was no need for them to lie. His identity as the dethroned crown prince had no value at all, so why should they lie? But the problem was, just what exactly was the intention of this Miss Hong? After pondering for a moment, Lin Jiufeng said, the dethroned crown prince is in the Cold Palace, but he doesn't want anyone to disturb him. Go back and tell this Miss Hong that the dethroned crown prince's life is very simple and peaceful. There is no need to disturb him. I'll let you guys go this time, but it might not be the case next time. Lin Jiufeng let them go in the end. They were just four human gods, he could kill them with a flick of his finger. It was better if he let them return and report to Miss Hong. This way, she would not bother about him anymore. The four human gods left the Cold Palace in a hurry, their hearts filled with fear. Once they were through the door, they glanced at the dilapidated palace behind them. It was as if they saw a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open, waiting for them to venture beyond the door. Let's go back and report to Miss Hong. The four shook their heads and smiled at each other. It could be considered that fate allowed them to be gathered by Miss Hong together. The four of them bade each other farewell and left the imperial capital under the cover of the night. In the Cold Palace, Lin Jiufeng hugged the white cat and remained motionless beneath a cherry tree. Chapter 60, No Female Lead. When the young monk, the towering man, and the Taoist priests finally left, the white cat immediately jumped off Lin Jiufeng's arms. Meow. It called out and then moved its claws as it wrote a few words. You are releasing them just like that? Lin Jiufeng thought for a while and asked, should I go ahead and kill them then? The white cat was dumbfounded. Come to think of it, other than breaking into the Cold Palace, they didn't do anything out of line. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, the mastermind is that Miss Hong. What can we change by killing them? What's your relationship with this Miss Hong? The white cat wrote curiously. I don't know her. Lin Jiufeng thought about it carefully, but he still had no idea about who this Miss Hong was. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng suspiciously. it didn't believe him. The white cat continued to write. Why did she get 4 human gods to come here and find you then? It is probably because she likes and admires me, Lin Jiufeng replied with a rather serious look on his face. Shameless. The white cat wrote down this word and jumped away. Lin Jiufeng looked at its shadow. He didn't say anything, but he wiped off the word with his foot. Under the cherry blossom tree, Lin Jiufeng raised his head and fell into deep thought as he looked at the blossoming trees. Lin Jiufeng had no idea where this Miss Hong came from. He released the 4 human gods because he wanted to tell her not to disturb the dethroned crown prince's life. As for Miss Hong's identity, Lin Jiufeng didn't want to know. He just wanted to sign in quietly within the cold palace. After the 4 human gods left the imperial capital, they all heaved a sigh of relief. They felt that Lady Luck had favored them today because that senior spared their lives. The young monk, the Taoist priests, and the man from the northern desert region all took out their paper cranes as they described what had happened in its entirety. They let the paper cranes bring this information to Miss Hong. They failed, not because they weren't working hard, but the other party was simply too powerful. A stream of true qi caused cherry blossoms to bloom all over the cherry trees. It also made them unable to move. What was the point of fighting against someone like that? The gap between them was so huge that the arrogance these 4 people had after they ascended to the human god realm instantly vanished. They discovered that not just any human god could suppress a Buddhist sacred ground with a painting. It turned out that even among those in the human god realm, there was such a terrifying existence. They were like children compared to him. The 4 human gods suffered a huge blow. At the same time, they decided in their hearts that the imperial capital of the Unrivalled God Dynasty had one of the most terrifying existences in the world. At the same time, they decided in their hearts that considering that the imperial capital of the Unrivalled God Dynasty housed one of the most terrifying experts in the world, they agreed in unison that it was a place that they must never casually visit. Great Yan Dynasty. Temple of the Holy Maiden. The Holy Maiden Miss Hong was cultivating in peace. All of a sudden, 3 paper cranes flew over to her. They passed through the layers of defense before arriving at the Temple of the Holy Maiden. The contemporary Holy Maiden of the Great Yan Dynasty, Miss Hong, opened her eyes. They have news about the dethroned crown prince? The Holy Maiden looked at the paper cranes in surprise. She reached out and grabbed one of them. Then, she listened to the news depicted within the paper crane. Her surprise slowly disappeared. It was replaced with a frown on her face riddled with confusion. Is that human god in the imperial capital of the Unrivalled God Dynasty really that powerful? Miss Hong couldn't help but doubt. She opened the second paper crane and listened to the report inside of it. The information recorded was the same. He didn't encounter the dethroned crown prince. Instead, he encountered the human god living in seclusion within the confines of the imperial capital. Then, he was suppressed with a flick of that human god's finger. She listened to the third paper crane. It was exactly the same, this one had encountered that human god too. Is that human god really that powerful? Miss Hong mumbled in surprise once more. Although the rejuvenating rain had lasted for several years, only a few people managed to reach the human god realm. What was more terrifying was that this person was at the second stage of the human god realm. If what was described within the paper cranes was true, then that human god possessed terrifying strength. The young monk, the towering man, and the 2 Taoist priests only managed to reach the human god realm after her guidance. But a human god was still a human god. She didn't expect them to fail so easily. Should I go there personally? Miss Hong pondered. She carefully considered this idea. As long as she could help that dethroned crown prince, then her soul should be able to recover, right? I can help him sit on the throne again. Miss Hong's eyes lit up. She decided to go to the imperial capital personally. But at this moment, a compass flew down from the center of the hall. The compass was 4 meters wide, and there were countless black spots emitting black smoke in the center of the compass. Upon closer inspection, the compass seemed to be representing the surface area of the entire continent. Miss Hong's expression changed. She walked closer to take a look and mumbled solemnly, "There are these strange movements again. They really want to break the barrier, eh? I need to suppress them and stall for enough time so that I can make a breakthrough into the next stage as soon as possible. There was a sudden change in the situation. So many locations depicted on the map were showing problems. If she didn't go there and suppress these problems, her advantage in appearing early in this new epic would vanish. If only I didn't get injured back then with my essence damaged, I would already be very powerful by now. In addition, a crown prince with a bright future wouldn't even have to be implicated with my matters. My divine soul also wouldn't end up incomplete, with the only way to let it recover is to repay my debt of gratitude to that crown prince, Miss Hong muttered angrily. She knew that she couldn't go to the imperial capital for the time being. She had to suppress the problems in these locations. I shall get someone to go to the imperial capital and give the dethroned crown prince some supplements so that he can live a long life. When I'm done with these, I'll help him take his revenge. Miss Hong decided. She picked up a paper crane and tossed it out. Just as he was about to leave the imperial capital and return to the Jiangnan area, Monk Qingyun once again received Miss Hong's paper crane. The paper crane brought with it a piece of information from Miss Hong. It asked Monk Qingyun to go and give the dethroned crown prince some supplements to restore the condition of his body to his prime and let him live a long life. The supplements were being carried by the same paper crane. There was a small space within the paper crane. It contained various pills, godly medicines, and supplements. Monk Qingyun was helpless. He could only go to the cold palace again. Arriving at the door of the cold palace, he knocked respectfully. Standing under the cherry blossom tree, Lin Jiufeng frowned and said coldly, "You're here again? What do you want?" "Senior, I'm here to deliver a gift to the dethroned crown prince," said Monk Qingyun. He didn't dare to hide anything at all and explained what Miss Hong had instructed him to do. Lin Jiufeng listened with a strange look on his face. Who exactly was this Miss Hong? Why was she so concerned about his health? And what supplement? Did he still have to make up for his deficiencies? Was there even a deficiency in the first place? He was already extremely healthy. After a moment of silence, Lin Jiufeng said, "Put the things down. You may leave." Monk Qingyun obeyed and decisively left. He wanted to return to Jiangnan. He didn't want to stay in the imperial capital for any second longer. This place was just too terrifying. After a while, a figure appeared in front of the cold palace. It was Lin Jiufeng. He picked up the supplements sent here by Monk Qingyun. Such a heavy gift. Who exactly is this Miss Hong? Lin Jiufeng shook his head, not knowing the other party's identity. Meow. The white cat jumped down and wrote a line of words. What exactly did you do to this Miss Hong? Lin Jiufeng shook his head in confusion. He didn't do anything, all right? Lin Jiufeng really wanted to say that to the white cat. For decades, he never had a female lead in his life, okay? Chapter 61, Fate-Changing Technique. Lin Jiufeng accepted the supplements. He thought for a long time. But he still couldn't figure out who this Miss Hong was. Damn it. How annoying. I just can't remember. In the end, he gave up on trying to guess her identity. Since this Miss Hong clearly had her own motives, she would definitely appear once again. At that time, Lin Jiufeng would know who she was. My top priority now is still to make a breakthrough into the next stage. Lin Jiufeng's body disappeared in front of the entrance to the cold palace. He resumed his routine of signing in quietly. He signed in every day. Miss Hong's subordinates didn't show up at the cold palace anymore. Miss Hong herself never appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng. It was as if this Miss Hong didn't even exist in the first place. Fortunately, Lin Jiufeng was never a curious person. If Miss Hong didn't appear, his life wouldn't change at all. He would continue to sign in, cultivating, and making breakthroughs in peace. On this day, Lin Jiufeng stood in front of the courtyard gate. His body stood long and straight. He wore a purple coat, and when it was paired with the pink shade of the cherry tree, the scene seemed to be depicted in a painting that had come to life. Meow. The white cat stood on the courtyard wall and watched silently. Today, Lin Jiufeng was somewhat depressed. The white cat didn't know what happened. It calculated the time. It seemed that Lin Jiufeng would always be depressed on this specific day and month every year. Do men have some kind of mechanism that makes them depressed for a few days every year? The white cat jumped off the courtyard walls and came in front of Lin Jiufeng. It wrote and asked, "You're always in a bad mood on this specific day and month every year. Why?" Lin Jiufeng glanced at the white cat. Then, he looked at the cherry tree. With his hands behind his back, he replied faintly, "Because today is my younger brother's death anniversary." The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng curiously. It wrote and asked curiously, "You actually have a younger brother?" The white cat had always thought that Lin Jiufeng was a loner. "Silly cat, if I don't have a younger brother, why is Emperor Lin Tianyuan calling me uncle then?" Lin Jiufeng replied, speechless. The white cat looked vexed. It covered its eyes with its claws and cried at its own stupidity. "How long has your brother been dead?" The white cat changed the subject, not wanting to embarrass itself. Lin Jiufeng pointed with his finger and said, "This cherry tree was planted in the courtyard when he passed away. Back then, it was just a sapling. But now, it's already so tall and strong." Lin Jiufeng looked sad when he said all of these. In this world, other than the martial path that interested him, there was someone else whom Lin Jiufeng held valuable in his heart. It was Emperor Yuan, the Emperor Yuan who had always referred to him as Big Brother. His understanding of Emperor Yuan was even better than Lin Tianyuan. After all, they were born an entire generation apart. Thus, they couldn't communicate with each other that well. It has been about a decade or two since Emperor Yuan died. Lin Jiufeng would usually be depressed every year on this specific day and month. But he could usually control his emotions. As long as he didn't think about it, it wouldn't hurt him. But today was different. When Lin Jiufeng saw this cherry tree, his thoughts instantly churned and he found it hard to suppress them. This cherry tree was just a sapling when it was planted back then. But today, he realized that it had already grown so big. It was then when it struck him, his younger brother had already died many years ago. Lin Jiufeng wasn't in the mood to cultivate today. He turned around and left. "Meow." The white cat immediately called out, "I'm going to see my younger brother. Guard the cold palace well." Lin Jiufeng strode out. "Meow." The white cat instead followed him closely behind. It leaped onto Lin Jiufeng's broad shoulders and curled up. Lin Jiufeng didn't mind and he brought the white cat with him to the imperial cemetery. The past emperors of the Unrivalled God Dynasty were buried here. Lin Jiufeng's father and Emperor Yuan were buried here too. Lin Jiufeng's father's tomb was huge and luxurious. It was built by Emperor Yuan for him back then. When it came to Emperor Yuan's own tomb, although it was also grand, it was really shabby compared to his father's tomb. Lin Jiufeng stood in front of Emperor Yuan's tomb. He looked at the various tombs surrounding Emperor Yuan, his thoughts running wild. "I've always been taking care of your son. He was a little reckless and made some mistakes, but I helped him correct them. However, it's a pity that his body can no longer live to a ripe old age." In front of Emperor Yuan's tomb, Lin Jiufeng felt guilty. After all, Lin Tianyuan was the person that Emperor Yuan chose. As his uncle, Lin Jiufeng said that he would take care of him, but Lin Tianyuan only have about 40 years to live. "Your reforms are basically completed." After Lin Tianyuan suffered through that previous setback, he finally knows how to properly manage the Unrivalled God Dynasty. "You don't have to worry anymore. Today, I noticed that the cherry tree that I planted the year you passed away is now towering and strong." Lin Jiufeng was usually so focused on his cultivation that he didn't pay much attention to such things. "You've been gone for almost 20 years now." Lin Jiufeng stood up straight. He looked at Emperor Yuan's tomb and sighed. As he reminisced, Lin Jiufeng talked a lot. He even helped Emperor Yuan clean up his tomb. Finally, he stood in front of the tombstone and bowed deeply. "Do you want to sign in before Emperor Yuan's tomb?" Lin Jiufeng was stunned. He could even sign in here? What kind of powerful and evil place was this? But Lin Jiufeng thought that he would be a fool not to sign in, so he still agreed. Sign in successful. Received fate-changing technique. Lin Jiufeng was stunned when he saw this. What's this fate-changing technique? Lin Jiufeng thought, dumbfounded. Boom! A vast stream of information entered Lin Jiufeng's mind. It was instantly absorbed by him. A minute later, Lin Jiufeng opened his eyes and looked at Emperor Yuan's tomb in surprise. The fate-changing technique can change the life of a powerful cultivator into that of a weak cultivator, changing one's fate. The introduction was simple, but it revealed a lot of information. Can I exchange someone else's life for a dead person's? Lin Jiufeng asked excitedly. If it could be done, the Emperor Yuan that he had always missed could be resurrected. Host has to figure it out on your own, this is not a simple matter. Lin Jiufeng smiled. Of course, I know that it's not a simple matter, but it's fine. To let Emperor Yuan see the light of the day again, I will do my best. Lin Jiufeng always felt that Emperor Yuan's death was a great pity. Now that there was a sliver of hope for his resurrection, he wanted to give it a try. Forcefully changing one's fate will incur the wrath of the heavens. Lin Jiufeng ignored this sentence. He knelt and reached out to wipe the dust on Emperor Yuan's tombstone. Then, he said firmly, "You wait here for your big brother. Big brother will definitely let you wake up to this brilliant world once again, so you can see the new world after that rain." Emperor Yuan was very talented, comparable to the previous Lin Jiufeng. Once he was revived, he would definitely stand out in this brand new world. On the day of his resurrection, the Unrivalled God Dynasty would no longer need his protection. With this thought in mind, Lin Jiufeng stood up. He turned around and walked away in large strides. He wanted to go back and make a breakthrough into the realm beyond the human god realm as soon as possible. He wanted to see for himself what lied beyond the unknown. At the same time, he also wanted to take a closer look at the fate-changing technique. It was absolutely impossible to revive someone who had been dead for almost 20 years without sufficient strength and capability. I want to surpass the immortal treasury stage, Lin Jiufeng said firmly to himself. On the journey from the imperial cemetery to the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng walked firmly and continuously. Boom! As soon as he entered the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng's body trembled. He broke through and arrived at the next stage. He had accumulated and consolidated his cultivation base for so long to the point that the only detail that held him back was a certain regret in his heart. When this regret of his was resolved after this visit to the imperial cemetery, he naturally broke through. Chapter 62, The Reason for the Brand New World. He naturally broke through the immortal treasury stage and entered the third stage of the human god realm. Ultimate Man. Upon reaching this stage, one would no longer have a mortal body. Hence, they would be an ultimate man. Lin Jiufeng returned to the cold palace. He didn't immediately study the intricacies of the ultimate man realm. Instead, he studied the fate-changing technique in detail. In the courtyard filled with bone swords, Lin Jiufeng sat quietly as he pondered over a problem. Fate-changing technique. Its name itself made it obvious that it was a heaven-defying technique. But heaven-defying techniques were often accompanied by fatal flaws. It was the same for the fate-changing technique. One could bolster the life of a mortal in exchange for the life of a super powerhouse. The difference between the two must be at least 100-fold. Only then could the prerequisite for the use of the fate-changing technique be satisfied. Yes, this was only the prerequisite. The fate-changing technique also had a demanding requirement for the user. The user must have the ability to travel between the world of the living and the netherworld. The current Lin Jiufeng was unable to travel between the world of the living and the netherworld. It's extremely difficult to execute this fate-changing technique. Lin Jiufeng sighed. He still had to become stronger, and he also had to prepare a super powerhouse for Emperor Yuan. In addition, these were just the prerequisites. There were still other requirements or ingredients before the fate-changing technique could be utilized. Let's take it slow. In the endless years to come, I will continue to work hard by signing in and cultivating. There is still hope. There will be. Lin Jiufeng buried this conundrum into the deep recesses of his mind. But in the future, when he was more powerful than he was today, he would revisit this matter and change Emperor Yuan's fate. After making a breakthrough into the third stage of the human god realm, even Lin Jiufeng himself was starting to get scared of his own strength. He had unlocked the true Qi, divine soul, physical body, and Taoist charm immortal treasuries while he was in the immortal treasury stage of the human god realm. According to the ancient records, a cultivator's strength would still be terrifying after arriving at the ultimate man stage despite having only opened a single immortal treasury in the immortal treasury stage. Compared to them, Lin Jiufeng had opened the 4 great immortal treasures. Obviously, his strength was already incomprehensible. In the immortal treasury stage, these opened immortal treasuries all had their own duties. They didn't interfere with each other nor interacted with each other. Therefore, no one knew how truly powerful they were. But now that he was in the ultimate man stage and had mastered all 4 of them, he was able to stack them on top of each other. Now, whenever Lin Jiufeng used such a method to unleash his strength, the amplification to his power wasn't as simple as adding 4 ones together with their sum representing his resulting might. Instead, they superimposed upon each other to infinity and beyond. Lin Jiufeng felt that every time he inhaled the air around him, he was becoming stronger. This feeling of becoming infinitely stronger made Lin Jiufeng raise his hand. He tapped the air in front of him out of curiosity. Dong! The void instantly collapsed like a mirror. In the very next moment, Lin Jiufeng reached out and repaired the hole in the void, restoring the place to its original state. How terrifying! Witnessing such a scene, the white cat meowed in surprise. Lin Jiufeng looked at the white cat. He smiled slightly and said, "You're too weak. You have to make a breakthrough into the human god realm. Otherwise, it would be too easy for me to bully you." The white cat nodded solemnly. Indeed, it was determined to make a breakthrough soon. It couldn't let the distance and strength between it and Lin Jiufeng become too far, could it? The white cat no longer said that it wanted to surpass Lin Jiufeng. It eventually realized that its wish was too unrealistic. Now, it only wanted its cultivation base to not be so distant from Lin Jiufeng's. Meow. Suddenly, the white cat called out and began writing. In the past few days, there have been some changes in the underground palace. Something seems to be manifesting in the depths of the land of extreme negative energy. Lin Jiufeng looked at the words written by the white cat and he immediately urged, "Bring me there. Let's take a look." The white cat immediately brought Lin Jiufeng into the underground palace. This palace was originally discovered by the Chasing Corpse sect and they treated it as their precious treasure. Unfortunately, after the death of 2 martial sages from the Chasing Corpse sect, they no longer dared to approach it. The palace was moved here by the demon lord back then for some unknown reason. The palace was empty as ever. Lin Jiufeng hadn't come down for many years. This was the white cat's lone territory. But this time, it realized that something was amiss. As a result, it retreated and called Lin Jiufeng down to take a look. Walking down the passageway, Lin Jiufeng once again saw the palace. Lin Jiufeng immediately found out that the runes on the surface all over the palace's walls seemed to be a defensive array formation. With his knowledge in formations thanks to the Encyclopedia of Array Formations, he directly opened the array formation and stepped into the palace. The palace might be empty, but it was clean and tidy. The filth that surrounded the place when he last visited was nowhere to be seen. The white cat had obviously moved all the trash out and cleaned up the place. In the middle of the palace, a coffin could be seen. Lin Jiufeng came in. He looked around and asked, "Where is the abnormality that you said?" The white cat jumped onto the coffin. It pointed to the bottom of the coffin and began writing. "It's right under this coffin. Whenever night falls, a demonic aura seems to be coming out of it. I can hear people roaring, and sometimes when I fall asleep, I will have dreams of millions of demons crawling out of this coffin." Lin Jiufeng looked down. The coffin was clean. He reached out and touched it. Then, he used his spiritual consciousness to scan the coffin. "There's actually a black hole beneath this coffin?" Lin Jiufeng asked in surprise. With a flick of his finger, a stream of true qi burst forth. It slowly moved the coffin away. Click. 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 The white cat watched curiously. When it moved halfway, the edge of the black hole could finally be seen. Boom! Boundless demonic energy surged out. It directly engulfed Lin Jiufeng and the white cat. Amidst the demonic energy were the wails and shrieks of countless demons. Ha ha ha! It has been 1,500 years. I can finally see the light of day again. That demon last time actually suppressed me for 1,500 years. He really deserves to die. We could have become stronger in this world, but we were suppressed for 1,500 years instead. The scent of this brand new world is so wonderful. I want to kill lots of people. I want to use their blood and life to comfort myself after being suppressed for so many years. All sorts of screams, hideous shrieks and angry roars sounded nonstop. The dense demonic energy scared the white cat so much that its hair stood on end. It curled its back and bared its teeth. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiufeng's face turned cold. He directly took a step forward. You lot really behaved atrociously in front of the wrong person. Dong! Lin Jiufeng stepped down. In an instant, a boundless might and a thick Dao charm burst forth at once. The combination completely suppressed the demonic aura. The surging demonic energy was completely suppressed. Lin Jiufeng's clothes fluttered, his aura was unparalleled, and his eyes were cold. Don't run! Lin Jiufeng reached out and grabbed a demon in the black hole. Without caring whether the other party agreed or not, he directly grabbed and dragged him out. Who are you? There's actually a powerhouse like you in this brand new world? You're already at the human god realm? How is this possible? This demon had a strange appearance. His neck was long and he had a head that looked like it would fall off from his shoulders at any moment. Right now, Lin Jiufeng was holding his head. His face turned red from the pressure as he looked at Lin Jiufeng in horror. Tell me, where are you from? Lin Jiufeng asked. We are demons from a demon's den. The demon felt terrible being held by the neck, but he didn't dare to struggle. Under Lin Jiufeng's powerful aura, he couldn't resist at all. Thus, he could only answer. Lin Jiufeng frowned and asked, what's a demon's den? What's the brand new world? And what's your motive for coming here? A demon's den is just a demon's den. Ours existed since 8,000 years ago. The words, brand new world has a meaning. It means that every era has a cycle, from the beginning to its rise and then to its decline. This is considered the cycle of an era. But when the decline comes, a demon's den will close and wait for the next cycle. And now, it is the beginning of yet again another cycle. Naturally, the seal on our demon's den has been lifted and we are about to come out from it into the world. We tried to come out 1,500 years ago, but the spiritual energy of the world had yet to recover at that time. A brand new world wasn't born yet. As a result, we were easily suppressed by a demonic cultivator. The demon spoke very fast and his words solved Lin Jiufeng's doubts. Chapter 63, Monster Spawner. The spiritual energy of the world was similar to all living things. It has a cycle. Akin to that of a ball thrown into the air, the most powerful person should be born at the peak of the spiritual energy cycle. Then, upon its decline, the spiritual energy of the world would sharply decrease in quality. It would then become increasingly difficult for anyone to make a breakthrough in their cultivation. This represented the end of an era. Even if one had terrifying strength, they would still be unable to display it. They could only seal themselves up and wait for the next spiritual energy recovery, which signaled the start of an era. A cycle represented the coming and the end of a life. A life for ordinary people was about 100 years. A tree's life could last for thousands of years. Plant life only lasted a single autumn. Different lives had their own different life cycles. This was how the world worked. Why was it that when Lin Jiufeng had only just arrived in this world, the most powerful person in the world was only a great grandmaster cultivator? It was impossible for people to find living martial sages at that time. Later on, when the spiritual energy showed signs of recovery, martial sages gradually appeared. But it was only when that rain fell did the world thoroughly changed. It was only after that rain did the people found out that a brand new world had arrived. The demons in their demon's den were all waiting for the right opportunity. Unfortunately, they were suppressed by the demon lord 1,500 years ago. The demon lord was one of the last human gods of the previous spiritual energy recovery cycle. Before he died, he discovered that the demons from the demons' dens would be coming out in the distant future. Although he was a demonic cultivator, the demon lord wasn't planning on colluding with them. He directly moved the palace that he had spent his entire life constructing at the center of a prosperous land that gradually became the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Then, he also suppressed the exit of that demon's den. In fact, he even used his own copper coffin to suppress it. The demon lord sure was altruistic. Then, the Chasing Corpse sect found the palace. They wanted to open it up and plunder its treasures. From the beginning till the end, the people of the Chasing Corpse sect had no idea that there was an extremely terrifying demon's den beneath the palace itself. They studied the palace for a long time, but they still couldn't open its doors. As a result, when the Chasing Corpse sect was hunted by the people of the world, they had no choice but to give up this land of extreme negative energy along with its treasures. After that, hundreds of years passed. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty was finally founded and they chose the surrounding area to be its imperial capital. The stories about the demon's den, the demon lord, and the Chasing Corpse sect disappeared silently together with the land of extremely negative energy. In the end, the prince of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was deceived into building a palace here. Then, Lady Luck abandoned him and he died of depression soon after. Afterwards, the place became the famous Cold Palace. No one even dared to come here by now. Lin Jiufeng mentally sorted out the origins of this land of extreme negative energy. At first, I was puzzled as to why a land of extreme negative energy was born here. Moreover, following that rain, the land of extreme negative energy was also refreshed for signing in. Who created such a place? I finally understand now. It's not the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, nor the Chasing Corpse sect, nor is it the Demon Lord. The land of extremely negative energy was created by the people of the Demon's Den that the Demon Lord had sealed. They are the original owners of the land of extremely negative energy. It's just that they chose to seal themselves here after the end of an era. Then, as time passed, I became the owner of this place. Lin Jiufeng murmured. The white cat anxiously wrote on the side. Help me ask about the whereabouts of the Demon Lord. Lin Jiufeng immediately asked the demon. The demon that was being held by the neck didn't dare to not answer. He replied almost immediately. I don't know. They all said that the Demon Lord is dead because he wanted to suppress our demon's den. Even in an era with poor spiritual energy, such endeavor was still a great danger to his life. The white cat meowed and became depressed. It was still thinking about finding the Demon Lord if the latter was still alive. Powerful man, I've answered everything and I've been honest all this time. Can you let me go? The demon begged in grievance. Back in his era, he had been an infamous demon. But as the era changed, these demons lost the ample support of the world's spiritual energy, so they sealed themselves underground and became trapped in this land of extreme negative energy, waiting for the arrival of a new era. Right now, after spending a long time without properly cultivating, their proficiency in their techniques and abilities had atrophied. Similar to those that spent a long time on their beds, their skills and abilities were currently unusable for them. When I was at my peak, it was easy for me to crush a human god like you to death. You are only able to strut around because I am suppressed and unable to absorb the spiritual energy of the world. Once I'm free and can absorb spiritual energy again, I will definitely cut off your head as soon as I can. The demon cursed in his heart. But on the outside, he was still very obedient. Lin Jiufeng pondered for a moment before asking, other than your demon's den here, are there any other self-proclaimed factions? There's way too many. Our demon's den is one of the 18 demonic sects of the previous era. The other 17 demonic sects had also sealed themselves. There are also some Taoist factions, Buddhist factions, rogue cultivators, hidden powerhouses, and so on. They have all sealed themselves and are waiting for the arrival of a new era, the demon said in a matter-of-factly way. In other words, although this world looks like it is a brand new era with everyone standing on the same starting point on the surface, there are countless self-proclaimed powerhouses in private, waiting for the right time to appear? Lin Jiufeng pondered before asking. That's right, so you'd better let me go. This way, there will be no grudges between us. Move this coffin away, and we will overturn this palace. Then, our demon's den will be able to reappear in the world, the demon said excitedly. By that time, we will definitely satisfy you in whatever way you want. Lin Jiufeng watched as the demon winked at him, all the while promising all sorts of benefits. But Lin Jiufeng ended up shaking his head in indifference as he said, I have already understood what I wanted to understand. As for you, just stay in the demon's den and stay sealed there. Lin Jiufeng directly hurled this demon into the demon's den. No! The demon screamed. He instantly circulated his might. Surging with violent demonic energy, he charged out. It has been too long since he was sealed. He was already numb and tired. He didn't want to stay in the demon's den anymore. He wanted to see this brand new world. Dawn! But under Lin Jiufeng's foot, the palace trembled a few times. Layers of talismans appeared at the entrance of the demon's den. They intersected with each other and formed a perfect sealing array formation. The demon directly collided with the sealing array formation. Blood flowed from its head as it fell into the endless abyss with a tragic cry. Human, just you wait. I will definitely come out and kill you. The demon shouted angrily, its voice echoed far and wide. Lin Jiufeng's expression was as calm as ever. He replied, on top of this den is my cold palace. If I let you guys out, wouldn't the cold palace that I've lived in for 30 years be destroyed in your hands? He still had to sign in at the cold palace, he couldn't let them destroy it. Do you want to sign in before a demon's den? Speaking of the devil. Lin Jiufeng raised his brows at the timely arrival of the system prompt. But he didn't hesitate as he said decisively, sign in. It was obvious that this was the first time that this demon's den had been exposed to the outside air. After all, the demon lord's coffin and the palace outside the coffin had been blocking this demon's den. There was also a lot of soil surrounding the entrance itself. It would be a miracle if anyone was able to discover it without deliberately looking for it. Lin Jiufeng judged that he would receive bountiful rewards for signing in before a place that was discovered for the first time after so many years. Sign in successful. Received demon suppression record cultivation technique. Sign in can be repeated here. As long as you defeat different demons, you can sign in again. Lin Jiufeng thought that signing in for a cultivation technique was already good enough. But who would have thought that it would be a place where he could sign in repeatedly? Monster spawner? This term appeared in Lin Jiufeng's mind as he had played Minecraft in his previous life. In the eyes of others, this demon's den was an extremely dangerous place that could take anyone's life at any moment. But in Lin Jiufeng's eyes, this was just a monster spawner. A monster spawner that he could use to indefinitely solo farm the demons within it. Chapter 64, The Dangerous Demon's Den? Sign in could be repeated in front of the demon's den until every demon inside was defeated by Lin Jiufeng. Such a system prompt had always only been in Lin Jiufeng's dreams. He now had a place in the cold palace where he could sign in indefinitely. Moreover, the people he would be defeating were all very powerful demons. The rewards he could take upon defeating them were bound to be decent at the very least. Not bad, not bad. This cold palace really is full of treasures, Lin Jiufeng said happily. The white cat looked at the joyful Lin Jiufeng in confusion. There's a demon's den deep underground, what do we do in the future? The white cat wrote and asked. We will live the same life as usual. The demon's den has already been sealed by me, Lin Jiufeng said casually. He wasn't afraid of this demon's den. Aren't you afraid that these demons will rush out? They are powerful existences from the previous cycle of the world's spiritual energy. The white cat was worried. Although they were powerhouses back then, they chose to seal themselves in the end. As a result, they are deprived of the world's spiritual energy inside the demon's den. How could they possibly defeat me considering their circumstances? Lin Jiufeng explained. The cultivation bases of those demons could be stronger than his, but their bodies had already dried up and their proficiency in their techniques and abilities had long atrophied. Those demons were akin to a long river that has long dried up. How could they possibly be a match for Lin Jiufeng, who was a lake on his own? The white cat seemed to be in deep thought. It seemed to have understood what Lin Jiufeng meant. You want to suppress them forever? The white cat wrote and asked. The corner of Lin Jiufeng's mouth curled up as he said, that will depend on how much profit I can reap from them. The white cat was confused. What was he saying? It was a cat, it couldn't understand Lin Jiufeng's vocabulary. Lin Jiufeng didn't explain, however, he brought the white cat out of the underground palace and completely sealed this place so no one could enter it without his permission. After exiting the underground palace, Lin Jiufeng started cultivating. He had just signed in and received the demon suppression record. This was a very powerful demonic cultivation technique. When cultivated, it could suppress all other demonic and evil cultivation techniques. Lin Jiufeng had no reason not to cultivate it. After all, he could even use it to attack the demons in that demon's den. Lin Jiufeng was quietly cultivating the demon suppression record in the cold palace, but Miss Hong was working very hard to suppress the places that showed signs of demons coming out. This time, it was at the Heavenly Mountain, a mountain far distant from where the Unrivalled God Dynasty was located. There were many temples here that were established from the previous era. Every temple had a terrifying existence sealed inside. Miss Hong worked hard to suppress them. Suppressing the 4 temples that were showing prominent signs of breaking out took a heavy toll on Miss Hong's body. She couldn't help but bitterly smile as he stood on the summit of the heavenly mountain and looked at the world around her. I shouldn't have woken up so early. I wouldn't have to work so hard right now. Miss Hong's bitter smile deepened. When she woke up a few decades ago, she was the only living person from the previous era. The people of this new era still need enough time to develop. The final mission of the members of the Heavenly Tao sect is to make the cultivators of this era stronger than ever before. At the very least, they have to be able to withstand those terrifying existences from the previous era. Miss Hong muttered to herself. This was also why she took the initiative to give pointers to the Taoist priests, the young monk, and that towering man. It was also that they could make a breakthrough into the human god realm. This was the mission of those from the Heavenly Tao sect. It was also one of their principles in cultivation. There should have been a large group of people from the Heavenly Tao sect suppressing these people from the previous era. But even though the new era had already arrived, she was still the only one who managed to wake up. What's worse was that she was even injured while she was still adjusting to her brand new life. The others were nowhere to be seen. Miss Hong had no other choice but to become the holy maiden of the Great Yin Dynasty. She then entered the imperial capital of the Unrivalled God Dynasty to find more information about the others. But during that exploration, she failed and was captured. She was almost forced to confess her motives as she was continuously tortured. Luckily, at that time, someone gave up everything to save her. Miss Hong owed him her life. If she didn't return this favor to him, her divine soul would forever be incomplete. Back then, I went to the imperial capital of the Unrivalled God Dynasty to find more information about the location of the 18 demonic sect's most powerful demon's den. Miss Hong recalled. When she woke up, she found out that she was the only member of her sect that was awake. At that time, she felt deceived. Then, she became the holy maiden of the Great Yin Dynasty. She helped the Great Yin Dynasty improve in various fields. Eventually, she gained the unanimous love and respect of the dynasty's people. After stabilizing her identity as the holy maiden of the Great Yin Dynasty, she went to the imperial capital of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. She thought that she would go quietly without anyone knowing. She wanted to find out where the most powerful demon's den of the 18 demonic sects was located. She wanted to see if the seal of that den was broken. If it wasn't, she planned on immediately strengthening that seal. Unfortunately, when she arrived at the imperial capital of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, a prodigal young master took fancy to her because of her beauty. He wanted to bring her home forcefully. The plot after that was very simple and cliched. Miss Hong taught the prodigal young master a lesson, but she also exposed her identity in the process. In an instant, she was surrounded by the people of the Unrivalled God Dynasty and was arrested before being thrown into prison. Her idea of looking for that demon's den was destroyed before she could even do something. In the end, the previous Lin Jiufeng fell in love with her at first sight and released her from captivity. After Miss Hong expressed her gratitude to Lin Jiufeng, she took the opportunity to escape and returned to the Great Yin Dynasty to recuperate. As for that Lin Jiufeng, he was sent to prison and his position as the crown prince was revoked. His body was now occupied by the current Lin Jiufeng. The story has become a loop. What a shame. I not only did not discover the whereabouts of that demon's den, but I also incurred a debt of gratitude to that person, resulting in my divine soul being incomplete until I have repaid to him what he is owed. My cultivation speed has become very slow due to this. If not, I would have already been on the next stage of this realm. Miss Hong muttered to herself in regret. There's also that demon's den. That's the biggest hidden danger. There are more than 3,000 great demons in that demon's den, and there are even some terrifying demon gods. They were all outstanding talents from the previous era. That demon's den is also famous as the place that every demonic cultivator in the world longed to visit the most. If they were to appear prematurely in this era, they will cause an avalanche of disasters. The hard work that I've put in for the past few years would also be rendered useless. A sense of crisis kept lingered in Miss Hong's heart. That demon's den was just too dangerous for her to ignore. She had to be on guard. This won't do. I have to quickly suppress these places and return to the Great Yin Dynasty. I have to think of a way to compensate that dethroned crown prince and restore my divine soul to completion. At the same time, I also have to investigate where the demon's den is. That place is just too dangerous for me to ignore. Miss Hong took a deep breath. Then, she flew away with a determined look in her eyes. As a member of the Heavenly Tao sect, this was her mission. Even if she knew that she would die a horrible death, she had to suppress the demon's den. The demon's den that Miss Hong hailed as a very dangerous place had already appeared. It was right below Lin Jiufeng's cold palace. Lin Jiufeng successfully cultivated the demon suppression record on the first day. The next day, he went to the underground palace to open the seal on that demon's den. Rumble. The surging demonic aura that rushed over was extremely terrifying. It churned and boiled, wanting to rush out at the opportune moment. But Lin Jiufeng directly raised his hand and struck out with the demon suppression record. Boom! In an instant, a black lotus appeared behind Lin Jiufeng. A black Buddha sat upright on the lotus, his hand forming a seal. Taking a closer look, the Buddha looked exactly like Lin Jiufeng. Suppress! Without hesitation, Lin Jiufeng grabbed a demon and directly sent an attack. The demon suppression record that was said to suppress all demonic and evil cultivation techniques in the world directly beat this demon into a pulp. The vast demonic energy was once again sealed by Lin Jiufeng. He signed in afterwards, satisfied. Sign in successful. Received the evil spirit immunity body. Lin Jiufeng looked at it in surprise. In the future, even if he was very weak, evil things and their miasmas wouldn't be able to invade his body anymore. As expected, instead of a demon's den. It's fitting for this place to be called a monster spawner. Lin Jiufeng looked at the demon's den and laughed. Then, he turned around and left. He shall come back here tomorrow. If Miss Hong knew that the demon's den that she was very afraid of was rendered into such a state in front of Lin Jiufeng, she would definitely doubt the education that she had received since she was young. Was a demon's den of that caliber really that weak? Wasn't it said that there were more than 3,000 great demons in there? Wasn't the owner of that demon's den the #1 faction among the 18 demonic sects, the Demon's Way? And that if it appeared, it would definitely cause a pandemonium? Chapter 65, Seeking Array Formations. Inside the demon's den of the Demon's Way. The place itself was magical. More than 3,000 powerful demons were sleeping in this demon's den. There were even a few demon gods. In the past, they were the most powerful force that led the 18 demonic sects. They were invincible and unstoppable. But with the end of an era, they had to make a choice. Should they go along the passage of time, be glorious together, and leave this world together? Or should they seal themselves and wait for the arrival of the next era? This was a multiple-choice question. Most of them chose the second choice. As a result, there were a lot of demons. There were even some demon gods that chose to seal themselves in this demon's den. The more powerful a person was, the more energy they would lose upon the end of an era. They had to fall into a deep sleep. Otherwise, when they ultimately woke up, even the act of breathing would consume the energy that they have painstakingly stored and conserved in their bodies. Hence, the majority of the demon gods and demons in the demon's den were in deep sleep. Only less than a dozen demons woke up 1,500 years ago. They estimated the time wrongly and were suppressed by the demon lord. Just like that, these dozen or so demons supported each other until now. Initially, they wanted to break the seal and absorb the spiritual energy of the new era to recover their former strength. But who would have thought that they would encounter Lin Jiufeng? Having waited for 1,500 years for nothing, they had long exhausted their energy. Their cultivation base was high, but they couldn't use it due to the lack of spiritual energy. Perhaps they could still defeat ordinary human gods, but they had no chance of winning against Lin Jiufeng. That was why for 2 days in a row Lin Jiufeng easily defeated the demons and continued to sign in as usual. The demons who woke up early were all but infuriated. They wanted nothing more than to fight it out with Lin Jiufeng. Many years ago, they were well-known powerhouses in the world. Although the times had changed, their pride remained unchanging. They were unwilling to admit defeat that easily. Let's attack him together tomorrow. The dozen or so demons discussed their plans to deal with Lin Jiufeng. How about we wake up a demon god? Some demons were worried that they were still no match for Lin Jiufeng. They wanted to wake up a demon god to help them. Are you stupid? Although the demon gods can defeat that ignorant and arrogant brat, they would also be able to absorb the renewed spiritual energy in the world. If that happens and they became even stronger in the new era, how can we hope to catch up to them? The demon with a long neck snapped. He still had great ambitions in his heart. It was to surpass the demon gods. The other demon thought about it too and they agreed with his sentiment. As long as they worked together to defeat Lin Jiufeng and got out to see the new world and absorbed the renewed spiritual energy in the air, they would also be able to become a demon god. The dozen or so demons started to finalize their plans. The next day, Lin Jiufeng came early in the morning. He opened the seal. Rumble. All of a sudden, more than 10 demons attacked at the same time. They completely released their auras, cultivation bases, and the remaining true qi in their bodies. They clearly wanted to kill Lin Jiufeng in one move. Their auras were aggressive, surging with demonic energy, as they carried with them the determined cries of a dozen or so demons. These auras pounced towards Lin Jiufeng. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng's expression remained calm, but his eyes narrowed. When these auras rushed in front of him, his huge divine soul spread out. Rumble. The demons were akin to that of a river's water crashing down from a waterfall, thinking that it was invincible. But in the very next moment, it suddenly encountered a tsunami that covered the skies. Then, that same tsunami came crashing over. It completely froze the surrounding space. Click. 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 It was as if time itself had stopped. The demonic energy that these demons had unleashed froze in front of Lin Jiufeng. They remained suspended in the air, seemingly unable to move. The dozen or so demons widened their eyes in disbelief. This new era had just started. How could someone be so powerful already? Lin Jiufeng was too lazy to say anything. He directly punched a demon that he had never seen before in the face, causing him to become dizzy as that same demon immediately fell back into their demon's den. Boom! As this demon fell, the others were also pulled down together with him. Surrounded with the demonic energy that these demons mustered with all of their might, their figures became similar to that of a shooting star as they came crashing down onto the floor of their demon's den underneath the coffin. As for Lin Jiufeng, he simply sealed them once more. Then, he said with a smile, "You dozen or so shriveled demons want to deal with me? Dream on. With his continuous routine of signing in every day, Lin Jiufeng's strength continued to grow stronger day by day. It was an inevitable and visible improvement. Today, Lin Jiufeng defeated a demon and refreshed his chance to sign in. He immediately used it without hesitation. Sign in successful. Received a spirit accumulation pill. A jade bottle appeared in Lin Jiufeng's hand. Inside the bottle was a pill that looked as black as ink. There was no other strange smell coming from it. In fact, it had a refreshing fragrance to it that stimulated one's appetite. This spirit accumulation pill is a pill for the nourishment of the divine soul. It's just perfect for the white cat. Lin Jiufeng took the pill and left the underground palace. There was no need for him to refine his divine soul even further after it had taken shape. For some reason, the white cat still couldn't make a breakthrough into the human god realm. It had absorbed enough spiritual energy already, but it still couldn't cross the bridge. Some time ago, Lin Jiufeng examined its divine soul and spiritual consciousness. He discovered back then that the white cat's divine soul was a little bit lacking. As long as its divine soul was refined and strengthened, the white cat would then be able to reach the human god realm. Hence, when Lin Jiufeng returned to the courtyard, he directly hurled the spirit accumulation pill to the white cat. "What's this?" The white cat rode curiously and meowed at the same time. "A medicinal pill that can help you make that breakthrough into the human god realm. Do you want it? If not, then return it to me." Lin Jiufeng stretched out his hand, gesturing to the white cat. But the white cat in front of him had already transformed into a streak of white light. With the pill's jade bottle in its mouth, it directly disappeared. It went to the frost jade bed in the courtyard, it opened the cap of the bottle, poured out the pill, and directly swallowed it. It didn't even care to identify the ingredients of the pill itself. The white cat had already deemed Lin Jiufeng trustworthy enough that he wouldn't harm it. As Lin Jiufeng watched, a smile appeared on his face. The white cat was now making a breakthrough in the courtyard, so he didn't go in lest he disturbed it. Lin Jiufeng prepared to look around the cold palace. But outside the cold palace, someone came. Lin Tianyuan. His body was much better than the last time he saw him. Although his aura was very weak and his cultivation had been destroyed, he at least managed to stay alive. Lin Tianyuan knocked on the door and shouted respectfully, "Uncle, I'm here to see you." Lin Jiufeng waved his sleeve and directly opened the door of the cold palace. He asked, "What are you here for?" Lin Tianyuan smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't visit unless I need something. Uncle knows me very well." Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, "You haven't come to look for me in this period of time. You've been busy dealing with state matters on your own. You must have stumbled upon a problem that you cannot deal with, and that is the reason why you suddenly came to look for me today." Lin Tianyuan nodded. He stood straight and respectfully explained, "If it's just my own problem, I naturally wouldn't have the face to trouble Uncle about it. But this matter isn't just my own, it's related to the millions and billions of people in the world. I can only be thick-skinned and ask for Uncle's opinion." "What happened?" Lin Jiufeng raised his brows. He made it sound so serious. During this period of time, strange changes happened one after another all over the world. Many aristocratic families and sects that were previously hidden from the world made their reappearance. When they resurfaced, what followed after them were even more peculiar changes, Lin Tianyuan added. Lin Jiufeng listened quietly. This was similar to that demon's den. Like those demons, those aristocratic families and sects had sealed themselves in the previous era. They were now about to appear one after another. The world that had finally settled down with great difficulty was now in complete turmoil. "Uncle, how should we suppress or seal those ruins, ominous grounds, and those underground abysses?" Lin Tianyuan asked seriously. The appearance of those people once again brought harm to this world that was finally peaceful. "I will set up a sealing array formation for you. Pass it down as you fit. As long as you found a place similar to what you have described, you have to immediately set up the sealing array formation. I can guarantee that it will be able to suppress those places." Lin Jiufeng tapped a finger on Lin Tianyuan's forehead as he imparted a sealing array formation that he had created himself through his research in array formations. After studying that thick encyclopedia of array formations, Lin Jiufeng could already be considered as an array formation master. What he imparted to Lin Tianyuan was the same sealing formation he used to seal the demon's den beneath that coffin in the cold palace. Chapter 66: How to Repay the Debt of Gratitude. Lin Tianyuan came to look for Lin Jiufeng because more and more people sealed from the previous era were about to break out of their seals. He reckoned that a bloodbath would happen the moment they appeared in the world. Those people were powerful powerhouses of the previous era, although they were greatly weakened by the passing of time after being sealed for so long. The cultivators in this brand new world had just started to adapt to the renewed spiritual energy. It was unrealistic for them to defeat those old monsters that easily. They could do whatever they wanted. They could decide on anything. Once they managed to come out so early, those old monsters would be able to do whatever they wanted. If that happened, the existing order and the peace of the world would undoubtedly collapse. Hence, Lin Jiufeng imparted the sealing array formation that he developed to Lin Tianyuan. Pass down this sealing array formation. You don't have to worry about anything else. At least for the time being, you don't have to worry about them breaking out of their seals. Lin Jiufeng's tone was calm, but the confidence contained within it pierced through the sky. How could he possibly have read that thick encyclopedia of array formations in vain? Thank you, uncle. Lin Tianyuan thanked him happily. You also have to pay attention to grooming your own forces. Does the Unrivalled God Dynasty already have its own human god? Lin Jiufeng asked. The Unrivalled God Dynasty couldn't be supported by him alone. Lin Jiufeng would have to leave sooner or later. Uncle, I've already nurtured 2 human gods. Moreover, I've already set up martial training schools all over the world, and I made laws concerning the nurturing of outstanding children. The martial training schools are built so that even the children of ordinary families can learn and cultivate on the martial path. Once these children grow up, their strength will definitely not be bad. Lin Tianyuan shared the results that he had achieved during this period of time. After that absurd empress abolishing incident, Lin Tianyuan finally realized what must do. He must oversee the continued implementation of the reforms, and he must also nurture talented youths to serve the dynasty. Lin Jiufeng looked at Lin Tianyuan. He couldn't help but be satisfied. I can see that you've truly matured. Lin Tianyuan smiled in shame as he directly took his leave. After obtaining the sealing array formation, he didn't have a reason to continue to disturb Lin Jiufeng anymore. When Lin Tianyuan returned to the Forbidden City, he drew the sealing array formation from his memory and passed it down. Get the Martial Sage Corps to take action. If there are any abnormalities anywhere, immediately use this to seal them. Don't be afraid of wasting materials. Our Unrivalled God Dynasty has an abundance of them. My only requirement is that the safety of everyone must be ensured, Lin Tianyuan said solemnly. Someone immediately went ahead and delivered the message to the Martial Sage Corps. Then, martial sages from all directions left the imperial capital in droves. They brought with them the sealing array formation that Lin Jiufeng passed down to them as they went towards the location with abnormalities to seal those old monsters. In just a few moments, every member of the Martial Sage Corps that Lin Tianyuan had established finally left the imperial capital to do their jobs. Once his subordinate broke through to the human god realm, Lin Tianyuan established the Martial Sage Corps. The number of martial sages under his command now was a whopping 3,000. 3,000 martial sages and 2 human gods. Without relying on Lin Jiufeng, this force was enough to deter anything hostile in the world and protect the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Since Lin Tianyuan turned for the better and apologized to the court officials one by one, the court officials' relationship with him became even more harmonious. They were more motivated in their work. The world was being governed harmoniously. At last, Lin Tianyuan could now compare to his father Emperor Yuan in the realm of politics and being the emperor overall. After Lin Tianyuan left with the sealing array formation, Lin Jiufeng's days became peaceful once again. No one came to disturb him as he continued his routine of signing in quietly. Something had changed in his routine, however. Every day he would defeat a demon from that demon's den in exchange for a sign-in. As a result, he would always have something new in his person every day, may it be a treasure, a bottle of pills, or a classical book of knowledge. Lin Jiufeng wasn't picky at all. He would take whatever he was given and he used them all to improve his strength. In just 10+ days, Lin Jiufeng was already at the peak of the ultimate human stage, which was the third stage of the human god realm. He wasn't far from the fourth stage, nirvana. According to the way I am quietly signing in silently now, this day for breaking through isn't far off. Lin Jiufeng calculated in his heart. If I stick to my routine, the day of my breakthrough should be nigh. Lin Jiufeng calculated in his heart. But 10 days later, he had already defeated the demons that were awake. The others were all asleep inside the demon's den. Seeing this, Lin Jiufeng closed his eyes. His divine soul left his body and it appeared as a second body. It was an avatar that could harness Lin Jiufeng's full strength. Go inside the demon's den and wake up the others, Lin Jiufeng said to his divine soul. He looked at the dozen or so demons before him. They were all dejected. These top powerhouses of the previous era had actually lost to a brat, Lin Jiufeng. And they weren't even able to hold their own in the fight. In every battle between them so far, Lin Jiufeng only had to flick his finger. The resplendent ancient true chi runes within his body would do the job for him, as it would always smack the demons flat, instantly defeating them. Knowing that they had no hope of winning against him, they decided to obey Lin Jiufeng's every command. Today, they brought Lin Jiufeng's divine soul into the depths of their demon's den as the latter awakened the slumbering demon gods. These demon gods were powerful existences that were countless times stronger than the demons that Lin Jiufeng fought against so far. The battle lasted for about 300 exchanges. Then, he signed in and left the place after he received something that he was satisfied with. Advance and retreat at will. This part of his routine had become the most important part of Lin Jiufeng's daily life. Defeating demons, signing in after their defeat, and receiving bountiful rewards for his victory. Every reward that was ever so slightly useful to him, Lin Jiufeng always made sure to use them. His cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. The human god realm could no longer trap him anymore. These days lasted for 3 months. In 3 months, Lin Jiufeng's gains were enormous. He defeated the demon gods one after another. Not a single demon god in their weakened state could defeat Lin Jiufeng. 3 months later, Miss Hong returned to the Great Yan Dynasty. The first thing she did upon her return was to check the compass. This was the Heavenly Tao sect's supreme treasure. It could predict if a seal on an ancient ruin from the previous era was about to be broken, releasing the old monsters within it out into the world. That's strange, Miss Hong looked at the compass with a frown. She remembered vividly that within the Unrivalled God Dynasty alone, there were more than 100 seal beings that were about to break out of their seals. Back then, she planned to deal with the other locations first before going to the Unrivalled God Dynasty to solve all of her problems at once. She didn't expect that these problems within the Unrivalled God Dynasty would disappear in just 3 short months. How come they are all gone? Miss Hong looked at the compass in confusion. Did that human god from the Unrivalled God Dynasty make a move? Miss Hong guessed. But it shouldn't be that easy. Suppressing 1 or 2 locations wouldn't be a problem, but to suppress more than 100, could it be that he knows an effective sealing array formation? Miss Hong mumbled to herself. But this is also a good thing. After thinking for a long time, the confused Miss Hong decided to not think about it anymore. A slight smile appeared on her lips as she heaved a sigh of relief. I must take advantage of this period of stability to pay the debt of gratitude that I owe to that benefactor of mine. Then, I must repair my divine soul to completion. Only when I'm done with this can I make a breakthrough into the next stage. Only when my divine soul is complete can I become even stronger to suppress those people from the previous era to give the people of this era enough time to adjust to this brand new world. Hopefully, they'll become as strong as those from the previous era as soon as possible. Determination flitted across Miss Hong's eyes. This was the will and the legacy of the Heavenly Tao sect. Equilibrium. Since Miss Hong had inherited the teachings of the Heavenly Tao sect, she worked hard to enforce them. But how should I repay this debt of gratitude? Miss Hong thought for a while. In the end, she couldn't think of anything suitable for repayment. I've got to consult the others. Miss Hong started to make another batch of paper cranes. This time, she folded even more paper cranes than last time as she wrote her doubts within the cranes. 30 paper cranes will bring back 30 answers. I hope those answers will help me think of a way to repay him. Miss Hong looked forward to hearing the answers of the recipients of these paper cranes. Chapter 67, Opportunity for a Breakthrough. Her duty as a member of the Heavenly Tao sect was the reason why she gave pointers to the many martial sages in the world with sufficient potential to make a breakthrough into the human god realm. In total, she gave pointers to 30 cultivators. The members of the Heavenly Tao sect have always had a special position in the world since ancient times. They were able to control a portion of the Heavenly Tao's might. Then, they could use the Heavenly Tao either for themselves or to guide others. 30 paper cranes flew out. In less than half a day, they brought back 30 answers. Miss Hong opened them one by one. The first answer was, after being banished to the cold palace and living such a tough life for decades, his heart must be twisted by now and he must be resentful. The best way to repay him would be to overthrow the current Xuanhuang God Dynasty and let him ascend to the throne to become the emperor. Then, he would be able to take his revenge and kill his enemies to end his resentment. Miss Hong frowned and muttered, as expected of a demonic cultivator. If I were to overthrow the current Xuanhuang God Dynasty, wouldn't it be akin to rebuilding a new dynasty? The world would be in chaos and I would no longer be able to suppress those people from the previous era. Wouldn't that be what they want to happen? If she really did that, she would become the greatest sinner of the Heavenly Tao sect. The second answer was, heal his body and help him ascend to the throne of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Miss Hong pondered silently. This was not much different from the first answer. The third answer. The fourth answer. Miss Hong read through 29 answers in a row. She received a myriad of answers, but none of them satisfied her. Until the 30th answer came. It was written by monk Xuanhuang of the Dalan Temple in the Jiangnan area. Overthrowing the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and helping the dethroned crown prince ascend to the throne as the emperor is unrealistic. He is not the only one inside that cold palace. The human god of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty is with him. His might is boundless and terrifying. If we were to go against him, it would end up in mutual destruction. Because of this, I suggest that we should compromise without lowering the quality of the repayment. Miss Hong's interest was piqued. In what way could they compromise? The Xuanhuang God Dynasty is the #1 god dynasty in the contemporary world. One could say that it's also doing very well nowadays. They even have an army filled with nothing but martial sages. There were even some that had already arrived at the human god realm. Therefore, overthrowing the Xuanhuang God Dynasty just isn't possible. In that case, why not we choose a small country and shock the world by bringing the dethroned crown prince there? Let him ascend to the throne of that small country. Miss Hong shall be his backer and he will be able to fulfill his dreams of overseeing a nation. Monk Xuanhuang's suggestion rekindled the light within Miss Hong's eyes. She was surprised. The idea was great. The Xuanhuang God Dynasty's territory was too vast. Once war broke out and the world fell into chaos, it would definitely suffer a catastrophe. But she was the reason why the dethroned crown prince was stripped of his position. If she wanted to return the position of the emperor to him, she could only use a small country outside of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty as a compromise. The question is, which country is suitable? Miss Hong mumbled. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, a maid hurriedly barged into the room as she said anxiously, Holy Maiden! His Majesty has issued a decree and he has betrothed you to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. The wedding is in 3 months. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince is right outside. He wants to barge in here. Miss Hong was stunned. Her figure froze on the spot. Seeing this, the maid misunderstood. Holy Maiden, please don't be sad. His Majesty is old and muddled. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, is a good-for-nothing. The people of our great Yan dynasty won't agree to this arrangement. Miss Hong smiled. She held the answer given by Monk Xingyun and replied softly, "Someone's really giving me a pillow when I was feeling sleepy." The maid looked at Miss Hong in confusion. She did not understand what the latter meant. "Go and ask the crown prince to go back. At the same time, ask him to enjoy the small amount of nobility that he has. If he dares to forcefully barge in here, he will die." Miss Hong waved her hand. She was too lazy to pay attention to this crown prince who had always coveted her beauty. The maid immediately retreated. Miss Hong silently sent out another batch of 30 paper cranes. Only one sentence was in them. "Come to the Great Yan Dynasty and do something for me." She wanted to use the entire Great Yan Dynasty to repay her debt of gratitude. Unrivalled God Dynasty, Cold Palace. Lin Jiufeng's life remained peaceful as ever. His routine didn't change that month and the days that passed. When he woke up from his cultivation in the morning, he would enter the underground palace and undo the seal of that demon's den. Then, he would awaken the demon gods and defeat them one by one. Afterwards, he would sign in and take the valuable treasures, cultivation techniques, and other items as his reward. When this was all done and over, he would seal the demon's den once more and return to the cold palace. Then, he would quietly ponder his own questions in regards to cultivation. Over this period of time, Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base advanced by leaps and bounds. He had already surpassed the ultimate human stage and entered the nirvana stage. The next step after nirvana was a breakthrough into the next realm. This wasn't difficult for Lin Jiufeng. As he continued to become even stronger, the pressure he was exerting on the demons in the demon's den beneath the underground palace also became stronger. Today, Lin Jiufeng visited the demon's den as usual, but it was unusually quiet. More than 10 demons would usually rush up to him at the same time, but now there was no movement inside the bottomless demon's den at all. He felt not an ounce of danger. Such peace was truly ironic when the place was called Demon's Den. But this also showed the torture that the demons had experienced in these past few months. They were now less arrogant than when the demon's den was first discovered. When the seal was opened today, the demons immediately trembled and hid. They didn't dare to make a sound. They were afraid that Lin Jiufeng would find them. The faith of those captured by Lin Jiufeng was a guaranteed beating. Then, when he was done and over with them, he would casually throw them back into the demon's den like nothing. Being treated like this, it was too shameful. They had no idea that Lin Jiufeng could earn rewards by beating them up. As a result, they all agreed that Lin Jiufeng was purposely doing this to humiliate them. He would humiliate them once, and the next time he visited, he would choose a different demon so that none of them would miss out on receiving his special treatment. He was simply too despicable. The demons and the demon gods alike burned with fury. Today, Lin Jiufeng stood on top of the demon's den after opening the seal. He realized that there was no movement whatsoever inside. Raising his arm, he reached out and knocked on the entrance. "Don't even try to play dead. One of you shall come out and fight me. Once we're done, I'll leave you lot alone as usual," Lin Jiufeng shouted. He didn't want to go down with his real body for now. It would be too troublesome. Who knew how many demon gods were down there? It was better to play it safe. It wouldn't be too late for him to go down there after his breakthrough into the next realm. The demon's den was a location of boundless space. Hundreds of demons and the few demon gods inside were already awake. Without exception, they were all defeated by Lin Jiufeng. Then, they were thrown back down, losing all of their faces in the process. Hearing Lin Jiufeng's words, they were furious. "I'll go up there and see what he's like. He's simply going too far. In the previous era, we were the leaders of our own demonic sections. Who in the world dared to humiliate us like this?" A demon god who had just woken up today was immediately infuriated by what he had heard. His lungs were about to explode from anger as he flew up. Boom! His demonic energy was powerful and vast. Although he was in a weakened state after being sealed for so long, his strength was still not something that those ordinary demons could compare to. "Brat, stop being so arrogant. Your demon god grandpa shall come and kill you now. The demon god let out a long roar. His aura surged as he raised his hand and a resplendent blade of light manifested. He attacked from below, aiming to kill Lin Jiufeng in one blow. Seeing his arrogant look, Lin Jiufeng shook his head. You're still too ve. He pressed down with one hand. Surging true chi, a vast Dao aura, and the four great immortal treasures in his body combined their strength altogether. Boom! The demon suppression record erupted. An extremely terrifying black talisman condensed and smashed onto the demon god's body with a bang. Pooh! In a blink of an eye, the demon god was sent crashing onto the bottom of the demon's den. The other demon gods couldn't help but sympathize with him. This was also the manner of their defeat. Lin Jiufeng sealed the demon's den in satisfaction as he signed in. Sign in successful. Received divine grade grotto heaven. When Lin Jiufeng saw what he received, his eyes lit up. He couldn't help but utter in surprise. The opportunity for my breakthrough is finally here. Chapter 68, Troubles Come One After Another. Divine Grade Grotto Heaven. Lin Jiufeng was overjoyed when he received this reward. The human god realm is equivalent to a huge mountain. Only by crossing this mountain could one arrive at the next realm. The human god realm is a concept far too surreal for ordinary people. It's a mountain that they could never scale. But only those who have truly arrived at the summit of this mountain will be able to see and understand the vastness of the world, the vast expanse of heaven and earth, and the existence of other mountains. Lin Jiufeng lamented. The human god realm was a mountain and he was standing on its summit. He was now about to see the real world beyond it. The next realm after the human god realm was the grotto heaven realm. Opening a grotto heaven in one's body was tantamount to creating a small, independent world inside one's body. This independent world was called inner world. A cultivator could open multiple grotto heavens, and once they have opened their 10th grotto heaven, their might would truly become terrifying. Most of the demons in the demon's den beneath the cold palace were at the grotto heaven realm. But their grotto heavens had long dried up. Lin Jiufeng was able to defeat them so easily because of this. I've seen it in some secret books. Grotto heavens are also divided into grades. They are divided into different grades because of the varying strengths they bestow upon their owner. This grotto heaven is a divine grade 1, is divine the best grade? Lin Jiufeng pondered. Standing at the entrance of the demon's den, Lin Jiufeng eventually stopped thinking about it. He decided to return for now and assimilate the grotto heaven he had just received and turn it into his own. Afterwards, he could then study the divine grade grotto heaven in his person. This demon's den is truly a treasure trove with infinite treasures. Lin Jiufeng was satisfied and had a good impression of the demon's den in the underground palace. But the demons within the demon's den weren't happy. After Lin Jiufeng left, the demon gods all gnashed their teeth in hatred and fury. He has gone too far. Is he treating us like clowns or domesticated animals? He always comes to humiliate us at least once a day. He obviously won't let us out. When have we, in our entire life, experienced something like this? We have to think of a way to fight back. How did our demon's den that once shook the world become like this? Disgruntled and filled with rage, the demons and the demon gods wished nothing but the chance to cut Lin Jiufeng into pieces. This seal is too strange. It always takes us 10 days to break it. We're already too weak and he can always set this seal up like it's nothing. Unless he dies, there is no way for us to break the seal and escape, a demon said in distress. There's still a way. All of a sudden, a demon god woke up from his slumber as he blurted out solemnly. Sky Fiend, do you have a solution? The other demon gods became excited when they saw this demon god. Although all of them were classified as demon gods, there was still a huge gap between them. Ordinary demon gods were stronger than demons, but among demon gods? They were at the bottom. Demon gods that were truly powerful would receive their own honorific names. One of those demon gods was this newly awakened Sky Fiend. His honorific name was Sky Fiend. Everyone respected his name. This proved his status among them. It will take me at least 3 days to break this seal. It's just too strange. Sadly, that person comes here every day, so we cannot break this seal through conventional methods. Skyfiend stood at the bottom of the abyss. He looked at the seal above them as he commented. Lord Skyfiend, you are one of the 7 founders of our demon's den. Your demonic cultivation base is world-shaking. Is there a way for us to deal with this seal? A demon asked respectfully. Yes, there is. Skyfiend smiled confidently. The other demons and demon gods all looked at Skyfiend. Excitement could be seen within their eyes. As soon as they got out, they would immediately rejuvenate their grotto heavens by absorbing the spiritual energy in the air. Once they have recovered, they would immediately go and chop Lin Jiufeng into pieces. Yes, we cannot get out on our own. But back then, I had set up a contingency plan. I separated a portion of the weaker demons from us, and the place where they are sealed isn't that far from us. We should be able to wake them up and let them come here to rescue us, Skyfiend said. That despicable and shameless human has a pretty high cultivation base. He's already at the peak of the human god realm, a demon god said in worry. Why couldn't they leave? The seal was just a small matter. Given some time, it would be easy for them to break the seal. But there was this Lin Jiufeng who came here every day to beat them up. What's worse was that afterwards, he would always reinforce the seal back to its full strength. Having fought with Lin Jiufeng before, even though they didn't want to admit it, they had to nod and say. After having fought against Lin Jiufeng, these demons were reluctant to admit it, but they had no other choice but to accept that. Lin Jiufeng was very powerful. Yes, that despicable human is so powerful that his strength seems to be more than that of a human god cultivator. A demon god bared his teeth and muttered in grievance. Only after one was given a beatdown by Lin Jiufeng could they understand how powerful he was. The might he had was suffocating, it was unfathomable and boundless. None of these demons knew just how strong Lin Jiufeng truly was. Did he even use all of his strength against them? Where was his limit? No matter how powerful he is still just one person. This time, I'm going to call hundreds of demons to come here and bring disaster to this world. I don't think he'll be able to save everyone alone, Skyfiend said confidently. When the other demon gods heard this, they felt relieved. Each one of them looked forward to it. I will use a secret technique to inform the people of the other devil's dens to come out and then come here. Let this world welcome the arrival of the 3,000 demon gods. Skyfiend spread his arms and said, full of confidence in his words. I have a secret technique to forcefully awaken our people from the other demon's den. I'll use it and tell them to come out and come here. Let this world welcome the arrival of 3,000 demon gods. Skyfiend spread his arms and announced. The arrogance in his voice couldn't be unmasked. The other demon gods also roared with laughter. They seemed to be already imagining in their heads the scene of Lin Jiufeng kneeling in front of them while begging for his life. The Great Yan Dynasty. The Holy Maiden, Miss Hong. The 30 human gods have finally arrived to answer her call. She personally gave guidance to these human gods, and she was essentially the reason why they were in the realm that they were in right now. They were grateful to her and they immediately answered her request without hesitation. The Emperor of the Great Yan Dynasty has gone senile. He wanted to betroth me to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince. Yesterday, the court officials and the army forced him to abdicate, and before even morning could arrive, he committed suicide. Miss Hong softly uttered as she looked at the 30 human gods. In a small dynasty like the Great Yan Dynasty, her strength and prestige were enough to overturn the imperial power with only a few words on her end. It was understandable why she said that the emperor had gone senile and the crown prince was out of his mind. To think that he actually dared to covet her beauty. All we need to do by now is to lead the army and go to the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Then, we'll ask Emperor Ming to release and pardon the dethroned crown prince. Afterwards, we'll bring him to the Great Yan Dynasty and help him ascend to the throne, giving him infinite glory. I believe that the dethroned crown prince will be overjoyed with this arrangement. The towering man laughed. Yes. The last time we went to the Cold Palace, we didn't see the dethroned crown prince. Instead, we encountered that human god of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Back then, we were suppressed. This time, I don't think that the same will happen again. There are 30 of us human gods in a group. We will definitely be able to make the Xuanhuang God Dynasty agree to hand over the dethroned crown prince, Monk Qingyun was confident. If a battle truly happened, these 30 human gods were enough to overthrow the entire Xuanhuang God Dynasty. If that is the case, then why do we have to bring the army with us? Why don't we just go there ourselves? Taoist Lu Yun was confused. It's not that simple. We might be human gods, but we are just 30 individuals in total. Our numbers just aren't domineering enough. To the dethroned crown prince whose cultivation was destroyed and after having been imprisoned for decades, seeing an army with tens of thousands of people will have a more shocking effect than seeing 30 human gods. At that time, when all of us addressed him together as Your Majesty, the grievances that he had experienced throughout the years will then burst out. Monk Qingyun shook his head and patiently explained. Considering all of this, the dethroned crown prince would definitely be endlessly grateful to Miss Hong. Since Miss Hong wants to repay her debt of gratitude, we have to do it in the most exaggerated way possible to elicit the best possible effect. Monk Qingyun added. Monk, you're so sly, said a human god. The others nodded in agreement. Miss Hong smiled happily. She waved her hand and said firmly, give the order to the army to set off. We shall set off for the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and rescue the dethroned crown prince. Chapter 69, Raising the Sword to Kill. The outside world was turbulent, but Lin Jiufeng, who sat alone in the cold palace, remained at peace. He continued to silently do his routine. Lin Jiufeng was holding the divine grade grotto heaven that he received from signing in. Is the divine grade the topmost grade? Lin Jiufeng mumbled. But no one could answer him. Lin Jiufeng didn't mind. After all, since he obtained it from signing in, it was definitely something very precious. Lin Jiufeng looked forward to it. He said to the white cat, I'm going into seclusion to make a breakthrough. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in shock. It meowed and it wanted to write a question for Lin Jiufeng. But in the very next moment, it remembered that it had already consumed the spirit accumulation pill given to it by Lin Jiufeng. With the help of that pill, it broke through into the human god realm. What realm are you going to break into? The white cat's voice was gentle and mellow. I want to climb over this great mountain known as the human god realm and see how beautiful the world beyond this mountain is, Lin Jiufeng replied. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng as if it was looking at a monster. We've just entered the human god realm and you're about to enter the next realm. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng enviously. If Lin Jiufeng broke through so quickly, wouldn't its dream of defeating Lin Jiufeng and stepping on him with its paws become a pipe dream? Lin Jiufeng smiled. He walked into the courtyard and laid on the frost jade bed. Stand guard for me, Lin Jiufeng said to the white cat. Then, he closed his eyes and entered a deep state of cultivation. That divine grade grotto heaven also entered his body. In the very next moment, a large amount of energy burst out from Lin Jiufeng's body. The white cat was so frightened that it hurriedly retreated. Its claws stabbed the ground as it tried its best to prevent itself from flying. I didn't agree to stand guard for you. The white cat mumbled. Its voice was soft and weak, like a complaining little girl. But despite its complaints, it still laid on the wall of the courtyard and stood guard for Lin Jiufeng. And it did the same routine, day after day. A month after Lin Jiufeng went into seclusion, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was thrown into chaos. Forbidden City, Great Council Hall. The frail Lin Tianyuan sat on the throne, his face was deathly pale. It has been days since he had a good night's sleep. There were too many strange things happening lately that he couldn't sleep at all. In the Great Council Hall, the court officials looked exhausted. It was the same for them, they also couldn't sleep properly. Your Majesty, these demons from the demonic sects are indiscriminate in their wanton killings of the common people. Our people are suffering and many of them are dying. A court official reported. Your Majesty, the day before yesterday, a ruin appeared in Luoyang. It is the ruin closest to the imperial capital. More than 10 demonic cultivators rushed out from the inside and killed the common people around them. They are currently rushing towards the imperial capital. Another cabinet court official reported. Your Majesty, these demons from the demonic sects are simply too much. They must be punished, the impartial assistant minister of the Ministry of Appointments shouted. Lin Tianyuan listened to the reports of his subordinates. He felt a headache coming. Dear ministers, I have already sent the martial sage corps and 2 human gods out. I hope that they will be enough to stop them. 3,000 martial sages with 2 human gods as their commanders. Sadly, despite their numbers, they were still incapable of dealing with all the issues. Reporting to Your Majesty. The Great Yin Dynasty has led an army of 200,000 soldiers and 30 human gods into our borders. They have already passed through the Qinling mountain range and are heading straight for the imperial capital. A scout barged in and reported loudly. The great council hall fell into silence. Everyone was dumbfounded by the sudden news. Why is the Great Yin Dynasty attacking our imperial capital? Although we are hostile to each other, we have never interfered with each other's affairs in the past few years. The cabinet chief questioned loudly. The way he spoke revealed how he was panicking inside. Internal strife and external trouble. The scout replied loudly, I heard that it's because of the dethroned crown prince. The Great Yin Dynasty made a slogan, Save the dethroned crown prince, let the Yuhua God Dynasty release the dethroned crown prince. Dethroned crown prince? What dethroned crown prince? The court officials looked at each other. They had long forgotten about Lin Jiufeng's existence. Instead, Lin Tianyuan's expression turned solemn. Wasn't the dethroned crown prince his uncle, Lin Jiufeng? His uncle, Lin Jiufeng, was his greatest trump card. How could he hand him over to the Great Yin Dynasty? It's just a small dynasty that wants to take advantage of the situation. There's no need to worry about it. Lin Tianyuan gritted his teeth and announced. Report. Another scout ran over and said loudly, Reporting to Your Majesty. The martial sage corps and the 2 human gods leading them were wiped out. They were completely devoured by the demons outside the imperial capital. They are now on their journey for the imperial capital. They could arrive at any moment. What did you say? Lin Tianyuan stood up in surprise. He suddenly felt dizzy. His body went soft, and he fell straight onto the ground. The martial sage corps that he had painstakingly nurtured from the ground up was wiped out? How could this be? The court officials panicked. They hurriedly went to support Lin Tianyuan. Your Majesty, you must pull yourself together, the cabinet chief advised. I know. All of you, move aside. At this critical moment, I want to be alone. Cabinet chief, I now give you full authority to handle the matters of the imperial capital. I'm going to see someone. Lin Tianyuan stumbled as he got up. He wanted to go and find his uncle. At every moment of peril, the person Lin Tianyuan thought of was still his uncle Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng's whole existence gave Lin Tianyuan unlimited confidence. Uncle will definitely be able to handle these troubles. Lin Tianyuan was confident. He rejected the company of others and endured his exhaustion alone as he left the Forbidden City. The world was shrouded in darkness. It was clearly daytime, but it was so dark that it was no different from nighttime. The thick demonic aura scared the millions of people in the imperial capital. It scared them so much that they didn't even dare to breathe. The imperial capital of the Yuhua God Dynasty was surrounded by black smoke. No one inside could see what was happening outside. Demons truly were at their strongest in the dark as they continued to wreak havoc. The imperial capital and the entire Yuhua God Dynasty were now in their darkest moments. The Great Yin Dynasty army hadn't even arrived yet. If the Great Yin Dynasty was added into the tally, the Yuhua God Dynasty would truly be powerless to turn the situation around in their favor. The current events were both similar and different from that battle at the peak of the Forbidden City many decades ago. Lin Tianyuan gnashed his teeth. Enduring the weakness spreading all over his body, he came to the entrance of the cold palace. Uncle! Please save the millions of innocent civilians in the imperial capital. Lin Tianyuan knelt down and shouted. Meow! The white cat came. It stood on the wall and said softly, "Your uncle is in seclusion." Lin Tianyuan was dumbfounded. At such a critical moment, his uncle was actually in seclusion. "I've already come out of seclusion. Let him in." Lin Jiufeng's voice suddenly rang out. His voice immediately lifted Lin Tianyuan's spirits. He stumbled to the front of the courtyard and quickly explained everything to Lin Jiufeng. "Uncle, demons are wreaking havoc outside. There's also the holy maiden of the great Yin dynasty who's adding to our troubles. She's saying that she wants to save you and she wants me to release the dethroned crown prince. Uncle, my martial sage corps has been completely wiped out. They are too powerful, I can't resist them." Lin Tianyuan cried. Creak! Lin Jiufeng opened the door to the courtyard and looked at the demonic aura billowing up in the sky. It had blocked everything including sunlight, plunging the imperial capital into complete darkness. "Do I need her to rescue me?" Lin Jiufeng chuckled and walked out. "Uncle, the demons have already surrounded the imperial capital." "I have no idea why they are here," Lin Tianyuan said in fear. "There's no need to worry. After tonight, the whole world shall lose their voice upon hearing about me. They are just mere demons, nothing worth mentioning." Lin Jiufeng patted Lin Tianyuan's shoulder and said calmly. "Uncle, are you planning to fight against so many demons alone?" Lin Tianyuan swallowed his saliva and asked. "Do you think that those ants are difficult to deal with?" Lin Jiufeng answered with a question of his own. If there was a group of demons dancing about in the sky, Lin Jiufeng would fly up into the sky to kill them. If there were demons causing trouble in the outside world, then he would go outside to eliminate them. Life truly was fascinating and unpredictable. Lin Jiufeng was no longer the same Lin Jiufeng from a month ago. Chapter 70, Sword, Come. Rumble. The demonic energy that had gathered formed an extremely terrifying dome that surrounded the imperial capital. At this moment, the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty seemed to have become an isolated island. Millions of people and the higher-ups of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty were trapped in this isolated island. The demons screamed and laughed as they surged forward. The demons from all directions slowly gathered together, wanting to barge in through the main gate of the imperial capital. They surged over together. Their combined might was simply terrifying. Were human gods powerful? The human god realm was the highest mountain of the martial path. This was the belief of every cultivator in this brand new world. Most of them could only hope of reaching the summit of this mountain. But in the eyes of these demons, human gods were just pieces of flesh and blood. The demons were of all shapes and sizes. Some had bloody mouths, some only had one eye, and some were even humans that had transformed into demons. Their skin was pale, and they looked like dead people. The sight of it truly chilled anyone to the bones. And these horrors were only a part of everything. Is this the brand new world? The mortal realm. I sealed myself up for thousands of years. I waited bitterly for thousands of years and I finally saw this brand new mortal realm. I am the demon king of destruction. In this era, I must reach the Tao realm. This is a brand new era and it is also the best era. The cultivators of this era are pitifully weak. Thus, we will have a feast. Countless demons were shouting and running around excitedly. These demons were at least at the human god realm, and they were all at the third or fourth stage. It was no wonder that Lin Tianyuan's martial sage corps and their two human god commanders were wiped out. This is the imperial capital of a dynasty. Stain this place with blood. I haven't absorbed any flesh and blood essence for many years. I want to eat meat. I miss women, I want women. The demons looked at the vast imperial capital. Their eyes turned green as they rushed over one by one. I want to release the demon gods in that demon's den. They are the true rulers of this world. Only by releasing those demon gods can we take this world as our own and turn it into a demonic realm. There was also a group of loyal and devoted demons hiding behind the scenes. They wanted to enter the imperial capital, find that demon's den, unseal it, and release the demons and demon gods inside. They were also rushing towards the imperial capital. The demonic energy that surrounded the imperial capital made the air itself heavy. The imperial capital was in grave danger at this moment. The common people shivered and hid at home, not daring to move. The streets were empty. Even the higher-ups of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty were watching in despair. The cabinet chief didn't dispatch the forbidden troops in the end, because that would just be sending them to death. They believed in Lin Tianyuan and also the terrifying existence behind him. Everyone secretly prayed that someone would step forward to save the imperial capital from this crisis. Day. The crisp sound of footsteps reverberated on the streets. The usually crowded Vermilion Bird Street was empty today. The appearance of this person attracted the attention of countless people in the imperial capital. Hope gradually rose in everyone's hearts. Lin Jiufeng walked on the street, his steps relaxed. The surging demonic aura was about to surge toward him, but he still walked resolutely toward the main gate. The main gate of the imperial capital was unmanned. In the face of such tremendous might that no mortal could hope to defend against. It would truly take a miracle for someone to come here and man the main gate. Lin Jiufeng came to the main gate. He pulled a chair over and sat down quietly. He was waiting for the demons to arrive. The other 3 gates were tightly shut. Human. Flesh and blood. I shall devour you. The demon that was the fastest to reach the imperial capital rushed over. He wanted to devour Lin Jiufeng. Pooh! Lin Jiufeng flicked his finger. A streak of sword energy exploded and the demon was killed in an instant. At the very next moment, every demon stared at Lin Jiufeng. To be able to kill a demon so easily, this human wasn't simple. Human. Instead of escaping, you are blocking the way here. You are akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. A demon sneered. Lin Jiufeng said calmly, we will soon know whether it's a mantis trying to stop a chariot or not. Are you thinking that you alone can stop so many of us demons? Human, your strength is not bad. Why don't you join my demon cult and serve me under my crotch? A demon laughed and said. Lin Jiufeng looked at him expressionlessly and flicked his finger. Boom! The ancient true chi runes that he had condensed long ago burst out and transformed into murderous beams of light. Pooh! He swiftly killed the tactless demon who spoke so arrogantly. This time, every demon looked at Lin Jiufeng in shock. Was it really that easy? You guys are from the previous era, so all of you should be buried in the previous era instead of coming to this era to lord over the others. Lin Jiufeng looked at the demons. He couldn't help but shake his head in disapproval. Human! Go die! A demon coldly snorted and directly attacked. It was too lazy to talk nonsense. Have you seen the morning sun of the imperial capital yet? Facing the demon that attacked, Lin Jiufeng didn't hesitate to draw his demon-slaying sword. Ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. This was the first sword technique that Lin Jiufeng cultivated. At this point, his skills in this sword technique had already reached perfection. Lin Jiufeng drew his sword, raised his eyebrows, and slashed. An extremely terrifying phantom appeared behind him. It was surrounded by the universe and the stars. This phantom also drew its sword, raised its eyebrows, and slashed. Boom! A resplendent sword energy cut through the darkness. The dazzling light made one feel as if they were looking at the first ray of sunlight in the morning. This sword energy moved against the current. It swept past this demon. And every demon in the area was rendered speechless and frozen. A gust of wind blew. The demon's clothes and skin were blown away by the wind. In the very next moment, his entire body turned into dust that scattered into the air. Every demon could sense the power behind Lin Jiufeng's strike. The look in their eyes changed. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. They looked at Lin Jiufeng. They couldn't understand how such a terrifying existence like Lin Jiufeng could appear at the beginning of this new era. Lin Jiufeng looked at them. He retracted his sword and said calmly, I think it's better if all of you attack together. If you come one by one, it will be certain death. The invincible Lin Jiufeng seemed to be even worried about the demons. But he said this mainly because killing them one by one was too troublesome for him. They might as well attack together, so he could kill them at once. Tens of thousands of demons had come to the imperial capital. At this moment, they looked at each other. The situation they were in felt too surreal. They were a group of powerful demons from the previous era, but they were actually being threatened by a young man in this era? That's right. To them, the 50-year-old Lin Jiufeng was indeed a young man. Attack together. All of a sudden, a demon roared. He was infuriated and furious, thinking that Lin Jiufeng was being too arrogant. In an instant, the demons unleashed their attacks all together. All sorts of techniques overlapped with each other, creating a brilliant and grand, yet terrifying sight. Their target was none other than Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng didn't even move. In fact, he didn't even unsheath his sword. He stood tall and straight as he stood before the main gates. His eyes were calm as he watched the thousands of demons attacking him. Even so, he stood there unmoved. At this moment, the people of the imperial capital placed their hopes on Lin Jiufeng. The white cat watched anxiously on the wall of the cold palace. It bared its teeth continuously, worried about Lin Jiufeng. Lin Tianyuan looked on with a pale face. He was exhausted, but he didn't dare to sleep. He had to wait for this matter to come to an end. Rumble. The group of demons came crashing down. Their combined might made even the white cat, a creature at the human god realm, tremble in fear. It screamed and rushed out. Its speed was tremendously fast as it turned into a white shadow that looked awfully conspicuous amidst the darkness of the night. It wanted to go and fight alongside Lin Jiufeng. But just as it ran out, a crisp sound shook the imperial capital. Sword, come! Clang! 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 As soon as this voice fell, the bone swords in the deserted courtyard of the cold palace simultaneously shimmered as they flew out at once. Boom! The 365 bone swords shuttled through the air as they executed a terrifying sword technique. Death Bone Sword Technique. Chapter 71, 1. Following Lin Jiufeng's call. The bone swords that the white cat once called useless finally displayed their might to the world. Death Bone Sword Technique. This was a peerless sword technique that Lin Jiufeng had once obtained from signing in. It was nothing short of a powerful technique, and it could even double as a sword formation. The 365 bone swords slashed over in unison, carrying with them anger that had been accumulated for decades. It seemingly carried with them a deep-seated anger that had been accumulating for decades. They wanted to prove to Lin Jiufeng that the death bone sword technique executed with the bone swords was definitely one of the best sword techniques in the world. Unrivaled and unparalleled. Boom! 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 The aura they emanated shocked half of the world. In the Great Yin Dynasty's army, Miss Hong and her 30 human god helpers were currently looking in the direction of the Yuhua God Dynasty's imperial capital in shock. Over there, the thick demonic energy was already visible to the naked eye. The appearance of the bone swords brought with them a sword energy that seemed to be able to destroy everything. It was simply unbelievable. Am I seeing things? Monk Qingyun couldn't comprehend what he was looking at. They were all human gods, but why was this person so much more powerful than them? Miss Hong's expression changed drastically. She bit her red lips. How could this be? These demons actually managed to come out. Won't that mean that I have failed in my responsibility? She gave the order to set up camp as she took out her compass and studied it carefully. Deep underground in the cold palace. In the demon's den beneath the copper coffin. The demon gods inside felt the tremors in the imperial capital. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. This time, we can finally go out, right? Every other demon out there has come here to rescue us. There is no way that the people of today's era can resist them. No matter how powerful that human is, he won't be able to withstand their attacks either. We are about to leave this place. When the time comes, we must wash at least 30,000 miles of land with blood so we can take our revenge." The demons and the demon gods gnashed their teeth. They truly hated Lin Jiufeng to the core. At this moment, outside the imperial capital, the combined aura of tens of thousands of demons was simply too terrifying to look at. Even a human god would probably just run away after a single look. But the Deathbone sword technique was unparalleled. It slashed out, and the first strike it made was akin to directly asking its enemies to reincarnate into their next lives. The bone swords were here to send these demons into the afterlife. Boom! 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 Beams of sword energy exploded and rushed into the midst of the demons. The attack directly split their forces into two halves. In an instant, the dome of demonic energy that surrounded the imperial capital disappeared. It split open as a ray of moonlight shone before the main gate of the imperial capital. The moonlight fell on Lin Jiufeng's body, and the next scene revealed was the image of a perfect man. That's right, Lin Jiufeng's image had become akin to that of a perfect man in the hearts of many young maidens of the imperial capital. His calm appearance and his fluttering clothes were deeply imprinted in the hearts of these young girls who longed for love. Thump, thump, thump. Beneath the moonlight, the corpses of the demons dropped one after another from the sky. They scattered all over the ground, not one of them had any life. Counting carefully, there were 365 corpses. As for the bone swords, they returned to Lin Jiufeng and circled him one by one. The power of these swords left those who witnessed their might dumbfounded and in disbelief. The 365 bone swords formed a sword formation that carried Lin Jiufeng up into the sky. The scene made him look similar to a sword immortal. This was the Deathbone sword technique's maiden fight. None of the swords failed, every bone sword had killed a demon. None of the swords failed in their mission to kill, they all took a demon's life. Lin Jiufeng raised his hand and looked at the remaining demons. Only one sentence came out of his mouth. "Please go ahead and die." Boom! With 365 bone swords flying around him, Lin Jiufeng charged towards the marching demons. Kill! Lin Jiufeng executed all of his sword techniques. He transformed into an absolute killing machine that wasted no move. Every move and stance that he executed was for killing. The demons were completely unable to withstand his terrifying techniques. This was the first time that Lin Jiufeng displayed his true strength. Grotto Heaven. After assimilating the divine grade Grotto Heaven that he received as a reward for signing in, he made a breakthrough and reached the Grotto Heaven realm. That divine grade Grotto Heaven also became his first Grotto Heaven. Rumble. At this moment, Lin Jiufeng's Grotto Heaven appeared and expanded throughout the space around him. It only took a blink of an eye before every demon in the imperial capital was enveloped by his Grotto Heaven. This is a Grotto Heaven? A demon looked at the world around him in disbelief. My Grotto Heaven only has a range of 100 meters and it is a middle-grade Grotto Heaven. But his Grotto Heaven is actually the prototype of a small world? One of the demons had a mental breakdown. He didn't want to fight Lin Jiufeng at all. He only wanted to escape. But where could he escape to? Carrying his 365 bone swords, a move from Lin Jiufeng always took a demon's life. In addition to this, they were also currently trapped within the world of Lin Jiufeng's divine grade Grotto Heaven and were unable to escape. They had become akin to cattle and sheep in a slaughterhouse. Not long after, Lin Jiufeng came out of his Grotto Heaven and landed on the city wall near the main gate. His clothes and body were free of dirt. It was as if he didn't fight in a battle at all. At this moment, he truly looked invincible. The 365 bone swords also entered Lin Jiufeng's dantian. Moonlight shone on his body, making him look like an immortal that had descended to the mortal realm. Everyone in the imperial capital looked at him in anticipation. They were so anxious that they couldn't speak. Who exactly won? Where were those demons? Meow. Suddenly, a meow came from below. It was the white cat. It ran out of the cold palace at lightning speed and leaped into Lin Jiufeng's arms. "Are you hurt?" the white cat asked nervously. No, Lin Jiufeng hugged the white cat and reached out to stroke it gently. Being able to stroke a cat after a battle could be one of the happiest things in life. Where are the demons? The white cat asked curiously. On top. Lin Jiufeng pointed. In the air, his grotto heaven was still there. As he stretched out his hand and pointed, the divine-grade grotto heaven slowly dissipated. The thousands of demons were wiped out. The dense demonic energy was completely absorbed by the divine-grade grotto heaven. Who? After the divine-grade grotto heaven was done absorbing the demonic energy, the moon also finally appeared in the sky. Its light illuminated the ground and cast Lin Jiufeng's shadow on the ground. The demons were gone. The white cat blurted in surprise. You're amazing. Lin Jiufeng smiled without saying anything. He stroked the cat again and deliberately messed up its fur. However, the white cat didn't get angry. Instead, it obediently let Lin Jiufeng rub it. As the grotto heaven disappeared, the demons were reduced to ashes. Under the moonlight, Lin Jiufeng stood on top of the main gate. It was as if nothing had happened. The people in the imperial capital flocked and cheered. They knelt before Lin Jiufeng in excitement. Adages like surviving a calamity, escaping from the jaws of a tiger, strolling to the gate's hell, all of them could be used to describe this situation. They were excited to see that Lin Jiufeng had solved the crisis for them. In the Forbidden City's Great Council Hall, the various court officials also heaved a sigh of relief. As they congratulated Lin Jiufeng loudly, they also knelt in his direction. Tonight, Lin Jiufeng saved millions of people in the imperial capital. In front of the cold palace, Lin Tianyuan smiled with a pale face. We won. He sat weakly on the steps and reached out to touch his back. He was drenched in sweat. He didn't sleep nor rest for many days. He spent his energy dealing with state affairs. Then, he experienced great joy and great sorrow. He was overjoyed that Lin Jiufeng had exterminated the demons. But sorrowful because the army of martial sages that he had painstakingly built was wiped out. Lin Tianyuan's body was already in bad shape. At this moment, he was already at the end of his life. Luckily, the Unrivalled God Dynasty didn't get destroyed in my hands. It's mainly because Uncle is powerful, but at least I have lived up to my ancestors. Lin Tianyuan felt dizzy and his body went cold. But he still stood up stubbornly. I want to handle one last thing. Lin Tianyuan gnashed his teeth and said firmly. He didn't go to call Lin Jiufeng because he had personally seen Lin Jiufeng fly to the Great Yin Dynasty's army after he had eliminated the demons. Lin Jiufeng had his own matters to handle and he ought not to disturb him. Chapter 72, Taking What Each Other Needed Calmly. Lin Jiufeng disappeared from the city walls. It was because he discovered that many people were running over, wanting to kneel down and worship him. Most importantly, the majority of them were women. And they all had fervent looks on their faces. They seemed to be even crazier than those people who chased after idols in his previous life. Lin Jiufeng could only choose to leave given the circumstances. But he didn't return to the cold palace for he still had something to deal with tonight. The Holy Maiden of the Great Yin Dynasty. It was because of this woman that the past Lin Jiufeng was sent to prison and died back then. Without her, the current Lin Jiufeng wouldn't be able to occupy this body. He thought that he would never see her again in this life, but who would have thought that she would actually lead an army of 200,000 here and threaten Lin Tianyuan to let him go? What kind of plot development was this? Lin Jiufeng couldn't understand it. It has been more than 30 years since they last interacted with each other. In the beginning, she didn't think about repaying the debt of gratitude that she owed him. But after 30 years, she suddenly remembered it? Wasn't the time period a little too far apart? Lin Jiufeng wasn't impressed at her attempts to free him. He just found it absurd that this holy maiden was so unreliable in doing things. Lin Jiufeng came to look for her this time because he wanted to make things clear and end this ill-fated connection between her and the previous owner of his body. And so he paid her a visit. He even brought the white cat along with him too. A 200,000-strong army camped at the place where the Great Yin Dynasty's army was stationed. But the 30 human gods were all looking at the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. The thick demonic energy, the chilling sword intent. The grotto heaven that blotted out the sky, and the calm and peace that followed. All of these stunned the 30 human gods. They are all so powerful, Taoist Lu Yun said bitterly. Just by looking at the battlefield with his own eyes, regardless of whether they were demons or that human god of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, they were all very powerful. At the very least, they were stronger than them, the 30 human gods here. They all thought that by breaking through to the human god realm, they would be at the pinnacle of the martial path. But from the looks of it, they only reached the summit of a small hill. Is that senior we met last time, the one who defeated those demons? Monk Qingyun asked. He was a clever monk and it was easy for him to guess the answer to their questions. Taoist Lu Yun and the Taoist Haiyu fell silent. Back then, Lin Jiufeng had suppressed them with a flick of his finger. But now, it seemed that he had gone easy on them. The towering man mumbled, how did he cultivate to become that powerful? Yes. All of them wished to find the answer to this question of theirs. They were all humans, but why was Lin Jiufeng so outstanding than them? Lin Jiufeng was going to make things awkward for them if he was so excellent. It felt like they were incompetent in comparison to him. Boom! As they were grumbling in their hearts, a beam of sword energy directly shot over. The distance of 1,000 miles disappeared in a flash. The 30 human gods instantly felt the arrival of death. All their hairs stood on end. The sensation truly was terrifying. They could do nothing other than to watch in horror. But this sword energy disappeared as suddenly as it appeared. The 30 human gods had no idea where it went. The sword energy was naturally Lin Jiufeng himself. He was only giving the 30 human gods a show of strength. Lin Jiufeng saw the two Taoist priests, the young monk, and the towering man amidst this group of human gods. Lin Jiufeng finally understood. They were that same group who explored the Cold Palace last time under Miss Hong's orders. Lin Jiufeng thought a lot about it back then. Who was Miss Hong? There was no answer all this time. He had never come into contact with the so-called Miss Hong before. But today the answer finally came. Miss Hong was the holy maiden of the Great Yin Dynasty. She was the woman released by Lin Jiufeng back then. After several decades, this holy maiden suddenly took the initiative to find him. Lin Jiufeng had no idea what her motives were, as a result, he took the initiative to look for her this time. In the camp, Lin Jiufeng saw the holy maiden who was in the middle of checking her compass. No one knew that he was here. He prevented others from seeing him. The holy maiden examined the compass. The many rivers and seas of the world were depicted on this compass. It also depicted a lot of hidden places. The holy maiden was studying it carefully as she murmured, "This shouldn't be the case. It doesn't make sense for so many demons to come into being at the same time. This is only the beginning of the world's spiritual energy recovery. How did these demons calculate the time so accurately?" Lin Jiufeng hugged the white cat and watched on calmly. He suddenly understood that this holy maiden belonged to the previous era just like the demons. This compass of hers depicted the locations of those who had sealed themselves deep underground. Sigh, I wonder what's the reason behind this. I can't make a breakthrough into the grotto heaven realm, and I also can't awaken my senior brothers and sisters. It's difficult for me to deal with them on my own. My divine soul isn't complete either, and I have to look for that dethroned crown prince of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty for the chance of recovery. The holy maiden sighed continuously as she eventually bit her lips out of frustration. You wanted to see me? Lin Jiufeng's clear voice suddenly sounded as he revealed himself. The holy maiden retreated a few steps in surprise as she raised her hand to defend herself. But when she saw Lin Jiufeng's appearance, she was dumbfounded. You? How did you? It's been more than 30 years, but you're still so young. You haven't changed at all. The holy maiden stuttered. Lin Jiufeng's appearance didn't change much. What changed the most was his temperament. But his temperament caused subtle changes in his appearance. However, the holy maiden still managed to recognize Lin Jiufeng at a single glance. "It's the same for you." "You didn't change much," Lin Jiufeng replied calmly. The current holy maiden was similar to the holy maiden in Lin Jiufeng's memories. Of course, her temperament also underwent a huge change. 30 years ago, the Lin Jiufeng of this world had interacted with the holy maiden. At that time, Lin Jiufeng was obsessed with her. He gave up his position as the crown prince and also his life in exchange for the safety of this holy maiden. The current Lin Jiufeng was no longer the Lin Jiufeng of the past. He had no designs nor feelings for this holy maiden at all. "Your cultivation base," the holy maiden sized up Lin Jiufeng. Suddenly, she covered her mouth in surprise as her pupils dilated. "You are the one who defeated the demons in the imperial capital?" the holy maiden asked in shock. "Yes. So, you've sent people to find me twice. What exactly do you want?" Lin Jiufeng asked. "This. Didn't you save my life? I heard that you were imprisoned in the cold palace all this while, and that is why I wanted to save you. I wanted to give you the great Yan dynasty's throne. Back then, I am the reason why you lost the throne of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Now, I am giving you what you've lost. I hope that you can forgive me for taking so long." The holy maiden took a deep breath and suppressed the shock in her heart. "You are being insincere. You are only thinking of repaying the debt of gratitude that you owe me for the sake of your divine soul's completion." Lin Jiufeng decisively pointed out the holy maiden's lie. The holy maiden blinked in embarrassment. "Before you discovered the flaw in your divine soul, you probably couldn't even remember me at all. That's why you've made such a big fuss. You're feeling guilty and you want to cover it up. All of these are nothing but for yourself, you don't have to put me on a pedestal." Lin Jiufeng pointed out the holy maiden's thoughts. "I'm sorry." The holy maiden apologized pitifully. "There's no need for that. Bring your army and go back. Don't alarm the common people." Lin Jiufeng rejected coldly. "What should I do for you to forgive me? Give me a chance, my divine soul really has to be completed." The holy maiden begged Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng thought about it rationally and asked, "Are you from the previous era?" The holy maiden nodded and said, "I was born at the end of the last era." "All right. Then, prepare every book and every information that you have of the previous era that you know. They must be very detailed. Have monk Qingyun deliver them to the doors of the imperial capital's cold palace. After I've received them, I will definitely forgive your long abandonment of me in my heart." Lin Jiufeng made a request. "No problem, I will have them prepared for you." The holy maiden's spirits were lifted as she smiled and agreed. Lin Jiufeng turned around coldly as he left directly. The holy maiden incident was caused by this world's Lin Jiufeng. After Lin Jiufeng died in prison, he was already gone. The Lin Jiufeng who transmigrated here had never interacted with this holy maiden before. This was why it would be good for both sides if he handled this matter properly. Lin Jiufeng got what he wanted. The holy maiden obtained his forgiveness. The common people were also spared from a full-blown war. Both Lin Jiufeng and the holy maiden were satisfied. They each took what they needed. Throughout the entire process, only the white cat was confused by the whole process. Chapter 73, Death of the Emperor. From the moment he appeared in the camp until the end of the negotiation, the entire process only took less than 3 minutes. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng, dumbfounded. "The two of you came to an agreement so easily?" The delicate and vengeful white cat expressed its confusion. "Of course, her true intention isn't really just to repay her debt of gratitude to me. Otherwise, she could have done it during the first few years after I was banished to the cold palace. But she didn't. She only remembered my existence and the debt of gratitude that she owes me when she found out that her divine soul was incomplete. Her repayment was, in essence, a way to solve her own problem. It's not a way for her to express her gratitude to me, sincerely. She's a very selfish person. I can't be bothered to get angry at her because it's simply not worth it." After this, her problem will be solved and I'll have even more information about the previous era. My connection with her will also come to an end. Isn't this a win-win situation? Lin Jiufeng rubbed the white cat and explained. How can you remain so calm? You've discovered that the other party has other intentions for repaying her debt of gratitude, but you are not angry at all. Instead, you managed to maintain your rationality to the point that you even gained benefits for yourself. The white cat was seriously impressed. That is why you have to be careful. I might abandon you and remain calm about it in the future. Lin Jiufeng teased. Meow. The white cat scratched Lin Jiufeng's shoulder in anger. Of course, he remained unscathed. Instead, it was the white cat whose claws felt pained. The angry white cat proceeded to turn her head and ignore Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng looked at her charmingly naive appearance. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Lin Jiufeng's mood turned for the better. As expected, the happiness of keeping a cat was something that catless people just couldn't understand. Lin Jiufeng quickly returned to the imperial capital. At this moment, the imperial capital was already under curfew. There was no one walking around on the streets. Lin Jiufeng walked to the door of the cold palace with the white cat. He was about to enter when suddenly, Dawn! 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 In the Forbidden City, a bell rang 9 times in a row. Lin Jiufeng's eyes narrowed as he slowly turned his head to look in the direction of the Empress Palace. More than 10 years ago, Lin Jiufeng once heard the toll of this bell. It announced Emperor Yuan's death. Now that the bell had sounded once again, what did it represent? Lin Jiufeng's heart trembled. Although he was a very rational person and could calm throughout any situation, he also still had his own feelings. Did Lin Tianyuan, the child whom he watched grow up, died? The white cat looked over in shock. She jumped off Lin Jiufeng's body and said, "You should go take a look." Lin Jiufeng's body flashed. He disappeared in an instant. Forbidden City, Empress Palace. At this moment, everyone was sobbing and wailing. Originally, the entire imperial capital was cheering after Lin Jiufeng exterminated the demons. But no one expected that when Lin Tianyuan returned to the imperial capital, he would be drenched in sweat. He returned in a state so weak that he couldn't even speak. The eunuchs discovered him and they were about to send him to the imperial physicians to treat. But Lin Tianyuan rejected it. He was then carried to the empress residence. Afterwards, he summoned the court officials and the crown prince to pass on the throne to him. At the end of his life, he asked the empress to come close and he whispered in her ear, "Don't tell the crown prince about uncle. Let him feel pressured, so he can grow up on his own. Treat this matter as your greatest trump card and it will protect you well. I wrote a letter to uncle. After I die, uncle will definitely come to send me off. Pass the letter to uncle by then." Lin Tianyuan used all that he had left to say these last words before passing away. In his life, he hated arranged marriages the most. He married a wife whom he didn't like. He once wanted to abolish the empress for a concubine. But now, the place he chose to die at was in the empress' bed. He chose to pass away with her on his side. Lin Tianyuan was a very complicated individual. In the end, he had probably fallen in love with the empress. Thus, he left his greatest trump card to her. He didn't pass it on to the crown prince because he didn't want to see the crown prince become as conceited as he was back then. He didn't want the latter to think that just because he had a powerful trump card, he had the right to become arrogant. When Lin Jiufeng arrived, everyone was wailing nonstop. Especially the cabinet chief. Counting this next generation, he has continuously served the imperial court for 4 generations. 3 emperors had already passed away, but he was still here. And he would also be assisting the crown prince, the soon-to-be emperor. Lin Jiufeng looked at the silent corpse in the empress palace. There was definitely sadness in his heart, but it wasn't to that extent he had felt when Emperor Yuan died. "I told you to rest well." Lin Jiufeng came to Lin Tianyuan's corpse inside. Last month, Lin Tianyuan insisted on dealing with state affairs. It was also during that month that he depleted the rest of his life force. To Lin Jiufeng, the servants running around didn't affect him at all. They couldn't discover Lin Jiufeng, and Lin Jiufeng didn't want to be discovered by them either. After paying his respects to Lin Tianyuan, Lin Jiufeng found the Empress. Now, only the Empress knew his true appearance throughout the entire Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Hence, Lin Jiufeng sent a voice transmission to her and told her to come to the side hall without alerting the others. Uncle! In the side hall, the Empress bowed with teary eyes. When Emperor Ming passed away, did he leave any last words? Lin Jiufeng asked. He wrote this letter to Uncle. The Empress respectfully took out the letter and handed it to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng opened it. There were some heartfelt words in the letter, as well as a request for Lin Jiufeng to take care of the Queen and the Crown Prince. An orphan and a widow. In this world, ruling a huge dynasty would definitely pose many problems for them. This was why Emperor Ming, Lin Tianyuan, beseeched Lin Jiufeng to help them. If there's any problem in the future, come to the Cold Palace and look for me. Also, teach the Crown Prince well. Don't feel too burdened. I will still be supporting you both from behind, Lin Jiufeng said solemnly. Thank you, Uncle, the Empress gratefully said. She was about to kneel down when Lin Jiufeng's figure blurred and disappeared. Seeing this, she stopped what she was doing and went ahead to deal with Lin Tianyuan's funeral. Cold Palace. Lin Jiufeng returned to the Cold Palace. His expression looked somewhat somber. He looked at the cherry tree where the flowers had wilted. Then, he personally planted another cherry tree at the side. Afterwards, the sad Lin Jiufeng directly went to the underground palace and opened up the seal of the demon's den beneath the copper coffin. Why is it still you? The demons in the demon's den were expecting someone of their own kind to open up the seal for them to escape. But when they saw Lin Jiufeng, all of them had a nervous breakdown. They couldn't believe their eyes. The demons had even surrounded the imperial capital, but Lin Jiufeng was still alive? What kind of existence was this Lin Jiufeng? Was he an immortal? Lin Jiufeng's face turned slightly cold. For the first time since he first entered the demon's den, he felt infuriated. With the demon-slaying sword in hand, he pointed at the group of demons and said, "It was you lot who caused the demons outside to come into being and besiege the imperial capital, right?" The demons were shocked and angered by Lin Jiufeng's action of pointing at them with a sword. "What are you trying to do?" Sky Fiend shouted angrily. He was in a bad mood right now. Why did the scheme that he had meticulously planned fail? "I want to kill you." But Lin Jiufeng's mood was even worse. He didn't want to talk nonsense at all. He lifted the demon-slaying sword and moved to kill. The demon-slaying sword paired with Lin Jiufeng's strength and his divine-grade grotto heaven allowed Lin Jiufeng to easily kill Sky Fiend. That's right. One of the founders of this demon's den, Sky Fiend, whose cultivation base was unfathomable in the previous era, died under the demon-slaying sword. The other demons trembled upon seeing this scene. After killing Sky Fiend, Lin Jiufeng vented the anger in his heart and left the demon's den. "Sign in," Lin Jiufeng said. Sign in successful. Received 1 Grotto Heaven analysis book. Lin Jiufeng received the book and realized that it was an analysis of how to cultivate in the Grotto Heaven realm and how to improve his cultivation within the realm. Not bad, it suits me very well. Lin Jiufeng sealed the demon's den and left. Chapter 74, Zenith Heaven Path. On this day, the people in the imperial capital wailed. The court officials carried Lin Tianyuan's coffin and sent him into his final destination, the imperial cemetery. Lin Tianyuan and Emperor Yuan weren't buried too far away. After all, they were father and son that shared the same roots. Lin Jiufeng didn't attend his funeral, however, he watched from a distance as Lin Tianyuan was buried beside Emperor Yuan. The surroundings were filled with sorrow, tears, and the tolling of bells. The atmosphere truly was depressing. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but take out the fate-changing technique that he received from signing in. I need to study this cultivation technique carefully and then become even stronger. When I have the chance in the future, I will change both of your fates, Lin Jiufeng said firmly. He returned to the Cold Palace. Now that everything was settled, he didn't want to stay in the imperial cemetery any longer. Returning to the cold palace to continue his goal of becoming even stronger was what Lin Jiufeng should do. As for the changes in the new dynasty, Lin Jiufeng didn't care about it at all. He had no feelings for the crown prince. If he were to encounter trouble in the future, it would be the empress who would come and ask for his hand in help. When Lin Jiufeng returned to the cold palace, he encountered Monk Qingyun. Monk Qingyun brought with him various information about the previous era that the Holy Maiden had agreed to give to Lin Jiufeng, as well as a bunch of books. The Holy Maiden probably knew that Lin Jiufeng wasn't easy to deceive, so she prepared all of these with diligence to obtain his true forgiveness. Lin Jiufeng put away the books, then he drove Monk Qingyun away. "Tell your Holy Maiden that the grudges between us are written off," Lin Jiufeng told the monk. "Thank you, benefactor." The monk thanked him. He didn't want to stay for a moment longer, so he turned around and left. Lin Jiufeng returned to the cold palace with a large pile of books. Then, he browsed through them with the white cat. What was the difference between the previous era and this era? Lin Jiufeng didn't understand much in the past, but after reading these books, he finally understood their differences. The world also had its own ups and downs. The common people wouldn't be able to see these ups and downs, but they would be able to experience them through the changes in the world's spiritual energy. The spiritual energy in each era would continue to improve. When it reached its peak and lasted for a period of time, it would decline. Upon reaching its peak, it would stay there for a long period of time. Afterwards, it would go into a decline. As the world's spiritual energy declined in quality and quantity, the powerhouses of the world would also slowly disappear. Some of them would die, some would seal themselves, their choices varied. The end of the previous era was 1,500 years ago. At that time, human god realm cultivators were the strongest. People like the demon lord were also affected by the decline of the world's spiritual energy. If not for this, then he would have been able to make a breakthrough into the grotto heaven realm and into other higher realms. The spiritual energy in the world continued its decline. Hundreds of years ago, even martial sages disappeared. Only great grandmasters remained. It was only after Lin Jiufeng arrived in this world that the world's spiritual energy started its slow recovery. Its recovery signaled the start of a new era. Lin Jiufeng was fortunate to advance by leaps and bounds in his cultivation right at the start of the new era. Right now, he stood at the grotto heaven realm. All of this was the result of luck and ample opportunities combined. According to this book, the grotto heaven realm requires one to form 10 grotto heavens. How many have you formed by now? The white cat asked curiously. 1, Lin Jiufeng replied. Then, you still have to condense 9 grotto heavens, the white cat said. No, I'm not forming another 9 grotto heavens. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. Why? The white cat asked curiously. The grotto heaven realm allows one to form 10 grotto heavens. When stacked together, their combined might will surely be powerful. But there is more than one path on the grotto heaven realm. There are many choices. I am planning to cultivate a single grotto heaven. Then, I will use the remaining 9 chances to improve this single grotto heaven. I'm sure that at the end of this road, this lone grotto heaven will become tremendously powerful. This path is also the most suitable for me. Lin Jiufeng explained. He originally wanted to form 10 grotto heavens, but after reading the grotto heaven analysis book that he obtained from signing in, he realized that he had understood a lot of things. Grotto heavens were divided into low grade, middle grade, high grade, saint grade, and divine grade. The method to form 10 grotto heavens was only suitable for cultivators with low to high grade grotto heavens. This was because their grotto heavens didn't have much potential. The benefits of expanding them were far less than forming 10 grotto heavens. But there was no need to form 10 grotto heavens for those that had saint and divine grade grotto heavens. They just had to focus on developing that single saint or divine grade grotto heaven. Then, when that grotto heaven became a small, independent world, it would truly become powerful. This was the path that Lin Jiufeng ultimately chose. The white cat listened to Lin Jiufeng talk about a lot of things, but she couldn't fully understand it. She was only at the human god realm, a realm that was quite distant from the Grotto Heaven realm. Read these books properly and increase your knowledge. They will definitely be useful for cultivation. Lin Jiufeng gently stroked the white cat's soft body. 5 years passed in a flash. In the past 5 years, Lin Jiufeng had never left the cold palace. Other than Daxuan coming over once a month to the cold palace, no one else visited him. Lin Jiufeng had no idea about the changes nor the dangers of the outside world. What he only knew was what he heard from Daxuan. Lin Jiufeng ignored everything else. He slowly improved and expanded his grotto heaven. He didn't even want to know about the matters regarding the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. He only knew that the current crown prince ascended to the throne and changed the dynasty title to De. His title was Emperor De. Other than that, Lin Jiufeng didn't know anything else. He signed in quietly in the cold palace and visited the demon's den in the underground palace every day to defeat a demon or a demon god. Ever since these demons and demon gods saw Lin Jiufeng kill Sky Fiend with brute force during that time when he was in a bad mood, they became very obedient. Every day, a new demon or a demon god would automatically come out to get beaten up by Lin Jiufeng. After he was done with them, the demons would then be able to live their lives peacefully in the demon's den. After 5 years, the only opinion that these demons had towards Lin Jiufeng was he was too terrifying. Every demon god that fought with Lin Jiufeng said that Lin Jiufeng was becoming more and more unfathomable. He was now akin to that of a boundless ocean, bottomless. Therefore, they became as obedient as little chicks. They seemed to have become like animals being raised by Lin Jiufeng. As long as they didn't cause trouble, Lin Jiufeng wouldn't bother to kill them. Today was the day Daxuan would deliver food again. Once a month, Daxuan insisted on coming over personally. The current Daxuan was already 50 years old. His child was already married and he was even a grandpa by now. But he was still that honest young man from back then. He didn't change at all. He brought food and wine as usual and continued to tell Lin Jiufeng about what happened in the imperial capital. Lin Jiufeng was enjoying the meal with the white cat while listening to Daxuan. Your Royal Highness, just yesterday, Emperor De formally became a disciple to a master and he conferred him the title of state teacher, Daxuan said. What kind of person can become the state teacher? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. All these years, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty remained peaceful and quiet. It was because everyone knew that 5 years ago, on the night of Emperor Ming's death, a horde of demons surrounded the Xuanhuang God Dynasty's imperial capital. But they were all turned into ashes by the dynasty's guardian god. Now, everyone knew that there was an old monster that had been guarding the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty since Emperor Yuan's time, then Emperor Ming's time, and then to Emperor De's time. If they wanted to provoke the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, they had to defeat this old monster first. These were the words that were still being passed down in the martial world. Lin Jiufeng had heard Daxuan mention the possibility of Emperor De taking in a master before. Hence, his curiosity was piqued. To be able to become the Xuanhuang God Dynasty's state teacher, what capabilities did this person have? I'm not sure what kind of person he is either. I only heard from others that he's the sect leader of a hidden sect. I think the name of this sect is something called Zenith Heaven Path Sect, Daxuan said. Zenith Heaven Path. Lin Jiufeng's eyes narrowed. He immediately remembered that this sect was recorded in the books that the Holy Maiden gave him. The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng solemnly. She had also read that book before. Chapter 75, I Am Not Strong. The books from the previous era sent by the Holy Maiden described the Zenith Heaven Path sect as a very powerful sect in the days of yore. At its peak, the Zenith Heaven Path sect had 3 celestial venerables, 7 heavenly kings, and 9 supremacies. They were a force that couldn't be ignored among the myriads of sections. They were powerful. Lin Jiufeng recalled the contents of one of the books that depicted the Zenith Heaven Path sect in its entries. The strength of the Zenith Heaven Path sect became apparent from the emotions of the author when he was writing his entries in the book. His penmanship revealed that he was also apprehensive about writing the terrifying parts of the Zenith Heaven Path sect. The Holy Maiden of the Great Yan Dynasty was a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect. There were many records about the sects of the past from the books in her sect. According to one of the books she had given to Lin Jiufeng, the Zenith Heaven Path sect also went into hiding. They sealed the entrance of their sect and not any member had come out ever since. However, they seem to have knowledge in regards to the cycle of the world's spiritual energy. They seem to know when the world's spiritual energy would weaken and recover. Therefore, it was also written in the book that the Zenith Heaven Path sect was one of the few major sects of the previous era that had the capabilities to assess the situation of the world. In addition, their foundation was also incomparably deep. They had apparently existed for an unknown amount of era since recorded history. The evaluation of the book's author about the Zenith Heaven Path sect was extremely high. In these 5 years, Lin Jiufeng had read through all the books given to him by the Holy Maiden. He had read through too many entries that described a number of powerful sects that became invincible at the peak of the world's spiritual energy recovery. But since the reason for their rise was riding the coattails of the world's spiritual energy, its decline also signaled their decline. Eventually, they disappeared. As the saying went, one could only see who was swimming naked when the waves receded. The Zenith Heaven Path sect was such a sect. Their sudden appearance into the world and their act of taking an Emperor Day as their disciple as well as one of them becoming the state teacher of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. All of these felt off to Lin Jiufeng. Isn't the Holy Maiden a member of the Heavenly Tao sect? Hasn't she always been working hard to suppress these sects from the previous era? Why did she let the Zenith Heaven Path sect come out? Could it be that she wasn't strong enough to suppress the Zenith Heaven Path sect? Or is there another reason behind it? Lin Jiu pondered over this matter. Was the Zenith Heaven Path here with good or evil intentions? Lin Jiufeng had no idea. The key was that the former empress, the now Empress Dowager, didn't come to ask Lin Jiufeng for help. That at least meant that she agreed with letting the Zenith Heaven Path sect meddle with the affairs of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. After all, the new emperor ascended to the throne when he was just 13 years old. 5 years had passed and he was only 18 years old this year. His young age meant that the Empress Dowager was still in charge of the state affairs. Lin Jiufeng drank his wine silently as he listened to Dachuan's words. Your Royal Highness, the Zenith Heaven Path sect is quite powerful. In the past, there was a rebellion from the barbarians in the Southwest Territory. By relying on their powerful priests, they constantly harassed our borders. Our God dynasty lacked the manpower and couldn't get rid of them all at once. But once the people from the Zenith Heaven Path sect took action, they directly slaughtered their way into the territory of the barbarians. They killed several priests and forced them to compensate and apologize before submitting a plea of surrender. Dachuan explained excitedly. This move by the Zenith Heaven Path sect saved a lot of face for the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Their kind actions also made the Xuanhuang God Dynasty lower their guard against them. Lin Jiufeng savored the ins and outs of this matter. He couldn't help but sigh at how clever the Zenith Heaven Path sect was. They made use of external enemies to allow themselves to naturally enter the higher-ups of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Other sects or demonic sects all wanted to stir up trouble in this new era. Especially when they saw that the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was still the #1 divine dynasty in the world, they naturally wanted to overthrow the Xuanhuang God Dynasty to show off their might. But the Zenith Heaven Path sect was different. They took the initiative to integrate into the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and then taught the new emperor of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty through the identity of the state teacher. Effortlessly blending into the new era without any sense of discord nor stirring up trouble. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but think of the demon's den beneath the cold palace. Although the group of demons from that demon's den were powerful in the previous era, their brains were clearly not as advanced as the people from the Zenith Heaven Path sect. Your Royal Highness, after the sect leader of the Zenith Heaven Path became the state teacher, they announced that they would establish a sect on a mountain, north of the imperial capital, and that they wouldn't participate in the state affairs. Dachuan continued to talk about other things. He also felt that the Zenith Heaven Path sect's presence was advantageous for the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. At the very least, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty now had the support of an extremely powerful force. Lin Jiufeng felt that he should continue to observe the situation. He neither supported nor objected. In any case, as long as they didn't disturb his quiet life and didn't bring trouble to the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Whatever the Zenith Heaven Path sect did had nothing to do with him. Even if the Zenith Heaven Path wanted to use the Xuanhuang God Dynasty to seek benefits in this era, it didn't bother him at all. After all, if they borrowed the Xuanhuang God Dynasty's power, the Zenith Heaven Path sect would also have to share the burdens of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Perhaps I won't have to interfere with those troublesome matters in the future. The Zenith Heaven Path sect can be my helper by proxy. Lin Jiufeng felt quite satisfied thinking about this. After Lin Jiufeng was done with the meal, Xuanhuang packed the utensils and left. His body had obviously gained weight. He was younger than Lin Jiufeng by a few years and was only in his early 50s. His cultivation base had reached the martial sage realm, so his body and appearance were quite well maintained. Xuanhuang had obviously gained weight. He was younger than Lin Jiufeng by a few years and he was only in his early 50s. He was also a martial sage realm cultivator, so his body and appearance were quite well maintained. But he had obviously lived in comfort for a long time. As a result, his body was slowly getting plump. Xuanhuang had no other pursuits in life. His cultivation base was slowly improving, and if he was lucky enough to make a breakthrough into the human god realm, he would be able to live for another few hundred years. Even if he couldn't make a breakthrough, he wouldn't be too sad about it. Xuanhuang's mentality was solid. He was in charge of the logistics of the Imperial Guards. This was a good job for him. He also had a wife now, a son, and a grandson. His life was happy and fulfilling. Moreover, he could be considered to be a citizen that had gone through 4 dynasties. At the very least, his position in the Xuanhuang God Dynasty was stable and firm. Lin Jiufeng looked at Xuanhuang's departing figure and sighed. Everyone had different pursuits in life, so their definition of happiness varied. I'll just continue to sign in. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and returned to the cold palace to do his usual routine. Meow. I haven't seen you in a fight in the past 5 years. Just how exactly powerful are you by now? The white cat asked curiously. After 5 years, her fur had become increasingly crystal clear. Her nose had turned pink and her eyes seemed to contain a sky full of stars. The fact that a cat could be so good-looking truly exceeded Lin Jiufeng's expectations. Lin Jiufeng reached out and carried the white cat into his arms. Her soft body felt as if she didn't have any bones, and her fur still felt good to the touch. I'm not powerful, Lin Jiufeng replied to the white cat. The white cat refused to believe Lin Jiufeng's nonsense. She tried to struggle out of his arms. In the earlier years, she wouldn't even let Lin Jiufeng hug her, let alone letting him caress her soft body. But after the first hug, the second hug, and the third, she got used to it. The key was that she was unable to resist Lin Jiufeng anyway. When Lin Jiufeng opened his hand, she would be pulled into his embrace. As the saying goes, if one couldn't resist, then just make do with it. But if Lin Jiufeng angered her, she would definitely not let him hug her. Sensing that the white cat was about to slip away, Lin Jiufeng calmed it down. I'm telling the truth. I'm not powerful. After reading so many books from the previous era, the more Lin Jiufeng understood about the higher cultivation realms, the more he felt that he was very weak. This sense of weakness was comparable to the sense of weakness that the people from the previous era felt in this brand new world. You're lying to me again. The white cat accused Lin Jiufeng. Her sharp white teeth were about to pierce through Lin Jiufeng's body, but when her teeth touched the skin on Lin Jiufeng's wrist, she couldn't bear to really bite it down. She just placed her teeth on Lin Jiufeng's wrist and pretended to be fierce to threaten him. Lin Jiufeng chuckled, looking at her stupid, cute, and fierce appearance. He replied gently, I am not strong, but the people in this world seems to be weaker than me. Chapter 76, The Destroyed Dream. I am not strong, but the people in this world seem to be weaker than me. The white cat was rendered speechless. Those people outside will definitely be angered to death if they heard what you said, the white cat muttered. She stretched out her pink tongue and licked Lin Jiufeng's wrist. Then, she let Lin Jiufeng stroke her as he wanted. After interacting with Lin Jiufeng for almost 10 years, their relationship had long become deep. Now that Lin Jiufeng had become so powerful, the white cat seemed to be proud of him. Lin Jiufeng carried the white cat and returned to the courtyard. Two cherry trees, one big and one small, were budding and extending their branches. They were about to blossom. The cherry tree that he planted when Emperor Ming passed away had also grown up. Lin Jiufeng was often in seclusion, so he couldn't feel the passing of time. Only when he saw the two cherry trees did he realize that such a long time had already passed so fast. He was now about 60 years old. He had been silently signing in within the confines of the cold palace for almost 40 years now. The world is too complicated. I'll just continue signing in here. At the very least, I have to defeat every demon in the demon's den underneath and squeeze out as much of their value as I can. Lin Jiufeng was patient. After putting down the white cat, he turned around and went to the underground palace. The demons and demon gods in the demon's den had tried to resist back then. But facing Lin Jiufeng's cultivation base, no one could withstand him. Especially in the past 5 years, Lin Jiufeng had become increasingly unfathomable. In the demon's den, deep underground, more than 3,000 once infamous demons, demon kings, and demon gods were gathered. This demon den only had a single exit. After all, it was created to prevent the dissipation of the abundant spiritual energy inside and to prevent the declining spiritual energy of the world from entering and contaminating the demon's den. Therefore, the seal must be tight. They also had to minimize the risk of others discovering and breaking the seal prematurely. Only then could they continue to exist for a long time. This idea was unanimously agreed upon by everyone back then. But now, the plan that had prolonged their lives for so long was also the reason why they were unable to get out and remain trapped in the demon's den. The 3,000 plus demons had arranged coffins for themselves, some placed themselves in a pocket of space, floating freely in the air. Some directly dug holes and buried themselves in them. They hibernated in different ways, but now they all had something in common. It was because they were all awake. Everyone looked at each other. In the previous era, they were powerful demons, high-spirited demon kings, and formidable demon gods who ruled over their own regions. But in this era, they were like the elderly in the villages. They only sat and idled around, doing nothing every day. They chatted about their glorious pasts, lamenting the passing of time and the emergence of new talents in this new era. How did things come to this? Suddenly, a demon king covered his face and sighed. No matter how much hatred and anger they had towards Lin Jiufeng, they all vanished under his fist. Now, all that was left in them was sadness and melancholy. This particular demon king was incredibly depressed about this. It was the kind of feeling that made him wish that he could cut open his own head with a knife and ask himself if the donkeys had gone into his head when he designed this demon's den back then. If he had created another exit, the 3,000 plus demons in here right now wouldn't have to obey Lin Jiufeng's wishes. The other demon kings fell silent. That human is becoming stronger and stronger. If we had counterattacked all at once at the start, we could have had a chance, a demon god said with regret. That's right. That human has humiliated us for more than 5 years now, but we don't even know his name after so long. What a disgrace. A demon gnashed his teeth in anger. But what came after his anger was disappointment. He wouldn't humiliate us like this for the rest of our lives, would he? Suddenly, a demon king blurted out. The others stiffened. This time, no one could sit still. Being humiliated was a fact, they accepted it. They had to accept it. They had no choice but to accept it. But they would rather die than submit to this kind of humiliation for the rest of their lives. Every demon king, and every demon god in this demon's den had their own dignity. I can feel that he is becoming stronger and stronger. When he came over yesterday, I attacked him, but he defeated me with a single flick of his finger, a demon god said with lingering fear. Fighting him is like fighting against a celestial. It's too terrifying. The demon god's heart trembled as he recalled. Demons were also living things. It was just that some of them were exotic, but all of them were fundamentally afraid of the strong, especially those like Lin Jiufeng whose strength was unfathomable to them. As long as they had no idea just how exactly strong he was, they would always find it difficult to fight him with all of their strength. Because no matter how powerful they were, they would still be easily defeated by Lin Jiufeng. He's probably about to come today. I'll go and give it a try. A demon king stood up. He had never fought with Lin Jiufeng before, but the people who fought with Lin Jiufeng would always come down and reenact their fight. As a result, he was prepared and knew what to expect. This time, even if I have to use the last vestiges of spiritual energy in my body, I have to test his bottom line. The demon king gnashed his teeth. Everyone looked at this demon king as if they were looking at a brave warrior. Dong, dong, dong. Footsteps sounded from above the demon's den. The 3,000 demons, demon kings, and demon gods below all raised their heads in unison. Lin Jiufeng was here. Who is it today? Lin Jiufeng opened the seal and asked. It was just like how an emperor would visit his imperial concubine by flipping the card. Every day when Lin Jiufeng came over, he would visit a demon king or a demon god. At the very least, his opponent would be a demon. The 3,000 plus famous demons in the demon's den looked at the demon king who had volunteered. There was encouragement in their eyes. The demon king who volunteered gritted his teeth. He roared angrily and displayed his ultimate technique. In his weakened state, he did his best to display the demonic path's highest martial technique, the burning heaven demon technique. The power he displayed was definitely very powerful even amongst the average grotto heaven realm cultivators. This demon king's entire body exploded into an inferno of flames as he flew up. The flames that he carried with him seemed to be able to burn everything under the heavens. The flames were black with a hint of red. They were special flames in the demonic path that could easily burn weapons, treasures, and the like. The 3,000 plus demons watched with anticipation in their eyes. The demon king had displayed a might comparable to a 5th or 6th level grotto heaven realm expert. Would this human who had been continuously torturing them be able to resist? If he couldn't withstand it, they would be able to break the seal and escape. This was the dream that the 3,000 plus demonic beings wanted to see the most. But in the end, a dream was just a dream. Lin Jiufeng watched as the charging demon king transformed into a ball of flames. The raging flame was a threat, even to him. Lin Jiufeng also saw the anticipation within the eyes of the 3,000 plus demons down below. Regarding this, Lin Jiufeng remained languid. He directly stretched out his palm. Demon suppression record. A huge talisman that emanated a terrifying aura manifested. It directly pressed down. Boom! This slap landed on the demon king's body. The raging flames on his body became akin to that of a crazed firecracker as they exploded in every direction possible. The demon king let out a tragic cry as his body flew straight down, back into the abyss, and crashing against the floor of the demon's den. The 3,000 plus demons were all dumbfounded. He's even stronger now, a demon king murmured. It's over, it's all over. Some even closed their eyes, tears flowed down their cheeks silently. A man does not easily shed tears. Except when something truly depressing had happened or was happening. Sometimes, dreams were so fragile that they were like the reflection of the moon in the well. One could only look at it but never reach it. Chapter 77, Sect Leader Luo Yu. After defeating a demon king with one palm, Lin Jiufeng nodded in satisfaction. He sealed the only exit without bothering to look at the sorrowful expressions of the demons below him. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng said. Sign in successful. Received one void sword case. A sword case suddenly appeared in front of Lin Jiufeng's eyes. It was entirely black with mysterious patterns carved on it, making it look very cool. Void sword case, it can accommodate countless swords. It can also nurture the swords inside of it, thus improving their grade and quality. Lin Jiufeng looked at the sword case. His eyes lit up. The function it had was just too powerful and convenient. After all, he had a lot of treasured swords. The demon-slaying sword and the bone swords. Especially the bone swords. There were a total of 365 of them, and they were all stored within Lin Jiufeng's dantian, slowly being nurtured by his cultivation base. But this method of nurturing them would definitely not be as fast as nurturing them in a proper sword case. Not only could the sword case repair the damage done to the swords in it, but it could also improve the quality of the swords. Over time, the power of the swords stashed within it would also be increased. It was akin to killing several birds with one stone. This was a good thing. Lin Jiufeng decisively took out the 365 bone swords and placed them into the sword case along with the demon-slaying sword. The space within the sword case was vast, and it could hold countless swords. Lin Jiufeng's treasured swords didn't take up that much space inside. The sword case still looked the same, as if a bunch of swords wasn't just inserted into it. Its weight also remained the same, one could carry it on one's back, hold it in one's hands, or store it in one's dantian. Lin Jiufeng looked at the sword case. He planned to fill the entire space of the sword case with swords in the future. When he needed them, he would just directly summon tens of thousands of swords out of nowhere. It would definitely be a sight to behold. The reward from signing in this time is quite good. I hope I can get enough treasured swords from signing in the future. Lin Jiufeng walked out of the underground palace in a good mood. Then, he continued to quietly ponder about the great Tao of the world in the cold palace. He still had a lot of room for improvement. In the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, Emperor De had always received education, wisdom, and knowledge from the court officials in the past 5 years. At the age of 18, he was already married. This marriage was arranged by the Empress Dowager. His wife was a gentle and understanding woman who could surely manage a family. But most importantly, she was a woman that Emperor De liked. The Empress Dowager knew the consequences of forcing the emperor to marry a woman he didn't like. She had experienced it back then. If it weren't for the fact that she had given Lin Tianyuan love and Lin Jiufeng had taught him a lesson, she might not have become the Empress Dowager of today's dynasty. Hence, she gave Emperor De the right to make his own choice. Within a certain range, she allowed him to choose his own empress. After their marriage, the Empress Dowager gradually relinquished her power and let the emperor continue to learn from the court officials on how to be a proper emperor. But Emperor De was more interested in cultivating and becoming stronger to reach the summit of the martial path than being a good emperor. Under a stroke of luck, Emperor De encountered the sect leader of the Zenith Heaven Path sect. He became the disciple of this sect leader and he earnestly learned from him how to cultivate. The Zenith Heaven Path sect also taught Emperor De with great care. The sect leader personally gave him pointers. Emperor De advanced by leaps and bounds and became full of confidence in himself. Emperor De believed that he was a genius in this era. Because of Emperor De, the Zenith Heaven Path sect gained a stable foothold in the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Of course, other than teaching Emperor De, the rest of their positions were just empty titles. The court officials allowed them to enter the Xuanhuang God Dynasty's imperial court. But they didn't allow the Zenith Heaven Path sect to control the state affairs. The Empress Dowager had the same idea. She wouldn't allow it either. Hence, the Zenith Heaven Path sect could only build a sect outside the imperial capital. There, they started to settle down. Today, Emperor De journeyed into the Zenith Heaven Path sect to study with his teacher, sect leader Luo Yu. He was there to learn how to make a breakthrough into the martial sage realm. The 18-year-old Emperor De was already about to make a breakthrough into the martial sage realm. But this was all due to the vast and bountiful resources that he had access to. Combined with his own talent, the resources of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, and sect leader Luo Yu's guidance. It would be strange if he couldn't cultivate this fast. Your Majesty. What you only have to do right now is to adjust your body so you can reach its peak state. At the same time, you have to keep a tight seal on your vital energy so that it wouldn't leak out. Only if these conditions are satisfied can you make a breakthrough. Sect Master Luo Yu gave his advice. Emperor De was a handsome young man who inherited the genes of both Emperor Ming and Emperor Yuan. He looked a little similar to Lin Jiufeng too. When he heard sect leader Luo Yu's words, his face couldn't help but turn red. He hurriedly said, "Master, I've been slightly slacking off recently. I'll be more careful in the future." He was newlywed, and the wife he married was someone he chose himself. Her wife was definitely someone that he liked. With the couple deeply in love with each other, it was inevitable that they would have frequent trysts. But these activities seem to have also become the reason for the leakage of his vital energy, preventing him from maintaining the peak state of his body. As a result, he was unable to make a breakthrough into the next realm. Sect leader Luo Yu saw through Emperor De's problem in an instant, and he even pointed it out. Seeing the embarrassed Emperor De, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. Your Majesty. It's natural for humans to have sex. There's no need to be shy. Moreover, Your Majesty also needs to have an offspring. It's just that you have to control yourself for the next 3 months. This way, making a breakthrough into the martial sage realm won't be a problem for Your Majesty. Emperor De replied rather seriously, I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Master. Your Majesty, please take a look at the newly established sect of our Zenith Heaven Path sect. You can take a stroll around to familiarize yourself with the surroundings and to also ease the worries in your mind, Sect Leader Luo Yu said with a smile. Okay. Goodbye, Teacher Master. Emperor De nodded and turned to leave. Sect Leader Luo Yu looked at the departing Emperor De with a calm look on his face. You have successfully gained the trust of this little emperor. An old Taoist priest walked out from behind Sect Master Luo Yu. A look of satisfaction was on the Taoist priest's face. As long as you are willing to treat others sincerely, they will definitely be able to feel it. This little emperor has his own opinions, and it's not that easy to brainwash him. But he values relationships, so we should groom our relationship with him, and we can then slowly control the Xuanhuang God Dynasty through our connection with him, Sect Master Luo Yu said softly. Not a bad plan, but I heard that the court officials, cabinet ministers, and even the Empress Dowager do not like our Zenith Heaven Path sect interfering in the state affairs of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, the old Taoist priest said. A group of corrupt scholars, a group of old people, and a mere woman. What's there to care about? Sect leader Luo Yu said in disdain. I just have to make Emperor De dance on the palm of my hand. I'll use my relationship with him to solicit and slowly gather the most precious treasures out there in the world. Then, I'll slowly unseal the powerhouses of the Zenith Heaven Path sect. When that time comes, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty would become nothing but a mere secular God Dynasty in front of our Zenith Heaven Path sect. If we are not satisfied with their performance under us, we could just replace them with another dynasty. Sect leader Luo Yu coldly explained. His Zenith Heaven Path sect wasn't willing to become a mere subordinate of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. What he wanted was to turn the entire Xuanhuang God Dynasty into a huge follower of the Zenith Heaven Path sect, making the Xuanhuang God Dynasty become the Zenith Heaven Path's subordinate instead. In this new era, the Zenith Heaven Path sect would definitely flourish. I'm relieved that you've thought about it this way. I'm just afraid that you will develop feelings for this little emperor. The old Taoist priest was satisfied by the explanation. I'm someone from thousands of years ago. Would I change my mind because of an 18-year-old child? Sect leader Luo Yu said disdainfully. When he was with Emperor De, he taught him sincerely. But his sincerity was only there for the sake of rewards. Once there was no reward nor any benefit to gain, he would immediately fall out with Emperor De. Let's wait for a few more years. We have recently just established ourselves. Right now, we need to slowly accumulate our strength and dig out the powerhouses of our Zenith Heaven Path sect one by one. This is our first priority. But for now, let's continue our integration to the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, Sect Master Luo Yu said. Chapter 78, Princess Yulin. After receiving pointers from sect leader Luo Yu, Emperor De now knew how to improve himself even further until he made a breakthrough into the next realm. Avoid coitus in the next 3 months, maintain the peak state of his body, and he will eventually make a breakthrough into the martial sage realm. In the history of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, there has never been an 18-year-old martial sage. Whether it's father emperor or grandpa emperor, they are both wise rulers in their own generation. The only drawback that they have is that they died too early. Emperor De didn't want to repeat the old ways of his father emperor and grandpa emperor. Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming were definitely wise rulers. They reformed and managed the world, and also pulled the Xuanhuang God Dynasty back from the brink of collapse. Their achievements were undeniable. However, both Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming lived very short lives. Their reforms were completed by the efforts of both of them. Each of them had only lived for 10 plus years as emperors, even adding the sum of their reigns only amounted to 30 plus years. Emperor De didn't want to follow the same path as his father and grandfather. Hence, while he was studying politics, he was also very interested in the pursuit of the martial path. He wanted to strengthen his body and live a long life. He wanted to become the Xuanhuang God Dynasty's longest-living emperor. This was why he was able to resist the urge to live a happy life as a newlywed with his wife. After leaving the Zenith Heaven Path sect, Emperor De returned to the Forbidden City and sent a letter to the Empress. He informed her that he would be in seclusion for the next 3 months and that he wouldn't be going over for the time being. He wanted to practice abstinence for the sake of becoming a martial sage. In the Empress Dowager's palace, Lin Tianyuan's empress had become the Empress Dowager. She was only in her 30s, not old at all. She was at the prime of her age as a woman. But despite her age, she had already matured. She was often dressed in a dignified manner, giving off the air of grace and elegance. As a woman who had been in charge of the state affairs of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty for several years now, her skills were irrefutable. She was once able to manage the imperial harem in an orderly manner. If it weren't for the fact that the members of the mountain ghost race had bewitched Lin Tianyuan, the imperial harem would have remained peaceful until the end. Management was her life skill. After Lin Tianyuan's death, she started to manage the state affairs. She handled them very well and in a broad-minded manner, earning the endless praises of the court officials around her. Your Majesty went to the Zenith Heaven Path sect again today? The Empress Dowager looked at the excited Emperor De and asked. Yes, Mother. I have found a way to make a breakthrough into the martial sage realm. 3 months later, I will definitely be at the martial sage realm, Emperor De said proudly. Emperor Dowager was surprised. Is that true? Of course. Mother always said that the people of the Zenith Heaven Path sect have bad intentions, but Sect Master Luoyu imparted everything he knew to me. He even imparted some techniques suitable for martial sages to me. In addition, there has never been an 18-year-old martial sage in the history of our Xuanhuang God Dynasty, Emperor De said proudly. He trusted sect leader Luoyu very much. The Emperor Dowager's originally happy mood instantly simmered down. She couldn't help but speak up, Son, you are the Emperor. You cannot have such trust in a stranger. Even if Sect Master Luoyu has no evil intentions towards you, you still cannot fully trust anyone. Emperor De's excitement immediately vanished. He could only sigh and reply, Mother is right, I understand. The Empress Dowager wanted to say more, but Emperor De directly bowed and said, I still have to cultivate. I will leave the state affairs to Mother. In any case, Mother is more knowledgeable than me. The Empress Dowager watched as Emperor De left in a fit of pique. She sighed helplessly. His stubbornness is exactly the same as his father's, even his pride is also exactly the same. The Empress Dowager felt a headache coming her way. Emperor De was just too similar to Lin Tianyuan. Especially his temper. His temper was practically carved out from the same mold as Lin Tianyuan's. But your father has uncle supporting him, and you don't. I can contact uncle, but you can't. This means that uncle doesn't have that much feelings for you. All these years, you've been treating that sect leader Luoyu as your backer. What a childish idea. The Empress Dowager sighed. She was truly worried about this matter. The people of the plains, and the Xianbei tribes have recently united to form a tremendously powerful force called the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. The Great Xia Dragon Sparrow had always frequently invaded our borders. The scouts have reported that there is an extremely terrifying existence on their side, and they are about to make a move. They are a force that we cannot afford to underestimate. But you aren't actually concerned about this matter. Instead, you only focused on your cultivation. The Empress Dowager felt vexed. Perhaps her son wasn't suitable to be the emperor at all, but a true cultivator. But she had no choice. She only had this one son and a daughter. Moreover, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty had never allowed a woman to ascend to the throne since its establishment hundreds of years ago. So it had to be Emperor De. But his actions gave the Empress Dowager nothing but a headache. Should I tell him that he has a great-grandfather who was much more powerful than the Zenith Heaven Path sect? The Empress Dowager thought silently. She supported her head with her hands. This subtle action of hers and the worry on her face painted a picturesque scene that no one had witnessed. Lin Jiufeng was from the generation of Emperor De's grandfather. That's right. It has been decades since he arrived in this world. Lin Jiufeng still couldn't feel that he had done anything substantial yet, but he already became a great uncle. Today, the White Cat asked Lin Jiufeng about the inner workings of the imperial family. Lin Jiufeng hugged the White Cat and slowly explained some of the inner workings of the imperial family. As he talked, Lin Jiufeng suddenly realized that he was already in the grandfather generation. He was Emperor Yuan's biological elder brother. Emperor Ming was his nephew. Emperor De was his grandnephew. They were from the same lineage. The children of the other princes had little to do with Lin Jiufeng. But the direct bloodline of Emperor Yuan was still relatively close to Lin Jiufeng. Lin Tianyuan only had 2 children, a son and a daughter. His son became Emperor De. His daughter was conferred the title of Princess Yulin. Lin Yulin was Emperor De's younger sister, Lin Tianyuan's daughter, and the only princess of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. She was of noble status. But you've never seen any of your grandnephews at all, the White Cat said. Why should I? They have their own lives to live, and they might never get involved with me in their entire lifetime. Why should I go look for them? Lin Jiufeng said with a smile. A lifetime is too long. What you said is too absolute. There are what-ifs in this world. The White Cat rebutted Lin Jiufeng. But I feel that I won't be able to see them for the rest of my life, Lin Jiufeng said confidently. He had a lifespan of thousands of years, while Emperor De and Princess Yulin only had a lifespan of a mere 100 years. Moreover, they were both in the prosperous parts of the imperial capital, while Lin Jiufeng was in the cold palace that no one cared about in the imperial capital. How could there be any contact between them? The White Cat mumbled, I have a hunch that you will soon come into contact with your grandnephews. Lin Jiufeng smiled without saying anything. He reached out to stroke the White Cat, but he didn't refute her words. Still, he refused to believe the White Cat's words. Xuanhuang God Dynasty, Forbidden City. A beautiful woman dressed in a gorgeous brocade robe with a sweet smile walked into the place where the treasured relics of both Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming were stored. There must be a treasure within Father and Grandpa Emperor's relics. Brother Emperor only knows how to cultivate from day to night and even mock me for my poor talent. This is simply preposterous. I must find a treasure to become stronger, and Brother Emperor will soon come and beg me for help when the time comes. The pure young girl excitedly rummaged through the large pile of relics. She was the only princess of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, Princess Yulin. She was doted on since she was young, but she didn't develop an arrogant and tyrannical personality. Instead, her personality was considered adorable, childish, and empathic. She also knew how to take pity on strangers. All in all, she was a very cute girl. Huh, what's this? Why is it in Grandpa Emperor's treasured relics? Yulin suddenly found a key. It was very old and it wasn't an item from the palace. She looked at it curiously. It's the key to Lord Jinbei's palace. Princess Yulin frowned and thought carefully. She had heard of this name before. Lord Jinbei, isn't this a lord who was disinherited many years ago? This lord was imprisoned in his own palace and died of insanity. His palace became the cold palace from then on. Princess Yulin frowned slightly. Why did Grandpa Emperor keep this key? He even kept it in such a hidden place. Princess Yulin's eyes gradually lit up. It seemed that she had discovered a great secret. Chapter 79, Found by Accident. Only one person kept coming to the cold palace every month. Other than when it was time for him to visit, the cold palace was usually wrapped in silence. Similar to the silence felt by a lonely sycamore tree in autumn. Lin Jiufeng sometimes wondered if he should plant flowers to improve his mood. Because there was no one else in the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng was used to living alone with the White Cat. Therefore, he usually wouldn't go to observe the entrance of the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng knew which day Dachuan would come every month. Dachuan would always come at a fixed interval, he wouldn't disturb him if it wasn't time. As a result, Lin Jiufeng and the white cat didn't notice a little fairy walking in front of the cold palace's entrance today. Princess Yulin held an old key in her hand. She looked around and said, "This must be Lord Jinbei's abandoned palace. It has been converted into the cold palace of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Sure enough, this palace is really dilapidated. It's a waste simply leaving all of these here to rot without using them." Princess Yulin couldn't help but shake her head. She slowly walked to the door of the cold palace and looked at the stone lions that had been ravaged by time. She reached out and wiped them, revealing a layer of dust. There are no traces of anyone living here, so why did Grandpa Emperor still keep the key? Princess Yulin looked at the stone lions in curiosity. The closed doors of the cold palace were covered in dust. Inside the door was a lock designed by a skilled craftsman. It could only be opened with a specific key. Princess Yulin pushed the door, but there was no response. This key should be able to open it. I shall go in and take a look. Princess Yulin inserted the key. Ka! 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 The door of the cold palace that hadn't been opened for a long time churned to life. It actually let out a screeching sound as it was being pushed open. Princess Yulin frowned and added more force into her pushing. Boom! The main door of the cold palace was directly pushed open. What greeted her eyes wasn't dirt and grime. Instead, there existed a neat passageway and a courtyard without weeds. This was different from what Princess Yulin had imagined. She looked at this scene suspiciously and remained standing still. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng and the white cat woke up from their meditation at the same time. They looked at each other in surprise. Someone had entered the cold palace. This was something that had never happened in so many years. Lin Jiufeng remembered that since he was banished to the cold palace, only people from the Chasing Corps sect had sneaked in twice. After those 2 times, the Chasing Corps sect turned tail and didn't dare to come again. Other than them were Emperor Yuan, Emperor Ming, and the group of 4, which was the young monk, the 2 Taoist priests, and the towering man. Apart from these individuals, no one else had voluntarily entered the cold palace. Following Emperor Ming's death, the doors of the cold palace had never been opened for more than 5 years. They had always been tightly shut. Today, someone unexpectedly opened the doors of the cold palace, and it was strangely a young girl. Lin Jiufeng scanned with her his divine soul and saw her appearance. She was an exquisite young lady. She was in her late 20s and her figure radiated nothing but the prime of youth. Her face was covered in the youthfulness of those that were truly young. At this moment, her eyes were filled with curiosity as she observed the cold palace. Is she someone you know? The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng suspiciously. Lin Jiufeng shook his head and said, I don't know her. Then, why did she come here? The white cat curiously jumped onto the wall and quickly approached. When it saw Princess Yulin, her eyes lit up. Even cats knew to admire a picturesque scene. The white cat found it even stranger. This girl looked either rich or noble. The way she carried herself also made it obvious that she came from an extraordinary family. So, why did she come to the cold palace that everyone avoided at all costs? The white cat raised her claws. Her sharp claws then shot out. She wanted to protect her own territory. She wouldn't allow other people of the same gender to casually enter. As long as this woman stepped into the cold palace, she would chase her out. Princess Yulin looked at the clean cold palace and mumbled, "This doesn't seem like the cold palace that people described as a place that can drive anyone into madness." Since Grandpa Emperor left the key behind, it means that he has also been here before. There should be no problem. I'll go in and take a look. Princess Yulin stepped into the cold palace. Meow. The white cat called out and was about to attack. She wanted to defend her territory and chase this woman out. Boom. But in the very next moment, space froze. The white cat's body froze on top of the wall, unable to move at all. Why did you stop me? The white cat asked Lin Jiufeng angrily. She wanted to defend her territory. Every animal was territorial, it was natural for her to do this. Lin Jiufeng reached out and carried her down. He stroked the fuming white cat and said, "You must not hurt her. She's not an outsider." Not an outsider? The white cat was confused. Didn't you say that you don't know her? The white cat questioned. Her pair of eyes that seemed to contain all the stars in the sky blinked meaningfully. Lin Jiufeng looked slightly embarrassed as he said, "She's one of the two people we discussed yesterday." One of the two people we discussed yesterday? The two children belonged to Lin Jiufeng's grandchildren generation, and they were also Lin Tianyuan's son and daughter. The one who came here today should call Lin Jiufeng granduncle. The white cat was no longer angry. She looked at Lin Jiufeng curiously. Yesterday, a certain someone swore that he would never come into contact with them. But now, your grandnephew is here. You didn't expect this, did you? Lin Jiufeng remained expressionless and he didn't speak. The only way to resolve the awkwardness was to pretend that nothing had happened. The expressionless Lin Jiufeng looked a little cold. The white cat angrily knocked her head against Lin Jiufeng's chest and said indignantly, "You always use this expression on me. I don't even want to talk to you anymore." Lin Jiufeng stroked her gently and replied, "I said that there wouldn't be any contact, so it's definitely true. She probably just came in out of curiosity to take a look. After she sees that there is nothing here, she would definitely leave." You don't plan to meet her? The white cat was surprised. What should we talk about if we met? Lin Jiufeng countered. The white cat was speechless. He didn't know what to say if they met. Just as the man and the cat were bickering, Princess Yulin had already closed the doors of the cold palace halfway. Then, she walked along the passageway and passed through the front yard, entering Lin Jiufeng's resting place, which was also the courtyard Lin Jiufeng lived in. Lin Jiufeng and the white cat looked at each other, dumbfounded. The courtyard hasn't been tidied up yet. The white cat blurted out. Lin Jiufeng stepped out and entered the courtyard. He was about to tidy up the place when Princess Yulin pushed the door open and entered. Lin Jiufeng directly encountered Princess Yulin. At this moment, the white cat's breathing came to a halt. But she discovered that Princess Yulin seemed to not be able to see Lin Jiufeng, who was standing in the courtyard. She walked straight in and looked around in surprise. The white cat heaved a sigh of relief. If Lin Jiufeng didn't want to be discovered, he definitely wouldn't be discovered. But the courtyard could no longer be tidied up. Princess Yulin blurted out in surprise. "Is there anyone living here? This bed is so cold." Princess Yulin sat on the frost jade bed and muttered in amazement. "I can feel energy surging in my body just by sitting here for a moment. My cultivation base has also been bolstered for quite a lot." Princess Yulin's pleasant surprise continued. "There are so many books here, what are they all about?" Princess Yulin saw the books that the holy maiden gave to Lin Jiufeng. As she browsed through the books, her expression gradually turned serious, even surprised. In the end, she even covered her mouth. This should be the treasure left behind by Grandpa Emperor. "I've found it!" Princess Yulin exclaimed in excitement. A brand new world had opened up for her. Both Lin Jiufeng and the white cat looked at each other for a while. In the end, they could only reveal bitter smiles. What should they do with this girl? Chapter 80, Time to Leave. Princess Yulin discovered a new world. Her horizons have been broadened. The education that she received since she was young taught her that this world was like the way it was now. She had always thought that the Unrivalled God Dynasty was very powerful enough to suppress the world. But the things recorded in these books were simply too shocking and hard for her to accept. It turned out that the Unrivalled God Dynasty wasn't that powerful. In fact, it could even be said that the dynasty was even qualified to be called strong. It turned out that there were so many undercurrents in this peaceful world. If the Unrivalled God Dynasty wasn't careful, they could easily be destroyed. It turned out that the number of cultivators was sometimes low and sometimes high. All of these were due to the rise and decline of the world's spiritual energy. The more she read, the more her horizons were broadened. The way this innocent white flower looked at the world was gradually being reshaped. However, she was quick to adapt to these changes. After confirming that all of these were real, she decisively looked at the world in a brand new way. Her outlook in life has also changed, and it also affected her attitude. Lin Jiufeng and the white cat witnessed the entire process. For several days in a row, Princess Yulin was immersed in the sea of books. She absorbed the knowledge contained in this place at a rapid pace. On the contrary, Lin Jiufeng and the white cat became homeless. Both man and cat stayed outside the courtyard for a few days, just so they wouldn't disturb Lin Jiufeng's grandnephew. Although she wasn't Lin Jiufeng's biological daughter, she was still Emperor Yuan's biological granddaughter. Therefore, her relationship with Lin Jiufeng was that of a very close descendant. Watching the little girl slowly change from a little white rabbit to a mature fox, Lin Jiufeng didn't know what to say. The books delivered by the Holy Maiden contained countless schemes and tricks. Moreover, many of them had been passed down for thousands of years. It all broadened Princess Yulin's horizons. But in the end, she became exhausted from reading all of these. Her heart was no longer as pure as before. Grandpa Emperor. It turns out that our world is actually so turbulent. Is it because of the guidance of your spirit in heaven that I discovered the books in this bed here? They are very suitable for me. My cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds in the past few days. Princess Yulin smiled happily. She had seen many crafty plots and schemes from these books, and these machinations added a lot of different colors to her pure heart. But in essence, she was still that beautiful and kind girl. The quality engraved on a person's heart and bones wouldn't be easily wiped away. I just saw a book that recorded the Zenith Heaven Path sect's history. It turns out that it's a sect that isn't from this era, but from the previous era. It's simply terrifying. Those records made me tremble in fear, Princess Yulin muttered solemnly. The Zenith Heaven Path sect has already gained the trust of my brother Emperor. He's just like my father Emperor, stubborn as a bull. I don't have concrete evidence, so I won't be able to convince him to keep his guard up against the Zenith Heaven Path sect. Princess Yulin held the book. She really wanted to run over and show it to her brother Emperor. Unfortunately, her brother was currently in seclusion to make a breakthrough into the martial sage realm. It would take him at least 3 months to do so. She wouldn't be able to see her brother for the next 3 months. What should I do? Princess Yulin asked herself, vexed. Lin Jiufeng couldn't help but smile when he saw how troubled Princess Yulin was. She's indeed from the imperial family. Even if she's a woman, upon sensing that there's a problem with the Zenith Heaven Path sect, she will still be anxious about keeping a time bomb in such close proximity, Lin Jiufeng said. She's just too weak, the white cat said. In the past, when Princess Yulin was practicing martial arts, she wasn't that passionate about it. As a result, she was only at the innate realm at the age of 16. I can help her improve and make her stronger so that she can fight against the Zenith Heaven Path sect. This way, I won't have to worry about the Unrivalled God Dynasty falling into the hands of others, Lin Jiufeng said. Then, don't you have to meet her to do that? The white cat asked. No, Lin Jiufeng shook his head. I don't have to meet her. I can just teach her in her dreams. The white cat suddenly remembered that Lin Jiufeng's divine soul was now so powerful that he could suppress her, a human god, with just a word. Then, wouldn't it be a piece of cake for him to enter the dream of an innate realm cultivator to impact martial arts and teach her? After that, Lin Jiufeng gave his courtyard to Princess Yulin so that she could stay inside. Lin Jiufeng wandered around the cold palace with the white cat. Princess Yulin never knew that there was someone else in this cold palace. One night, she got tired of reading. In a daze, she came to a world where the clouds floated endlessly in the skies. Standing with his hands behind his back, Lin Jiufeng looked at Princess Yulin and asked with a smile, "Do you want to learn the sword?" "Who are you?" Princess Yulin asked cautiously. "I was invited by your grandpa Emperor to help you cultivate." "This is your dream world," Lin Jiufeng said softly. "Really?" Princess Yulin looked at Lin Jiufeng suspiciously. Regardless of whether it's real or fake, take a look at this sword technique first and see if it suits you. Lin Jiufeng began to unsheath his sword. With a stroke of his sword, he directly shattered this dream world. Ah! Princess Yulin was shocked. She screamed and woke up to find that she was still reading before she nodded off. It was really a dream. Princess Yulin blurted in surprise. That strike just now was ridiculously powerful. Princess Yulin swallowed. Determined, she forced herself to fall asleep. Entering her dream world again, Princess Yulin began to seriously practice swordsmanship with Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng's strength was unfathomable. It was easy for him to teach and enlighten Princess Yulin. Her strength doubled overnight. Early in the morning of the next day, the awakened Princess Yulin decisively came to the courtyard to practice her swordsmanship. Ultimate Heaven Slashing Sword Skill. This sword technique was very powerful. After learning it overnight, she only managed to comprehend a little bit of it. But when she unsheathed her sword, it was already powerful enough to become a killing move for her. Only then did Princess Yulin believe that the mysterious man in her dream was someone that Grandpa Emperor had hired to teach her. Hence, she quickly entered her dream once more and continued to learn from Lin Jiufeng. Directly next door sat Lin Jiufeng with a smile on his face. He closed his eyes and his divine soul invaded Princess Yulin's subconscious as he directly entered his dream world. There, he began to teach her once more. With Lin Jiufeng's current cultivation base, it was a piece of cake for him to teach and enlighten a person. Especially since Princess Yulin shared the same bloodline as him, it wasn't a problem for her to learn his ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. A month later, Princess Yulin made a breakthrough into the Great Grandmaster realm. She didn't even dare to imagine that her cultivation speed could actually be so fast. However, with the help of the abundant spiritual energy of the world and Lin Jiufeng's guidance along with her diligent cultivation, she was able to achieve such a feat. In the second month, Lin Jiufeng helped her make a breakthrough into the martial sage realm. When Princess Yulin finally stood at the martial sage realm, she couldn't seem to believe that she was looking at reality. Everything just seemed so surreal. It was too exaggerated. In 2 months, she arrived at the martial sage realm from the innate realm. It has to be known that her brother Emperor was also working hard at this moment to make a breakthrough into the martial sage realm. Yet, she actually managed to break that boundary so easily. And after the 3rd month, Lin Jiufeng continued to teach Princess Yulin to the best of his abilities. In the martial sage realm, Princess Yulin was now invincible with her ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. 3 months later from the time he started teaching her, Lin Jiufeng said to Princess Yulin in the dream world, "It's time for you to leave. Don't stay here any longer." "But I still want to continue cultivating." Princess Yulin bit her red lips and refused. "The scouts from the Unrivalled God Dynasty are looking for you everywhere. Something seemed to have happened, you should go out now," Lin Jiufeng sincerely advised. If she didn't leave, both he and the white cat wouldn't be able to return to their courtyard. Chapter 81, Big Change. Lin Jiufeng only allowed her to stay in the cold palace for 3 months because of Princess Yulin's bloodline. Considering this, he didn't hold back and even entered her dreams to teach her the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. Princess Yulin was one of Lin Tianyuan's 2 children. The 30-year-old Lin Tianyuan didn't expect that he would die so young, so he wasn't in a hurry to have children. But after being duped by the mountain ghost race, his body became weak and it became impossible for him to have any more children. Hence, his eldest son succeeded the throne and his daughter became the only princess of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Lin Jiufeng thought that he would never see Princess Yulin and Emperor Di in his life, but who would have thought that Princess Yulin would come here on her own? Since she had discovered this place on her own, Lin Jiufeng didn't mind giving her some pointers to make her stronger. Then, he also let her find out that the Zenith Heaven Path sect had malicious intentions so that she would target the Zenith Heaven Path sect in the Unrivalled God Dynasty and inform Emperor Di of their malice at the same time. This saved Lin Jiufeng the trouble of handling this problem on his own. He could once again continue his peaceful routine. As long as the problem wasn't that big, Lin Jiufeng didn't really want to go out. His routine of beating up those demons in the den and receiving treasures in return didn't seem bad, was it? If the Yuhua God Dynasty needed Lin Jiufeng's help in every problem they encountered, then they would truly be useless. In the end, Princess Yulin left. Lin Jiufeng was right. She had disappeared for 3 months, and the entire Yuhua God Dynasty was looking for her. If she still didn't appear, the entire world would definitely be alarmed. The only princess of the current dynasty actually went missing. If word got out, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Of course, this was largely because the Yuhua God Dynasty's influence was boundless. After the arrival of the new era, countless forces were facing a reshuffle in power. But the number one force in the world, the Yuhua God Dynasty, continued to maintain its huge territory without showing any sign of collapse. This made people click their tongues in wonder. Therefore, if news of the Yuhua God Dynasty's princess disappearance spread, it would definitely cause an uproar in the world. The entire imperial court was anxious. They searched everywhere, but no one thought of the cold palace. Even when they passed by the cold palace, no one paid any attention to it. They just ignored it completely. The cold palace and Lin Jiufeng really had no presence in the Yuhua God Dynasty at all. But he was also happy about this. After Princess Yulin left, he and the white cat entered the courtyard. Seeing the clean courtyard, the white cat said in surprise, "I didn't expect that the princess who was born with a golden spoon would also know how to clean. I thought that after 3 months, our courtyard would be very dirty." Lin Jiufeng looked at the spotless courtyard and said in satisfaction, "She's a good child." Lin Jiufeng really regarded the princess as his junior. Calculating the time, he was about 60 years old by now. If this was in his previous life, he would definitely be an old man. In fact, he was already acting like one, seeing that he favored outstanding children. Her arrival was an accident, she probably won't come anymore. "Let's continue our quiet life here," Lin Jiufeng said casually. "You must be dreaming," the white cat mumbled. Lin Jiufeng pretended not to hear anything. He laid on the frost jade bed and closed his eyes to cultivate. Princess Yulin came to the Forbidden City and met her brother, Emperor De. "Where have you been?" When Emperor De sought his younger sister, he sized her up carefully. After ensuring that his younger sister wasn't taken disadvantage of, he suppressed his anger and questioned her. "Brother Emperor, where have you been for the past 3 months?" Princess Yulin asked with a smile. "I was cultivating in seclusion to make a breakthrough into the martial sage realm." "Why are you questioning me instead?" Emperor De said angrily. "Did you know how anxious Mother was and how many tears she shed in private?" Emperor De wanted to hit his sister and punish her. But in the end, he couldn't bear to do so. Princess Yulin scratched her head in embarrassment and said, "I will go and visit Mother. I have my own things to do." "What exactly are you busy with?" Emperor De asked angrily. "Same as you," Princess Yulin said nonchalantly. She was very excited and wanted to show off, but she suppressed it with all her might and pretended not to care. She looked very cute like this. Emperor De's anger dissipated under his sister's cute expression. He sneered. "Like me? I broke through to the martial sage realm in seclusion, but as for you, you went out to play, didn't you?" Emperor De looked at his sister in disdain. "Are you looking down on me?" Princess Yulin raised her brows. "Come, let's fight. I will let you know that a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with brand new eyes. Your younger sister is no longer the younger sister of 3 months ago. Have you taken the wrong medicine? Have you gone mad?" Emperor De looked at Princess Yulin strangely. "I'm the youngest martial sage in the royal family of the Yuhua God Dynasty, and I'm also the emperor. You want to fight me?" Emperor De looked at his sister's delicate body and shook his head in contempt. "All right, you've been looking down on me all the way. Come, receive 1 strike from me." Princess Yulin was furious. She made a sword sign with her fingers and imitated Lin Jiufeng. She directly drew her sword and unsheathed it. Emperor De didn't take Princess Yulin seriously at all. He only thought that she was fooling around. But in the very next moment, the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill was already out of its scabbard. It brought with it a sonorous sound that reverberated in the surroundings. It was very loud and clear, causing his expression to change drastically. Not good. At this moment, Emperor De knew that he had made a mistake. A huge mistake. He really had to look at this younger sister of his in a different light. Emperor's scripture. Emperor De raised his hand to counterattack. His true chi condensed and spread all over his body. But in the very next moment, the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill tore through his true chi. The sword energy that seemed to have turned tangible landed on Emperor De's neck. The cold sword energy sent chills down his back. He actually had no ability to resist at all. Under the sword, he could only wait for his death. Emperor De was horrified. He looked at his younger sister in shock. At this moment, Princess Yulin was smiling happily. Brother Emperor, you were wrong when you said that you were the youngest martial sage in the royal family. I am the youngest now, Princess Yulin announced happily. She was only 16 years old, 2 years younger than Emperor De. Emperor De asked in shock, you were only at the innate realm 3 months ago. Princess Yulin dispersed the sword energy of the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. With her hands behind her back, she said proudly, as I said, I've really been busy with something in the past 3 months. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with brand new eyes. Have you changed your opinion of me? Emperor De looked at his sister whose tail was about to reach the sky. He smiled bitterly and said, you've given me too many surprises. There are even bigger surprises, Princess Yulin whispered. What? Emperor De looked at his sister in surprise. Brother, leave your guards behind. I will bring you to a place, Princess Yulin said softly. What place? Emperor De asked curiously. I discovered the treasures that Grandpa Emperor left behind. Princess Yulin leaned over and whispered into Emperor De's ear. Emperor De's eyes widened. He looked at Princess Yulin and whispered to her. Are you sure? Of course. Otherwise, how could I have broken through so quickly? Princess Yulin replied. And if you go, you will definitely be shocked. This world isn't as simple as you think it is. Princess Yulin smiled mysteriously. All right, go and see Mother first. I will wait for you here. Bring me there at night, Emperor De said solemnly. All right, I'll go see Mother first, then I'll come and find you. Princess Yulin got up and left. She left the giddy and expectant Emperor De behind. A treasure left behind by Grandpa Emperor? What exactly was it? Lin Jiufeng, who was cultivating with the white cat, had no idea of this scene. Chapter 82, A Shocking News. At night. Lin Jiufeng was quietly cultivating with the white cat. This was the first time in 3 months that they managed to sleep on the frost jade bed. Lin Jiufeng believed that this situation would remain as it was in the future. However, as the sky turned dark, the night pervaded the land. The moonlight was akin to that of a waterfall, yet also like a veil that draped over one's body. On such a beautiful night, Lin Jiufeng and the white cat abruptly stopped their cultivation. They raised their heads and looked at the 2 cherry trees. They couldn't help but quietly admire the scene in front of them. A man and a cat. The 2 blooming cherry trees complemented each other. The pink cherry blossoms fluttered in the evening breeze. Lin Jiufeng was tall and slender. He wore a dust-free suit with a snow-white collar. On his shoulder stood the little white cat. This scene was silent and picturesque as if it was from a painting that had come alive. But such a beautiful scene was broken by the sound of opening gates. Dawn. The gates of the cold palace have opened once again. The sound immediately scattered the painting-like scene. Lin Jiufeng and the white cat looked at each other, speechless. Lin Jiufeng scanned with his divine soul and discovered that the person who opened the door was Princess Yulin. She left in the morning and immediately came back in the evening? Meow. The white cat called out. She looked at Lin Jiufeng and remembered what Lin Jiufeng said in the day. She couldn't help but snicker. Back then, she said that Lin Jiufeng was being too idealistic. Sure enough, as the white cat predicted, Princess Yulin came again. But the white cat didn't think that she would come so soon. What do you plan to do? The white cat asked Lin Jiufeng. Let's observe for now. She didn't come here alone, Lin Jiufeng said softly. He saw the young man behind Princess Yulin. Emperor Dai. Even though Lin Jiufeng had never seen Emperor Dai before, he still recognized him at first glance. Emperor Dai looked a little similar to himself. He also had that temperament and the dignity that belonged solely to an emperor. Even though Emperor Dai still wasn't directly handling the state affairs yet, he had accumulated quite a lot of experience from the guidance of the court officials. Did Princess Yulin bring Emperor Dai here to let him see the true colors of the Zenith Heaven Path sect? Lin Jiufeng thought silently. The power of his divine soul distorted the space around him. He stood still with the white cat. Princess Yulin closed the door of the cold palace and was about to walk in. When Emperor Dai spoke curiously, "This is the cold palace. The sinners of the royal family are imprisoned here. Why did you bring me here?" Princess Yulin said, "I brought you here to let you see the treasures that Grandpa Emperor left behind." There's no one in the cold palace anyway. Princess Yulin, who had lived here for 3 months, didn't discover Lin Jiufeng at all. Is there no one else in the cold palace? Emperor Dai looked around curiously. That's right, I've been living here for 3 months now. Princess Yulin nodded. But when I was studying history, I remember very clearly that about 40 years ago, a crown prince made a mistake and his cultivation was destroyed. He was then banished to the cold palace. Until now, there has been no news of his death. Emperor Dai followed Princess Yulin in as he spoke. You also know that it was about 40 years ago. At that time, even Father Emperor hadn't been born. It has to be traced back to Grandpa Emperor's generation. Princess Yulin said. Do you know why I remember this matter? Emperor Dai asked Princess Yulin. Why? Princess Yulin didn't understand. Because strictly speaking, the dethroned crown prince imprisoned here is the biological elder brother of Grandpa Emperor. They were born from the same mother. In other words, he is our big granduncle. Emperor Dai explained to Princess Yulin. No wonder Grandpa Emperor hid the treasures and secret manuals here. It's probably to pay respects to this big granduncle who was banished to the cold palace, Princess Yulin replied in understanding. Probably, Emperor Dai shook his head, not wanting to think about the whereabouts of the dethroned crown prince who was imprisoned here. Perhaps it was really as Princess Yulin had said. After 40 years, there was a possibility that he was already dead. These 2 cherry trees are quite beautiful, they are in full bloom. Emperor Dai looked at the 2 cherry trees outside the courtyard. He took a deep breath of the refreshing air. They bloomed while I was living here. It might have been planted by our big granduncle, Princess Yulin said with a smile. Emperor Dai nodded and looked around. He didn't find anything, so he followed Princess Yulin into the courtyard. Meanwhile, Lin Jiufeng and the white cat watched them silently from under the cherry trees. They called you big granduncle. The white cat whispered into Lin Jiufeng's ear. Princess Yulin probably brought Emperor Dai here to read the books. She wanted to let him know about the Zenith Heaven Path sex scheme, Lin Jiufeng said. He didn't chase them out. It was good for Emperor Dai to know the origins of the Zenith Heaven Path sect, so he would be on guard against them. This way, Emperor Dai wouldn't be so foolish as to be deceived by the Zenith Heaven Path sect. If this happened, then only the end awaited the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Lin Jiufeng would also have fewer troubles to think of. He wouldn't have to save the Unrivalled God Dynasty from being destroyed. Just like that, Lin Jiufeng and the white cat stood under the cherry trees. They watched as Princess Yulin brought Emperor Dai along to look through the pile of books that recorded the previous era in great detail. From his initial surprise and disbelief to his subsequent silence, Emperor Dai's face then turned cold. Brother Emperor, this book specifically recorded the matters of the Zenith Heaven Path sect. You should take a look at it carefully, Princess Yulin said softly. Emperor Dai reached out and took it. He was speechless for a long time before he slowly opened the first page. Everything about the Zenith Heaven Path sect was recorded in great detail. They deceived me. Emperor Dai gritted his teeth. Princess Yulin said, It's not unreasonable that every court official and even mother opposed the Zenith Heaven Path sect. It's not too late for you to become aware of their true colors. Emperor didn't say anything. He read the entire book seriously. His good impression of the Zenith Heaven Path sect disappeared. Sister, thank you. Emperor De thanked Princess Yulin seriously. If it wasn't for Princess Yulin showing him these, he would never believe that sect master Luo Yu was so good to him only because he had selfish motives. It's fine as long as you've come back to your senses. Besides, there's no need to thank me. You should thank Grandpa Emperor. This is definitely the treasure that Grandpa Emperor left for us, Princess Yulin said with a smile. Emperor De looked around but he didn't respond. Sister, it's going to be daybreak soon. Let's go back. Let's not touch anything here for now. Emperor De looked at the moonlight. It was already close to dawn. They spent the entire night reading books. Lin Jiufeng spent the night under the cherry trees. Fortunately, Emperor De and Princess Yulin soon left and closed the doors of the cold palace. They didn't bring these books with them. Of course, even if they did, Lin Jiufeng wouldn't mind. He had memorized the contents of the books by heart, so it didn't matter whether the books were still here or not. This time, no one should come here anymore. We can finally continue our cultivation in peace. Lin Jiufeng looked at their departing backs and muttered in satisfaction. The white cat rolled her eyes at Lin Jiufeng. You said the same thing before. Just watch if you don't believe me. Lin Jiufeng was still very confident this time. To this pair of siblings, this cold palace wasn't that useful anymore. Sure enough, Lin Jiufeng was right. For the following month, neither Princess Yulin nor Emperor De came to the cold palace. The cold palace's peace finally returned. Lin Jiufeng could also finally continue his routine of signing in every day. 1 month later, Xuanhuang came to see Lin Jiufeng. He brought with him a piece of news that shocked Lin Jiufeng and the White Cat. Chapter 83, Strategy of Marriage Alliance. Xuanhuang came to deliver food and wine and told Lin Jiufeng about the major events that happened in the Unrivalled God Dynasty this month in front of the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng and the White Cat listened quietly behind the door. Initially, they thought that it was nothing serious. But as they listened, they were dumbfounded. Xuanhuang, what did you just say? Lin Jiufeng asked in a low voice. He suspected that he had misheard. Your Royal Highness, the unification of the Xianbei tribes in the plains has resulted in the establishment of a new country, the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. The emperor of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow is called Morong Ling. He's a powerhouse that rose to prominence on the plains and is considered to be very powerful. He also has the support of the Essence Qi sect. With their help, he unified the plains and he now has 1 million armed troops under his command. All of them are very fierce. It's going to be winter soon. The plains are suffering from a snowstorm that hasn't been seen in 1,000 years. It's very cold. Countless sheep, cows, and even the Xianbei people froze to death. So this Morong Ling gave the order to invade the Unrivalled God Dynasty before winter. In the peace talks, Morong Ling is coercing the Unrivalled God Dynasty to help them if the latter didn't want an invasion. He even said that he wanted to marry the princess of the Unrivalled God Dynasty to form a good relationship. This is the most major event that happened in the last month. Xuanhuang explained. Lin Jiufeng frowned. He recalled the time when he rushed to the plains and killed Martial Sage Tuman on the Celestial Mountain. All of it was also because Martial Sage Tuman had unified the plains and wanted to invade the Unrivalled God Dynasty upon the arrival of winter and heavy snow. At that time, the court officials of the imperial court were locked in a fierce stalemate. Each one of them had their own reasoning, and no one could convince the other on what to do. Emperor Ming had no choice but to come and beg for Lin Jiufeng's help. This led to the story of him entering the plains on a snowy night, killing Martial Sage Tuman on the Celestial Mountain, and entering the life-knowing stage with one strike. He thought that this story would be enough to force the Xianbei people to submit. But decades later, the Xianbei tribes were united once again. Their force was more dangerous, and their ambitions were also greater than before. They led an army of 1 million and threatened to invade and plunder the Unrivalled God Dynasty. And they even shamelessly asked to marry Princess Yulin in exchange for peace. There was only one princess in this generation of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, that was Princess Yulin. Lin Jiufeng had already met her here in the cold palace. He even entered her dreams and gave her pointers for 3 months while also teaching her the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill, making her invincible among the martial sages. It could be said that Princess Yulin was Lin Jiufeng's successor. She was related to Lin Jiufeng by blood, and she also practiced Lin Jiufeng's ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill. Lin Jiufeng naturally couldn't sit still and do nothing. Lin Jiufeng would never agree to let a girl like her, who was akin to a fairy in the moonlight, marry someone from the plains in such a humiliating manner. How did the Unrivalled God Dynasty react to this matter? Lin Jiufeng's expression turned slightly cold as he asked. Xuanhuang sighed. Most people in the imperial court and even the public are in favor of marrying Princess Yulin off to seek respite from the threat of invasion. Lin Jiufeng's expression turned even colder. With a cracking sound, he crushed the cup in his hand. Your Royal Highness. The Xianbei of the past and the current Great Xia Dragon Sparrow are indeed quite powerful, especially the Essence Chi sect. I don't know where they came from, but they have hundreds of human gods. They are all acting as a deterrent force at our borders. Once we reject them, the millions of people at our borders will suffer a great catastrophe. Xuanhuang explained the conundrum of the imperial court to Lin Jiufeng. If they chose to fight, it would last throughout the dead of the winter, just like when Emperor Ming fell into trouble back then. Once the war started, the number of deaths from the war would definitely be inconceivable. Therefore, when it came to reducing losses, marrying a princess to save the people from war was a logical choice. But that was just the rational aspect, there was still the emotional aspect to be considered. What did Emperor De say? Lin Jiufeng took a deep breath. He knew that anger was useless. The matter wasn't so simple that it would be over with a casual refusal. If he wanted to prevent Princess Yulin from marrying over, he had to find another way to deal with the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Moreover, the price of this method was small, at least within the limits of what the Unrivalled God Dynasty could withstand. Emperor De naturally isn't agreeable about it, but the court officials are advising him to do it. It has been a long time since Emperor De has appeared publicly, and it is said that he has been cultivating like crazy. Xuanhuang sighed. Emperor De was truly cultivating like mad. He wanted to improve himself to eliminate the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. What a simple-minded kid. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. At this moment, Emperor De should be thinking of a solution. He had to show perseverance and quickly make a decision, instead of hiding and cultivating. Emperor De hasn't said anything yet, that's why the court officials are arguing with each other. Every day, they ask His Majesty about how to handle this matter. Xuanhuang shook his head. Your Royal Highness, I will continue to observe this matter. If there is any news, I will inform your Royal Highness on my next visit. Seeing that Lin Jiufeng had already finished eating, Xuanhuang packed up and turned to leave. Lin Jiufeng and the white cat stood solemnly behind the door of the cold palace. Meow. The white cat called out and said, I remember that when I first met you, you went to the plains alone. You can just go there one more time. Lin Jiufeng's gaze was faint. He said in a deep voice, I can go to the plains and solve this matter, but I want to see what Princess Yulin thinks about this matter. In this matter, the only key person was Princess Yulin. She was the one being sacrificed, so Lin Jiufeng wanted to see her. Speak of the devil. Princess Yulin slowly walked over and appeared outside the cold palace. She looked a little lonely as she took out a key and opened the gates of the cold palace. Then, she walked past Lin Jiufeng and the white cat before entering the courtyard. Lin Jiufeng and the white cat once again became invisible. Princess Yulin couldn't see them at all. She's not in a good mood, the white cat said. It would be a miracle if she's in a good mood, Lin Jiufeng muttered. Lin Jiufeng brought the white cat into the courtyard. He then heard Princess Yulin's aggrieved voice. Grandpa Emperor, the imperial court is forcing me to marry that Moron Ling. They say if I don't marry him, I will be abandoning the millions of common people at the borders. They will be wiped out by the invasion of the Xianbei army. This crime is too big for me to bear. Princess Yulin's voice was soft and weak. She felt wronged, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. Should she tell her mother? Her mother had always been busy dealing with the state affairs. She couldn't possibly add to her stress and worries. Should she tell her brother Emperor? Her brother Emperor would directly disagree. But the consequence of disagreeing was that the common people at the borders would be implicated. There seemed to be only one path in front of her: the marriage alliance. Princess Yulin felt so wronged that she could only come here and pretend to talk to Grandpa Emperor. She hid in a corner all alone and hugged her own knees, feeling aggrieved. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiufeng's eyes flashed. He said softly, "What's your own opinion?" Mysterious Master. Princess Yulin looked around in surprise. She remembered Lin Jiufeng's voice. She had heard it in her dream for 3 whole months. She looked left and right, but she didn't find anyone. She only thought that the mysterious master's body no longer existed and that he only had his spirit left in this world. "If there's no other choice, I will naturally marry him," Princess Yulin replied. She was a princess and was born in the royal family. Naturally, she had a lot of responsibilities to bear. Although she felt wronged, she had to consider the safety of the millions of common people. "What about the Zenith Heaven Path sect that you told me about?" Lin Jiufeng continued to ask. "They said that they are no match for the Essence Chi sect that's backing the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. They can protect the imperial capital, but they are unable to solve this problem," Princess Yulin said calmly. Ever since Emperor De found out about the truth of the Zenith Heaven Path sect, they gradually became distant from each other. The Zenith Heaven Path sect also wasn't foolish enough to become enemies with the Essence Chi sect just to please Emperor De. "What do you think I should do?" Princess Yulin asked Lin Jiufeng for help. "Go to the plains," Lin Jiufeng said. Ah, Princess Yulin blinked. Was this the only choice left? Go to the plains yourself and carve out a path of blood. Cut off the head of this so-called Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Since they are coveting your beauty, then you should go there personally, Lin Jiufeng said calmly. But his eyes were cold. "I can't." Princess Yulin shook her head. She wanted to, but she was only at the martial sage realm. She could do it with her current strength before the recovery of the world's spiritual energy. But now, with so many martial sages in the world and the existence of human gods slowly becoming so widespread, this feat was impossible for her to fulfill all alone. "There's a sword case in the house. Bring it with you to the plains and focus on killing the enemy. Leave the rest to me," Lin Jiufeng said coldly. Chapter 84, Slaying a God. Sword case? Princess Yulin entered the inner room and saw an exquisite long box placed beside the frost jade bed. It was entirely black, but the carvings on it were exquisite and intricate. The carvings seemed to be similar to a mysterious talisman. Princess Yulin wanted to lift the sword case, but she found that it was very heavy. She used all her strength, but she still couldn't lift it. "Use your ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill to lift the sword case," Lin Jiufeng told her. Princess Yulin immediately followed Lin Jiufeng's instructions. Sword energy emerged from her body and coiled around the sword case. The sword case gradually became lighter. She was finally able to carry it with ease. Carrying the sword case that was about her size, Princess Yulin asked curiously, "I can go to the plains on my own just by bringing this?" "Of course. This sword case is my armory. Go to the plains and just focus on killing. Leave the rest to the sword case," Lin Jiufeng said. Princess Yulin raised her head and looked at the empty surroundings. She revealed a smile and said firmly, "Master, I shall go to the plains right now. I won't kill people randomly. As long as I can kill that Moron Ling and make the people of the plains afraid of me, that will be enough." With her mysterious master supporting her, she became more confident. Instead of getting married off to live a miserable life, she might as well give her all this time for a chance to turn her fate around. "Go!" Lin Jiufeng replied in satisfaction. Since she wanted to resist the opposition, he would lend her a hand. He conquered the plains and the Xianbei tribes decades ago. And now, they just changed their name and they were planning to rebel once again? This time, Lin Jiufeng could similarly suppress the planes from the imperial capital. As long as Princess Yulin was determined to move forward, he would be able to tear everything in front of her apart. Princess Yulin left with the sword case. She went to the palace and found Emperor De. Emperor De was cultivating diligently. He hated himself for being too weak. "Sister, I won't marry you off. You are so powerful and talented, you are the future hope of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty," Emperor De said firmly when he saw Princess Yulin. Princess Yulin smiled gently. After experiencing these things, she had grown up and shed her previous naivety. "Brother Emperor, I'm going to the plains," Princess Yulin said softly. "No, I won't allow it." Emperor De looked at Princess Yulin in shock and shook his head. "Are you listening to the bullcrap of those corrupt scholars? Let me tell you, they..." Emperor De said in a hurry. But before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Princess Yulin. "If I don't go to the plains this time, then wouldn't the millions of people at our borders encounter a great catastrophe? I will think of a way." Emperor De gritted his teeth and looked at Princess Yulin. "Big brother, trust me this once. In my name, spread the news to the great Xia Dragon Sparrow's Xuanhuang. I will go to the plains alone to kill him. If he wants to marry me, then he should show me his true ability." Princess Yulin smiled radiantly as she said to Emperor De. Emperor De looked at Princess Yulin in shock. This delicate and fragile girl was actually so domineering? "Your cultivation base," Emperor De said worriedly. "Trust me, big brother," Princess Yulin shouted firmly. She stopped calling him Brother Emperor, instead, she changed it to Big Brother. They were born to the same mother, and they were the ones closest to each other. Emperor De was at a loss for words. He felt conflicted. "Apologize to mother for me. I'm leaving now, there's no need to worry about me." Princess Yulin turned around and left. This time, she didn't hide her aura at all. The aura of a peak martial sage realm expert directly rushed out of the Forbidden City and out of the imperial capital. Not long after, a shocking imperial decree came from the Forbidden City. Princess Yulin went to the plains alone to kill the great Xia Dragon Sparrow's Xuanhuang. If Xuanhuang wanted to marry her, he would have to catch her on the plains. This was absolutely shocking. Marriage alliances have always been a common thing since ancient times. It was also common for people to go back on their words in marriage alliances. But this was unprecedented. The princess involved in the marriage alliance was going to kill the other party by herself and even said that if he caught her, she would marry him. As soon as this imperial decree came, the world was thrown into an uproar. Countless people discussed it. It was also Princess Yulin's first time officially walking into the eyes of everyone. It was just that her image seemed blurry to the eyes. The Zenith Heaven Path sect was located on a mountain on one side of the imperial capital. The sect master, Luo Yu, also heard the news about this imperial decree. He totally disregarded it. "I've seen Princess Yulin before. She's just a small cultivator in the innate realm, a soft and weak little girl. She's only 16 years old. I can see that she's just messing around," Sect Master Luo Yu said in disdain. The old Taoist priest sitting opposite him chuckled. "She's just a little girl after all. She's being wishful. The crucial part is that Emperor De is also cooperating with her. This Xuanhuang God Dynasty really has no future of it. I have already started infiltrating into the imperial court of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. After I've controlled them, I will be able to control the cabinet ministers, and that will also include Emperor De. This kid has been on guard against us recently." Could it be that he had noticed something? Sect Master Luo Yu coldly snorted. "It's fine. As long as we manage to dig out the powerhouses of our Zenith Heaven Path sect, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty isn't worth mentioning. Have you found where our powerhouses are yet?" The old Taoist priest waved his hand and asked. He did not place the Xuanhuang God Dynasty in his eyes at all. "I've found it. More and more powerful sects are appearing in the world as we speak. Even the Essence Chi sect powerhouses of the plains have appeared. It has only been a few years since the recovery of the world's spiritual energy. The Heavenly Tao sect truly has gone into a decline. They are not capable enough at all, Sect Master Luo Yu said mockingly. The old Taoist priest chuckled. We only have this chance because the disciples from the Heavenly Tao sect aren't good enough. Otherwise, if they discovered where we were and we were really sealed by them for hundreds of years, resulting in us missing a few great opportunities, that would be a huge loss to us. Sect leader Luo Yu nodded. They then started to discuss other matters. What was their opinion of Princess Yulin's actions? They unanimously agreed that she had lost her mind doing such a stupid thing. If she was caught, wouldn't she still need to marry Morong Ling? Since that was the case, why didn't she save herself some face? Why did she insist on finding trouble for herself? When the king of the great Xia dragon sparrow Morong Ling heard this news, he laughed out loud in glee. She's indeed a tough nut to crack. Mobilize the army's powerhouses and catch her. I want to teach her a good lesson. You want to kill me? Are you worthy? Morong Ling said with a smile, but the cold light in his eyes truly looked terrifying. This was his first time being humiliated like this by none other than a little girl. Since she was a tough nut to crack, he decided to break her legs and lock her up at home. After he was done playing with her, her life and death would no longer matter to him at all. Most people in the world treated Princess Yulin's words as a joke. They were all mocking Princess Yulin and Emperor Day. They were indeed siblings. They had gone mad together. But Princess Yulin didn't care about their thoughts. Bringing with her Lin Jiufeng's sword case, she arrived at the plains in less than a day with the help of her cultivation base at the peak of the martial sage realm. The snowstorm arrived. The entire plains were covered in heavy snow. The temperature was very low. Even though she was in the martial sage realm, she could still feel the coldness of the air on her skin. Her nose had turned red from the cold, and her hands holding the sword case seemed to be trembling. But she continued her journey with firm determination in her heart. Her target was the capital of the great Xia Dragon Sparrow, Wolf Story Mountain. Master said that I only need to focus on killing the enemy and that I should leave the rest to him. I believe in Master. Princess Yulin's gaze remained steadfast. On her first day in the plains, she had already encountered people from the great Xia Dragon Sparrow army. A human god. He had been waiting for her long ago. He looked at Princess Yulin indifferently as he spat in disdain. I can see you at a glance in the vast snow. Come back to Wolf Story Mountain with me. I don't want to hurt you. Princess Yulin put down the sword case and calmly unsheathed her long sword. I have only truly used the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill that my master imparted to me once, and it was inside my dreams. But so what if the opponent is a human god? Princess Yulin's eyes were resplendent, like pieces of jewelry. Reflected within her retina were the scenes of Lin Jiufeng unsheathing his sword. Along with his movement, Princess Yulin also unsheathed her sword. A streak of sword energy streaked across the world and it slashed down directly. Pooh! A streak of blood splattered across the vast expanse of snow, dyeing the snow crimson red. Master wasn't lying when he said to me that the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill can split the sky into two and cut down gods. Princess Yulin exclaimed jubilantly. Unfortunately, no one could hear her voice. Princess Yulin lifted the sword case and continued on her journey. Chapter 85, 30,000 Miles of Sword Energy. Princess Yulin. Everyone knew her as a delicate and weak little girl. At the age of 16, she truly was more delicate than a flower. There was no need for her to put any makeup on her face. Her natural beauty was her greatest treasure and asset. She walked on the pure white snow without leaving a trace. Her body was as light as a swallow as she rushed towards Wolf Story Mountain. As for the human god that was already covered in snow, Princess Yulin didn't feel anything at all. She might be kind, but she wasn't stupid. She came to the plains to solve the problems of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, the millions of common people at the borders, and also her own. Decades ago, amidst a snowstorm like this, Lin Jiufeng also had to kill Martial Sage Tumun. No one knew about this matter anymore. Emperor Ming, the only one who knew about it back then, had already passed away. The battle forced the Xianbei tribes to withdraw their ambitions for 20 years. Now, they wanted to make a comeback. Princess Yulin, who had received a portion of Lin Jiufeng's legacy, carried his sword case and came here. In a situation where no one thought highly of her, she drew her sword for the first time and killed a human god. This news quickly spread throughout the world. After all, she was the only princess of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Many people still paid attention to her. Some people solemnly vowed that once Princess Yulin arrived at the plains, she would be arrested and sent to Wolf Story Mountain. Then, she would be married to the king. After that, she would bear a child for him. This was humiliating for the princess of a god dynasty. Ordinary girls that had babies out of wedlock were often discriminated against. This discrimination would be amplified given that Princess Yulin was from the royal family. If this happened, then their reputation would truly be dragged across the mud. But the truth was too distant from everyone's expectations. Before Princess Yulin entered the plains, she didn't say a word. She ignored the rumors from the outside world and focused on her objective. After entering the plains, she only struck once. This strike allowed her to cross the threshold between a martial sage and a human god, defeating the strong with the weak. The world was shocked by this lone strike. Was this Princess Yulin that everyone was talking about, the innate realm cultivator who was playing around and overestimating herself? She entered the plains and executed a strike, and she killed a human god with just this single strike? Although the recovery of the world's spiritual energy had intensified, and there were more human gods in recent years, the world was still so vast. Therefore, a human god was still a rare and powerful existence. Yet she killed him with one strike? Ridiculous. The world was yet again thrown into an uproar. They were now looking at Princess Yulin in a different light. Her trip to the plains that they originally disregarded had now become their focus, the focus of the entire world. When sect leader Luo Yu heard about this, he was dumbfounded. Slaying a human god with one strike, was she still that delicate Princess Yulin? In Wolf Story Mountain, Morong Ling flew into a rage and scolded. Idiot! He couldn't even defeat a 16-year-old girl, and not only that, but he was even killed by a single strike. He has simply thrown away the prestige of the great Xia Dragon Sparrow. Send out a stronger powerhouse. I want to see her here in 3 days. The powerhouses of the great Xia Dragon Sparrow finally paid attention to this matter. More footprints appeared on the pure white snow. Princess Yulin carried a sword case while trudging towards Wolf Story Mountain. Wolf Story Mountain looked majestic and magnificent. Princess Yulin saw it from a distance. The night had already come, and she didn't continue on her way. Instead, she chose a cave and lit a bonfire. The blazing bonfire raised the temperature of the cave. Princess Yulin rubbed her hands with a flushed face. She spent her entire day walking in such coldness that it became a rare opportunity for her to kindle a bonfire to warm herself up amidst the heavy snow and cold. The temperature has dropped too much in this heavy snow. I'm at the martial sage realm, but after walking in the snow for an entire day, my body has gone cold too. Those ordinary people are indeed pitiful living in such a harsh environment like this, Princess Yulin lamented. But as emotional as she was, Princess Yulin still didn't like those who wanted to live by plundering or taking the lives of others. I must go to Wolf Story Mountain and kill that Morong Ling. Once he's dead, the Xianbei people will be afraid and they won't dare to harass the people of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty anymore, Princess Yulin said firmly. The outside world was as black as an inkstone. From time to time, mournful cries could be heard along with quick and violent trumpets. A cold voice came from the snowstorm. I'm afraid you won't be able to kill him. A human god from the plains walked over. You truly cannot kill him. Just be obedient and become our king's plaything. A second human god walked over. It's been a long time since we became human gods. In fact, we are the first batch of people to become human gods, not that clown in the imperial capital of your Xuanhuang God Dynasty who doesn't even dare to show his face. The third human god ridiculed. The three human gods arrived together. On the snowy night, while braving the wind and snow, they found Princess Yulin. The three of them were very powerful human gods. They were more powerful than the human god that she met and ended. The man that Princess Yulin killed was a newly minted human god. These three were human gods that ascended into the human god realm a long time ago. Each of them was formidable, and they all surrounded Princess Yulin. Princess Yulin looked at them and her heart couldn't help but sink. She was only a peak martial sage realm, how could she possibly deal with three human gods on her own? She placed her hand on the sword case. This was her only source of confidence. Your Royal Highness, please come out. Come back with us to Wolf Story Mountain and marry the king. The first human god calmly announced. He moved and blocked Princess Yulin's escape route. We won't hurt you, but we hope that you won't fail to appreciate our kindness. The second human god threatened. Every year when it snows, many people will freeze to death. The results of the negotiations with the Xuanhuang God Dynasty this year will depend on your performance today. The third human god sneered. Three human gods sealed the exit. They stared at Princess Yulin, making her hair stand on end. Rumble. The snowstorm outside became more rapid and violent. The air had become even colder, it seemed to be symbolizing death itself. Princess Yulin suddenly recalled Lin Jiufeng's words. She only needed to focus on killing the enemy and that she should leave the rest to the sword case. Princess Yulin's eyes lit up. Thinking of Lin Jiufeng, the fear and the coldness in her body slowly disappeared. This sword case was given to Princess Yulin by Lin Jiufeng. It contained all of his treasured swords. This was her source of confidence. I reject every condition that you lot have offered. Princess Yulin shook her head directly, then she decisively opened the sword case. Buzz! The long swords in the sword case emerged. They all exuded a sharp and chaotic aura. The treasured swords had been nurtured. Since then, they had only become even stronger. Just as she opened the sword case, a faint shadow appeared behind Princess Yulin. It was Lin Jiufeng's divine soul which he had taken out and placed in the sword case. The sword case opened and his divine soul appeared. Master! Princess Yulin shouted in surprise. This was the first time that she saw Lin Jiufeng's appearance. As she thought, he was indeed an otherworldly expert. A powerful and fierce man. Look carefully. I taught you before that the ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill can split the sky into two and cut down gods. You killed a human god with your own strength, but you have no idea how to split the sky. But today, let me show you the true power of the ultimate heaven-slashing sword. Lin Jiufeng's divine soul grabbed the demon-slaying sword from the sword case. Then, he unsheathed the sword. The resulting sword energy was 30,000 miles in length. The world is vast and I only have this one sword. However, my sword energy is 30,000 miles long. Lin Jiufeng's divine soul fiercely announced. The three human gods looked at the sword energy that seemed to split the sky into two. Indeed, it was 30,000 miles in length. They were beyond dumbfounded. Chapter 86, Drawing the Sword to Become a Human God. In the land bathed with darkness, snowflakes fell one after another onto the ground. It was as if the heavens had sprinkled a dash of snowflakes to cover the filth of the world with its pure white sheen. Despite such a snowy and cold night, the land within a radius of tens of thousands of miles around Wolf Story Mountain remained active. The people in the Wolf Story Mountain were all in their rooms, surrounding their stoves while chatting. They all looked forward to their gains after plundering the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. But no one expected that a sword energy would suddenly shoot over from afar. Like a thunderclap, it streaked across the sky. The cold sword energy illuminated the night, its brightness was reflected within the retinas of those that witnessed its fleeting might. They seemed to have seen the purest thing in the world. It was so beautiful, flawless, and surreal. The whiteness of the snowflakes couldn't compare to this sword energy. Countless Xinbei people witnessed this sword energy that spanned 30,000 miles. Its brightness lasted for a long time. Every light on Wolf Story Mountain was instantly kindled. Countless people ran out and watched in surprise. Sword God. The Xinbei people fell to their knees under this sword energy. On the other hand, the complexions of some of the powerhouses changed drastically. They sensed that something was amiss and they hurried on their way. 30,000 miles wasn't a long distance for a human god. They arrived in less than 15 minutes. But what greeted their eyes made the Xianbei powerhouses tremble. The biggest mountain in front of Wolf Story Mountain had been cut off at this moment. The top half had crashed onto the ground. The cut was extremely smooth and flat. The heavy winds whistled. Against the background of this sword energy, the whistling winds themselves seemed terrifying, making one tremble in fear. The snow tonight was especially cold and fierce. A human god discovered the cave and saw the extinguished bonfire. His gaze was faint as he looked at the spot where Princess Yulin had previously sat. Here, the residual charm of the sword energy still lingered. It made his entire body feel as if he had fallen into an icy cavern. The storm outside continued. He couldn't help but raise his head to take a look. His eyes focused as he looked in the direction of Princess Yulin's position. He happened to see the beautiful and flawless sword energy that remained in the air. Dead, the human god said with bitterness in his mouth. He discovered the 3 human gods that had surrounded this place. They were vaporized by the sword energy. Not even their ashes were left behind. But their auras remained. As the snowstorm swept across, their auras became fainter and fainter. After a while, they disappeared. The few human gods that rushed over looked at each other. Just how powerful is this princess? A human god swallowed his saliva and asked in shock. Why do I feel that something big is about to happen? Another human god asked worriedly. The others shook their heads, unable to answer this human god's question. On this snowy night, some were speechless, some were shocked, some were angry, and some were puzzled. After Lin Jiufeng's strike, Princess Yulin saw the 3 human gods melting into the void. She knew that Lin Jiufeng's strike just now was for her to see. Killing these human gods was just something he casually did along with the process of displaying that particular move to her. The human gods were like ants in front of Lin Jiufeng. Master. Just how powerful are you? And why does Brother Emperor look so similar to you? Princess Yulin wasn't stupid. After seeing Lin Jiufeng, she easily thought of the connection between her brother and him. Lin Jiufeng and Emperor Yuan looked incredibly similar. Even Emperor Yuan's son Lin Tianyuan didn't look that similar to Lin Jiufeng. But unexpectedly, Emperor Yuan's grandson looked very similar to Lin Jiufeng. I will set this aside for now and think about it in the future. With Master's help this time, I will definitely be able to solve this problem. Princess Yulin thought. Those who worked hard enough would definitely be rewarded. Thus, she continued on her journey to Wolf Story Mountain. As she walked, she was also trying to comprehend the move Lin Jiufeng displayed just now. Brilliant and invincible, that lone move alone made one tremble from the bottom of their hearts. Princess Yulin vividly remembered how Lin Jiufeng executed that move. Slashing the heavens, splitting the sky into 2, and cutting down gods. The ultimate heaven-slashing sword skill was worthy of its title as one of the strongest sword techniques in the world. With her mind focused on comprehending that move earlier, Princess Yulin seemed to have forgotten the cold in this harsh environment. As she walked, she couldn't even feel the cold snowflakes landing on her skin. It was because as her understanding of that move grew, the chilling sword energy in her body also grew more powerful as it shot out and protected her against the cold. From now on, you must constantly unsheath the sword in your heart. Draw, slash, and accumulate your aura that is constantly growing stronger as we speak. If you can do this 10,000 times before you arrive at Wolf Story Mountain, you would achieve the minimum standard required to seamlessly execute this sword technique, Lin Jiufeng said. Princess Yulin's eyes lit up as he nodded. Yes, master. Draw the sword, slash out. Draw the sword, slash out. Draw the sword, slash out. Princess Yulin walked in the snow. She didn't fly, nor did she use any movement techniques to move faster. Every step she took created a pit in the snow. She spent most of her time drawing her sword in her heart. Every stroke required her to treat it with all her heart and soul. She could slash out the sword if she didn't make a single mistake. One sword after another, it never stopped. Princess Yulin worked very hard. She traveled through the night. The journey to Wolfstore Mountain should have only lasted a short while considering her cultivation base. But she walked for an entire night without ever reaching it. Traversing in the snow, practicing the sword in her heart. With a sword case on her back, the delicate and beautiful Princess Yulin remained stubborn deep down in her bones. She continued to walk in peace and determination. But the outside world was thrown into an uproar by that sword energy last night. The 30,000 miles long sword energy shocked the world and the plains at the same time. Overnight, the news spread like wildfire. In the forbidden city of the Unrivalled God Dynasty, Emperor De was shocked upon receiving the news. Then, he started to laugh out loud. His younger sister was indeed formidable. The court officials were also shocked by this news. Entering the plains in the daytime, she killed a human god. At night, she killed 3 human gods. She even slashed out a sword energy that was 30,000 miles in length. Was she still the Princess Yulin who looked very cute when she smiled? The sect leader and the old Taoist priest of Zenith Heaven Path sect were both speechless. 2 pieces of news came in a day, each more shocking than the other. That Princess Yulin whom everyone thought was overestimating her own capabilities had stunned the world with her own performance. There must be someone guiding her from behind. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to do such a thing. Sect Master Luo Yu said through gritted teeth. The old Taoist priest nodded and asked, "Who do you think it is?" That hidden old fellow in the imperial capital. He was the one who dealt with the demons 5 years ago. It must be him. Sect leader Luo Yu said firmly. It seems that he is very powerful, the old Taoist priest said coldly. We must find him. He will be an obstacle to our goal of swallowing up the Unrivalled God Dynasty. Sect leader Luo Yu nodded. I will. As the world was discussing Princess Yulin, she had already arrived at the foot of Wolfstore Mountain. Since ancient times, several generals have fought their way here. They intimidated Xianbei and battered them up until they couldn't even lift their heads. But no woman has ever done it before. Today, Ling Yulin will be the first to do so. Princess Yulin's face turned red from excitement. She was still cute and lovable. A 16-year-old girl couldn't be sexy, but she was akin to that of a fairy. Her words rang loud and clear with a clear-cut determination to follow through with her goal. On the base of Wolfstore Mountain, Princess Yulin carried the sword case on her back. Then, she took out her own sword from her waist. Her gaze was firm. Then, she drew the sword. With her eyebrows raised sharply, she slashed out. After drawing the sword 10,000 times in her heart, the aura she accumulated all this while directly burst out. Boom! On the base of Wolfstore Mountain, Princess Yulin stepped into the human god realm. Chapter 87, Slashing the Wolfstore Mountain. At the foot of Wolfstore Mountain, Princess Yulin drew her sword, raised her eyebrows, and slashed out before stepping into the human god realm. Her soaring sword energy swept through Wolfstore Mountain, alarming everyone on the mountain. It's that princess. She's here. What a powerful aura, she's at the human god realm. She's just a human god. How did she manage to kill 3 human gods and melted them with a single sword energy that spanned for 30,000 miles? Inform the king. He will capture and bring her into his harem. He shall give birth to his children in droves. On Wolfstore Mountain, countless discussions were made. The huge Wolfstore Mountain could easily accommodate 1 million people. But now, they were all alarmed by Princess Yulin's sword energy. Her boundless sword energy continued to become even stronger. It rose and lifted Princess Yulin into the air. The scene made her look as if she was a martial goddess. She raised her head, her eyes were bright and full of spirit. Who said that women were inferior to men? She, Princess Yulin, was also a cultivation genius. In just half a year, she went from a princess at the innate realm to a human god. Although it was mainly because her master taught her well, it would still be useless if she didn't have enough talent. Princess Yulin's confidence was greatly boosted at this moment. Rumble. Her clothes fluttered and her hair danced in the wind. The aura around her was tremendous and vast, making her look valiant and brave. She spread her arms and the sword energy that seemed to be able to pierce the sky appeared behind her once more. It suppressed the entire Wolf Story Mountain. How insolent! On the summit of the Wolf Story Mountain was a white palace. Not far from the White Palace was a Red Palace. The two biggest factions of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow lived in these two separate palaces. The king of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow lived in the White Palace. He handled the state affairs and managed the huge Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. The people of the Essence Chi sect lived in the Red Palace, presiding over the rituals, treatments, and the preaching of the Tao in Xianbei. This was the unchanging theme of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow. The White Palace handled the state affairs and the Red Palace focused on the Tao. The cold shout just now came from the White Palace. King of the White Palace, Morong Ling. He saw just how bold this Princess Yulin was. She actually dared to raise her sword energy against the Wolf Story Mountain. This was a blatant provocation to the Xianbei people. In the hearts of the Xianbei people, Wolf Story Mountain was their sole holy land. This was also the reason why the various powerhouses from the dynasties of the Central Plains wanted to fight their way to Wolf Story Mountain and intimidate the Xianbei people. But 99.9% of them were killed by the latter. And now, Princess Yulin was also challenging the Xianbei people. As Morong Ling shouted, a boundless suppressive aura came crashing down. It was as if the sky itself had collapsed onto the earth down below, causing it to crack. A human god trying to fight against the Wolf Story Mountain? I shall suppress you and catch you here to bear children for me. With your talent, it will be a huge loss if you don't give birth to more than 10 or maybe even 20 children. Morong Ling's large hand came down. It carried with it his majestic and boundless aura as well as the piercing cold winds. Princess Yulin's face turned slightly cold. She looked at the imposing aura that was so vast that it seemed to be able to completely cover the sky. She stopped in her tracks. Don't stop. Continue forwards. You must do this all the way in one go. Lin Jiufeng has been silently paying attention all this while. At this crucial moment, he reminded Princess Yulin. Whenever one was in the middle of an activity with the knowledge that they would inevitably fail, it was better if they might as well go all in for a chance to win. If she retreated now, she would really be at the mercy of others. She would be unable to control her own fate by then. Princess Yulin clenched her fist and screamed. The aura around her instantly rumbled and emerged. You want me to bear children for you? Hope for that in your next life. Princess Yulin soared into the sky, bringing with her the boundless sword energy she had accumulated on her journey. Thousands of terrifying sword energies accompanied Princess Yulin as she charged upwards. She was determined, unafraid of the consequences. Boom! 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 The air itself exploded as an incomparably terrifying shockwave directly spread for hundreds of miles with Princess Yulin at its epicenter. An ant trying to shake a tree. You're overestimating yourself. Morong Ling snorted coldly. His face was cold as he pushed down with one hand and stood in front of the White Palace. He looked down on the people of the world like a lofty god. From the beginning till the end, he remained arrogant. You are a human god. I am also a human god too. I am more than enough to kill you. Princess Yulin carried thousands of sword energies with her as she flew over. The scene was like a meteor shower, but she was the brightest of them all. And this meteor shower appeared in the mortal realm to kill the arrogant Morong Ling. Thousands of years ago, I was the brightest star on the plains. I broke through to the human god realm in an era where the spiritual energy in the world was in decline. Then, I sealed myself for 3,000 years and emerged once more in this brand new era. I have the aptitude to become an immortal and I have the future to become one of the supremacies. For me to fancy you is a blessing that you won't be able to cultivate in 9 lifetimes. Morong Ling's face was cold and proud as he revealed his origins. No matter how tough of a nut you are to crack, you'll bow down to me. Morong Ling suddenly clapped with both of his palms. Boom! The mountains collapsed and the earth itself split. The sky itself seemed to have exploded. The scene was pure chaos and pandemonium. The impact of his attack directly swept across everything. We are both human gods. Our realms might be the same, but our pedigrees are different. I am the sky, and you are the earth. We cannot be compared to each other at all. Ling sneered as he stood on the summit of the Wolf Story Mountain. Both of his hands were on his back, making him look like a wise powerhouse. He was full of confidence. Rumble. Princess Yulin, who was charging with her sword energies, suffered a head-on attack. Her sword energies collided with Ling's aura. Under the gazes of millions, cracking sounds echoed nonstop. Her sword energies couldn't compare to Ling's aura at all. The earth-shattering force directly shattered all of Princess Yulin's sword energies. Then, it came crashing down. Just this one strike was enough to make Princess Yulin's cultivation base explode. She would directly be crippled by this attack. Then, she would become a machine whose sole purpose was to give birth. Facing the attack head-on, Princess Yulin even found it hard to control her own body. Fragments of sword energies danced in her eyes. Endless snow accompanied this terrifying force as it swept towards her, transforming into a snowstorm-like evil dragon that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. The evil dragon was huge as it charged over, wanting to devour and crush her directly with its jaws. She couldn't move at all. She was just going with the flow. The gap between them was really as huge as Ling had stated. Princess Yulin looked on in despair. The evil dragon was about to approach and devour her in one bite. Clang! At this moment, the sword case on her back fell off. Amidst the wind and snow that filled the sky and in front of Ling's attack, it swiftly opened. Beams of sword light shot out. These sword lights had a cold white color. Unlike the whiteness of the snowflakes, its whiteness was similar to the color of bones. Beams of sword light weaved with each other, forming a sword formation that supported Princess Yulin's body. The massive evil dragon charged down and opened its mouth to bite. Slash! 365 sword lights exploded at the same time. When they converged, they directly pierced through the sky and they also directly shattered Ling's attack. Rumble! The sword slashed the evil dragon and forced it to explode. Princess Yulin's eyes lit up. She happily called out, "Master!" At the crucial moment, her master saved her one more. "I'm teaching you a sword technique called the Death Bone Sword Technique. Feel it with your heart." Lin Jiufeng's voice sounded in Princess Yulin's ear. Princess Yulin immediately focused on sensing it. Lin Jiufeng's divine soul controlled the bone swords and repeated Princess Yulin's actions just now. Soaring to the skies. The difference was that Princess Yulin failed despite carrying thousands of sword energies. But Lin Jiufeng only carried 365 strands of sword energy, yet they were invincible. They slashed the stars and the moon before directly arriving in front of the White Palace. "Sword, come!" Lin Jiufeng's divine soul instantly possessed Princess Yulin as he shouted with her voice. A sound that reverberated throughout the plains summoned the bone swords. Click! 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 The bone swords actually began to fuse, each of them becoming one. Together, like parts from the same machine, they formed a lone and terrifying bone sword. Lin Jiufeng controlled Princess Yulin's body and used her hand to hold this large and broad bone sword. Then, he slashed down with all of his might. Boom! At this moment, everyone in the plains felt this extremely terrifying sword energy. Their faces abruptly changed, including Ling's. His face turned ugly and green. Dong, dong, dong. The bone sword landed, but it didn't kill Ling. Instead, it directly split Wolf Story Mountain into two. The earth shook and the mountain itself quivered. The entire plains trembled. Even those tens of thousands of miles away from the Xuanhuang God Dynasty's borders felt the shockwave running through the earth. In the eyes of the millions of Xianbei people, Princess Yulin had split the Wolf Story Mountain in two with a single stroke of her sword. The White and Red Palace were now separated from each other. Chapter 88, The Violent Princess Yulin. The White Palace and the Red Palace of the Wolf Story Mountain were the spiritual totems of the Xianbei people since they were built. Of course, the Wolf Story Mountain was also their holy land. Countless people wanted to enter the Wolf Story Mountain to pay their respects to the White Palace and the Red Palace. The countless Xinbei people dreamt of being a member of the White and Red Palace on the summit of the Wolf Story Mountain. But tonight, under the gazes of the millions of Xinbei people, their dreams, the White Palace and the Red Palace, were split apart and away from each other by a single sword strike. Even the huge Wolf Story Mountain was split into two. The shocking bone sword slashed out a shocking strike. The entire plains shook. The majestic Wolf Story Mountain was split into two. The eerie sword energy that lingered could kill a martial sage and deter human gods. The scene thoroughly shook Moron Ling to the core. He looked at Princess Yulin in disbelief. His eyes were filled with shock. His pride and his arrogance were shattered by this lone strike. Didn't you just become a human god? Moron Ling gritted his teeth. His body was trembling and cold sweat drenched his back. He was scared. Fortunately, it wasn't him who was struck by the sword strike just now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be alive. Under the might of that sword, he felt that even if he broke through to the Grotto Heaven realm, he still wouldn't be able to withstand it. Princess Yulin looked at Moron Ling coldly. Lin Jiufeng's words echoed in her mind. Go and kill him yourself. Princess Yulin said in surprise, Master. I'm not his match. Use the bone sword. How much did you comprehend just now? Lin Jiufeng asked. Less than 10%? Princess Yulin hesitated and said. Accurately speaking, it was less than 1 in 10,000. Well, that was also less than 10%, so she wasn't lying. It's enough. Use this death bone sword technique that you've comprehended to kill him. Lin Jiufeng said lightly. Princess Yulin could now control her body. She held the bone sword. The great bone sword that was many times taller than her. She held the bone sword like a little girl carrying the world's most powerful treasured sword. The little girl treated it like a prized treasure. She looked at Moron Ling, her eyes turning cold. You used the millions of people living on the borders of the Unrivalled God Dynasty to threaten my brother Emperor for your own agenda. You even want me to marry you, so you can turn me into a machine whose sole purpose is to give birth. Before I came here to the plains, I've already said that I will kill you. I will return the humiliation you gave me in one go. As Princess Yulin's voice fell, the bone sword in her hand slashed down heavily. She closed her eyes as she recalled Lin Jiufeng's strike just now. She recalled the entire process. It was deeply and vividly imprinted in her mind. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. She said that she couldn't comprehend even 10% of it, but she actually didn't comprehend anything at all. She only remembered the scene of Lin Jiufeng executing it. She just copied his movement. Just like that, she executed the death bone sword technique. Lin Jiufeng's divine soul watched from the void and he fell into deep thought. It could be said that it looked like the death bone sword technique, but at the same time, it lacked something crucial that would truly turn it into the death bone sword technique. But the bone sword made out of 364 bone swords really did display its might. Rumble. The void itself was crushed by the sword. Countless cracks appeared in the void. Click, click, click. Moron Ling was so terrified and frightened that he screamed. Save me. He was the emperor of the great Xia Dragon Sparrow, the king of Xinbei. Now that he was in danger, why was the Essence Chi sect absent? The Essence Chi sect was the same as Moron Ling. They came from the previous era. Because they were factions from the plains, there were no records of them in the books given by the Holy Maiden, so Lin Jiufeng didn't know about them at all. Of course, even if he knew, Lin Jiufeng wouldn't care. He would still let Princess Yulin enter the plains to challenge them. Essence Chi Cannon. Right after Moron Ling shouted for help, an old man flew out from the Red Palace that had been separated from the White Palace. He was dressed in exotic clothes that represented the plains as his white beard fluttered in the wind. He raised his hand and executed a terrifying move. It was one of the ultimate techniques of the Essence Chi sect, Essence Chi Cannon. Boom! The Essence Chi Cannon was like a golden sun. It directly came over and collided against the bone sword. Boom! 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 But the bone sword didn't care about this at all. The essence chi cannon crashed against it, and when it touched the bone sword, it directly exploded. The snowflakes in the air were violently torn apart. But the bone sword's momentum never slowed down. It continued to slash towards Morong Ling. Morong Ling quickly moved, wanting to escape. Freeze the void! Lin Jiufeng whispered into Princess Yulin's ear. Princess Yulin shouted, "Die!" True chi surged from her body and they all surged into the bone sword. Ding! The bone sword was also very terrifying. Princess Yulin's true chi transformed into a sword energy that interweaved in the air. Its boundless might surrounded the area and froze the void. No matter how Morong Ling tried to escape, he remained trapped in the quagmire of frozen void. He couldn't run away. "You're going too far!" Morong Ling roared, both shocked and angry. He no longer hid his strength. His cultivation base, which was at the peak of the human god realm, Nirvana, erupted all of a sudden. He raised his hand and struck. Boom! His counterattack was powerful, but he was facing both the bone sword and the death bone sword technique. Lin Jiufeng didn't use this sword technique a lot. It has been decades since he signed in and obtained it, but he had only officially used it twice since then. The first time was more than 5 years ago, during the chaos caused by the demon's invasion. That time, Lin Jiufeng summoned the bone swords with a call and displayed the terrifying might of the death bone sword technique. The second time today, using Princess Yulin's hand, he split the Wolf Story Mountain into two and separated the White Palace and the Red Palace in one strike. The death bone sword technique was too powerful. Lin Jiufeng usually didn't have the chance to use it, so he imparted it to Princess Yulin. Seeing Princess Yulin's execution of the death bone sword technique, no matter what angle he looked at it, it was nowhere close to the real deal. But just by copying Lin Jiufeng's actions earlier, she actually managed to stir the bone sword into action. She used the death bone sword technique with her cultivation base that had just reached the human god realm. Together with the bone sword that cooperated with her, she directly clashed with Morong Ling, who was at the 4th stage of the human god realm, Nirvana. This was a showdown between Princess Yulin and Morong Ling. It was a grudge between them. They had to settle this themselves. Thus, Lin Jiufeng didn't participate. He looked at the old man from the Essence Chi sect. The old man wanted to intervene and attack Princess Yulin from the outside. This old man was very powerful. Just like Morong Ling, he was at the 4th stage of the human god realm, the Nirvana stage. If he attacked and coordinated with Morong Ling, Princess Yulin would definitely be disadvantaged. Hence, Lin Jiufeng flicked his finger. Boom! An ethereal sword energy exploded and directly smashed against the old man's chest. The impact caused the old man's body to tremble. He spat a mouthful of blood as a large hole appeared in his chest. His heart was instantly shattered by Lin Jiufeng's sword energy. The old man looked around in confusion. Who killed him? Princess Yulin? She was fighting Morong Ling. Both of them were fighting fiercely against each other in the air. Amidst the snowstorm, Princess Yulin held a 10-meter-long bone sword in both hands as she continuously sent slashes after slash to Morong Ling. The chilling sword energy forced Morong Ling to defend himself endlessly. He was at a disadvantage and in grave danger. Morong Ling was both furious and humiliated. He wanted to fight back, but Princess Yulin seemed to be even more furious than him. You want me to be a machine that will endlessly give birth to your children? Let's first see if you can survive, as I'll smash your head into pieces. When I left the imperial capital, I said that I will kill you. No one can save you today, I said it. Die. He didn't expect that the usually gentle and weak Princess Yulin would become so violent after she became determined to kill. She hugged the bone sword and used it to smash Morong Ling. That's right. The bone sword in her hand had already become an iron rod. She wasn't using it like a sword, but as a blunt weapon to smash. If a clean hit landed, Morong Ling would be either dead or crippled. Yet, the shadow of the death bone sword technique could still be seen in the way she flailed it around. The bone sword also cooperated with her and increased its might. Lin Jiufeng's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Princess Yulin changed his death bone sword technique and turned it into a hooligan-like one. If someone were to tell Lin Jiufeng that this was his death bone sword technique, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Die! Princess Yulin's attack finally struck Morong Ling. He dodged as fast as he could, but in the air, the undulations in the void that the bone sword carried with it as it moved proved far too strong for him to handle. Boom! His body was directly turned into a pink mist as a clean hit with the death bone sword technique landed. Morong Ling has died. The expert from the Essence Chi sect looked at this scene in a daze. He closed his eyes indignantly as his body swayed left and right before he fell straight down from the sky. He was immediately buried into the pure white snow upon impact. And he had no idea who killed him. Chapter 89, Reaction from All Sides. Princess Yulin killed Morong Ling, the emperor of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow, and the king of the Xinbei people. An elder of the Essence Chi sect also died under mysterious circumstances. Even more ridiculous was that she even split the entire Wolf Story Mountain into two and separated both the white and red palaces from each other with a single stroke of her sword. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that her destructive capabilities were similar to that of a natural disaster. But in reality, she was just a little girl. A 16-year-old girl. Princess Yulin. The only princess of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, her performance greatly exceeded the expectations of everyone. Her petite body, delicate face, and snow-white skin symbolized who she was. Yes, she was a gentle, beautiful, yet weak little girl. But now, no one believed that this was the case. A gentle and weak girl could wield a monstrous bone sword and smash Morong Ling with it to death? A gentle and weak girl could separate the white and red palaces apart from each other with a single stroke of her sword? A gentle and weak girl could split the Wolf Story Mountain, completely separating the Holy Land of the Xinbei people into two? The millions of Xinbei people were rendered speechless. No one dared to step forward, including the Essence Chi sect. The Essence Chi sect lived in the Red Palace, but they didn't dare to say a word for fear of incurring the displeasure of Princess Yulin. If they were to be struck by her sword, the Red Palace would be in mortal danger. Snowflakes fell one after another. Princess Yulin's face was flushed red. She held the bone sword in both hands and slowly looked around. Is it over? It was only at this moment that Princess Yulin came to her senses. Recalling her crazy actions, her small face couldn't help but turn even redder. Her eyes darted around, wanting to see if her mysterious master was still around. She had vented her anger. Her upbringing, her age, and her inexperience told her that. Her actions just now had been too crazy. And her master saw it too. Carrying a bone sword that was more than 10 meters long, she stepped into the air to smash and slash. Back then, she felt great. But now, she was feeling shy. Her neck, ears, and even her entire body turned red from shame. She looked as if the heat from her embarrassment would cook her entire body. Seeing this scene, Lin Jiufeng shook his head with a smile. This descendant of his was quite adorable. Do you want to sign in at the Wolf Story Mountain? A line of words appeared before Lin Jiufeng's eyes. Sign in. Lin Jiufeng didn't expect that his divine soul could sign in too. He agreed decisively. It would be a waste not to do it. Sign in successful. Received Dark Mandara technique. Lin Jiufeng frowned. A stream of information entered his divine soul. He gritted his teeth while the knowledge was being absorbed and assimilated by his brain. As expected, my divine soul is still weaker than my body. It takes a lot of effort for me to absorb the things that I receive from signing and using just my divine soul. Lin Jiufeng lamented. The Dark Mandara technique was the ultimate technique of the Essence Chi sect. There was no other technique that was on par with it in the Essence Chi sect. The Essence Chi Cannon was also one of the Essence Chi sect's techniques, but the Essence Chi Cannon was just an ordinary top-grade technique. The Dark Mandala technique was the best. Strictly speaking, the dark mandara is only half of the technique. There's also the light mandara technique. When combined, they would become the great mandara technique that can contain both dark and light attributes. Lin Jiufeng felt that it was a pity. Why did the system not give him the other half of the technique? But obtaining the dark mandara technique was already pretty good. This was a top-grade technique. Even the core members of the Essence Chi sect weren't qualified to cultivate this technique. Lin Jiufeng put it away and planned to wait until he received the light mandara technique before merging them into one to form the great mandara technique. With this in mind, Lin Jiufeng's mood improved. He looked at Princess Yulin. Right now, she looked like a little red lobster. White smoke rose from the top of her head. Put. Lin Jiufeng found it funny. With a thought, the huge bone sword immediately disintegrated. White bone swords appeared one after another and they all floated into the sword case. Lin Jiufeng also entered the sword case and left a message to Princess Yulin. Go back. Put the sword case back to its original place. Princess Yulin nodded amidst her embarrassment. She knew that her master wouldn't mention this matter again. Thanks to this, her embarrassment was greatly reduced. She was brought up to be a dignified woman in the future. Considering her upbringing, it would be difficult for her to just ignore everything that had happened. Luckily, her master stopped talking about it. As a result, she didn't have to find a hole to hide into. Picking up the sword case, Princess Yulin didn't even say anything to the people closely observing her. She flew into the sky and disappeared from the Wolf Story Mountain. The people of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow watched as Princess Yulin left. They didn't dare to chase after her. Looking at the broken Wolf Story Mountain and the separated white and red palaces, all of these told them something. Don't chase after her. Otherwise, they might not even know how they died. It's over. The Xianbei people will have an even harder time this winter. I wonder if the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow will fall into pieces. If it does, Xianbei will be in turmoil for a while again. Someone sighed. Who would have thought that a 16-year-old princess would be so terrifying? Yes. The people of the Central Plains are too terrifying. She left without saying anything just now. She must be silently warning us not to invade the borders again. Even if we want to invade now, we don't have the guts and strength to do so. The Xianbei people discussed the impact that this matter had on them. The impact was huge. It was even bigger than when Lin Jiufeng killed Martial Sage Tumun decades ago. The Xianbei people were originally in high spirits. They thought that they could definitely take advantage of the Yuhua God Dynasty. This was why they had the courage to offend the Yuhua God Dynasty. But now, they all regretted their decision. If they didn't provoke the Yuhua God Dynasty, they wouldn't have attracted that god of slaughter, Princess Yulin. Princess Yulin returned in a hurry. After successfully breaking through to the human god realm, her speed had increased by several folds. Without stopping to take a break, she rushed to the imperial capital of the Yuhua God Dynasty from the Wolf Story Mountain. One day was enough. But the speed at which the news of her victory was transmitted using all sorts of secret techniques was even faster than her, a human god. Just as she stepped into the borders of the Yuhua God Dynasty, the scouts and spies wrote down the news and relayed it to the countless people who wanted to know of her whereabouts. Imperial capital, Forbidden City. Emperor De laughed out loud. He held the secret letter as he muttered in excitement, "Mother, take a look. It's written very clearly in this secret letter that my younger sister broke the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow by herself and killed the King Morongling. She even split Wolf Story Mountain into two. The White Palace and the Red Palace were also separated with a stroke of her sword. She's really incredible." The Empress Dowager was surprised. When did Yulin become so powerful? I don't know. When she comes back, you can ask her yourself. Emperor De also felt strange. He wondered if it had something to do with the Cold Palace. But he wasn't as reckless as he was in the past anymore. He didn't plan to tell anyone about this until he had thoroughly investigated everything. Then I shall wait for her return. The Empress Dowager nodded. Zenith Heaven Path Sect. Sect Master Luo Yu looked at the message sent by their spies. He was rendered speechless by its contents. That Essence Chi sect is one of the top factions of the plains, yet they were actually turned upside down by a 16-year-old girl? Sect Master Luo Yu was thoroughly dumbfounded. He has been continuously slapped in the face by Princess Yulin. Every prediction that he made against her turned out to be incorrect. Seeing the news about Princess Yulin's victory, he felt incredibly vexed. We must investigate the person behind this Princess Yulin. He will be a serious problem to us, the old Taoist priest said solemnly. I know, sect leader Luo Yu took a deep breath. He had already made a few mistakes. This time, there would be no more mistakes. Chapter 90, A Quiet Return. The people of the Zenith Heaven Path sect were now looking at the matter at hand with the attention it deserved. Especially sect leader Luo Yu. He had personally seen Princess Yulin a few months ago. At that time, Princess Yulin was only an innate realm cultivator. She was very pure and kind, just like the ideal younger sister. In the past, Princess Yulin didn't like to cultivate. She wasn't as obsessed with individual strength like Emperor Day. But ever since she discovered the secret of the Zenith Heaven Path sect, she became more diligent in her cultivation. Then, with Lin Jiufeng's help, she became akin to that of a carp leaping over the dragon's gate. Outsiders couldn't see Lin Jiufeng's contributions, they only thought that Princess Yulin was a peerless genius who had been hiding her strength all this time. If it weren't for the fact that the court officials wanted to sacrifice her in a marriage alliance, Princess Yulin would have kept her true strength hidden. The general public didn't have that many information channels, so they believed in this fabricated truth. Sect leader Luo Yu of the Zenith Heaven Path sect, however, never believed it. He vaguely sensed that there was a mastermind behind Princess Yulin's rise and Emperor De's sudden coldness to them. The question was, who was that person? Sect leader Luo Yu immediately thought of the mysterious senior who saved the imperial capital 5 years ago. He wanted to devour the Xuanhuang God Dynasty after entering it, so he naturally had to know how many powerhouses the Xuanhuang God Dynasty had. A mysterious expert who lived in seclusion in the imperial capital and had saved the Xuanhuang God Dynasty several times. Could this person be the one behind Princess Yulin's actions and rise? Sect leader Luo Yu's eyes turned slightly cold. He reached out and clenched his fists tightly. I will catch you, you clown hiding in the dark. Princess Yulin had come back. She returned with honors. In a day, what she did on the plains and the Wolf Story Mountain had spread all over the world. Everyone cheered on her for what she did. It was something to be proud of after all. Splitting the Wolf Story Mountain. A girl. The Wolf Story Mountain was the dream destination of many men since ancient times. As long as one was a cultivator, they would always dream of the Wolf Story Mountain. Ages ago, a young genius managed to accomplish something big and he hailed from the Wolf Story Mountain. His story was passed down to the next generations, but only a few people could vaguely remember it today. But today, a 16-year-old girl had completed a magnificent in the most violent manner possible. She entered the plains alone and in a short span of 3 days, she experienced several major battles. Every battle was earth-shattering, and they allowed her to make a breakthrough into the human god realm. Princess Yulin instantly became an idol in the hearts of women. She did what no man could do. When she left the imperial capital, no one sent her off. Instead, countless people ridiculed her, saying that she was overestimating her capabilities. But when she returned, the whole world was cheering her on and shouting her name. The common people in the imperial capital all came to see her. Seeing the people outside frantically praising her achievements, Princess Yulin felt a little ashamed. She knew how much Lin Jiufeng had contributed to her success in this matter. But she alone took all the credit. She truly found it uncomfortable. There's no need to worry. Nothing would have happened if you weren't courageous enough. Lin Jiufeng comforted her. Master. You're still alive, right? Princess Yulin suddenly asked. She ignored the compliments of the outside world and focused on the sword case. She wasn't a fool. Lin Jiufeng had previously said that he was invited by Emperor Yuan to teach her in her dream world. Princess Yulin had truly believed that this was the case. But then, Lin Jiufeng followed her into the plains and they both fought against the enemies and slaughtered them together. Lin Jiufeng had also revealed his true form. Princess Yulin was even more certain that this was the case. She just never mentioned it until now. Now that they were back in the imperial capital, Princess Yulin finally had the chance to ask. Lin Jiufeng laughed out loud. Don't keep guessing whether I'm dead or alive. Don't you realize that you've already become a symbol of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty? Princess Yulin didn't care about anything else. She dismissed Lin Jiufeng's words as she followed up. After witnessing Master's power, I know that my cultivation base is still very weak compared to the grand scheme of things. I really need Master's guidance. Princess Yulin was just short of telling Lin Jiufeng to continue to be her teacher. But Lin Jiufeng directly refused. I've already taught you everything that I should. You don't need my help anymore, handle your own matters well and work hard to improve. Princess Yulin could only close this fleeting thought of hers. Entering the imperial capital, Princess Yulin shook off everyone and placed Lin Jiufeng's sword case in front of the cold palace. Is this okay? With her cleverness, Princess Yulin wanted to know where Lin Jiufeng's real body was. As a result, she stayed close to the gates, waiting for them to open. But Lin Jiufeng never came out nor answered her. He only controlled the power of his divine soul to make the sword case float up and enter the cold palace. From the beginning till the end, Lin Jiufeng's true body never appeared. Princess Yulin looked on helplessly. She could only go to the Forbidden City to look for her brother and mother. Regardless of the disturbances of the outside world, Lin Jiufeng's divine soul returned and immediately entered his body. It was just 3 to 4 days that they were separated from each other. While Lin Jiufeng's real body continued to sign in the cold palace, his divine soul followed Princess Yulin to the plains. Then, those things happened. After his body and divine soul became one again, Lin Jiufeng let out a long breath. He laid on the frost jade bed, his body still a little weak. His divine soul had been gone for too long, he couldn't get used to it for the time being. He had to slowly get used to it like those saturation divers that didn't want to get the bends. The white cat had been accompanying Lin Jiufeng's body for the past few days. She was afraid that something would suddenly go wrong. Many people whose divine souls left their bodies had to protect their bodies well. Otherwise, their divine souls might still exist but their bodies destroyed or kidnapped by their enemies. If that happened, then it would be difficult to find a replacement to house the homeless divine soul. After all, a cultivator had to find a body with a suitable bloodline and sufficient bodily strength that could endure the might of their divine soul. This matter is finally resolved. I can finally continue my routine in peace, Lin Jiufeng said happily. Lin Jiufeng didn't like the concept of marriage alliances, but he understood the reasons behind it. Now that Princess Yulin had resolved her own problem, the great Xia Dragon Sparrow didn't dare to mention anything about the marriage alliance anymore. Weren't they beaten up badly enough already? Peace had once again arrived in the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng continued to live the life of a shut-in otaku. He continued to sign in at the demon's den every day for the sake of treasures. If there was anything that he needed, he would absorb it to improve himself. How is it? How's the scenery on the plains? I'm just a cat in the cold palace and I haven't seen such a scene before, so I'm curious. The white cat asked curiously. Since her birth, she had never gone to the plains. And that so-called Wolf Story Mountain. It's not fun at all. The ground is covered in pure white snow, and I can't see anything other than snow. It's not interesting, since you can also see snow in the cold palace. Lin Jiufeng shook his head. Then forget it. The white cat shook her head and lost interest. Lin Jiufeng hugged her and stroked her ever so gently as usual. Just like that, almost a month passed by. Dachuan came to deliver food. Once a month, Dachuan would always come. He had always been punctual about his schedule. He brought good food and good wine along with some news. Your Royal Highness. Last month, it was said that the imperial court of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow wants to make peace and they asked for Princess Yulin's hand in a marriage alliance. But no one expected that Princess Yulin would be so powerful. She went to the plains alone and killed the emperor of the Great Xia Dragon Sparrow and the king of the Xinbei people. She even destroyed Wolf Story Mountain. Dachuan was almost exclaiming as he explained in excitement. Lin Jiufeng and the white cat looked at each other behind the gates. They saw the smiles in each other's eyes. They didn't stop Dachuan from talking. Instead, they listened quietly. Lin Jiufeng even occasionally said something to contribute to the discussion. All of these were done to prevent Dachuan from being too embarrassed in talking about a topic which Lin Jiufeng and the white cat were more knowledgeable about than him. Chapter 91, 5 years later. After returning to the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng's life became comfortable once again. Everyone in the world praised Princess Yulin. They proclaimed her as the #1 talent in recorded history. A 16-year-old human god. The 16-year-old princess of the Yuhua God Dynasty. The future guardian of the Yuhua God Dynasty. All the good words and praises in the world were plastered onto Princess Yulin. Every move that she made now made people wonder what exactly her intentions were. No one knew about Lin Jiufeng. But Lin Jiufeng was happy about this arrangement. Today, he went to the demon's den early in the morning and started his routine. Boom! After defeating the charging demon with one move, Lin Jiufeng ignored the resentment of the demons below and began to sign in. Sign in successful. Received 1 Grotto Heaven Great Pill. Lin Jiufeng immediately checked the pill's attributes. Grotto Heaven Great Pill, a pill used to continuously increase the potential of one's Grotto Heaven to aid in its expansion. Its increase depends on the host's overall potential. Lin Jiufeng muttered in shock. This sure is a pleasant surprise. I was just troubled that my Grotto Heaven hasn't been expanding lately, and it seems to have reached a bottleneck. I didn't expect to receive such a pill from signing in this time. What a coincidence. With the help of the pill, Lin Jiufeng could continue his steady improvement once again. After coming out of the underground palace, Lin Jiufeng walked into his room. He held the Grotto Heaven Great Pill in his hand as his mind spun. I've been in the Grotto Heaven realm for a long time now. Will this pill help me in making a breakthrough? Lin Jiufeng entered this realm 5 years ago. The Grotto Heaven realm had 10 levels, which meant that the Grotto Heaven had to be expanded 10 times. Ordinary people would form 10 Grotto Heavens, but Lin Jiufeng chose to expand his existing divine grade Grotto Heaven by 10 times instead of forming 10 Grotto Heavens. These were two completely different choices, but there was no doubt that the latter gave a better potential and greater increase in might. 20 to 30 years have passed since that reign. The Holy Maiden has undoubtedly failed in her work in these past few years. Lin Jiufeng suddenly remembered the Holy Maiden. The people of the Heavenly Tao sect wanted to suppress the people from the previous era to prevent them from prematurely corrupting the brand new era. But there was no doubt that the Holy Maiden, Miss Hong, had failed. The Zenith Heaven Path sect was from the previous era. The Essence Chi sect of the Plains was also from the previous era. The appearance of these two major sects was enough evidence to say that Miss Hong had failed. One had to know that Lin Jiufeng's source of information was very limited. He seldom left the cold palace to venture out. He was just quietly accumulating his strength in the cold palace, and he had done all of this ever since he arrived in this world. Even so, he knew that two major sects from the previous era had already appeared in this world. Considering this fact, Lin Jiufeng started to wonder about just how many of those from the previous era had already appeared in the outside world. Moreover, just exactly how many of them were still in hiding until now. At the end of the day, the brand new era had just started. Only 20 to 30 years have passed since that reign. The children from back then had just become adults and they were mere greenhorns of the martial path. As for the older generations, many of them managed to make a breakthrough into the martial sage realm and even the human god realm. However, only a handful of them managed to enter the Grotto Heaven realm. Lin Jiufeng had never even heard of anyone who was at the Grotto Heaven realm. But this was probably because he was usually ignorant of the outside world. It was understandable, however, for he spent most of his days in the confines of this cold palace. But Lin Jiufeng's divine soul followed Princess Yulin to the plains once, and he witnessed that the emperor of the great Xia dragon sparrow was only at the peak of the human god realm. In that essence Qi sect, there was only a single peak human god realm expert. No one among them was in the grotto heaven realm. As time slowly passes, those people will naturally resurface. Those who have surpassed the grotto heaven realm back then are all hidden beneath the surface of this turbid water. They truly are unfathomable. I still have to work hard to further improve myself, Lin Jiufeng reminded himself. Even though he now had a little bit of strength and seemed invincible on the surface of the turbid water that was also known as the martial path, that was because the monsters underwater were still hidden in its depths. Lin Jiufeng emptied his mind and decided to continue to live in seclusion. He wanted to see how the outside world would change in the coming years. He consumed the Grotto Heaven Great Pill, closed his eyes, and began to expand his divine grade Grotto Heaven. The outside world was in a flurry of discussion about Princess Yulin. Countless people sought an audience with Princess Yulin. Because of this, she could only hide in the palace and accompany her mother. Of course, with Princess Yulin's personality. This caused her nothing but endless vexation. She wanted to go out, but she couldn't. There were just too many people that wanted to meet her. In Empress Dowager's palace, Princess Yulin chatted with her mother. The Empress Dowager asked Princess Yulin, "How did you learn all these skills?" Princess Yulin only replied, "I have a master who taught me these skills." "What kind of person is your master? Can you invite him to the Xuanhuang God Dynasty to be a royal consecrator?" "There won't be any pressure on him, he just has to help the Xuanhuang God Dynasty in times of crisis," the Empress Dowager asked with concern. Although she held the biggest trump card of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty, it was the trump card that Emperor Ming Lin Tianyuan had left for her. She couldn't rely on this trump card for everything. She needed her own forces to solve her problems. Princess Yulin thought for a while, then she shook her head and replied, "It's impossible. My master is indifferent to worldly affairs, so there is no way he will agree." Sigh. "In that case, you must build a good relationship with your master. If the God Dynasty is in danger in the future, you will have the confidence to deal with it," the Empress Dowager said regrettably. Princess Yulin smiled bitterly. Facing the concern of the Empress Dowager, she could only agree. But in reality, it was no longer convenient for her to go to the cold palace. Her master obviously didn't want to be disturbed. If she was disobedient, she risked angering her master. Hence, she chose to spend her time comprehending the two sword techniques that her master had imparted to her instead of going anywhere else. Ultimate Heaven Slashing Sword Skill. Death Bone Sword Technique. The next time we meet, I will make master look at me in a different light, Princess Yulin decided in her heart. Time was constantly moving and the times were constantly changing. Any topic would soon dissipate in popularity as time went on. The common people of the world lived a busy and anxious life for the sake of a few taels of silver. Regarding Princess Yulin's matter, they had discussed it, felt proud of it, and gossiped about it before throwing it into the back of their minds. She was a princess. No matter how much they talked about her, they wouldn't gain anything from it. They still had to live their own lives. The days went on, and after about 10 days, the common people weren't talking too much about it anymore. 1 month later, this matter wasn't even mentioned that often anymore. Half a year later, if one didn't deliberately think about this matter, no one would even remember it. Princess Yulin's presence had also gone thin as she stayed in seclusion, trying her best to comprehend the two sword techniques. The world was calm, especially now that the great Xia dragon sparrow no longer had the power to invade the borders of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Despite the turbulent undercurrents, the surface of the world remained peaceful. And so, another 5 years passed. In the past 5 years, Lin Jiufeng never once left the cold palace. Princess Yulin didn't come to the cold palace either. In fact, she didn't even leave her place. She was completely focused on her cultivation. However, the Xuanhuang God Dynasty hadn't been peaceful in the past 5 years. There were some rebellions and uprisings, some cultivators harmed the common people, and some demonic sects launched their own attacks. especially the demonic sects. They were extremely terrifying as they swept over the lands this time. After these 5 years, Emperor De was finally the one handling the state affairs instead of the Empress Dowager. His thoughts had matured quite a lot. He was no longer the same as he was when he was 18 years old. He was no longer focused solely on cultivation. He took over the state affairs from the Empress Dowager and began to deal with them carefully. But he didn't give up on cultivating either. After 5 years, the Empress Dowager stayed behind the scenes. She only gave pointers to Empress Dowager behind his back. She didn't compete with him for power. If she refused to give her only son his deserved power and continued to control the court with her status as the Empress Dowager, wouldn't the people call her a greedy wretch then? The Empress Dowager knew that it would be wrong to suppress Emperor De. She knew when to advance and when to retreat. She was smart and full of wisdom. With her talent, knowledge, and wisdom, she could become a solid backer of Emperor De. Hence, she was satisfied with how Emperor De had improved in handling the state affairs. From his immature and dull start to his current proficiency in the court. The Empress Dowager was content with Emperor De's character development. The only headache that she had was that she could no longer understand the world itself. Chapter 92, The Clown is Actually Myself. In the past 5 years, the outside world has been turbulent, including the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. Only the Cold Palace remained the same. It hasn't changed that much in the past 5 years. However, some parts of the Cold Palace's outer walls had fallen off, revealing the mottled inner walls that showed its fight against time. Some dilapidated houses in the Cold Palace had collapsed. This Cold Palace had a history of more than 100 years. No one had renovated it for a long time, so it wasn't out of the ordinary for some part of it to collapse. Fortunately, the courtyard that Lin Jiufeng chose was relatively clean and comfortable. He didn't plan on switching to another courtyard. After 5 years, he had long absorbed the Grotto Heaven Great Pill and expanded his divine grade Grotto Heaven. He truly stood at the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm by now. 10 years ago, he made a breakthrough into the Grotto Heaven realm and formed a divine grade Grotto Heaven. 10 years later, he finished absorbing the Grotto Heaven Great Pill and stood at the pinnacle of the Grotto Heaven realm. In the past 10 years, the only change was that Lin Jiufeng had more or less defeated most of the demons, demon kings, and demon gods in the demon's den beneath the underground palace. These 3,000 plus powerhouses from the demon's den were reputable powerhouses in the previous era. Every one of them were extremely terrifying existences that stood at the top when it comes to power in their own demonic sects. But in this brand new era, they had gotten trapped in the demon's den where they sealed themselves for hundreds of years and effectively became Lin Jiufeng's monster spawner. 1 per day. 365 per year. After 10 years, Lin Jiufeng had defeated about 3,600 demons from this demon's den. There were only about 10 demons that Lin Jiufeng hadn't defeated yet. The things that Lin Jiufeng received were mostly different. Most of them were demonic cultivation techniques. There were also some other treasures. 4 pills, Lin Jiufeng directly consumed them. The pills that he couldn't eat or were useless to him were then fed to the white cat. The white cat became a peak human god just from consuming those pills. She was originally an ordinary cat, but after obtaining a heaven-defying opportunity and consuming the pills of the demon lord, she became a martial sage. But her cultivation speed after that had become extremely slow because her foundation was relatively weak. But even so, after being nurtured by Lin Jiufeng's vast amounts of pills and treasures, she still managed to reach the peak of the human god realm, the nirvana stage. From this, one could see how many treasures Lin Jiufeng had received from signing in for the past 10 years that passed. On this day, Lin Jiufeng came to the demon's den early in the morning. After 5 years, Lin Jiufeng was already in his 60s, close to turning 70. Thinking carefully, he realized that he had been in the Cold Palace for almost 50 years now. 50 years. This was a large part of an ordinary mortal's life, and Lin Jiufeng had just spent it in the Cold Palace alone. It was all thanks to his character that he managed to do so. Ordinary people couldn't possibly endure staying here for so long. He was almost 70 years old, but he looked just like a teenager. His eyes were as bright as the stars and his teeth were pearly white. He looked just like an elegant and handsome teenager. The white cat didn't change that much either. But her fur became even more radiant and soft. One could also feel a trace of nobility to it. A single look was all it took for anyone worth their salt to know that the white cat had a formidable bloodline. But in Lin Jiufeng's eyes, she was just an abandoned stray cat. Why are you always going down there every day to fight them? Is it fun torturing them? The white cat followed Lin Jiufeng and asked, puzzled. Am I torturing them? Lin Jiufeng asked. Yup. You always defeat them with one slap every day. The white cat nodded. She was thoroughly confused. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while and replied, I won't be able to do this to them any longer. Out of the 3,000 plus demon gods, only 10 of them remained useful to Lin Jiufeng. 10 days later, Lin Jiufeng wouldn't go to the demon's den anymore. By that time, even if the demons begged him to come, he wouldn't pay them a visit. Speaking of this, Lin Jiufeng was a little downcast. This monster spawner was about to lose its effectiveness. He would no longer have the advantage of repeatedly signing in there. He had to start looking for other places to repeatedly sign in after 10 days. Lin Jiufeng was frustrated. In the end, he directly visited the demon's den. With a light tap of his toes, the seal of the demon's den vanished. The 3,000 plus demons below looked at the final 10. Lin Jiufeng hadn't defeated these remaining 10 yet. The other demons had been taught a harsh lesson by Lin Jiufeng. Compared to 10 years ago when they were indignant and angry, they had already resigned themselves to their fates after so many years had passed. They stopped fantasizing about Lin Jiufeng letting them out as they watched on as he became stronger and stronger. They watched as they remained sealed, unable to absorb the spiritual energy of the outside world. Then, they watched as the gap between them and Lin Jiufeng continued to widen. The 10 demons who were being watched by everyone felt a myriad of emotions surging in their hearts. They felt extremely bitter. Damn it, we can't beat him in a fight, yet we must still fight him. How annoying. One of the remaining 10 cursed. The others remained silent. It's been 10 years. In these 10 years, we've personally witnessed his terrifying strength from the moment he entered the Grotto Heaven realm until today. I reckon he is now at least at the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. His improvement is simply too fast, a demon god cried out. I even suspect that he has broken through to the next realm. Woo, woo, woo. Real men never shed tears easily, unless they were truly heartbroken. They were continuously suppressed by Lin Jiufeng for 10 whole years now. These 10 years didn't pass in a blink of an eye. It involved a painstakingly torturous daily routine where every day, one of them would be beaten up by Lin Jiufeng. Counting the days since he started beating them up, about 3,000 plus days have passed since then. Back then, I was really not afraid of anything. Even when the Taoist priests from Xuanhuang sect provoked me, I still dared to kill and rob them. A demon king couldn't hold it in anymore and revealed his glorious deeds. This was his proudest moment. At that time, the Xuanhuang sect was very terrifying. They were a sect which even had immortals at their peak. Even so, I dared to make a move on them. Who would have thought that I would have such a depressing day today? The demon king said indignantly. That's right. In the previous era, who doesn't know of my great name, Demon King Pingtian? I was one of the 7 great sages of the monster and demon race. I even participated in the construction of this demon's den, and I did my best to make sure that it is built to last and will be able to maintain its stable state against the test of time. Now, I've actually trapped myself inside my own creation. I have essentially played myself. Demon King Pingtian was quite angry about this. It was only in the end that he realized that the clown was actually himself. The other demons were speechless. What he had done was really akin to digging his own grave in hindsight. Pang! 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 Lin Jiufeng knocked on the ground on top. A continuous sonorous sound rang out. Lin Jiufeng then announced, "Don't reminisce about the past anymore. Hurry up and make your move. I'll fight it out with you." A demon king in the form of a Tauren roared angrily. He directly charged upwards to fight it out with Lin Jiufeng. His aura was extraordinary and he had the strength of a peak human god realm expert. In fact, his realm faintly seemed to have surpassed that of the human god realm. In the demon's den that had been sealed for thousands of years, he was definitely a top existence. But Lin Jiufeng only stretched out his palm and pushed it downwards. Boom! The massive force behind his palm suppressed the Taoren Demon King. The shockwave exploded on his body and he was sent flying onto the ground like a kite with its strings broken. He ended up heavily injured in the ordeal. And even so, this result was Lin Jiufeng showing mercy and not killing him. When the other demons saw this scene, they shook their heads in regret. He's even stronger now. A demon god muttered. He felt extremely bitter. He really wanted to go out. But Lin Jiufeng didn't give him the chance to do so. He directly sealed the demon's den. Then, he signed in. Sign in successful. Received sword driving technique. Lin Jiufeng's eyes lit up as he said in surprise, "Is this the sword driving technique that can kill enemies thousands of miles away?" The range of the sword driving technique depends on the strength of the caster. Moreover, the sword driving technique only has one strike. If it cannot kill the enemy, the caster can only proceed to re-execute the strike. The last sentence was vague, but Lin Jiufeng knew that the opponent would most likely be able to dodge the re-execution of the strike. This isn't so bad either. With this sword driving technique paired with my sword techniques, I will be invincible, Lin Jiufeng muttered. Lin Jiufeng didn't expect that the rewards close to the end of his routine would be this great. With the sword driving technique in hand, Lin Jiufeng was reluctant to leave the demon's den and the 3,000 plus demons inside. If only he could sign in using each of them twice, how great would that be? He would definitely cherish that opportunity until the very end. Chapter 93, The 7 Great Sages of the Demon Path. After Lin Jiufeng defeated a demon, he received the sword driving technique and left happily. But the demons in the demon's den remained depressed. The demon that was defeated just now was none other than Demon King Pingtian. Why did a demon say that Lin Jiufeng had become stronger? It was because Lin Jiufeng had just lightly pressed down with his palm and this simple attack of his severely injured Demon King Pingtian in an instant. Demon King Pingtian was one of the founders of this demon's den and he was also one of the 7 great sages of the monster and demon race. His strength was at the peak among those that were here. Moreover, his true form was that of a Taoren. His skin was rough and his flesh was thick. He was very resistant to punches. Even though he was currently weak due to his long hibernation, those of the Grotto Heaven realm were definitely unable to severely injure him with a simple palm. Not even those at the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm could do so. But Lin Jiufeng managed to do it. This was something that they were unwilling to see. Because this indicated that Lin Jiufeng had become stronger once more. They watched as Lin Jiufeng became stronger every day, but none of them could improve at all. The demons had been thoroughly tormented in the years that passed. Back then, they were the ones who tormented others. But now, it was the opposite. This truly was the work of karma. Demon King Pingtian got up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He didn't feel too bad about being injured. When he was roaming the world back then, he had been injured countless times. But each time, he relied on his tough skin and thick flesh to endure through it. Moreover, because of his special physique, there wouldn't be any hidden injuries after his injuries healed. Of course, despite his resilience, his mental state was the opposite. Right now, he was depressed. Raising his head in dejection, he asked softly, "Are there still any chances for us, the demons who have stirred up trouble and turned the world upside down back then, to leave this place?" This question rendered the group of demons speechless. Lin Jiufeng was just too terrifying. The 10 years had left a deep shadow in their hearts. One must know that they were powerful demons, the powerful demons that once ruled over their own regions. Lin Jiufeng didn't know what these demons were thinking. After signing in successfully, he left the underground palace and went to his courtyard to silently comprehend the sword-driving technique. He didn't want to think about the disturbances in the outside world. Forbidden City. In the Great Council Hall, a group of court officials was arguing about the current state of the world. Demons had once again came out to stir up trouble, and the common people were living in unspeakable misery. They had to be stopped at all costs. But some people also said that the powerhouses sent by the Xuanhuang God Dynasty had all died while bleeding from their 7 orifices. There were no traces of them being injured anywhere else, which was very strange. This alone proved that the demons this time were truly powerful. Your Majesty. In today's world, demons are rampant. Not only are there demons, but there are also monsters. It is rumored that the so-called 7 great sages of the monster and demon race have appeared. They are the main troublemakers that we are facing right now, the cabinet chief said. Since Emperor Yuan's ascension to the throne, he was promoted to the cabinet. Until now, this cabinet chief was still around. He had dedicated his entire life to the imperial court and had no male descendants to succeed in his position. His daughter was also already married, so he had his heart set on serving the Xuanhuang God Dynasty. He was 80 years old this year, but was still energetic and had a clear mind. In fact, he was becoming more and more cunning as he aged. Although his cultivation base wasn't strong, his knowledge was as deep as the sea. With a scheme, he could make 2 powerful cultivators fall out with each other and become enemies. He was also the one who taught Emperor Di about how to handle the state affairs. Hence, Emperor Di trusted him a lot. Teacher. What's the situation with the 7 great sages that you mentioned? Emperor Di frowned and asked in a low voice. The demonic sect's comeback was already causing him endless worries. Now, the so-called 7 great sages of the monster and demon race had also appeared. Emperor Di immediately guessed that they must be demons from the previous era that had sealed themselves and finally awakened in this brand new era. Emperor Di gnashed his teeth in anger. It wasn't enough for them to rule over one entire era, they still wanted to rule over this era and harm the common people. Your Majesty, I believe that there's no need to bother the demonic sects in their comeback because they aren't the main troublemakers this time, the cabinet chief replied firmly. He was already so old. His face was thin and so was his aura. But standing there, his back remained straight. A single look was all it took for anyone to tell that he had been a scholar in his entire life. Not only that, but he was a model example of scholars. This was the best description of him. Teacher, who are these 7 great sages? Emperor Di asked curiously. They are the great sage of the ocean cover, Demon King Jiao. Great sage of the chaotic heavens, Demon King Dupeng. Great sage of the moving mountain, Demon King Gui. Great sage of the blowing wind, Demon King Yuan. Great sage of the white-clothed, Bai Zilong. Great sage of the dreaming, Yun Shanhai. The cabinet chief explained one by one. Emperor Di counted carefully and frowned. That's not right. There are only 6 great sages here. The cabinet chief shook his head and said, I was also puzzled at the beginning as to why there were only 6 demons among the 7 great sages. But later on, someone found out that the great sage of the heaven leveling, the heaven raising bull, is still missing. Are they very powerful? Emperor Di asked solemnly. The cabinet chief replied solemnly, their cultivation bases are all beyond the human god realm. Moreover, the great sage of the ocean cover, Demon King Jiao, and the great sage of the chaotic heavens, Demon King Dupeng both said that they would come to the imperial capital to ask His Majesty for a piece of land to build a place for the demon race to live in. If we don't give in to their demands, they will replace us with another dynasty. What daring of them to threaten me! Emperor Di stood up angrily. Your Majesty, they are beyond the human god realm. The human gods that we have nurtured for the past 10 years are nothing compared to these great sages. The cabinet chief shook his head. Emperor Di was speechless. Will they be here soon? Emperor Di asked through gritted teeth. Yes. During this period of time, I will discuss with the court officials in detail as to which piece of land we should give them. Your Majesty, please bear with it. The cabinet chief bowed and proposed a solution. Emperor Di opened his mouth, wanting to say that he didn't agree to it. He hadn't fought a single war yet, but he was already going to lose a huge chunk of the land that his ancestors left behind for him. If he truly lost in this manner, then he would be scolded as an incapable emperor throughout his reign. But looking at the cabinet chief's thin face, it was obvious that he was worried sick over this matter. Emperor De could only agree, afraid of the cabinet chief's health. "Thank you, teacher. Your Majesty, I am gratified that you are able to think it through." The cabinet chief left in satisfaction and went down to start his research. Even if they were to give the demons a piece of land, there would still be some considerations that had to be taken into account. He could use the giving of land as a scheme to get rid of some enemies. If he really wanted these 7 great sages to suffer, it would take some time to devise a plan. Emperor De felt aggrieved after the cabinet chief's departure. He was the emperor, but he was being threatened by mere demons. And in the end, he had no choice but to compromise? In Emperor De's eyes, agreeing to the demon's request was akin to sacrificing land to seek peace. This was betraying the lands of his ancestors for the sake of his own peace and stability. If I can agree once, then I can agree a second time, a third time, countless times. At this moment, a sentence written by a predecessor appeared in Emperor De's mind. 5 cities are to be given today, then 10 cities will be given tomorrow, and then I will be able to sleep in peace for a night. When I wake up the next morning, the army of the Qin dynasty will once again arrive. The land of the vassals is limited, but the greed of the tyrant Qin dynasty is unlimited. If I give them an inch, they'll ask for a mile. The outcome of this war has already been determined without a single casualty nor fight. If he behaved cowardly now, the Unrivalled God Dynasty could only be bullied by others in the future. By then, its demise would surely be nigh. "No, I cannot agree to it," Emperor De said firmly. But then, he became discouraged. What can I use to deal with the 7 great sages of the demon race who have broken through into the Grotto Heaven realm? Emperor De asked himself. The most powerful people under him were only at the peak of the human god realm. It was enough to intimidate small factions and small sects. But to use them to threaten the 7 sages who have broken through into the Grotto Heaven realm was merely a pipe dream. My younger sister has been in seclusion for 5 years. I wonder how strong she is now. I should probably go and ask her for help. Emperor De immediately thought of the Princess Yulin who caused a storm 5 years ago. Chapter 94, Take the Key. The 7 great sages of the monster and demon race had appeared. The 7 great sages came from different places and different races. There were demons, monsters, and humans. Combined, they were the 7 great sages. Among them, the ones from the monster race was the great sage of the ocean cover, Demon King Jiao, great sage of the chaotic heavens, Demon King Dupeng, great sage of the moving mountain, Demon King Gui, great sage of the blowing wind, Demon King Yuan, and great sage of the heaven-leveling heaven-raising bull. These were the 5 demon kings from the monster race. The great sage of the white-clothed, by Zilong, was a human. The great sage of the dreaming, Yun Shanhai, was a demon. The 7 of them formed the 7 great sages. In the previous era, they were top powerhouses of the world and were a force to be reckoned with. Now that they have reappeared in this brand new era, the great sage of the ocean cover, Demon King Jiao, and the great sage of the chaotic heavens, Demon King Dupeng were coming to the Unrivalled God Dynasty to visit Emperor De. They wanted Emperor De to give them a piece of land. They were relying on their formidable strength to threaten Emperor De into doing this. Unfortunately, Emperor De had to accept the threat. Because he didn't have any subordinates who were as powerful as them. At the beginning of the recovery of the world's spiritual energy, a martial sage could already intimidate anyone in the entire world. Ever since that reign, Lin Jiufeng became the first person to step into the human god realm. For a long time after that, the human god realm became the pinnacle of the martial path. But following Emperor Ming's death and the invasion of the demons 10 years ago, where the imperial capital of the Unrivalled God Dynasty was surrounded by demons, human gods weren't truly powerful enough anymore. Lin Jiufeng once again lifted the curtain of the Grotto Heaven realm. But it was a pity. Perhaps it was because he improved too fast that the common people couldn't keep up with him. Or perhaps it was because the recovery of the spiritual energy in the world didn't bring with it the huge amount of spiritual energy needed for others to reach the Grotto Heaven realm. After all, the recovery itself would still take time to complete. This was also why the people who unsealed themselves at the beginning were all martial sages and human gods. The truly powerful ones were all waiting for the spiritual energy to become as vast and as boundless as the sea. Only when the world was completely moisturized with spiritual energy would they come out and display their ambitions into the world once more. Lin Jiufeng entered the Grotto Heaven realm 10 years ago, and it was only 10 years later that other people had started to reach the Grotto Heaven realm. Emperor De knew that the only person he could rely on now was his sister. After the Zenith Heaven Path sect knew that Emperor De had discovered some clues regarding their true nature, they slowly became indifferent to Emperor De. In the past 5 years, they didn't do anything overboard, so Emperor De turned a blind eye to them. He wouldn't ask the Zenith Heaven Path sect for help, nor could he do so. He visited his younger sister, Princess Yulin's palace. 5 years ago, the 16-year-old Princess Yulin made a name for herself and was remembered by everyone in the world. But she chose to cool down and live in seclusion for 5 years. Without leaving her palace, she quietly accumulated her strength as she continuously practiced to deepen her comprehension of the two sword techniques. The trip to the plains back then had brought her a lot of things. Be it knowledge or other things, she was reborn and learned to think on her own. The whole world praised her. Countless invisible hands were constantly pushing her into the sky. So high that Princess Yulin became afraid of its height. Other people who were praised would definitely be happy. Then, they would lose themselves and become obsessed with it. But it wasn't the case for Princess Yulin. She chose to wash off the fame and glory she obtained and return to the beginning. She went back to holding the sword and practicing with it daily. In the past 5 years, she had rarely seen anyone, even the Empress Dowager. It has also been 5 years since she last saw Emperor De. After 5 years, Emperor De looked at his younger sister who had no makeup on. She was dressed in snow-white clothes. She now had a bearing similar to that of a jade beauty. Emperor De was moved by the sight that he saw. "It's been 5 years since we last met. You seem to have changed into a different person," Emperor De said. Princess Yulin smiled. She lifted her teacup and said, "I just grew up, that's all." Emperor De looked at Princess Yulin, full of emotions. She just grew up, that's all. The 16-year-old Princess Yulin from 5 years ago was still a child. But to solve the problem that could implicate millions of common people, she went into the plains and created her own path of slaughter. And today, 5 years later, Princess Yulin told him that she had grown up now, that's all. "Is there something on your mind today, brother?" Princess Yulin asked curiously. She knew that Emperor De was very busy. None of the issues that could reach the imperial court were small matters after all. Hence, there must be a reason why Emperor De came here. Emperor De nodded and explained the recent events in detail. Princess Yulin frowned slightly as she listened. The 7 great sages of the monster and demon race. If it's true that their cultivation bases are beyond the human god realm, then they are indeed very powerful. Yes, they are very powerful. Otherwise, I wouldn't be distressed. Emperor De smiled bitterly. "Brother, I haven't broken through into the Grotto Heaven realm yet." Princess Yulin directly answered the question that Emperor De wanted to ask her. Emperor De opened his mouth, then closed it. He dismissed the question that he wanted to ask. Instead, he changed it into something else. "What about your master?" Princess Yulin asked in surprise, "You want to look for my master?" Emperor De nodded and looked calmly at Princess Yulin. His eyes gleamed with a faint shimmer. "Did you gain some information or something?" Princess Yulin was indeed born from the same mother as Emperor De. She immediately guessed what he was thinking. This needs to be confirmed first. Emperor De shook his head and refused to tell Princess Yulin about his recent discovery. Princess Yulin had no interest in continuing the conversation. "I don't know where my master is. I haven't gone out for 5 years." Emperor De looked at Princess Yulin and suddenly extended his hand. "What?" Princess Yulin raised her brows. "Give me the key to the cold palace," said Emperor De. Princess Yulin laughed and said, "The walls of the cold palace courtyard aren't that high. You can just climb over them. That won't be polite." Emperor De smiled mysteriously. He looked at Princess Yulin and said, "That key is not something precious, but you are unwilling to give it to me. This means that there is something wrong with the cold palace. Give me the key, I will visit the place." Emperor De looked at Princess Yulin proudly. Princess Yulin had no choice but to hand over the key to Emperor D and remind him, "Don't disturb the place. Also, what if there's no one around?" Emperor D just smiled and got up to leave without saying anything. What if there's no one around? Impossible. Emperor De's recent 5 years consisted of handling the imperial court and the state affairs of the Unrivalled God Dynasty. However, he had also been carefully investigating any information as to who could be living in the cold palace. What was the identity of that dethroned crown prince? Nearly 50 years have passed since then. No one knew about the matter of Lin Jiufeng being banished into the cold palace. And in the historical records, because it was considered a huge scandal, there wasn't a detailed description of it at all. There was only one sentence. Because of his lust, the dethroned crown prince is to be locked in the cold palace till his death. Thus, he was banished into the cold palace back then. But who was this dethroned crown prince? What was his background? Why was he banished into the cold palace? When he was investigating these matters, he only lacked a starting point. But after so many years, Emperor De was bound to find a piece of information that he could use as the starting point of his investigation. From there, he decisively searched for and discovered various answers to the burning questions he had in mind. It turns out that this dethroned crown prince and grandpa emperor are biological brothers. Then, I should address him as Big Grand Uncle. He has been imprisoned in the cold palace for almost 50 years. Is he still alive? Since he has been banished into the cold palace, that courtyard must belong to Big Grand Uncle. Therefore, the one who gave little sister pointers wasn't Grandpa Emperor's soul, but was instead Big Grand Uncle. I shall go visit Big Grand Uncle now. Emperor Day has been investigating the truth for the past 5 years. Today, he was only one key away from the truth. Hence, he came to ask for the key. Moreover, he couldn't tell Princess Yulin about his speculations just now. It was better not to disclose any unverified information after all. Chapter 95, Waiting for the Rain Again? After obtaining the key from Princess Yulin, Emperor De didn't immediately rush to the cold palace. He didn't tell anyone and returned to the Forbidden City to continue dealing with the state affairs. In the latter half of the night, Emperor De quietly left the Forbidden City alone and went for the cold palace. Late at night, he opened the cold palace's door. Once the door to the cold palace was opened, Emperor De didn't go in. Instead, he bowed all the way and said in a deep voice, "Unfilial descendant is disturbing Big Granduncle's rest. I ask for Big Granduncle's help." Lin Jiufeng and the white cat who was cultivating opened their eyes. "Your descendant is here." The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng. Lin Jiufeng was puzzled. How did he know that I was here? Did the Empress Dowager tell him? That shouldn't be the case. If the Empress Dowager wanted to tell Emperor Day about him, then she would have already done so 5 years ago when Princess Yulin was forced into a marriage alliance. Why wait until now? Lin Jiufeng initially wanted to ignore him, but Emperor Day had already addressed him as Big Grand Uncle. His confident tone meant that he knew that Lin Jiufeng was there. How did you know of my existence? Lin Jiufeng asked curiously. Outside the cold palace, Emperor Day's expression shook. He pulled himself together and said, "It's because I've been looking through all sorts of information in the past 5 years, including things that happened decades ago, as well as the relics left behind by my father and grandfather." Smart. The white cat praised. Lin Jiufeng didn't expect that Emperor De discovered his identity through the latter's own deduction. This made Lin Jiufeng think highly of him. Isn't the Unrivalled God Dynasty doing well? Why did you come to find me? Seeing that he was so smart, Lin Jiufeng decided to ask about his purpose for coming here. What exactly happened that Emperor Day himself came here to look for him, instead of the Empress Dowager coming here? After all, the Empress Dowager was the only one that was supposed to know of his existence. But the Empress Dowager didn't come to seek his help. Emperor De immediately told him about the recent events in the Yuhua God Dynasty and about the 7 great sages of the monster and demon race. One stood before the cold palace while the other was within the courtyard. Their voices weren't loud, but both sides could hear each other properly. After Emperor De finished talking about the 7 sages, he knelt on both knees and pleaded. Big granduncle, grandpa emperor, and father passed the Yuhua God Dynasty to me in one piece. Not to mention pioneering new territories, but it's my responsibility to guard the foundation of the ancestors without losing even an inch of land. But the 7 sages are simply too powerful. The power of a secular dynasty such as our Yuhua God Dynasty is no match for them. If the Yuhua God Dynasty's lands were to be given up by me, then I would really be a sinner for all eternity. Even if I were to die 10,000 times, I would still be unable to make up for it. Today, it is already an unforgivable sin for me, this unfilial descendant, to rashly come to your door and disturb big granduncle's leisurely cultivation. I only hope that the big granduncle can help the Yuhua God Dynasty and protect the foundation built by our ancestors. This way, in the netherworld, Grandpa Emperor will remain smiling. Emperor De had truly matured. 5 years ago, he was still a stubborn child who didn't know how to take responsibility and was only focused on his own path of cultivation. But now, he had the responsibility of an emperor boring down his shoulders. Lin Jiufeng stood in the courtyard and looked at the walls that were covered with sword scars. His gaze was faint as he looked through the walls one after another. He then saw the kneeling Emperor De. He was impressed. Lin Jiufeng remembered very clearly that 5 years ago, the Emperor of the Great Xiao's Dragon Sparrow came to ask for a marriage alliance in order to maintain peace with the Yuhua God Dynasty. The court officials were in a terrible dispute over it. As an elder brother and also the Emperor, Emperor De actually couldn't come up with a decision. He just vehemently disagreed and hid in the Forbidden City to cultivate diligently. If it wasn't for Lin Jiufeng, Princess Yulin wouldn't be able to escape that calamity. The Emperor De from 5 years ago was truly just a child. But 5 years later, he was now a man who could take up his responsibility as the Emperor of a God Dynasty. He knew that with the Yuhua God Dynasty's strength, it wouldn't be able to withstand the attacks of the 7 great sages. At that time, the best outcome would be to compensate them with a large amount of land to appease their anger. But Emperor De knew that he couldn't do that. If he did so, then he would become the greatest sinner of his lineage. At his wits' end, he directly came to look for Lin Jiufeng. Without caring about his own reputation, he knelt down and sincerely asked for his help. But why did these so-called 7 great sages sound so familiar? Lin Jiufeng was certain that he had heard this from someone before. 7 great sages, the white cat pointed underground with its white claws. Lin Jiufeng instantly remembered the demon king that he had defeated earlier in the day in the demon's den beneath the copper coffin. That demon king said that he was one of the 7 great sages, Demon King Pingtian. Lin Jiufeng asked curiously, who are the 7 great sages? Hearing Lin Jiufeng's question, Emperor De became excited. As long as Lin Jiufeng was willing to listen, there was hope for him to lend a hand. They are the Great Sage of the Ocean Cove, Demon King Jiao, Great Sage of the Chaotic Heavens, Demon King Dapeng, Great Sage of the Moving Mountain, Demon King Gui, Great Sage of the Blowing Wind, Demon King Yuan, Great Sage of the White Clothed, Bai Zilong, Great Sage of the Dreaming, Yun Shanhai, and Great Sage of the Heaven Leveling, the Heaven Raising Bull. Emperor De stated their names. When Lin Jiufeng heard about the Great Sage of the Heaven Leveling, he revealed an as expected expression on his face. The Great Sage of the Heaven Leveling, one of the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race, was currently being suppressed inside the demon's den. Just today, he was defeated by Lin Jiufeng and the latter used him to sign in for a good item. The sword driving technique. And on the night of that same day, Emperor De came to ask for help, informing Lin Jiufeng that the other members of the 7 sages were coming to the Yuhua God Dynasty to ask for a piece of land from the God Dynasty. Lin Jiufeng looked at Emperor De and said, "Go back and find out how many of the 7 great sages are coming, and where they are right now. Also, don't tell anyone about me." Emperor De was overjoyed. When he heard this, he was finally reassured. He felt as if a great burden was lifted off his chest. Emperor De hurriedly kowtowed a few times and replied in excitement, "I will go back and investigate this matter thoroughly before coming back here to report." Go, Lin Jiufeng said softly. Emperor De stood up and carefully closed the cold palace's door before rushing back to investigate. From the beginning till the end, he never saw Lin Jiufeng with his own eyes. But after hearing Lin Jiufeng's voice, he felt the urge to trust Lin Jiufeng in his heart. This was probably a form of trust that came from their bloodline connection. For some reason, Lin Jiufeng's words alone were enough to quell his panic and apprehension. After Emperor De left, Lin Jiufeng and the White Cat looked at each other. You want to interfere in this matter? The White Cat asked. Yes. If the imperial court were to start giving up land to compensate them, its demise would surely be nigh. Lin Jiufeng nodded. If there was a first time, there would be a second, third, countless times. Lin Jiufeng didn't want the Yuhua God Dynasty, which Emperor Yuan and Emperor Ming had painstakingly reformed, to fall into ruin after just 3 generations. You are going to intervene? The White Cat laid on Lin Jiufeng's shoulder and softly asked. Lin Jiufeng thought for a while. Then, he replied in a serious manner. Maybe there isn't a need for me to stop the 7 sages myself. If you don't appear and stop the 7 sages, who can possibly defeat them out there? The White Cat said. The 7 great sages of the monster and demon race weren't beings that those of the human god realm could match against. Lin Jiufeng smiled and said, Indeed, no one from the Yuhua God Dynasty can fight them, but there's someone who may be able to. Who? The White Cat asked curiously. Her eyes, which seemed to have celestial bodies in them, looked at Lin Jiufeng. Reflected in her eyes were not only the stars but also Lin Jiufeng himself. Didn't you see him this morning? Lin Jiufeng asked softly. Great sage of the heaven leveling? That demon king? The White Cat recalled. That demon king Pingtian was one of the 7 great sages. What do you think the effect would be if I released him and asked him to solve this problem for me? Lin Jiufeng told the White Cat his plan. Be careful of creating problems for yourself. Those demons are not to be trifled with. Once they absorb the spiritual energy in the outside world, their strength will increase by leaps and bounds. The White Cat was worried. It's fine. As long as I'm around, the imperial capital and the Yuhua God Dynasty will never fall into chaos. Lin Jiufeng was confident. Then why don't you just stop the 7 sages yourself? The White Cat asked curiously. It's not convenient for me to fight now, I'm waiting for the first spring rain. Lin Jiufeng simply stated. Waiting for the rain again? The White Cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. Lin Jiufeng just smiled. But in the end, he didn't say anything. Chapter 96, Speed Up. Lin Jiufeng, who said that he would wait for another spring rain, didn't tell the White Cat why. Spring was a time of recovery for all things in the world. In this period, Lin Jiufeng continued his routine in peace within the cold palace. The next day, he entered the underground palace and opened the seal of the demon's den. There was no need for him to do anything. Out of the 9 remaining demons, one of them flew out. Boom! Lin Jiufeng swung his hand and slapped him on the face. The attack immediately sent the demon sprawling onto the floor. Then, he signed in. Sign in successful. Received 36 swords of the demon path. Lin Jiufeng looked in surprise at the 36 longswords that appeared out of thin air. They were entirely black in color, and each of them had a portion of a dragon's body carved on their surfaces. When the 36 swords were combined, they formed a hideous and vicious-looking demonic dragon that hovered in the air. This is a combination sword formation to summon a demonic dragon. The 36 swords are the demonic dragon's body. Once successfully executed, its might will inevitably be shocking. After Lin Jiufeng understood its power, he happily kept the demonic swords and placed them into the sword case. He would nurture them and improve their quality. Since he had no use for them temporarily, he was planning on keeping them in the sword case where they could slowly be nurtured for improvement. Lin Jiufeng usually left the demon's den after a beatdown. The demons in the demon's den thought so too. The demon that was struck down received grievous injuries, but he didn't care. After all, Lin Jiufeng would only hit him once. It wouldn't be a problem for him to slowly recover back to his peak. The demons in the demon's den talked with each other and reminisced about the past once more. They were just like old men who sat at the entrance of their villages. They were looking at each other with nostalgic looks on their faces. Their eyes were all filled with yearning. As they were discussing, Lin Jiufeng knocked on the entrance of the demon's den. Clang! This made the demons look at Lin Jiufeng. They were all confused. After defeating a demon with a slap, he actually didn't leave? Was Lin Jiufeng planning to continue and humiliate them even further? The hearts of the demons tightened for no reason. They looked at him nervously. But Lin Jiufeng didn't continue to attack. He calmly asked, "Who is the great sage of the heaven leveling?" The demons in the demon's den were stunned. He was looking for the great sage of the heaven leveling? Everyone looked at the Taoran demon that Lin Jiufeng injured yesterday. "I am," the heaven raising bull said, looking at Lin Jiufeng in confusion. What was he trying to do? Was he about to beat him up? That would be too unreasonable. Lin Jiufeng had just beaten him up yesterday. "You're from the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race?" Lin Jiufeng continued his line of questioning. Lin Jiufeng didn't attack or make any other moves. As a result, the demons in the demon's den heaved sighs of relief. Yes. The heaven-raising bull nodded. "Are you familiar with the other members of the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race?" Lin Jiufeng asked once more. "Of course, we were once sworn brothers," the heaven-raising bull said. "What happened?" The heaven-raising bull followed up. "Nothing much, it's just that the great sage of the ocean cover and the great sage of the chaotic heavens are coming to the imperial capital to find trouble with the Unrivalled God Dynasty," Lin Jiufeng casually replied. But this leisurely tone of his made the heaven-raising bull's heart tighten. The great sage of the ocean cover and the great sage of the chaotic heavens actually provoked this fiendish man. Wouldn't there be a conflict between them then? They are coming to find trouble with the Unrivalled God Dynasty? What are you planning to do? The heaven-raising bull asked. "Kill them, of course," Lin Jiufeng said in a matter-of-factly manner. The heaven-raising bull looked nervous. This ferocious man was truly planning to kill them. But there was also a demon who objected. "Since the great sage of the ocean cover and the great sage of the chaotic heavens have already appeared in the world, they must have absorbed the renewed spiritual energy of this era and had already recovered their formidable strength. Do you really think that you can win against the 2 of them alone?" With these words, the other demons became excited. If Lin Jiufeng was defeated or killed, then they would have a chance to escape. "Do you think that they will be able to defeat me in the early stages of the recovery of the world's spiritual energy after just absorbing the renewed spiritual energy of the world?" Lin Jiufeng sarcastically asked. He wasn't worried about this problem at all. The excited demons seemed to have been strangled as they choked at the same time. Thinking about Lin Jiufeng's current strength, the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race that had only just appeared really wouldn't be able to defeat him. "Why are you telling me all of this?" The great sage of the heaven leveling asked curiously. Since Lin Jiufeng could win, why was he talking to him then? "I want you to persuade the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race. Stop them from overestimating their capabilities and causing trouble for the Unrivalled God Dynasty," Lin Jiufeng calmly explained. But every demon in the demon's den suddenly became excited. Especially the great sage of the heaven leveling. He pointed at himself in disbelief. "You're letting me out?" He was on the verge of tears. 10 years. 10 whole years. Lin Jiufeng had suppressed them for 10 years. In these 10 years, he had beaten up each and every one of them. Well, almost. It could be said that every demon in here had lived a depressing life so far in this brand new era. But even so, they didn't give up on themselves. Instead, they kept thinking about when they could leave. As the world's spiritual energy recovered, more and more powerful cultivators would appear. If someone were to defeat or kill Lin Jiufeng one day, then wouldn't they be able to escape? But no one expected that Lin Jiufeng would actually take the initiative to release them. "You don't want to go out?" Lin Jiufeng asked. No, I want to go out, the great sage of the heaven leveling replied in a hurry. But aren't you afraid that after I leave, I will join forces with the other great sages to destroy your Xuanhuang God Dynasty? The great sage of the heaven leveling asked curiously. The other demons were also puzzled. Why would Lin Jiufeng do this? I am letting you out because I don't want to fight with anyone for the time being. I don't want to fight with the 7 sages, so I want you to go and persuade them. As for your question, if I am worried that you will bring me trouble when you got out, you're overthinking it. Not just you, but also the other demons. I am planning to release them all in the near future. If you guys can deliver a devastating blow to me, I will praise you lot instead. Lin Jiufeng sternly announced. In a few days, these demons would no longer be useful to him. Lin Jiufeng would no longer be able to sign in using the demons in this demon's den. Of course, he could continue to suppress them. But he had no intention of doing so. The demons below were all excited upon hearing Lin Jiufeng's words. They were excited to hear that he was planning on releasing them. Aren't you afraid that our 3,000 plus demons will completely destroy your Xuanhuang God Dynasty once we get out? A demon god asked. The strong will always remain strong. After I let you all out, don't you all still need some time to become stronger? To absorb the renewed spiritual energy of the world, and to recover your own strength before coming to me for revenge? Lin Jiufeng asked. To be honest, after these 10 years, you lot aren't so useful to me anymore. I've thought about it seriously and I've decided to let you lot out. This world is simply too weak. It's too slow to let the people of this world grow on their own. By releasing you guys, the world will have more powerhouses, for they will feel pressured before your presences. Then, the recovery of the world's spiritual energy will also speed up. At that time, I will still be the same as before. I will still be able to suppress the world. I am simply dissatisfied with the recovery speed of the world's spiritual energy. Lin Jiufeng laid out his thoughts. The current him already felt that this world was a mere cage to him. The recovery of the world's spiritual energy was just incredibly slow for him. Thus, he decided that the world itself needed a push. He had to give the world a push so that the recovery speed of the world's spiritual energy would become slightly faster than a turtle's pace. Chapter 97, Releasing the Great Sage of the Heaven Leveling. Once the 3,000 plus demons were no longer useful for his signing in, he would release them all into the world. This was a plan that Lin Jiufeng had made a long time ago. The world was recovering from its previous drought and the quality of the world's spiritual energy was constantly improving. Countless people benefited from this. But for Lin Jiufeng, it simply wasn't enough. Because his progress was faster than the recovery of the world's spiritual energy. The recovery of the world's spiritual energy couldn't keep up with Lin Jiufeng's pace. In the end, Lin Jiufeng decided to give it a push from behind the scenes. When the demons in the demon's den heard Lin Jiufeng's words, they were all shocked. He was that confident? He was confident that he was powerful enough to suppress the world? Some demons sneered. They didn't believe Lin Jiufeng's words at all. Once they were released, the one who would suffer would only be Lin Jiufeng. Some demons were already planning to absorb the spiritual energy in the world to recover their strength after they got out. Then, they would immediately come over to kill Lin Jiufeng and take their revenge. Lin Jiufeng knew that these demons were scheming against him, but he didn't care. He only looked at the great sage of the heaven leveling and asked, "Do you agree?" The great sage of the heaven leveling asked solemnly, "I just need to persuade them not to make any trouble? What if they don't listen to me?" He then followed up with another question. "Then, they will be forcing me to make a move," Lin Jiufeng said coldly. "It's not that I can't make a move, but I don't want to. I have more important things to deal with." If this torrent-looking demon really couldn't persuade them, Lin Jiufeng could fight against them before the arrival of the first spring rain. But at that time, Lin Jiufeng would be forced to use the aura he had accumulated so far to aid his breakthrough. The talismans he had prepared would also be damaged. The gains would simply not make up for the losses. After hearing Lin Jiufeng's words, the great sage of the heaven leveling said straightforwardly, "Since you dare to let me out, I will definitely go out. I will also go and persuade them, but whether they will listen or not, I cannot guarantee. Lin Jiufeng opened the seal of the demon's den and said, "Come up yourself." The great sage of the heaven leveling looked at the open seal. Excitement flickered in his eyes. He had wanted to leave for a long time, but now, his dreams had finally come true. Boom! Ignoring his own injuries, the great sage of the heaven leveling leaped into the air and directly left the demon's den. The other demons below watched enviously. They also wanted to go out. Lin Jiufeng said, "Don't be envious. It won't be long before I release you all." After saying this, without looking at their excited expressions, Lin Jiufeng closed the seal once more. He looked at the great sage of the heaven leveling. His form was a Tauron. But his original form was that of a heaven-raising bull, an ancient mutated beast with boundless strength and incredibly thick skin. He was currently in his human form. There was a pair of horns on his head. His face was rough, and he was taller than Lin Jiufeng by a head. If estimated, he was about 2 meters tall. 2 words could be used to describe him directly: big and strong. But in front of the delicate and weak-looking Lin Jiufeng, he remained prudent and cautious. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. "Come out with me." Lin Jiufeng turned and left, following the passageway into the cold palace up above. The white cat laid on top of the cherry blossom tree. She was waiting for Lin Jiufeng's return. When she saw Lin Jiufeng coming out, she immediately stood up. But when she saw the great sage of the heaven leveling, she held back and curiously paced back and forth instead. Lin Jiufeng reached out, hugged the white cat into his arms, and gently stroked her fur. "You live here?" The great sage of the heaven leveling looked around and asked in confusion. This was indeed a huge palace. But the peeling walls, loose stone bricks, and the rotten wooden beams had all but decayed. Was this an abandoned palace? Lin Jiufeng might not be the strongest person in the world right now, but he was at least the strongest person from this era. But why was he staying in such a place? To think that his lifestyle was this modest. Lin Jiufeng responded, "It isn't the height of the mountains that matters, but if there are immortals living on it. A house might be dilapidated, but it's the virtue of the person staying there that matters in the end." "Okay, I'm going now," said the great sage of the heaven leveling. "Go. Try to persuade them." "I don't want to kill anyone for now," Lin Jiufeng calmly replied. The great sage of the heaven leveling choked. These words of his were just too arrogant, but hearing them from Lin Jiufeng's mouth, he actually didn't think that there was anything wrong with them. "There must be something wrong with me." The great sage of the heaven leveling shook his head and turned to leave. He leaped up and rode the clouds, disappearing from the cold palace. In the cold palace, Lin Jiufeng stared at great sage of the heaven leveling's back without saying a word. "Why did you let him go?" The white cat asked softly in Lin Jiufeng's arms. The white cat knew that he was a demon from that underground demon's den and that he was a very powerful existence. Once he was released, he would absorb the renewed spiritual energy in the air and recover his peak strength. By then, he would definitely be a huge problem. "I am letting him persuade his comrades so that they won't come here to die," Lin Jiufeng said. "Didn't you want to wait for the rain?" The white cat asked curiously. "This rain might be arriving any time now." Lin Jiufeng looked up at the sky. The sky was clear and the breeze was gentle. The air smelled of spring, moist and full of water. The first spring rain was coming. Forbidden City, Great Council Hall. Upon Emperor Da's return, he got people to gather information about all sorts of things related to the 7 great sages. This investigation really made him discover a lot of things that he didn't know before. The great sage of the ocean cover came into being from overseas. His awakening was the result of a sea disaster that stirred up huge waves and shattered the island he was sealed on. The power of nature was truly formidable. The great sage of the chaotic heavens came from a huge mountain. He woke up from the mountain and opened his eyes to look at the world. Then, he discovered that the monster race no longer had a place for them to live. Hence, he was the first to say that he wanted to come to the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and take back the territory of the monster race from the human emperor of the God Dynasty. Upon hearing this news, the great sage of the ocean cover also crossed the sea to come here. He also wanted a piece of land for himself. Right now, these two were the only ones who publicly demanded territory and said that they wanted to come to the imperial capital and visit Emperor De. The other great sages appeared separately, but some only occupied a hilltop while others traveled the world to thoroughly take in the sights of this brand new era. They never explicitly said that they were coming to the imperial capital. The 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race had different personalities. Among them, the ones that were the most irritable were the great sage of the ocean cover and the great sage of the chaotic heavens. Their arrival caused the demonic sects that had been silent for a long time to celebrate wantonly. The demonic sects that had become silent after being beaten up by Lin Jiufeng a few years ago now appeared once again. They were cheering for these 2 great sages with all of their might. The information that Emperor De gathered was also spread around by the demonic sects. After collecting this information, Emperor De happily brought the information he gathered along and went to see Lin Jiufeng on a dark and windy night. In front of the cold palace, Emperor De said respectfully, "Big granduncle, I've already gathered the information you need." Meow. The white cat appeared. It took away the bundle of information and left Emperor De alone. Go back and manage the dynasty properly. Someone will deal with the 7 sages. Easing the worries of your citizens is what you should do right now, Lin Jiufeng said. Okay. Thank you in advance, big granduncle. I shall take my leave now. Emperor De left in satisfaction. After receiving Lin Jiufeng's guarantee, his worries disappeared. To save the Yuhua God Dynasty and to protect Emperor Yuan's legacy, he had put in quite a bit of effort. Fortunately, there were people in the Yuhua God Dynasty that he could depend on. When Emperor De returned to the Forbidden City in a good mood, he was called over by the Empress Dowager. In Empress Dowager's palace, Princess Yulin was also present. Both women then looked at Emperor De. Chapter 98, Demon King Jiao. Greetings, Mother. Emperor De stepped forward to greet her, then he looked curiously at Princess Yulin. Aren't you cultivating in seclusion? Emperor De asked. Brother. With such a big problem happening to the God Dynasty, how can I continue to cultivate in seclusion? Princess Yulin asked. Big trouble? Emperor De looked puzzled. What trouble? Why didn't I know about it? Princess Yulin looked at Emperor De in confusion. Emperor, isn't the biggest problem that we're facing right now are the 7 great sages? The Empress Dowager asked. How did Mother know of this? Emperor De asked curiously. Ever since the Empress Dowager transferred the God Dynasty's power to Emperor De, she had been living in seclusion without asking about the state affairs anymore. She believed that Emperor De would handle it well on his own. If he really encountered trouble, she still had a trump card that she could use to save the Yuhua God Dynasty. Hence, she had always been living peacefully in a rather stable state of mind. But in the past few days, the rumors of the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race had become increasingly rampant. This news quietly spread throughout the imperial capital even though Emperor De had ordered that discussing this issue publicly was forbidden. But defending against a flash flood was easier than defending against the mouths of the common people. In fact, preventing them from speaking up would just make them even more excited to speak about it. Emperor De. On the surface, the court officials and the commoners are not discussing this matter, but in private, even the maids and servants are talking about it. Do you think that it's possible for me to not know of this? The Empress Dowager asked solemnly. Brother, the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race are indeed very powerful. They have already broken through into the Grotto Heaven realm and are considered to be some of the most powerful demons in this world. What are your plans? Princess Yulin asked. Emperor De opened his mouth, wanting to answer. But the Empress Dowager interrupted. You are not allowed to give up even an inch of the land that your grandpa and father emperor left behind for you. If you did such a thing, I will surely break your legs. Emperor De smiled bitterly and replied. Mother, I won't give up even an inch of the Yuhua God Dynasty's land. There's no need to worry about it anymore. The 7 great sages are indeed powerful, But it's not like there's no one who can handle them in our Yuhua God Dynasty. Leave this matter to Mother to handle. Just continue to do your job as the Emperor, the Empress Dowager said sternly. She was going to use the trump card that Emperor Ming left behind. She believed that the Yuhua God Dynasty was in grave danger. She had to treat this threat seriously and reveal that trump card. But Emperor Di directly rejected her request and replied, "Mother, the news about the so-called 7 great sages is already spreading like wildfire, but we don't have to be afraid. I already have a solution, there's no need for you to worry." The Empress Dowager and Princess Yulin were surprised by Emperor Di's confidence. "Brother, what are your chances of dealing with the 7 great sages whose cultivation bases are beyond the human god realm?" Princess Yulin asked curiously. The Empress Dowager was also rather curious. The 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race were powerful existences beyond the human god realm. On the surface, no one in the entire Yuhua God Dynasty had exceeded the human god realm. How could they possibly be a match for them? Emperor Di smiled mysteriously and said, "There's no need to worry. Someone has already taken responsibility for this matter. I'm the Emperor, I naturally have to be responsible for the people of the world and the foundation of my ancestors. You guys just have to watch over this matter, there's no need to worry about it anymore." Princess Yulin stared meticulously at Emperor Di. Suddenly, she asked in surprise, "Did you go to find my master?" Princess Yulin remembered that Emperor Di had taken the key to the cold palace from her. The previous Emperor Di looked very troubled. But now, he was full of confidence and high-spirited. He wasn't worried about the 7 great sages at all. The contrast between the before and after was just too obvious. Princess Yulin immediately understood the crux of the matter. Emperor Di smiled without saying anything. "Is it really my master?" Princess Yulin stood up in surprise. "I want to go and find master." Princess Yulin added anxiously. "Wait." Emperor Di stopped Princess Yulin and shook his head. "Don't disturb him." Princess Yulin looked at Emperor Di. She was unwilling to let the matter rest so easily. "Master has already seen you, but he doesn't even want to see me?" Emperor Di explained. "He's indifferent to worldly affairs and likes peace and quiet." "Don't disturb him." Princess Yulin murmured, "In the past 5 years, I've been practicing my swordsmanship non-stop every day. I've already learned the sword techniques that Master had imparted to me. I want to show my improvement on them to Master." Emperor Di comforted her. "There will be a chance for that in the future." Empress Dowager listened from the side and muttered in surprise, "You really found that mysterious master?" "Mother, just the 3 of us shall know of this matter. There's no need to publicize it," Emperor Di said softly. "I know. Powerhouses all like to be indifferent to fame and fortune. They don't want to expose themselves. Since you are confident about it, then I'm relieved. I'm saved from the headache and trouble." Empress Dowager was overjoyed. She didn't have to use her trump card for now. Moreover, Emperor Di also had another powerhouse backing him right now, and they also didn't have to worry about the 7 great sages of the monster and demon race anymore. This was simply solving many problems at once. The Empress Dowager was overjoyed. It was just that neither she nor Emperor Di expected that both of their backing was the same person, Lin Jiufeng. Outside the imperial capital of the Yuhua God Dynasty, a huge river existed. The released great sage of the heaven leveling stood by the riverside and crazily absorbed the spiritual energy in the air. The surging spiritual energy was then swallowed by him like a whale. Then, he exerted his strength and pressed the spiritual energy into his stomach, causing it to explode. Moo! The roar of the heaven-raising bull shook the mountains and rivers. His roar resounded throughout the world. The injuries that Lin Jiufeng had inflicted on him were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. He transformed into his true form and stood by the riverside. This was the roar of the heaven-raising bull from thousands of years ago. It was now echoing throughout the world. Thousands of miles away, a flood dragon was flying through the clouds and mist in the sky. Hearing the roar of the heaven-raising bull, it called out in excitement. "Roar! This was the roar of the flood dragon. It shattered the white clouds within a 1,000-mile radius, and its roar itself was transmitted into the ears of the heaven-raising bull. The heaven-raising bull stood in its original spot. It wagged its tail and waited quietly. After a while, a flood dragon flew out from the clouds. It was huge, with bumps on its head and black scales that were as tough as steel knives on its body. Rumble! It penetrated the clouds in the sky, and its huge body dropped straight down. He smashed into the vast river, splashing water hundreds of meters high. In the very next moment, the water was split open and a huge flood dragon head emerged. It stared at the heaven-raising bull that was tens of meters tall as it asked, "Old bull, when did you wake up?" "Just now." The heaven-raising bull replied in a muffled voice. "Okay. Come with me, let's go to the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty and look for that human emperor. Let them give up the territory that originally belonged to us, and we will also ask him to compensate us. They are just humans, we can easily manipulate them. We shall rebuild our strength and restore the terrifying reputation of the monster race." The great sage of the ocean cover, Demon King Jiao, announced loudly. The confidence in his tone sure was contagious. But the heaven-raising bull only shook its head and said, "Demon King Jiao, we can't go to the imperial capital." "What did you say?" Demon King Jiao looked at the heaven-raising bull in surprise. Its lantern-like eyes stared at the heaven-raising bull. Fury brewed inside. There's a very terrifying existence in the imperial capital. Don't provoke him, the heaven-raising bull replied honestly. All this time, only others have been afraid of us, the 7 great sages of the monster race and demon race. Since when have we been afraid of others? Demon King Jiao retorted in anger. His body suddenly rushed out of the water's surface as he raised his head in agitation. "He's different," heaven-raising bull replied in a low voice. "What's the difference? Is he the reincarnation of some terrifying big shot?" Demon King Jiao snorted coldly. He levitated up in the air, his body was huge that it seemed to cover the sky itself. His attitude remained arrogant despite the heaven-raising bull's persuasion. "I won't harm you. If you really insist on going to the imperial capital, you will be in big trouble," the heaven-raising bull advised once more. "Old bull, you've just come out. I reckon that you still don't understand the state of the world in this brand new era. But I don't blame you. You said that there's a terrifying existence in the imperial capital of the Xuanhuang God Dynasty? I'll go and kill him right now. I'll show you what true terror is." Demon King Jiao's body shook and he was about to leave. In the imperial capital thousands of miles away, Lin Jiufeng looked at the sky and sighed. "Why must you force me to make a move?" Chapter 99, Arriving in the rain on the riverbank of the Wei River, a flood dragon's aura flourished. He refused to listen as his huge body twisted while his dragon claws gesticulated into the sky as if he was trying to grab the sun, moon, and the stars. His aura was clearly stronger than those in the early stages of the Grotto Heaven realm. In this world, he truly had the right to be arrogant. It has only been a few months since he came into being, yet he had already recovered to this extent. Why should he listen to the heaven-raising bull? The heaven-raising bull looked at the proud and conceited Demon King Jiao. He couldn't help but sigh in helplessness. Demon King Jiao was indeed powerful. He had recovered quite quickly, but he definitely wasn't in his peak condition. In contrast to him, that fellow in the imperial capital seemed to be always in his peak state. The demons in the demon's den inside the cold palace had long come to a consensus that they must not provoke Lin Jiufeng before they thoroughly recovered their strength. Every demon in that demon's den understood why this was important. But Demon King Jiao had no idea about what those demons experienced under Lin Jiufeng's hands. Demon King Jiao bared his fangs and brandished his claws. With his body in the form of a flood dragon, he moved through the clouds with his boundless aura pervading into everything around him. "Old bull, despite living through an entire era, you've become a coward. I can already command the wind and the clouds with my ability right now. I have taken another step further into my journey of becoming a true dragon. Why must I be afraid of humans?" Demon King Jiao was unconvinced. To show his present might to the heaven-raising bull, he even flew into the air and used his ability to command the wind and the clouds. Countless people on the land underneath saw a humongous black dragon shuttling back and forth through the clouds. Not only that, but the black dragon was also showering the world beneath him with droplets of rain as it displayed its powerful abilities to the world. The people turned pale at such a terrifying sight. They knelt on the ground and prayed. When the cultivators saw this scene, their faces turned green with fear. To be able to control the wind and the clouds, and to produce rain in the process, this black dragon was tremendously powerful. Moreover, this theory of theirs was further supported by the fact that they recognized the identity of the black dragon soaring through the skies. They could see that it was Demon King Jiao, one of the 7 great sages with the body of a flood dragon. When Demon King Wyrm Jiao saw the people's reaction beneath, he roared with laughter that was so loud it shook everything on the land underneath. He strutted around and said to the heaven-raising bull, "Look! These ignorant humans have knelt down before me. They are worshipping me as if I'm a god. Humans have always been foolish and ignorant." Demon King Jiao looked triumphantly at the heaven-raising bull. The heaven-raising bull made a sidelong glance at the Demon King Jiao. After displaying his ability to command the winds and the clouds, the latter looked lofty, confident, and even arrogant. The heaven-raising bull wanted to say something, but he had only just left the demon's den beneath that cold palace and he hadn't completely recovered from his injuries just yet. He couldn't be bothered to argue. "Demon King Jiao, you are still as arrogant as ever." The great sage of the heaven leveling, the heaven-raising bull, sighed. In the end, this was all that he could say. "I am already at the peak of the grotto heaven realm. I am the king of the monster race. If I don't stand up for the monster race as their king, who will?" Demon King Jiao continued to stir the wind and the clouds. His terrifying aura covered an entire 10,000 miles with him standing at the center. Then, rain fell from the skies. It was accompanied by the deep roars of thunder above the clouds. The Demon King Jiao's haughty laughter soon followed. His aura alone made the human cultivators beneath him unable to breathe. In the imperial capital, countless people raised their heads and watched this scene with pale faces. Human gods were very powerful, but they were unable to stir up a storm that spanned thousands of miles, nor were they able to make their auras surge for the same distance. In other words, this flood dragon was at the grotto heaven realm. And he was most certainly in the late stages of the terrifying grotto heaven realm. He was unrivaled in this world. Everyone looked at the massive Demon King Jiao. At this moment, fear rose in their hearts. How could they defend against an existence this strong? A million-strong army perhaps wouldn't be able to withstand even a flick of this flood dragon's tail. In the Forbidden City, Emperor Di and Princess Yulin stood side by side as they watched this chilling scene. An era where cultivators can change the world itself has arrived. Emperor Di sighed, his expression ugly. A human god realm was already strong enough to disregard the rules made by the mortals of the mortal realm. However, if one was at the grotto heaven realm, it would be an understatement to say that they would be able to deal with anything they were dissatisfied with. The scene shocked Emperor Di. He was already a martial sage expert, but in front of an existence at the grotto heaven realm, he knew that he had absolutely no chance of surviving. He wouldn't even be able to attack such an enemy. After all, he couldn't even resist that existence's aura. Princess Yulin muttered all of a sudden, "Give me some time, I will step into the grotto heaven realm." Emperor Di looked at the heavy rain, at the rolling thunder, and at the deafening roar from thousands of miles away. Fear was written all over his face. His heart trembled, but his tone remained inexplicably firm. Big Granduncle will definitely be able to defeat him. Princess Yulin looked at Emperor Di in surprise. Big Granduncle? Her master was her big granduncle? She had no idea at all. Imperial capital, Cold Palace. Lin Jiufeng hugged the white cat. Dressed in green robes, his hair was rolled into a bun. He looked just like a little Taoist priest with a refreshing and bright demeanor. Lin Jiufeng, despite being almost 70 years old, still looked young as if he had never aged. The white cat in his arms looked at the rain that kept falling from the sky and said, "Is this the rain that you are waiting for?" Lin Jiufeng smiled. "I was patiently waiting for a particular rain. But that rain has come in advance, all thanks to Demon King Jiao." Lin Jiufeng had estimated that the spring rain he was waiting for would arrive 7 days later. His estimate was made after measuring the stars at night and measuring the occurrence frequency of astrological phenomena in recent months. In the remaining 7 days, Lin Jiufeng planned to do his best not to get into a fight with anyone. But Demon King Jiao forced the spring rain to come in advance. In Lin Jiufeng's eyes, the world after this rain would be a brand new world. A world that belonged to the strong. The white cat asked curiously, "What exactly do you want to do?" "Come with me. I want to break through into the next realm with one strike," Lin Jiufeng replied. He carried the white cat and stepped into the rain. The heavy rain fell and lightning flashed in the air. It was like the end of the world. And there was no one loitering in the usually busy streets. The water droplets constantly splashed onto the ground. In just a short moment, Lin Jiufeng had already walked out of the imperial capital. With the disappearance of a single droplet into the ground, Lin Jiufeng had completed his journey. Amidst the lightning that filled the sky, Lin Jiufeng took a step forward. The lightning and water vapors gathered together and transformed into a lotus beneath his feet. A lotus bloomed with every step. Thousands of miles away on the riverbank of the Wei River, Demon King Jiao felt proud and rightfully arrogant. He watched as the world trembled and wailed under his might. He thoroughly enjoyed such a scene. "Old bull, do you still think that I can't defeat that human whom you're scared of in the imperial capital?" Demon King Jiao asked. The heaven-raising bull was just about to speak when all the hairs on his body suddenly stood on end. His entire body screamed for him to make a run for it as he jolted and quickly turned his head to look into the distance that was being covered by the heavy rain. A figure walked over slowly. He was dressed in green and he had a pale look on his face. Nevertheless, his bearing remained leisurely and there was this otherworldly air around him. The rain avoided him. The lightning respected him. And the wind clung to him. Everything around him, even the earth, sang their praises for his presence. The sun, the moon, the stars, the rain, the thunder, and the lightning disappeared all at once. In the eyes of the heaven-raising bull, there was only Lin Jiufeng. The former's heart, body, and even his hair began to tremble. "Lin Jiufeng. He's here." Amidst the heavy rain, Lin Jiufeng walked towards them. Despite walking ever so slowly and without a hint of any powerful aura coming from his body, every step that he took seemed to be in sync with the pounding of the heaven-raising bull's heart. The heaven-raising bull found it hard to breathe. No one understood Lin Jiufeng's might better than the demons trapped in the demon's den beneath that cold palace in the past 10 years. "Demon King Jiao, just surrender. He's here." The heaven-raising bull hurriedly turned around and roared in horror. He wanted to save this brother of his. Chapter 100, Suppressing the Flood Dragon with a Sword. The heaven-raising bull desperately roared. He was afraid that if he shouted even a second later, Lin Jiufeng would make his move and Demon King Jiao would be no more in a blink of an eye. But in this heavy rain, Demon King Jiao's confidence remained unprecedentedly high. He levitated in the air with his huge body. Exuding a boundless aura and confidence, how could he possibly listen to the words of the heaven-raising bull? Instead, he let out an even louder roar. The head of the flood dragon looked hideous and terrifying. His mouth opened and released a terrifying wave of air that charged over to Lin Jiufeng. Roar! His loud roar reverberated powerfully and it shattered the droplets of water in the air, causing it to splash everywhere. A powerful wave of air surged over, it was about to slap Lin Jiufeng on the face. Demon King Jiao directly roared, wanting to kill Lin Jiufeng through the vibration caused by his roar itself. The terrifying scene of a flood dragon fiercely roaring in the air became deeply imprinted in the minds of everyone. A young man in green clothes with a cat in his arms stood on the ground beneath the flood dragon. In between the young man and the flood dragon, the wave of air gathered more power as it surged and flew over. Just the edges of this wave alone were enough to kill a martial sage. It was an understatement to say that it was terrifying. The heaven-raising bull watched this scene. His vision went dark, and the hope inside his heart was extinguished. Demon King Jiao actually dared to attack Lin Jiufeng? Every powerful and confident demon in that demon's den knew the consequences of such a foolish act. After all, each and every one of them had once received a beatdown from Lin Jiufeng. But now, Demon King Jiao directly made a move that shook the world, especially the powerhouses in the imperial capital. These powerhouses looked into the distance and saw this shocking scene from thousands of miles away. The flood dragon's boundless might surged as the Wei River itself overflowed. However, on the Wei River's riverbanks was a young man dressed in green. His pale complexion betrayed the relaxed light within his eyes as he faced the Demon King Jiao, who was more than hundreds of times bigger than him in size. Demon King Jiao let out a loud roar. His terrifying aura alone scared those that were keen to watch the battle. Feeling the chill that ran down their spines, they knew at that moment that if they were in Lin Jiufeng's shoes, they could only wait for their deaths against such a horrible monster. But Lin Jiufeng was different. Strong winds blew against his face. His clothes fluttered in the wind, but his feet remained motionless as he stood tall, similar to a towering mountain. In the face of this wave of air, Lin Jiufeng merely raised his hand. Without making any other move, he lightly tapped his finger in the air. Crack! The void cracked like a mirror in front of Lin Jiufeng. The violent wave of air directly collided with the shattered space. In an instant, the shattered space was torn apart. Shuash! The wave of air remained steadfast as it constantly tore apart the void itself. In a blink of an eye, it had assimilated with the shattered space, forming an even larger storm that continuously expanded like the universe. It headed for Lin Jiufeng, clearly wanting to devour him whole. Those who saw the scene didn't even blink. How could they possibly miss such an exciting showdown? Die! Demon King Jiao roared with laughter. Although he was arrogant, the great sage of the heaven leveling remained apprehensive when mentioning Lin Jiufeng. As a result, he didn't hold back at all. He had recovered his strength and was now at the peak of the Grotto Heaven realm. This was his first time using all of his strength upon waking up in this brand new era. Amidst his roar of laughter was a true dragon's might that he had just mulled over and understood. Despite being arrogant, he was also a demon that would never spare any of his enemies. He didn't hold back because he didn't want to give his enemy a chance to strike. In his eyes, Lin Jiufeng had already lost. Lin Jiufeng didn't take his roar seriously at all and was actually still standing motionless on the ground down below. It would be far too late for this human to regret since he had already made his move. Lin Jiufeng looked at the shattered space. The shattered space had assimilated the wave of air as it continued to fly over to him. The white cat became anxious. She hurriedly said in Lin Jiufeng's arms, "Move, hurry. Dodge this strike." "There's no need to dodge," Lin Jiufeng simply replied. "What did you say?" The white cat looked at Lin Jiufeng in surprise. "You asked me before why I was waiting for the rain. Let me tell you now, I'm waiting for the spring rain to cleanse this world so that I can make a breakthrough with one strike." Lin Jiufeng looked at the white cat and smiled. He remained confident and powerful in the face of danger. Then, he took a step forward. Clang! A black sword appeared in his hand. What appeared was his demon-slaying sword. Rumble! The combined might of the wave of air and the shattered space was tremendously powerful. But Lin Jiufeng merely drew his sword and slashed forcefully. Crack! A crisp sound reverberated as it echoed throughout heaven and earth. What happened next was something that no spectator wanted to miss. They watched on with their eyes wide open. From a distance far away, the wave of air combined with the shattered space's might was sliced into two halves by Lin Jiufeng's sword. The sword energy produced by his attack didn't stop, however, as it flew towards Demon King Jiao. In a blink of an eye, the sword energy sliced off the pair of dragon horns that Demon King Jiao had painstakingly formed on his forehead for the sake of his journey into becoming a true dragon. Demon King Jiao instantly let out a mournful cry. Blood rolled down his forehead, dyeing his head completely red. The rest of his blood fell into the Wei River and it dyed the water in the same color. How? How can you be so powerful? Who? What exactly are you? Demon King Jiao let out a blood-curdling scream as he stared at Lin Jiufeng in shock and anger. His confidence from before had long been wiped out by Lin Jiufeng's sword move. You don't have to know who I am. I've already asked the heaven-raising bull to persuade you, but you refuse to listen, Lin Jiufeng said helplessly. With the sword in hand, he pointed at Demon King Jiao while shaking his head. You've actually surpassed the Grotto Heaven realm in this brand new era? Which old monster are you from the previous epoch? Demon King Jiao felt bitter. He hurriedly tried to escape. Lin Jiufeng was just too terrifying. You won't be able to escape. Lin Jiufeng looked at the escaping Demon King Jiao. He raised his brows and was about to attack once more. Senior, I beg you. Don't kill him. All 7 of us can pay any price, just keep him alive. The great sage of the heaven leveling, the heaven raising bull, moved in front of Lin Jiufeng. His 2 front hooves went soft as he knelt on the ground and pleaded pitifully. Lin Jiufeng looked at the heaven raising bull. He suddenly recalled the countless sign-in opportunities in the past 10 years that the demons in the demon's den beneath the cold palace had brought him. Alright, for your sake, I won't kill him. I can spare his life, but he can't go unpunished. Lin Jiufeng raised his hand, and a sword case appeared in his palm. With a flick of his finger, the sword case opened and 36 swords flew out from within. 36 swords of the demonic path. The 36 swords formed a terrifying sword formation, manifesting into a demonic dragon that Lin Jiufeng could control at will. The demonic dragon materialized in the air and let out a true dragon's roar. Roar! The dragon's roar immediately extinguished the energy in Demon King Jiao's body as he went soft and lost his strength to escape. Spare me, senior. Demon King Jiao panicked as he immediately begged for mercy. Be obedient and stay in silence beneath the Wei River. Lin Jiufeng coldly snorted. With a thought, the demonic dragon formed from the 36 demonic swords roared and directly swallowed Demon King Jiao before it sank into the Wei River. Rumble! A dragon's tomb appeared in the vast Wei River. Surrounding the dragon's tomb were 36 demonic swords that stood steadfast, seemingly having the ability to pierce the skies. The heaven-raising bull watched this scene with a complex expression on his face. He had already begged for mercy. Right now, he didn't even dare to speak anymore. Amidst the heavy rain, Lin Jiufeng displayed changed the way everyone looked at the world. One of the 7 great sages, Demon King Jiao, who was powerful enough to overturn the rules of the world itself, was easily suppressed by Lin Jiufeng. The scene of which everyone unanimously described as suppressing the flood dragon with a sword beneath the rain had already become a legend in the minds of those that witnessed it with their very own eyes. Till the day they died, they were bound to never forget it.